The Project Gutenberg ebook of The Interpretation of Dreams, by Sigmund Freud. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: The Interpretation of Dreams. Author: Sigmund Freud. Commentator: A. Brill. Release date: August 12, 2021. Ebook number 66048. Language: English. Produced by Richard Tonsing and the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook The Interpretation of Dreams. The Interpretation of Dreams. By Professor Dr. Sigmund Freud, LL.D. Authorized translation of 3rd edition with introduction. By A. Brill, Ph.B., MD, Chief of the Neurological Department of the Bronx Hospital and Dispensary, Clinical Assistant in Neurology and Psychiatry, Columbia University, former Assistant Physician in the Central Islip State Hospital and in the Clinic of Psychiatry, Zurich. Flectier C. Niqueo Superos, A. Carenta Movebo. New York. The Macmillan Company. 1913. This audiobook is brought to you by Audiobook Anywhere. For more audiobooks like this, please check out our YouTube channel. Introductory remarks. In attempting a discussion of the interpretation of dreams, I do not believe that I have overstepped the bounds of neuropathological interest. 4. On psychological investigation, the dream proves to be the first link in a chain of abnormal psychic structures whose other links, the hysterical phobia, the obsession, and the delusion must, for practical reasons, claim the interest of the physician. The dream, as will appear, can lay no claim to a corresponding practical significance. Its theoretical value as a paradigm is, however, all the greater, and one who cannot explain the origin of the dream pictures will strive in vain to understand the phobias, obsessive and delusional ideas, and likewise their therapeutic importance. But this relation, to which our subject owes its importance, is responsible also for the deficiencies in the work before us. The surfaces of fracture which will be found so frequently in this discussion correspond to so many points of contact at which the problem of the dream formation touches more comprehensive problems of psychopathology, which cannot be discussed here, and which will be subjected to future elaboration if there should be sufficient time and energy, and if further material should be forthcoming. Peculiarities in the material I have used to elucidate the interpretation of dreams have rendered this publication difficult. From the work itself it will appear why all dreams related in the literature or collected by others had to remain useless for my purpose. For examples, I had to choose between my own dreams and those of my patients who were under psychoanalytic treatment. I was restrained from utilizing the latter material by the fact that in it the dream processes were subjected to an undesirable complication on account of the intermixture of neurotic characters. On the other hand, inseparably connected with my own dreams was the circumstance that I was obliged to expose more of the intimacies of my psychic life than I should like, and than generally falls to the task of an author who is not a poet but an investigator of nature. This was painful, but unavoidable. I had to put up with the inevitable in order not to be obliged to forego altogether the demonstration of the truth of my psychological results. To be sure, I could not at best resist the temptation of disguising some of my indiscretions through omissions and substitutions, and as often as this happened it detracted materially from the value of the examples which I employed. I can only express the hope that the reader of this work, putting himself in my difficult position, will show forbearance, and also that all persons who are inclined to take offense at any of the dreams reported will concede freedom of thought at least to the dream life. 7. Preface to the 2nd edition. If there has arisen a demand for a 2nd edition of this rather difficult book before the end of the first decade, I owe no gratitude to the interest of the professional circles to whom I appealed in the preceding sentences. My colleagues in psychiatry, apparently, have made no effort to shake off the first surprise which my new conception of the dream evoked, and the professional philosophers, who are accustomed to treat the problem of dream life as a part of the states of consciousness, devoting to it a few, for the most part identical, sentences, have apparently failed to observe that in this field could be found all kinds of things which would inevitably lead to a thorough transformation of our psychological theories. The behavior of the scientific critics could only justify the expectation that this work of mine was destined to be buried in oblivion, and the small troop of brave pupils who follow my leadership in the medical application of psychoanalysis, and also follow my example in analyzing dreams in order to utilize these analyses in the treatment of neurotics, would not have exhausted the first edition of the book. I therefore feel indebted to that wider circle of intelligent seekers after truth whose cooperation has procured for me the invitation to take up anew, after 9 years, the difficult and in so many respects fundamental work. I am glad to be able to say that I have found little to change. Here and there I have inserted new material, added new views from my wider experience, and attempted to revise certain points, but everything essential concerning the dream and its interpretation, as well as the psychological propositions derived from it, has remained unchanged. At least, subjectively, it has stood the test of time. Those who are acquainted with my other works on the etiology and mechanism of the psychoneuroses, know that I have never offered anything unfinished as finished, and that I have always striven to change my assertions in accordance with my advancing views, but in the realm of the dream life I have been able to stand by my first declarations. During the long years of my work on the problems of the neuroses, I have been repeatedly confronted with doubts, and have often made mistakes, but it was always in the interpretation of dreams that I found my bearings. My numerous scientific opponents, therefore, show an especially sure instinct when they refuse to follow me into this territory of dream investigation. Likewise, the material used in this book to illustrate the rules of dream interpretation, drawn chiefly from dreams of my own which have been depreciated and outstripped by events, have in the revision shown a persistence which resisted substantial changes. For me, indeed, the book has still another subjective meaning which I could comprehend only after it had been completed. It proved to be for me a part of my self-analysis, a reaction to the death of my father, that is, to the most significant event, the deepest loss, in the life of a man. After I recognized this I felt powerless to efface the traces of this influence. For the reader, however, it makes no difference from what material he learns to value and interpret dreams. Berchtesgaden, summer of 1908. 9. Preface to the third edition. Whereas a period of 9 years elapsed between the first and second editions of this book, the need for a third edition has appeared after little more than a year. I have reason to be pleased with this change, but, just as I have not considered the earlier neglect of my work on the part of the reader as a proof of its unworthiness, I am unable to find in the interest manifested at present a proof of its excellence. The progress in scientific knowledge has shown its influence on the interpretation of dreams. When I wrote it in 1899 the sexual theories was not yet in existence, and the analysis of complicated forms of psychoneuroses was still in its infancy. The interpretation of dreams was destined to aid in the psychological analysis of the neuroses, but since then the deeper understanding of the neuroses has reacted on our conception of the dream. The study of dream interpretation itself has continued to develop in a direction upon which not enough stress was laid in the first edition of this book. From my own experience, as well as from the works of W. Stekel and others, I have since learned to attach a greater value to the extent and the significance of symbolism in dreams, or rather in the unconscious thinking. Thus much has accumulated in the course of this year which requires consideration. I have endeavored to do justice to this new material by numerous insertions in the text and by the addition of footnotes. If these supplements occasionally threaten to warp the original discussion, or if, even with their aid, we have been unsuccessful in raising the original text to the niveau of our present views, I must beg indulgence for the gaps in the book, as they are only consequences and indications of the present rapid development of our knowledge. I also venture to foretell in what other directions later editions of the interpretation of dreams, in case any should be demanded, will differ from the present one. They will have, on the one hand, to include selections from the rich material of poetry, myth, usage of language, and folklore, and, on the other hand, to treat more profoundly the relations of the dream to the neuroses and to mental diseases. Mr. Otto Rank has rendered me valuable service in the selection of the addenda and in reading the proof sheets. I am gratefully indebted to him and to many others for their contributions and corrections. Vienna, spring of 1911. 11. Translator's Preface. Since the appearance of the author's selected papers on hysteria and other psychoneuroses, and 3 contributions to the sexual theory, much has been said and written about Freud's works. Some of our readers have made an honest endeavor to test and utilize the author's theories, but they have been handicapped by their inability to read fluently very difficult German, for only 2 of Freud's works have hitherto been accessible to English readers. For them this work will be of invaluable assistance. To be sure, numerous articles on the Freudian psychology have of late made their appearance in our literature, but these scattered papers, read by those unacquainted with the original work, often serve to confuse rather than enlighten. For Freud cannot be mastered from the reading of a few pamphlets, or even 1 or 2 of his original works. Let me repeat what I have so often said, no one is really qualified to use or to judge Freud's psychoanalytic method who has not thoroughly mastered his theory of the neuroses, the interpretation of dreams, 3 contributions to the sexual theory, the psychopathology of everyday life, and wit and its relation to the unconscious, and who has not had considerable experience in analyzing the dreams and psychopathological actions of himself and others. That there is required also a thorough training in normal and abnormal psychology goes without saying. The Interpretation of Dreams is the author's greatest and most important work. It is here that he develops his psychoanalytic technique, a thorough knowledge of which is absolutely indispensable for every worker in this field. The difficult task of making a translation of this work has, therefore, been undertaken primarily for the purpose of assisting those who are actively engaged in treating patients by Freud's psychoanalytic method. Considered apart from its practical aim, the book presents much that is of interest to the psychologist and the general reader. 4. Notwithstanding the fact that dreams have of late years been the subject of investigation at the hands of many competent observers, only few have contributed anything tangible towards their solution. It was Freud who divested the dream of its mystery, and solved its riddles. He not only showed us that the dream is full of meaning, but amply demonstrated that it is intimately connected with normal and abnormal mental life. It is in the treatment of the abnormal mental states that we must recognize the most important value of dream interpretation. The dream does not only reveal to us the cryptic mechanisms of hallucinations, delusions, phobias, obsessions, and other psychopathological conditions, but it is also the most potent instrument in the removal of these. I take this opportunity of expressing my indebtedness to Professor F.C. Prescott for reading the manuscript and for helping me overcome the almost insurmountable difficulties in the translation. A. Brill. New York City. 13. Contents. Chap. Page. I. The Scientific Literature on the Problems of the Dream 1. 2. Method of Dream Interpretation, the Analysis of a Sample Dream 80. 3. The Dream is the Fulfillment of a Wish 103. 4. Distortion in Dreams 113. V. The Material and Sources of Dreams 138. Vi. The Dream Work 260. 7. The Psychology of the Dream Activities 403. 8. Literary Index 494. This audiobook, The Interpretation of Dreams, is brought you by Audiobooks Anywhere. For more audiobooks like this, please check out our YouTube channel, Index 501. The Interpretation of Dreams. 1. I. The Scientific Literature on the Problems of the Dream. In the following pages I shall prove that there exists a psychological technique by which dreams may be interpreted, and that upon the application of this method every dream will show itself to be a senseful psychological structure which may be introduced into an assignable place in the psychic activity of the waking state. I shall furthermore endeavor to explain the processes which give rise to the strangeness and obscurity of the dream, and to discover through them the nature of the psychic forces which operate, whether in combination or in opposition, to produce the dream. This accomplished, my investigation will terminate, as it will have reached the point where the problem of the dream meets with broader problems, the solution of which must be attempted through other material. I must presuppose that the reader is acquainted with the work done by earlier authors as well as with the present status of the dream problem in science, since in the course of this treatise I shall not often have occasion to return to them. 4. Notwithstanding the effort of several thousand years, little progress has been made in the scientific understanding of dreams. This has been so universally acknowledged by the authors that it seems unnecessary to quote individual opinions. One will find in the writings indexed at the end of this book many stimulating observations and plenty of interesting material for our subject, but little or nothing too that concerns the true nature of the dream or that solves definitively any of its enigmas. Still less, of course, has been transmitted to the knowledge of the educated laity. The first book in which the dream is treated as an object of psychology seems to be that of Aristotle 1, concerning dreams and their interpretation. Aristotle asserts that the dream is of demoniacal, though not of divine nature, which indeed contains deep meaning, if it be correctly interpreted. He was also acquainted with some of the characteristics of dream life. For example, he knew that the dream turns slight sensations perceived during sleep into great ones. One imagines that one walks through fire and feels hot, if this or that part of the body becomes slightly warmed, which led him to conclude that dreams might easily betray to the physician the first indications of an incipient change in the body passing unnoticed during the day. I have been unable to go more deeply into the Aristotelian treatise, because of insufficient preparation and lack of skilled assistance. As everyone knows, the ancients before Aristotle did not consider the dream a product of the dreaming mind, but a divine inspiration, and in ancient times the two antagonistic streams, which one finds throughout in the estimates of dream life, were already noticeable. They distinguished between true and valuable dreams, sent to the dreamer to warn him or to foretell the future, and vain, fraudulent, and empty dreams, the object of which was to misguide or lead him to destruction. This pre-scientific conception of the dream among the ancients was certainly in perfect keeping with their general view of life, which was one to project as reality in the outer world that which possessed reality only within the mind. It, moreover, accounted for the main impression 3 made upon the waking life by the memory left from the dream in the morning, for in this memory the dream, as compared with the rest of the psychic content, seems something strange, coming, as it were, from another world. It would likewise be wrong to suppose that the theory of the supernatural origin of dreams lacks followers in our own day, for leaving out of consideration all bigoted and mystical authors, who are perfectly justified in adhering to the remnants of the once extensive realm of the supernatural until they have been swept away by scientific explanation. One meets even sagacious men averse to anything adventurous, who go so far as to base their religious belief in the existence and cooperation of superhuman forces on the inexplicableness of the dream manifestations. Hofner 32. The validity ascribed to the dream life by some schools of philosophy, for example the school of Schelling, is a distinct echo of the undisputed divinity of dreams in antiquity, nor is discussion closed on the subject of the mantic or prophetic power of dreams. This is due to the fact that the attempted psychological explanations are too inadequate to overcome the accumulated material, however strongly all those who devote themselves to a scientific mode of thought may feel that such assertions should be repudiated. To write a history of our scientific knowledge of dream problems is so difficult because, however valuable some parts of this knowledge may have been, no progress in definite directions has been discernible. There has been no construction of a foundation of assured results upon which future investigators could continue to build, but every new author takes up the same problems afresh and from the very beginning. Were I to follow the authors in chronological order, and give a review of the opinions each has held concerning the problems of the dream, I should be prevented from drawing a clear and complete picture of the present state of knowledge on the subject. I have therefore preferred to base the treatment upon themes rather than upon the authors, and I shall cite for each problem of the dream the material found in the literature for its solution. But as I have not succeeded in mastering the entire literature, which is widely disseminated and interwoven with that on other subjects, I must ask my readers to rest content provided no fundamental fact or important viewpoint be lost in my description. Until recently most authors have been led to treat the subjects of sleep and dream in the same connection, and with them they have also regularly treated analogous states of psychopathology, and other dreamlike states like hallucinations, visions, and c. In the more recent works, on the other hand, there has been a tendency to keep more closely to the theme, and to take as the subject one single question of the dream life. This change, I believe, is an expression of the conviction that enlightenment and agreement in such obscure matters can only be brought about by a series of detailed investigations. It is such a detailed investigation and one of a special psychological nature, that I would offer here. I have little occasion to study the problem of sleep, as it is essentially a psychological problem, although the change of functional determinations for the mental apparatus must be included in the character of sleep. The literature of sleep will therefore not be considered here. A scientific interest in the phenomena of dreams as such leads to the following in part interdependent inquiries. A. The relation of the dream to the waking state. The naive judgment of a person on awakening assumes that the dream, if indeed it does not originate in another world, at any rate has taken the dreamer into another world. The old physiologist, Burdock, 8, to whom we are indebted for a careful and discriminating description of the phenomena of dreams, expressed this conviction in an often quoted passage, p. 474, "The waking life never repeats itself with its trials and joys, its pleasures and pains, but, on the contrary, the dream aims to relieve us of these. Even when our whole mind is filled with one subject, when profound sorrow has torn our hearts or when a task has claimed the whole power of our mentality, the dream either gives us something entirely strange, or it takes for its combinations only a few elements from reality, or it only enters into the strain of our mood and symbolizes reality." L. Strumpel 66, expresses himself to the same effect in his Nature and Origin of Dreams, p. 16, a study which is everywhere justly held in high respect. He who dreams turns his back upon the world of waking consciousness, p. 17. In the dream the memory of the orderly content of the waking consciousness and its normal behavior is as good as entirely lost, p. 19. The almost complete isolation of the mind in the dream from the regular normal content and course of the waking state. But the overwhelming majority of the authors have assumed a contrary view of the relation of the dream to waking life. Thus Hofner 32, p. 19, "First of all the dream is the continuation of the waking state. Our dreams always unite themselves with those ideas which have shortly before been in our consciousness. Careful examination will nearly always find a thread by which the dream has connected itself with the experience of the previous day." Weygand 75, p. 6, flatly contradicts the above-cited statement of Burdock, for it may often be observed, apparently in the great majority of dreams, that they lead us directly back into everyday life, instead of releasing us from it. Maury 48, p. 56, says in a concise formula, "Nous rêvons de ce que nous avons vu, dit, désiré ou fait." Jessen, 36, in his Psychology, published in 1855, p. 530, is somewhat more explicit. The content of dreams is more or less determined by the individual personality, by age, sex, station in life, education, habits, and by events and experiences of the whole past life. The ancients had the same idea about the dependence of the dream content upon life. I cite Radestock 54, p. 139, when Xerxes, before his march against Greece, was dissuaded from this resolution by good counsel, but was again and again incited by dreams to undertake it. One of the old rational dream interpreters of the Persians, Artabanus, told him very appropriately that dream pictures mostly contain that of which one has been thinking while awake. In the didactic poem of Lucretius, De Rerum Natura, 4, 5. 959, occurs this passage. Et quo quisque fear studio divinctus et herit. Aut quibus in rebus multum sumus anti-morati. Acqui in ea ration fui contenta magis mens. Insomnes idem plerem vidimerabire. Causatus causus agea et componere leges. In duprators pugner ac proilia abire, and c. 6 Cicero, De Divinatione, 2, says quite similarly, as does also Mori much later. Maximec reliqui eram rerum moventur in animis et agitander, de quibus vigilantes aut cogitavimus aut egimus. The contradiction expressed in these two views as to the relation between dream life and waking life seems indeed insoluble. It will therefore not be out of place to mention the description of F. W. Hildebrandt 35, 1875, who believes that the peculiarities of the dream can generally be described only by calling them a series of contrasts which apparently shade off into contradictions. p. 8. The first of these contrasts is formed on the one hand by the strict isolation or seclusion of the dream from true and actual life, and on the other hand by the continuous encroachment of the one upon the other, and the constant dependency of one upon the other. The dream is something absolutely separated from the reality experienced during the waking state. One may call it an existence hermetically sealed up and separated from real life by an unsurmountable chasm. It frees us from reality, extinguishes normal recollection of reality, and places us in another world and in a totally different life, which at bottom has nothing in common with reality. Hildebrandt then asserts that in falling asleep our whole being, with all its forms of existence, disappears as through an invisible trapdoor. In the dream one is perhaps making a voyage to St. Helena in order to offer the imprisoned Napoleon something exquisite in the way of Moselle wine. One is most amicably received by the ex-emperor, and feels almost sorry when the interesting illusion is destroyed on awakening. But let us now compare the situation of the dream with reality. The dreamer has never been a wine merchant, and has no desire to become one. He has never made a sea voyage, and St. Helena is the last place he would take as destination for such a voyage. The dreamer entertains no sympathetic feeling for Napoleon, but on the contrary a strong patriotic hatred. And finally the dreamer was not yet among the living when Napoleon died on the island, so that it was beyond the reach of possibility for him to have had any personal relations with Napoleon. The dream experience thus appears as something strange, inserted between two perfectly harmonizing and succeeding periods. 7 Nevertheless, continues Hildebrandt, the opposite is seemingly just as true and correct. I believe that hand in hand with this seclusion and isolation there can still exist the most intimate relation and connection. We may justly say that no matter what the dream offers, it finds its material in reality and in the psychic life arrayed around this reality. However strange the dream may seem, it can never detach itself from reality, and its most sublime as well as its most farcical structures must always borrow their elementary material either from what we have seen with our eyes in the outer world, or from what has previously found a place somewhere in our waking thoughts. In other words, it must be taken from what we had already experienced either objectively or subjectively. b. The material of the dream. Memory in the dream. That all the material composing the content of the dream in some way originates in experience, that it is reproduced in the dream, or recalled, this at least may be taken as an indisputable truth. Yet it would be wrong to assume that such connection between dream content and reality will be readily disclosed as an obvious product of the instituted comparison. On the contrary, the connection must be carefully sought, and in many cases it succeeds in eluding discovery for a long time. The reason for this is to be found in a number of peculiarities evinced by the memory and dreams, which, though universally known, have hitherto entirely eluded explanation. It will be worthwhile to investigate exhaustively these characteristics. It often happens that matter appears in the dream content which one cannot recognize later in the waking state as belonging to one's knowledge and experience. One remembers well enough having dreamed about the subject in question, but cannot recall the fact or time of the experience. The dreamer is therefore in the dark as to the source from which the dream has been drawing, and is even tempted to believe an independently productive activity on the part of the dream, until, Often long afterwards, a new episode brings back to recollection a former experience given up as lost, and thus reveals the source of the dream. One is thus forced to admit that something has been known and remembered in the dreamate that has been withdrawn from memory during the waking state. Delboeuf 16 narrates from his own experience an especially impressive example of this kind. He saw in his dream the courtyard of his house covered with snow, and found 2 little lizards half frozen and buried in the snow. Being a lover of animals, he picked them up, warmed them, and put them back into a crevice in the wall which was reserved for them. He also gave them some small fern leaves that had been growing on the wall, which he knew they were fond of. In the dream he knew the name of the plant, Asplenium rudimentalis. The dream then continued, returning after a digression to the lizards, and to his astonishment Delboeuf saw 2 other little animals falling upon what was left of the ferns. On turning his eyes to the open field he saw a 5th and a 6th lizard running into the hole in the wall, and finally the street was covered with a procession of lizards, all wandering in the same direction, and see. In his waking state Delboeuf knew only a few Latin names of plants, and nothing of the asplenium. To his great surprise he became convinced that a fern of this name really existed and that the correct name was Asplenium rudimentaria, which the dream had slightly disfigured. An accidental coincidence could hardly be considered, but it remained a mystery for Delboeuf whence he got his knowledge of the name asplenium in the dream. The dream occurred in 1862. 16 years later, while at the house of one of his friends, the philosopher noticed a small album containing dried plants resembling the albums that are sold as souvenirs to visitors in many parts of Switzerland. A sudden recollection occurred to him. He opened the herbarium, and discovered therein the asplenium of his dream, and recognized his own handwriting in the accompanying Latin name. The connection could now be traced. While on her wedding trip, a sister of this friend visited Delboeuf in 1860, 2 years prior to the lizard dream. She had with her at the time this album, which was intended for her brother, and Delboeuf took the trouble to write, at the dictation of a botanist, under each of the dried plants the Latin name. The favorable accident which made possible the report of 9 this valuable example also permitted Delboeuf to trace another portion of this dream to its forgotten source. One day in 1877 he came upon an old volume of an illustrated journal, in which he found pictured the whole procession of lizards just as he had dreamed it in 1862. The volume bore the date of 1861, and Delboeuf could recall that he had subscribed to the journal from its first appearance. That the dream has at its disposal recollections which are inaccessible to the waking state is such a remarkable and theoretically important fact that I should like to urge more attention to it by reporting several other hypermnesic dreams. Maury 48 relates that for some time the word Musidon used to occur to his mind during the day. He knew it to be the name of a French city, but nothing else. One night he dreamed of a conversation with a certain person who told him that she came from Musidon, and, in answer to his question where the city was, she replied, Musidon is a principal country town in the department de la Dordogne. On waking, Maury put no faith in the information received in his dream. The geographical lexicon, however, showed it to be perfectly correct. In this case the superior knowledge of the dream is confirmed, but the forgotten source of this knowledge has not been traced. Jessen 36 tells, p. 55, of a quite similar dream occurrence, from more remote times. Among others we may here mention the dream of the elder Scaliger, Hennings, L.C., p. 300, who wrote a poem in praise of celebrated men of Verona, and to whom a man, named Brugnolis, appeared in a dream, complaining that he had been neglected. Though Scaliger did not recall ever having heard of him, he wrote some verses in his honor, and his son later discovered at Verona that a Brugnolis had formerly been famous there as a critic. Myers is said to have published a whole collection of such hypermnesic dreams in the Proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research, which are unfortunately inaccessible to me. I believe everyone who occupies himself with dreams will recognize as a very common phenomenon the fact that the dream gives proof of knowing and recollecting matters unknown to the waking person. In my psychoanalytic investigations of nervous patients, of which I shall speak later, I am every 10 weeks more than once in position to convince my patients from their dreams that they are well acquainted with quotations, obscene expressions, and that they make use of these in their dreams, although they have forgotten them in the waking state. I shall cite here a simple case of dream hypermnesia because it was easy to trace the source which made the knowledge accessible to the dream. A patient dreamed in a lengthy connection that he ordered a Kontuzsoka in a cafe, and after reporting this inquired what it might mean, as he never heard the name before. I was able to answer that Kontuzsoka was a Polish liquor which he could not have invented in his dream, as the name had long been familiar to me in advertisements. The patient would not at first believe me, but some days later, after he had realized his dream of the cafe, he noticed the name on a signboard at the street corner, which he had been obliged to pass for months at least twice a day. I have learned from my own dreams how largely the discovery of the origin of some of the dream elements depends on accident. Thus, For years before writing this book, I was haunted by the picture of a very simply formed church tower which I could not recall having seen. I then suddenly recognized it with absolute certainty at a small station between Salzburg and Reichenhall. This was in the later 90s, and I had traveled over the road for the first time in the year 1886. In later years, when I was already busily engaged in the study of dreams, I was quite annoyed at the frequent recurrence of the dream picture of a certain peculiar locality. I saw it in definite local relation to my person, to my left, a dark space from which many grotesque sandstone figures stood out. A glimmer of recollection, which I did not quite credit, told me it was the entrance to a beer cellar, but I could explain neither the meaning nor the origin of this dream picture. In 1907 I came by chance to Padua, which, to my regret, I had been unable to visit since 1895. My first visit to this beautiful university city was unsatisfactory. I was unable to see Giotto's frescoes in the church of the Madonna dell'Arena, and on my way there turned back on being informed that the little church was closed on the day. On my second visit, 12 years later, I thought of compensating 11 myself for this, and before everything else I started out for Madonna dell'Arena. On the street leading to it, on my left, probably at the place where I had turned in 1895, I discovered the locality which I had so often seen in the dream, with its sandstone figures. It was in fact the entrance to a restaurant garden. One of the sources from which the dream draws material for reproduction, material which in part is not recalled or employed in waking thought, is to be found in childhood. I shall merely cite some of the authors who have observed and emphasized this. Hildebrandt 35, p. 23. It has already been expressly admitted that the dream sometimes brings back to the mind with wonderful reproductive ability remote and even forgotten experiences from the earliest periods. Strumpel 66, p. 40. The subject becomes more interesting when we remember how the dream sometimes brings forth, as it were, from among the deepest and heaviest strata which later years have piled upon the earliest childhood experiences, the pictures of certain places, things, and persons, quite uninjured and with their original freshness. This is not limited merely to such impressions as have gained vivid consciousness during their origin or have become impressed with strong psychic validity, and then later return in the dream as actual reminiscences, causing pleasure to the awakened consciousness. On the contrary, the depths of the dream memory comprise also such pictures of persons, things, places, and early experiences as either possessed but little consciousness and no psychic value at all, or have long ago lost both, and therefore appear totally strange and unknown both in the dream and in the waking state, until their former origin is revealed. Vokelt 72, p. 119. It is essentially noteworthy how easily infantile and youthful reminiscences enter into the dream. What we have long ceased to think about, what is long since lost for us all importance, is constantly recalled by the dream. The sway of the dream over the infantile material, which, as is well known, mostly occupies the gaps in the conscious memory, causes the origin of interesting hypermnestic dreams, a few of which I shall here report. 12 Maury 48, relates, p. 92, that as a child he often went from his native city, Mo, to the neighboring Trillport, where his father superintended the construction of a bridge. On a certain night a dream transported him to Trillport, and he was again playing in the city streets. A man approached him wearing some sort of uniform. Maury asked him his name, and he introduced himself, saying that his name was C, and that he was a bridge guard. On waking, Maury, who still doubted the reality of the reminiscence, asked his old servant, who had been with him in his childhood, whether she remembered a man of this name. Certainly, was the answer, he used to be watchman on the bridge which your father was building at that time. Maury reports another example demonstrating just as nicely the reliability of infantile reminiscences appearing in dreams. Mr. F., who had lived as a child in Montbrison, decided to visit his home and old friends of his family after an absence of 25 years. The night before his departure he dreamt that he had reached his destination, and that he met near Montbrison a man, whom he did not know by sight, who told him he was Mr. F., a friend of his father. The dreamer remembered that as a child he had known a gentleman of this name, but on waking he could no longer recall his features. Several days later, having really arrived at Montbrison, he found the supposedly unknown locality of his dream, and there met a man whom he at once recognized as the Mr. F. of his dream. The real person was only older than the one in the dream picture. I may here relate one of my own dreams in which the remembered impression is replaced by an association. In my dream I saw a person whom I recognized, while dreaming, as the physician of my native town. The features were indistinct and confused with the picture of one of my colleague teachers, whom I still see occasionally. What association there was between the two persons I could not discover on awakening. But upon questioning my mother about the physician of my early childhood, I discovered that he was a one-eyed man. My teacher, whose figure concealed that of the physician in the dream, was also one-eyed. I have not seen the physician for 38 years, and I have not to my knowledge thought 13 of him in my waking state, although a scar on my chin might have reminded me of his help. As if to counterbalance the immense role ascribed to the infantile impressions in the dream, many authors assert that the majority of dreams show elements from the most recent time. Thus Robert 55, p. 46, declares that the normal dream generally occupies itself only with the impressions of the recent days. We learn indeed that the theory of the dream advanced by Robert imperatively demands that the old impressions should be pushed back, and the recent ones brought to the front. Nevertheless, the fact claimed by Robert really exists. I can confirm this from my own investigations. Nelson, 50, an American author, thinks that the impressions most frequently found in the dream date from 2 or 3 days before, as if the impressions of the day immediately preceding the dream were not sufficiently weakened and remote. Many authors who are convinced of the intimate connection between the dream content and the waking state are impressed by the fact that impressions which have intensely occupied the waking mind appear in the dream only after they have been to some extent pushed aside from the elaboration of the waking thought. Thus, as a rule, we do not dream of a dead beloved person while we are still overwhelmed with sorrow. Still, Miss Hallam, 33, one of the latest observers, has collected examples showing the very opposite behavior, and claims for the point the right of individual psychology. The third and the most remarkable and incomprehensible peculiarity of the memory in dreams is shown in the selection of the reproduced material, for stress is laid not only on the most significant, but also on the most indifferent and superficial reminiscences. On this point I shall quote those authors who have expressed their surprise in the most emphatic manner. Hildebrandt 35, p. 11, for it is a remarkable fact that dreams do not, as a rule, take their elements from great and deep-rooted events or from the powerful and urgent interests of the preceding day, but from unimportant matters, from the most worthless fragments of recent experience or of a more remote past. The most shocking death in our family, the impressions of which keep us awake long into the night, becomes obliterated from our memories, until the first moment 14 of awakening brings it back to us with depressing force. On the other hand, the wart on the forehead of a passing stranger, of whom we did not think for a second after he was out of sight, plays its part in our dreams. Strumpel 66, p. 39, such cases where the analysis of a dream brings to light elements which, although derived from events of the previous day or the day before the last, yet prove to be so unimportant and worthless for the waking state that they merge into forgetfulness shortly after coming to light. Such occurrences may be statements of others heard accidentally or actions superficially observed, or fleeting perceptions of things or persons, or single phrases from books, and c. Havelock Ellis 23, p. 727. The profound emotions of waking life, the questions and problems on which we spread our chief voluntary mental energy, are not those which usually present themselves at once to dream consciousness. It is, so far as the immediate past is concerned, mostly the trifling, the incidental, the forgotten impressions of daily life which reappear in our dreams. The psychic activities that are awake most intensely are those that sleep most profoundly. Binns 4, p. 45, takes occasion from the above-mentioned characteristics of the memory in dreams to express his dissatisfaction with explanations of dreams which he himself has approved of, and the normal dream raises similar questions. Why do we not always dream of memory impressions from the preceding days, instead of going back to the almost forgotten past lying far behind us without any perceptible reason? Why in a dream does consciousness so often revive the impression of indifferent memory pictures while the cerebral cells bearing the most sensitive records of experience remain for the most part inert and numb, unless an acute revival during the waking state has shortly before excited them? We can readily understand how the strange preference of the dream memory for the indifferent and hence the unnoticed details of daily experience must usually lead us to overlook altogether the dependence of the dream on the waking state, or at least make it difficult to prove this 15 dependence in any individual case. It thus happened that in the statistical treatment of her own and her friends' dreams, Miss Whitten Calkins 12, found 11% of the entire number that showed no relation to the waking state. Hildebrandt was certainly correct in his assertion that all our dream pictures could be genetically explained if we devoted enough time and material to the tracing of their origin. To be sure, he calls this a most tedious and thankless job. For it would at most lead us to ferret out all kinds of quite worthless psychic material from the most remote corners of the memory chamber, and to bring to light some very indifferent moments from the remote past which were perhaps buried the next hour after their appearance. I must, however, express my regret that this discerning author refrained from following the road whose beginning looked so unpromising. It would have led him directly to the center of the dream problem. The behavior of the memory in dreams is surely most significant for every theory of memory in general. It teaches us that nothing which we have once psychically possessed is ever entirely lost, Schultz 59, or as Delboeuf puts it, que toute impression même la plus insignifiante, les une trace inalterable, indefiniment susceptible de reparaître au jour, a conclusion to which we are urged by so many of the other pathological manifestations of the psychic life. Let us now bear in mind this extraordinary capability of the memory in the dream, in order to perceive vividly the contradictions which must be advanced in certain dream theories to be mentioned later, when they endeavor to explain the absurdities and incoherence of dreams through a partial forgetting of what we have known during the day. One might even think of reducing the phenomenon of dreaming to that of memory, and of regarding the dream as the manifestation of an activity of reproduction which does not rest even at night, and which is an end in itself. Views like those expressed by Pilks 51 would corroborate this, according to which intimate relations are demonstrable between the time of dreaming and the contents of the dream from the fact that the impressions reproduced by the dream in sound sleep belong to the remotest past while those reproduced towards morning are of recent origin. But such a conception is rendered 16 improbable from the outset by the manner of the dream's behavior towards the material to be remembered. Strumpel 66 justly calls our attention to the fact that repetitions of experiences do not occur in the dream. To be sure, the dream makes an effort in that direction, but the next link is wanting, or appears in changed form, or it is replaced by something entirely novel. The dream shows only fragments of reproduction. This is so often the rule that it admits of theoretical application. Still, there are exceptions in which the dream repeats an episode as thoroughly as our memory would in its waking state. Delboeuf tells of one of his university colleagues who in his dream repeated, with all its details, a dangerous wagon ride in which he escaped accident as if by miracle. Miss Calkins 12 mentions 2 dreams, the contents of which exactly reproduced incidents from the day before, and I shall later take occasion to report an example which came to my notice, showing a childish experience which returned unchanged in a dream. FC. Dream stimuli and dream sources. What is meant by dream stimuli and dream sources may be explained by referring to the popular saying, dreams come from the stomach. This notion conceals a theory which conceives the dream as a result of a disturbance of sleep. We should not have dreamed if some disturbing element had not arisen in sleep, and the dream is the reaction from this disturbance. The discussion of the exciting causes of dreams takes up the most space in the descriptions of the authors. That this problem could appear only after the dream had become an object of biological investigation is self-evident. The ancients who conceived the dream as a divine inspiration had no need of looking for its exciting source. To them the dream resulted from the will of the divine or demoniacal powers, and its content was the product of their knowledge or intention. Science, however, soon raised the question whether the stimulus to the dream is always the same, or whether it might be manifold, and thus led to the question whether the causal 17 explanation of the dream belongs to psychology or rather to physiology. Most authors seem to assume that the causes of the disturbance of sleep, and hence the sources of the dream, might be of various natures, and that physical as well as mental irritations might assume the role of dream inciders. Opinions differ greatly in preferring this or that one of the dream sources, in ranking them, and indeed as to their importance for the origin of dreams. Wherever the enumeration of dream sources is complete, we ultimately find 4 forms, which are also utilized for the division of dreams. I. External, objective, sensory stimuli. 2. Internal, subjective, sensory stimuli. 3. Internal, organic, physical excitations. 4. Purely psychical exciting sources. I. The external sensory stimuli. The younger Strumpel, son of the philosopher whose writings on the subject have already more than once served us as a guide in the problem of dreams, has, as is well known, reported his observations on a patient who was afflicted with general anesthesia of the skin and with paralysis of several of the higher sensory organs. This man merged into sleep when his few remaining sensory paths from the outer world were shut off. When we wish to sleep, we are wont to strive for a situation resembling the one in Strumpel's experiment. We close the most important sensory paths, the eyes, and we endeavor to keep away from the other senses every stimulus and every change of the stimuli acting upon them. We then fall asleep, although we are never perfectly successful in our preparations. We can neither keep the stimuli away from the sensory organs altogether, nor can we fully extinguish the irritability of the sensory organs. That we may at any time be awakened by stronger stimuli should prove to us that the mind has remained in constant communication with the material world even during sleep. The sensory stimuli which reach us during sleep may easily become the source of dreams. There are a great many stimuli of such nature, ranging from those that are unavoidable, being brought on by the sleeping state or at least occasionally induced by it, to the accidental waking stimuli which are adapted or calculated to put an end to sleep. Thus a strong light may force itself 18 into the eyes, a noise may become perceptible, or some odoriferous matter may irritate the mucous membrane of the nose. In the spontaneous movements of sleep we may lay bare parts of the body and thus expose them to a sensation of cold, or through change of position we may produce sensations of pressure and touch. A fly may bite us, or a slight accident at night may simultaneously attack more than one sense. Observers have called attention to a whole series of dreams in which the stimulus verified on waking, and a part of the dream content corresponded to such a degree that the stimulus could be recognized as the source of the dream. I shall here cite a number of such dreams collected by Jessen 36, p. 527, traceable to more or less accidental objective sensory stimuli. Every indistinctly perceived noise gives rise to corresponding dream pictures. The rolling of thunder takes us into the thick of battle, the crowing of a cock may be transformed into human shrieks of terror, and the creaking of a door may conjure up dreams of burglars breaking into the house. When one of our blankets slips off at night, we may dream that we are walking about naked or falling into the water. If we lie diagonally across the bed with our feet extending beyond the edge, we may dream of standing on the brink of a terrifying precipice, or of falling from a steep height. Should our head accidentally get under the pillow, we may then imagine a big rock hanging over us and about to crush us under its weight. Accumulation of semen produces voluptuous dreams, and local pain the idea of suffering ill treatment, of hostile attacks, or of accidental bodily injuries. Meyer, Versuch einer Erklärung des Nachtwandelns, Halle, 1758, p. 33, once dreamed of being assaulted by several persons who threw him flat on the ground and drove a stake into the ground between his big and second toes. While imagining this in his dream, he suddenly awoke and felt a blade of straw sticking between his toes. The same author, according to Hemmings, von den Träumen und Nachtwandeln, Weimar, 1784, p. 258, dreamed on another occasion that he was being hanged when his shirt was pinned somewhat tight around his neck. Hofbauer dreamed in his youth of having fallen from a high wall and found upon waking that the bedstead had come apart, and that he had actually fallen to the 19th floor. Gregory relates that he once applied a hot water bottle to his feet, and dreamed of taking a trip to the summit of Mount Etna, where he found the heat on the ground almost unbearable. After having applied a blistering plaster to his head, a second man dreamed of being scalped by Indians. A third, whose shirt was damp, dreamed of being dragged through a stream. An attack of gout caused the patient to believe that he was in the hands of the Inquisition, and suffering pains of torture. Macnish. The argument based upon the resemblance between stimulus and dream content is reinforced if through a systematic induction of stimuli we succeed in producing dreams corresponding to the stimuli. According to Macnish, such experiments have already been made by Jérôme de Buzariangs. He left his knee exposed and dreamed of traveling in a mail coach at night. He remarked in this connection that travelers would well know how cold the knees become in a coach at night. Another time he left the back of his head uncovered, and dreamed of taking part in a religious ceremony in the open air. In the country where he lived, it was customary to keep the head always covered except on such occasions. Maury 48, reports new observations on dreams produced in himself. A number of other attempts produced no results. 1. He was tickled with a feather on his lips and on the tip of his nose. He dreamed of awful torture, viz. that a mask of pitch was stuck to his face and then forcibly torn off, taking the skin with it. 2. Scissors were sharpened on pincers. He heard bells ringing, then sounds of alarm which took him back to the June days of 1848. 3. Cologne water was put on his nose. He found himself in Cairo in the shop of John Maria Farina. This was followed by mad adventures which he was unable to reproduce. 4. His neck was lightly pinched. He dreamed that a blistering plaster was put on him, and thought of a doctor who treated him in his childhood. 5. A hot iron was brought near his face. He dreamed that chauffeurs G. broke into the house and forced the occupants 20 to give up their money by sticking their feet into burning coals. The Duchess of Abrantes, whose secretary he imagined himself in the dream, then entered. 6. A drop of water was let fall on his forehead. He imagined himself in Italy perspiring heavily and drinking white wine of Orvieto. 7. When a burning candle was repeatedly focused on him through red paper, he dreamed of the weather, of heat, and of a storm at sea which he once experienced in the English Channel. Hervey, 34, Weigand, 75, and others have made other attempts to produce dreams experimentally. Many have observed the striking skill of the dream in interweaving into its structure sudden impressions from the outer world in such a manner as to present a gradually prepared and initiated catastrophe. Hildebrandt 35. In former years, this author relates, I occasionally made use of an alarm clock in order to wake regularly at a certain hour in the morning. It probably happened hundreds of times that the sound of this instrument fitted into an apparently very long and connected dream, as if the entire dream had been especially designed for it, as if it found in this sound its appropriate and logically indispensable point, its inevitable issue. I shall cite 3 of these alarm clock dreams for another purpose. Vokelt, p. 68, relates, a composer once dreamed that he was teaching school, and was just explaining something to his pupils. He had almost finished when he turned to one of the boys with the question, "Did you understand me?" The boy cried out like one possessed. Annoyed at this, he reprimanded him for shouting. But now the entire class was screaming Orya, then Yurio, and finally Furio. He was now aroused by an actual alarm of fire in the street. Garnier, Traité des facultés de l'homme, 1865, reported by Radestock, 54, relates that Napoleon I, while sleeping in a carriage, was awakened from a dream by an explosion which brought back to him the crossing of the Tagliamento and the bombarding of the Austrians, so that he started up crying, "We are undermined." The following dream of Maury 48, has become celebrated. 21 He was sick, and remained in bed, his mother sat beside him. He then dreamed of the reign of terror at the time of the Revolution. He took part in terrible scenes of murder, and finally he himself was summoned before the tribunal. There he saw Robespierre, Marat, Fouquier-Tinville, and all the sorry heroes of that cruel epoch. He had to give an account of himself, and, after all sort of incidents which did not fix themselves in his memory, he was sentenced to death. Accompanied by an enormous crowd, he was led to the place of execution. He mounted the scaffold, the executioner tied him to the board, it tipped, and the knife of the guillotine fell. He felt his head severed from the trunk, and awakened in terrible anxiety, only to find that the top piece of the bed had fallen down, and had actually struck his cervical vertebra in the same manner as the knife of a guillotine. This dream gave rise to an interesting discussion introduced by Le Lorraine 45, and Egger 20, in the Revue Philosophique. The question was whether, and how, it was possible for the dreamer to crowd together an amount of dream content apparently so large in the short space of time elapsing between the perception of the waking stimulus and the awakening. Examples of this nature make it appear that the objective stimuli during sleep are the most firmly established of all the dream sources. Indeed, it is the only stimulus which plays any part in the layman's knowledge. If we ask an educated person, who is, however, unacquainted with the literature of dreams, how dreams originate, he is sure to answer by referring to a case familiar to him in which a dream has been explained after waking by a recognized objective stimulus. Scientific investigation cannot, however, stop here, but is incited to further research by the observation that the stimulus influencing the senses during sleep does not appear in the dream at all in its true form, but is replaced by some other presentation which is in some way related to it. But the relation existing between the stimulus and the result of the dream is, according to Maury, 47, une finite quelconque mais qui n'est pas unique et exclusive, p. 72. If we read, for example, 3 of Hildebrandt's alarm clock dreams, we will then have to inquire why the same stimulus evokes so many different results, and why just these results and no others. 22 p. 37. I am taking a walk on a beautiful spring morning. I saunter through the green fields to a neighboring village, where I see the natives going to church in great numbers, wearing their holiday attire and carrying their books under their arms. I remember that it is Sunday, and that the morning service will soon begin. I decide to attend it, but as I am somewhat overheated I also decide to cool off in the cemetery surrounding the church. While reading the various epitaphs, I hear the sexton ascend the tower and see the small village bell in the cupola which is about to give signal for the beginning of the devotions. For another short while it hangs motionless, then it begins to swing, and suddenly its notes resound so clearly and penetratingly that my sleep comes to an end. But the sound of bells comes from the alarm clock. A second combination. It is a clear day, the streets are covered with deep snow. I have promised to take part in a sleigh ride, but have had to wait for some time before it was announced that the sleigh is in front of my house. The preparations for getting into the sleigh are now made. I put on my furs and adjust my muff, and at last I am in my place. But the departure is still delayed, until the reins give the impatient horses the perceptible sign. They start, and the sleigh bells, now forcibly shaken, begin their familiar Janizary music with a force that instantly tears the gossamer of my dream. Again it is only the shrill sound of my alarm clock. Still a third example. I see the kitchen maid walk along the corridor to the dining room with several dozen plates piled up. The porcelain column in her arms seems to me to be in danger of losing its equilibrium. "Take care," I exclaim, "you will drop the whole pile." The usual retort is naturally not wanting, that she is used to such things. Meanwhile I continue to follow her with my worried glance, and behold! At the doorstep the fragile dishes fall, tumble, and roll across the floor in hundreds of pieces. But I soon notice that the noise continuing endlessly is not really a rattling but a true ringing, and with this ringing the dreamer now becomes aware that the alarm clock has done its duty. The question why the dreaming mind misjudges the nature of the objective sensory stimulus has been answered by 23 Strumpel, 66, and almost identically by Wundt, 76, to the effect that the reaction of the mind to the attacking stimuli in sleep is determined by the formation of illusions. A sensory impression is recognized by us and correctly interpreted, i.e. it is classed with the memory group to which it belongs according to all previous experience, if the impression is strong, clear, and long enough, and if we have the necessary time at our disposal for this reflection. If these conditions are not fulfilled, we mistake the objects which give rise to the impression, and on its basis we form an illusion. If one takes a walk in an open field and perceives indistinctly a distant object, it may happen that he will at first take it for a horse. On closer inspection, the image of a cow resting may obtrude itself, and the presentation may finally resolve itself with certainty into a group of people sitting. The impressions which the mind receives during sleep through outer stimuli are of a similar and distinct nature. They give rise to illusions because the impression evokes a greater or lesser number of memory pictures through which the impression receives its psychic value. In which of the many spheres of memory to be taken into consideration the corresponding pictures are aroused, and which of the possible association connections thereby come into force, this, even according to Strumpel, remains indeterminable, and is left, as it were, to the caprice of the psychic life. We may here take our choice. We may admit that the laws of the dream formation cannot really be traced any further, and therefore refrain from asking whether or not the interpretation of the illusion evoked by the sensory impression depends upon still other conditions, or we may suppose that the objective sensory stimulus encroaching upon sleep plays only a modest part as a dream source, and that other factors determine the choice of the memory picture to be evoked. Indeed, on carefully examining Maury's experimentally produced dreams, which I have purposely reported in detail, one is apt to think that the experiment really explains the origin of only one of the dream elements, and that the rest of the dream content appears in fact too independent, too much determined in detail, to be explained by the one demand, viz. That it must agree with the element experimentally introduced. Indeed, 24.1 even begins to doubt the illusion theory, and the power of the objective impression to form the dream, when one learns that this impression at times experiences the most peculiar and far-fetched interpretations during the sleeping state. Thus B.M. Simon 63 tells of a dream in which he saw persons of gigantic stature seated at a table, and heard distinctly the awful rattling produced by the impact of their jaws while chewing. On waking he heard the clacking of the hoofs of a horse galloping past his window. If the noise of the horse's hoofs had recalled ideas from the memory sphere of Gulliver's Travels, the sojourn with the giants of Brobdingnag and the virtuous horse creatures, as I should perhaps interpret it without any assistance on the author's part, should not the choice of a memory sphere so uncommon for the stimulus have some further illumination from other motives? 2. Internal, subjective, sensory stimuli. Notwithstanding all objections to the contrary, we must admit that the role of the objective sensory stimuli as a producer of dreams has been indisputably established, and if these stimuli seem perhaps insufficient in their nature and frequency to explain all dream pictures, we are then directed to look for other dream sources acting in an analogous manner. I do not know where the idea originated that along with the outer sensory stimuli the inner, subjective, stimuli should also be considered, but as a matter of fact this is done more or less fully in all the more recent descriptions of the etiology of dreams. An important part is played in dream illusions, says Wundt 36, p. 363, by those subjective sensations of seeing and hearing which are familiar to us in the waking state as a luminous chaos in the dark field of vision, ringing, buzzing, and of the ears, and especially irritation of the retina. This explains the remarkable tendency of the dream to delude the eyes with numbers of similar or identical objects. Thus we see spread before our eyes numberless birds, butterflies, fishes, colored beads, flowers, and Here the luminous dust in the dark field of vision has taken on fantastic figures, and the many luminous points of which it consists are embodied by the dream in as many single pictures, which are looked upon as moving objects owing to the mobility 25 of the luminous chaos. This is also the root of the great fondness of the dream for the most complex animal figures, the multiplicity of forms readily following the form of the subjective light pictures. The subjective sensory stimuli as a source of the dream have the obvious advantage that unlike the objective stimuli they are independent of external accidents. They are, so to speak, at the disposal of the explanation as often as it needs them. They are, however, in so far inferior to the objective sensory stimuli that the role of dream insider, which observation and experiment have proven for the latter, can be verified in their case only with difficulty or not at all. The main proof for the dream inciting power of subjective sensory excitements is offered by the so-called hypnagogic hallucinations, which have been described by John Muller as fantastic visual manifestations. They are those very vivid and changeable pictures which occur regularly in many people during the period of falling asleep, and which may remain for a while even after the eyes have been opened. Maury, 48, who was considerably troubled by them, subjected them to a thorough study, and maintained that they are related to or rather identical with dream pictures. This has already been asserted by John Muller. Maury states that a certain psychic passivity is necessary for their origin. It requires a relaxation of the tension of attention, p. 59. but in any ordinary disposition a hypnagogic hallucination may be produced by merging for a second into such lethargy, after which one perhaps awakens until this oft-repeated process terminates in sleep. According to Mori, if one awakens shortly thereafter, it is often possible to demonstrate the same pictures in the dream which one has perceived as hypnagogic hallucinations before falling asleep. P. 134. Thus it once happened to Mori with a group of pictures of grotesque figures, with distorted features and strange headdresses, which obtruded themselves upon him with incredible importunity during the period of falling asleep, and which he recalled having dreamed upon awakening. On another occasion, while suffering from hunger, because he kept himself on a rather strict diet, he saw hypnagogically a plate and a hand armed with a fork taking some food from the plate. In his dream he found himself at a table abundantly supplied with 26 food, and heard the rattle made by the diners with their forks. On still another occasion, after falling asleep with irritated and painful eyes, he had the hypnagogic hallucination of seeing microscopically small characters which he was forced to decipher one by one with great exertion. Having been awakened from his sleep an hour later, he recalled a dream in which there was an open book with very small letters, which he was obliged to read through with laborious effort. Just as in the case of these pictures, auditory hallucinations of words, names, and may also appear hypnagogically, and then repeat themselves in the dream, like an overture announcing the principal motive of the opera which is to follow. A more recent observer of hypnagogic hallucinations, G. Trumbull Ladd, 40, takes the same path pursued by John Mulla and Mori. By dint of practice he succeeded in acquiring the faculty of suddenly arousing himself, without opening his eyes, 2 to 5 minutes after having gradually fallen asleep, which gave him opportunity to compare the sensations of the retina just vanishing with the dream pictures remaining in his memory. He assures us that an intimate relation between the two can always be recognized, in the sense that the luminous dots and lines of the spontaneous light of the retina produced, so to speak, the sketched outline or scheme for the psychically perceived dream figures. A dream, for example, in which he saw in front of him clearly printed lines which he read and studied, corresponded to an arrangement of the luminous dots and lines in the retina in parallel lines, or, to express it in his own words, the clearly printed page, which he was reading in the dream, resolved itself into an object which appeared to his waking perception like part of an actual printed sheet looked at through a little hole in a piece of paper, from too great a distance to be made out distinctly. Without in any way underestimating the central part of the phenomenon, Ladd believes that hardly any visual dream occurs in our minds that is not based on material furnished by this inner condition of stimulation in the retina. This is particularly true of dreams occurring shortly after falling asleep in a dark room, while dreams occurring in the morning near the period of awakening receive their stimulation from the objective light penetrating the eye from the lightened room. 27. The shifting and endlessly variable character of the spontaneous luminous excitation of the retina corresponds exactly to the fitful succession of pictures presented to us in our dreams. If we attach any importance to Ladd's observations, we cannot underrate the productiveness of this subjective source of excitation for the dream, for visual pictures apparently form the principal constituent of our dreams. The share furnished from the spheres of the other senses, beside the sense of hearing, is more insignificant and inconstant. 3. Internal, organic, physical excitation. If we are disposed to seek dream sources not outside, but inside, the organism, we must remember that almost all our internal organs, which in their healthy state hardly remind us of their existence, may, in states of excitation, as we call them, or in disease, become for us a source of the most painful sensations, which must be put on an equality with the external excitants of the pain and sensory stimuli. It is on the strength of very old experience that, for example, Strumpel 66, declares that during sleep the mind becomes far more deeply and broadly conscious of its connection with the body than in the waking state, and it is compelled to receive and be influenced by stimulating impressions originating in parts and changes of the body of which it is unconscious in the waking state. Even Aristotle 1, declares it quite possible that the dream should draw our attention to incipient morbid conditions which we have not noticed at all in the waking state owing to the exaggeration given by the dream to the impressions, and some medical authors, who were certainly far from believing in any prophetic power of the dream, have admitted this significance of the dream at least for the foretelling of disease. Compare M. Simon, p. 31, and many older authors. Even in our times there seems to be no lack of authenticated examples of such diagnostic performances on the part of the dream. Thus Tissy 68, cites from Artigues, Essai sur la valeur sémiologique des rêves, the history of a woman of 43 years, who, during several years of apparently perfect health, was troubled with anxiety dreams, and in whom medical examination later disclosed an incipient affection of the heart to which she soon succumbed. Serious disturbances of the internal organs apparently act 28 as inciters of dreams in a considerable number of persons. Attention is quite generally called to the frequency of anxiety dreams and the diseases of the heart and lungs. Indeed, this relation of the dream life is placed so conspicuously in the foreground by many authors that I shall here content myself with a mere reference to the literature. Radestock, 54, Spitter, 64, Mori, M. Simon, Tissey even assumes that the diseased organs impress upon the dream content their characteristic features. The dreams of persons suffering from diseases of the heart are generally very brief and terminate in a terrified awakening. The situation of death under terrible circumstances almost always plays a part in their content. Those suffering from diseases of the lungs dream of suffocation, of being crowded, and of flight, and a great many of them are subject to the well-known nightmare, which, by the way, Borner has succeeded in producing experimentally by lying on the face and closing up the openings of the respiratory organs. In digestive disturbances, the dream contains ideas from the sphere of enjoyment and disgust. Finally, the influence of sexual excitement on the dream content is perceptible enough in everyone's experience, and lends the strongest support to the entire theory of the dream excitation through organic sensation. Moreover, as we go through the literature of the dream, it becomes quite obvious that some of the authors, Mori, 48, Weigand 75, have been led to the study of dream problems by the influence of their own pathological state on the content of their dreams. The addition to dream sources from these undoubtedly established facts is, however, not as important as one might be led to suppose, for the dream is a phenomenon which occurs in healthy persons, perhaps in all persons, and every night, and a pathological state of the organs is apparently not one of its indispensable conditions. For us, however, the question is not whence particular dreams originate, but what may be the exciting source for the ordinary dreams of normal persons. But we need go only a step further to find a dream source which is more prolific than any of those mentioned above, which indeed promises to be inexhaustible in every case. If 29 it is established that the bodily organs become in sickness an exciting source of dreams, and if we admit that the mind, diverted during sleep from the outer world, can devote more attention to the interior of the body, we may readily assume that the organs need not necessarily become diseased in order to permit stimuli, which in some way or other grow into dream pictures, to reach the sleeping mind. What in the waking state we broadly perceive as general sensation, distinguishable by its quality alone, to which, in the opinion of the physicians, all the organic systems contribute their shares, this general sensation at night attaining powerful efficiency and becoming active with its individual components, would naturally furnish the most powerful as well as the most common source for the production of the dream presentations. It still remains, however, to examine according to what rule the organic sensations become transformed into dream presentations. The theory of the origin of dreams just stated has been the favorite with all medical authors. The obscurity which conceals the essence of our being, the moi splanchnique, as Tissey terms it, from our knowledge and the obscurity of the origin of the dream correspond too well not to be brought into relation with each other. The train of thought which makes organic sensation the inciter of the dream has besides another attraction for the physician, inasmuch as it favors the etiological union of the dream and mental diseases, which show so many agreements in their manifestations, for alterations in the organic sensations and excitations emanating from the inner organs are both of wide significance in the origin of the psychoses. It is therefore not surprising that the theory of bodily sensation can be traced to more than one originator who has propounded it independently. A number of authors have been influenced by the train of ideas developed by the philosopher Schopenhauer in 1851. Our conception of the universe originates through the fact that our intellect recasts the impressions coming to it from without in the molds of time, space, and causality. The sensations from the interior of the organism, proceeding from the sympathetic nervous system, exert in the daytime an influence on our mood for the most part unconscious. At 30 night, however, when the overwhelming influence of the day's impressions is no longer felt, the impressions pressing upward from the interior are able to gain attention, just as in the night we hear the rippling of the spring that was rendered inaudible by the noise of the day. In what other way, then, could the intellect react upon these stimuli than by performing its characteristic function? It will transform the stimuli into figures, filling space and time, which move at the beginning of causality, and thus the dream originates. Skerner, 58, and after him Vokelt, 72, attempted to penetrate into closer relations between physical sensations and dream pictures, but we shall reserve the discussion of these attempts for the chapter on the theory of the dream. In a study particularly logical in its development, the psychiatrist Krauss 39 found the origin of the dream as well as of deliria and delusions in the same element, viz. The organically determined sensation. According to this author, there is hardly a place in the organism which might not become the starting point of a dream or of a delusion. Now organically determined sensations may be divided into two classes: 1. Those of the total feeling, general sensations; 2. specific sensations which are inherent in the principal systems of the vegetative organism, which may be divided into 5 groups: A. The muscular, B. The pneumatic, C. The gastric, D. The sexual, E. The peripheral sensations, p. 33 of the second article. The origin of the dream picture on the basis of the physical sensations is conceived by Krauss as follows: the awakened sensation evokes a presentation related to it in accordance with some law of association, and combines with this, thus forming an organic structure, towards which, however, consciousness does not maintain its normal attitude. For it does not bestow any attention on the sensation itself, but concerns itself entirely with the accompanying presentation. This is likewise the reason why the state of affairs in question should have been so long misunderstood. P. 11, and c. Krauss finds for this process the specific term of transubstantiation of the feeling into dream pictures, p. 24. That the organic bodily sensations exert some influence on the formation of the dream is nowadays almost universally acknowledged, but the question as to the law underlying the 31 relation between the two is answered in various ways and often in obscure terms. On the basis of the theory of bodily excitation, the special task of dream interpretation is to trace back the content of a dream to the causative organic stimulus, and if we do not recognize the rules of interpretation advanced by Skerner, 58, we frequently find ourselves confronted with the awkward fact that the organic exciting source reveals itself in the content of the dream only. A certain agreement, however, is manifested in the interpretation of the various forms of dreams which have been designated as typical because they recur in so many persons with almost the same contents. Among these are the well-known dreams of falling from heights, of the falling out of teeth, of flying, and of embarrassment because of being naked or barely clad. This last dream is said to be caused simply by the perception felt in sleep that one is thrown off the bed cover and is exposed. The dream of the falling out of teeth is explained by dental irritation, which does not, however, of necessity imply a morbid state of excitation in the teeth. According to Strumpel, 66, the flying dream is the adequate picture used by the mind to interpret the sum of excitation emanating from the rising and sinking of the pulmonary lobes after the cutaneous sensation of the thorax has been reduced to insensibility. It is this latter circumstance that causes a sensation related to the conception of flying. Falling from a height in a dream is said to have its cause in the fact that when unconsciousness of the sensation of cutaneous pressure has set in, either an arm falls away from the body or a flexed knee is suddenly stretched out, causing the feeling of cutaneous pressure to return to consciousness, and the transition to consciousness embodies itself psychically as a dream of falling. Strumpel, p. 118. The weakness of these plausible attempts at explanation evidently lies in the fact that without any further elucidation they allow this or that group of organic sensations to disappear from psychic perception or to obtrude themselves upon it until the constellation favorable for the explanation has been established. I shall, however, later have occasion to recur to typical dreams and to their origin. From comparison of a series of similar dreams, M. Simon 63, endeavored to formulate certain rules for the influence of the 32 organic sensations on the determination of the resulting dream. He says, p. 34, if any organic apparatus, which during sleep normally participates in the expression of an affect, for any reason merges into the state of excitation to which it is usually aroused by that affect, the dream thus produced will contain presentations which fit the affect. Another rule reads as follows, p. 35, if an organic apparatus is in a state of activity, excitation, or disturbance during sleep, the dream will bring ideas which are related to the exercise of the organic function which is performed by that apparatus. Maurerly Vold 73, has undertaken to prove experimentally the influence assumed by the theory of bodily sensation for a single territory. He has made experiments in altering the positions of the sleeper's limbs, and has compared the resulting dream with his alterations. As a result, he reports the following theories. 1. The position of a limb in a dream corresponds approximately to that of reality, i.e., we dream of a static condition of the limb which corresponds to the real condition. 2. When one dreams of a moving limb, it always happens that one of the positions occurring in the execution of this movement corresponds to the real position. 3. The position of one's own limb may be attributed in the dream to another person. 4. One may dream further that the movement in question is impeded. 5. The limb in any particular position may appear in the dream as an animal or monster, in which case a certain analogy between the two is established. 6. The position of a limb may incite in the dream ideas which bear some relation or other to this limb. Thus, for example, if we are employed with the fingers, we dream of numerals. Such results would lead me to conclude that even the theory of bodily sensation cannot fully extinguish the apparent freedom in the determination of the dream picture to be awakened. I-33-4. Psychic exciting sources. In treating the relations of the dream to the waking life and the origin of the dream material, we learned that the earliest as well as the latest investigators agreed that men dream of what they are doing in the daytime, and of what they are interested in during the waking state. This interest continuing from waking life into sleep, besides being a psychic tie joining the dream to life, also furnishes us a dream source not to be underestimated, which, taken with those stimuli which become interesting and active during sleep, suffices to explain the origin of all dream pictures. But we have also heard the opposite of the above assertion, viz. That the dream takes the sleeper away from the interests of the day, and that in most cases we do not dream of things that have occupied our attention during the day until after they have lost for the waking life the stimulus of actuality. Hence in the analysis of the dream life we are reminded at every step that it is inadmissible to frame general rules without making provision for qualifications expressed by such terms as frequently, as a rule, in most cases, and without preparing for the validity of the exceptions. If the conscious interest, together with the inner and outer sleep stimuli, suffice to cover the etiology of the dreams, we ought to be in a position to give a satisfactory account of the origin of all the elements of a dream. The riddle of the dream sources would thus be solved, leaving only the task of separating the part played by the psychic and the somatic dream stimuli in individual dreams. But as a matter of fact, no such complete solution of a dream has ever been accomplished in any case, and, what is more, every one attempting such solution has found that in most cases there have remained a great many components of the dream, the source of which he was unable to explain. The daily interest as a psychic source of dreams is evidently not far-reaching enough to justify the confident assertions to the effect that we all continue our waking affairs in the dream. Other psychic sources of dreams are unknown. Hence, with the exception perhaps of the explanation of dreams given by Skerner, 58, which will be referred to later, all explanations found in the literature show a large gap when we come to the derivation of the material for the presentation pictures, which 34 is most characteristic for the dream. In this dilemma the majority of authors have developed a tendency to depreciate as much as possible the psychic factor in the excitations of dreams which is so difficult to approach. To be sure, they distinguish as a main division of dreams the nerve exciting and the association dreams, and assert that the latter has its source exclusively in reproduction, Wundt, 76, p. 365, but they cannot yet dismiss the doubt whether they do not appear without being impelled by the psychical stimulus, Voekelt, 72, p. 127. The characteristic quality of the pure association dream is also found wanting. To quote Voekelt, p. 118, in the association dreams proper we can no longer speak of such a firm nucleus. Here the loose grouping penetrates also into the center of the dream. The ideation which is already set free from reason and intellect is here no longer held together by the more important psychical and mental stimuli, but is left to its own aimless shifting and complete confusion. Wundt, 2, attempts to depreciate the psychic factor in the stimulation of dreams by declaring that the phantasms of the dream certainly are unjustly regarded as pure hallucinations, and that probably most dream presentations are really illusions, inasmuch as they emanate from slight sensory impressions which are never extinguished during sleep, p. 338, and c. Weygand 75, agrees with this view, but generalizes it. He asserts that the first source of all dream presentations is a sensory stimulus to which reproductive associations are then joined, p. 17. Tissy 68, goes still further in repressing the psychic exciting sources, p. 183, Les rêves d'origine absolument psychique n'existent pas, and elsewhere, p. 6, Les pensées de nos rêves nous viennent de dehors. Those authors who, like the influential philosopher Wundt, adopt a middle course do not fail to remark that in most dreams there is a cooperation of the somatic stimuli with the psychic instigators of the dream, the latter being either unknown or recognized as day interests. We shall learn later that the riddle of the dream formation can be solved by the disclosure of an unsuspected psychic source of excitement. For the present we shall not be surprised at the overestimation of those stimuli for the formation of the dream which do not originate from psychic life. It is 35 not merely because they alone can easily be found and even confirmed by experiment, but the somatic conception of the origin of dreams thoroughly corresponds to the mode of thinking in vogue nowadays in psychiatry. Indeed, the mastery of the brain over the organism is particularly emphasized, but everything that might prove an independence of the psychic life from the demonstrable organic changes, or a spontaneity in its manifestations, is alarming to the psychiatrist nowadays, as if an acknowledgement of the same were bound to bring back the times of natural philosophy and the metaphysical conception of the psychic essence. The distrust of the psychiatrist has placed the psyche under a guardian, so to speak, and now demands that none of its feelings shall divulge any of its own faculties, but this attitude shows slight confidence in the stability of the causal concatenation which extends between the material and the psychic. Even where on investigation the psychic can be recognized as the primary course of a phenomenon, a more profound penetration will some day succeed in finding a continuation of the path to the organic determination of the psychic. But where the psychic must be taken as the terminus for our present knowledge, it should not be denied on that account. D. Why the dream is forgotten after awakening. That the dream fades away in the morning is proverbial. To be sure, it is capable of recollection. For we know the dream only by recalling it after awakening, but very often we believe that we remember it only incompletely, and that during the night there was more of it. We can observe how the memory of a dream which has been still vivid in the morning vanishes in the course of the day, leaving only a few small fragments. We often know that we have been dreaming, but we do not know what, and we are so well used to the fact that the dream is liable to be forgotten that we do not reject as absurd the possibility that one may have been dreaming even when one knows nothing in the morning of either the contents or the fact of dreaming. On the other hand, it happens that dreams manifest an extraordinary retentiveness in the memory. I have had occasion to analyze with my patients dreams which had occurred to them 25 years or more previously, and I can remember a dream of my 36 own which is separated from the present day by at least 37 years, and yet has lost nothing of its freshness in my memory. All this is very remarkable, and for the present incomprehensible. The forgetting of dreams is treated in the most detailed manner by Strumpel. 66. This forgetting is evidently a complex phenomenon, for Strumpel does not explain it by a single reason, but by a considerable number of reasons. In the first place, all those factors which produce forgetfulness in the waking state are also determinant for the forgetting of dreams. When awake we are wont soon to forget a large number of sensations and perceptions because they are too feeble, and because they are connected with a slight amount of emotional feeling. This is also the case with many dream pictures. They are forgotten because they are too weak, while stronger pictures in proximity will be remembered. Moreover, the factor of intensity in itself is not the only determinant for the preservation of the dream pictures. Strumpel, as well as other authors, Calkins, admits that dream pictures are often rapidly forgotten, although they are known to have been vivid, whereas among those that are retained in memory there are many that are very shadowy and hazy. Besides, in the waking state one is wont to forget easily what happened only once, and to note more easily things of repeated occurrence. But most dream pictures are single experiences, and this peculiarity equally contributes towards the forgetting of all dreams. Of greater significance is a third motive for forgetting. In order that feelings, presentations, thoughts and the like, should attain a certain degree of memory, it is important that they should not remain isolated, but that they should enter into connections and associations of a suitable kind. If the words of a short verse are taken and mixed together, it will be very difficult to remember them. When well arranged in suitable sequence one word will help another, and the whole remains a sense easily and firmly in the memory for a long time. Contradictions we usually retain with just as much difficulty and rarity as things confused and disarranged. Now dreams in most cases lack sense and order. Dream 37 compositions are by their very nature incapable of being remembered, and they are forgotten because they usually crumble together the very next moment. To be sure, these conclusions are not in full accord with the observation of Radestock 54, p. 168, that we retain best just those dreams which are most peculiar. According to Strumpel, there are still other factors effective in the forgetting of dreams which are derived from the relation of the dream to the waking state. The forgetfulness of the waking consciousness for dreams is evidently only the counterpart of the fact already mentioned, that the dream, almost, never takes over successive memories from the waking state, but only certain details of these memories which it tears away from the habitual psychic connections in which they are recalled while we are awake. The dream composition, therefore, has no place in the company of psychic successions which fill the mind. It lacks all the aids of memory. In this manner the dream structure rises, as it were, from the soil of our psychic life, and floats in psychic space like a cloud in the sky, which the next breath of air soon dispels. p. 87. This is also aided by the fact that, upon awakening, the attention is immediately seized by the inrushing sensory world, and only very few dream pictures can withstand this power. They fade away before the impressions of the new day like the glow of the stars before the sunlight. As a last factor favoring the forgetting of dreams, we may mention the fact that most people generally take little interest in their dreams. One who investigates dreams for a time, and takes a special interest in them, usually dreams more during that time than at any other, that is, he remembers his dreams more easily and more frequently. Two other reasons for the forgetting of dreams added by Bonatelli, given by Bonini 3, to those of Strumpel have already been included in the latter, namely, 1. That the change of the general feeling between the sleeping and waking states is unfavorable to the mutual reproductions, and, 2. That the different arrangement of the presentation material in the dream makes the dream untranslatable, so to speak, for the waking consciousness. It is the more remarkable, as Strumpel observes, that, in 38 spite of all these reasons for forgetting the dream, so many dreams are retained in memory. The continued efforts of the authors to formulate laws for the remembering of dreams amounts to an admission that here too there is something puzzling and unsolved. Certain peculiarities relating to the memory of dreams have been particularly noticed of late, for example, that a dream which is considered forgotten in the morning may be recalled in the course of the day through a perception which accidentally touches the forgotten content of the dream. Radestock, 54, Tissy 68. The entire memory of the dream is open to an objection calculated to depreciate its value very markedly in critical eyes. One may doubt whether our memory, which emits so much from the dream, does not falsify what it retained. Such doubts relating to the exactness of the reproduction of the dream are expressed by Strumpel when he says, "It therefore easily happens that the active consciousness involuntarily inserts much in recollection of the dream. One imagines one has dreamt all sorts of things which the actual dream did not contain." Jessen 36, p. 547, expresses himself very decidedly. Moreover, we must not lose sight of the fact, hitherto little heeded, that in the investigation and interpretation of orderly and logical dreams we almost always play with the truth when we recall a dream to memory. Unconsciously and unwittingly we fill up the gaps and supplement the dream pictures. Rarely, and perhaps never, has a connected dream been as connected as it appears to us in memory. Even the most truth-loving person can hardly relate a dream without exaggerating and embellishing it. The tendency of the human mind to conceive everything in connection is so great that it unwittingly supplies the deficiencies of connection if the dream is recalled somewhat disconnectedly. The observations of V. Eggers, 20, though surely independently conceived, sound almost like a translation of Jessen's words. L'observation des rêves est difficult spéciale et le seul moyen d'éviter toute erreur en pareille matière est de confier au papier sans le moindre retard ce que l'on vient de prouver et de remarquer, sinon, l'oubli vient vite ou total ou partiel. L'oubli total est sans gravité, mais l'oubli partiel 39 est parfait, car si l'on se met ensuite à raconter ce que l'on n'a pas oublié, on est exposé à compléter par imagination les fragments incohérents et disjoints fournis par la mémoire, on devient artiste à son insu, et le récit, périodiquement répété s'impose à la créance de son auteur, qui, de bonne foi, le présente comme un fait authentique, domaine et oublie selon les bonnes méthodes. Similarly Spitter, 64, who seems to think that it is only in our attempt to reproduce the dream that we put in order the loosely associated dream elements, to make connection out of disconnection, that is, to add the process of logical connection which is absent in the dream. As we do not at present possess any other objective control for the reliability of our memory, and as indeed such a control is impossible in examining the dream which is our own experience, and for which our memory is the only source, it is a question what value we may attach to our recollections of dreams. The psychological peculiarities of dreams. In the scientific investigation of the dream we start with the assumption that the dream is an occurrence of our own psychic activity. Nevertheless, the finished dream appears to us as something strange, the authorship of which we are so little forced to recognize that we can just as easily say a dream appeared to me, as I have dreamt. Whence this psychic strangeness of the dream? According to our discussion of the sources of dreams, we may suppose that it does not depend on the material reaching the dream content, because this is for the most part common to the dream life and waking life. One may ask whether in the dream it is not changes in the psychic processes which call forth this impression, and may so put to test a psychological characteristic of the dream. No one has more strongly emphasized the essential difference between dream and waking life, and utilized this difference for more far-reaching conclusions, than G.H. Fechner 25, in some observations in his Elements of Psychophysic, p. 520, part 11. He believes that neither the simple depression of conscious psychic life under the main threshold, nor the distraction of attention from the influences of the outer world, suffices to explain the peculiarities of the dream life as compared with the waking life. He rather believes that the scene of dreams is laid elsewhere than in the waking presentation life. If the scene of the psychophysical activity were the same during the sleeping and the waking states, the dream, in my opinion, could only be a continuation of the waking ideation maintaining itself at a lower degree of intensity, and must moreover share with the latter its material and form. But the state of affairs is quite different. What Fechner really meant has never been made clear, nor has anybody else, to my knowledge, followed further the road, the clue to which he indicated in this remark. An anatomical interpretation in the sense of physiological brain localizations, or even in reference to histological sections of the cerebral cortex, will surely have to be excluded. The thought may, however, prove ingenious and fruitful if it can be referred to a psychic apparatus which is constructed out of many instances placed one behind another. Other authors have been content to render prominent one or another of the tangible psychological peculiarities of the dream life, and perhaps to take these as a starting point for more far-reaching attempts at explanation. It has been justly remarked that one of the main peculiarities of the dream life appears even in the state of falling asleep, and is to be designated as the phenomenon inducing sleep. According to Schleiermacher 61, p. 351, The characteristic part of the waking state is the fact that the psychic activity occurs in ideas rather than in pictures. But the dream thinks in pictures, and one may observe that with the approach of sleep the voluntary activities become difficult in the same measure as the involuntary appear, the latter belonging wholly to the class of pictures. The inability for such presentation work as we perceive to be intentionally desired, and the appearance of pictures which is regularly connected with this distraction, these are two qualities which are constant in the dream, and which in its psychological analysis we must recognize as essential characters of the dream life. Concerning the pictures, the hypnagogic hallucinations, we have discovered that even in their content they are identical with the dream pictures. The dream therefore thinks preponderantly, but not 41 exclusively, in visual pictures. It also makes use of auditory pictures, and to a lesser extent of the impressions of the other senses. Much is also simply thought or imagined, probably represented by remnants of word presentations, just as in the waking state. But still what is characteristic for the dream is only those elements of the content which act like pictures, i.e. which resemble more the perceptions than the memory presentations. Disregarding all the discussions concerning the nature of hallucinations, familiar to every psychiatrist, we can say, with all well-versed authors, that the dream hallucinates, that is, replaces thoughts through hallucinations. In this respect there is no difference between visual and acoustic presentations. It has been noticed that the memory of a succession of sounds with which one falls asleep becomes transformed while sinking into sleep into an hallucination of the same melody, so as to make room again on awakening, which may repeatedly alternate with falling into a slumber, for the softer memory presentations which are differently formed in quality. The transformation of an idea into an hallucination is not the only deviation of the dream from a waking thought which perhaps corresponds to it. From these pictures the dream forms a situation, it presents something in the present, it dramatizes an idea, as Spitter 64, p. 145, puts it. But the characteristic of this side of the dream life becomes complete only when it is remembered that while dreaming we do not, as a rule, the exceptions require a special explanation, imagine that we are thinking, but that we are living through an experience, i.e., we accept the hallucination with full belief. The criticism that this has not been experienced but only thought in a peculiar manner, dreamt, comes to us only on awakening. This character distinguishes the genuine sleeping dream from daydreaming, which is never confused with reality. The characteristics of the dream life thus far considered have been summed up by Burdock 8, p. 476, in the following sentences. As characteristic features of the dream we may 42 add, a. that the subjective activity of our mind appears as objective, inasmuch as our faculty of perception perceives the products of fantasy as if they were sensory activities, b. sleep abrogates one's self-command, hence falling asleep necessitates a certain amount of passivity. The slumber pictures are conditioned by the relaxation of one's self-command. It is a question now of attempting to explain the credulity of the mind in reference to the dream hallucinations, which can only appear after the suspension of a certain arbitrary activity. Strumpel 66 asserts that the mind behaves in this respect correctly, and in conformity with its mechanism. The dream elements are by no means mere presentations, but true and real experiences of the mind, similar to those that appear in the waking state as a result of the senses, p. 34. Whereas in the waking state the mind represents and thinks in word pictures and language, in the dream it represents and thinks in real tangible pictures, p. 35. Besides, the dream manifests a consciousness of space by transferring the sensations and pictures, just as in the waking state, into an outer space, p. 36. It must therefore be admitted that the mind in the dream is in the same relation to its pictures and perceptions as in the waking state, p. 43. If, however, it is thereby led astray, this is due to the fact that it lacks in sleep the criticism which alone can distinguish between the sensory perceptions emanating from within or from without. It cannot subject its pictures to the tests which alone can prove their objective reality. It furthermore neglects to differentiate between pictures that are arbitrarily interchanged and others where there is no free choice. It errs because it cannot apply to its content the law of causality, p. 58. In brief, its alienation from the outer world contains also the reason for its belief in the subjective dream world. Delboeuf 16 reaches the same conclusion through a somewhat different line of argument. We give to the dream pictures the credence of reality because in sleep we have no other impressions to compare them with, because we are cut off from the outer world. But it is not perhaps because we are unable to make tests in our sleep, that we believe in the truth of our hallucinations. The dream may delude us with 43 all these tests, it may make us believe that we may touch the rose that we see in the dream, and still we only dream. According to Delboeuf there is no valid criterion to show whether something is a dream or a conscious reality, except, and that only in practical generality, the fact of awakening. I declare delusional everything that is experienced between the period of falling asleep and awakening, If I notice on awakening that I lie in my bed undressed, p. 84. I have considered the dream pictures real during sleep in consequence of the mental habit, which cannot be put to sleep, of perceiving an outer world with which I can contrast my ego. L as the deviation from the outer world is taken as the stamp for the most striking characteristics of the dream. It will be worthwhile mentioning some ingenious observations of old Burdock 8, which will throw light on the relation of the sleeping mind to the outer world and at the same time serve to prevent us from overestimating the above deductions. Sleep results only under the condition, says Burdock, that the mind is 44 not excited by sensory stimuli, but it is not the lack of sensory stimuli that conditions sleep, but rather a lack of interest for the same. Some sensory impressions are even necessary in so far as they serve to calm the mind. Thus the miller can fall asleep only when he hears the rattling of his mill, and he who finds it necessary to burn a light at night, as a matter of precaution, cannot fall asleep in the dark. p. 457. The psyche isolates itself during sleep from the outer world, and withdraws from the periphery. Nevertheless, the connection is not entirely interrupted. If one did not hear and feel even during sleep, but only after awakening, he would certainly never awake. The continuance of sensation is even more plainly shown by the fact that we are not always awakened by the mere sensory force of the impression, but by the psychic relation of the same. An indifferent word does not arouse the sleeper, but if called by name he awakens, hence the psyche differentiates sensations during sleep. It is for this reason that we may be awakened by the lack of a sensory stimulus if it relates to the presentation of an important thing. Thus one awakens when the light is extinguished, and the miller when the mill comes to a standstill. That is, the awakening is due to the cessation of a sensory activity, which presupposes that it has been perceived, and that it has not disturbed the mind, being indifferent or rather gratifying. p. 460, and c. If we are willing to disregard these objections, which are not to be taken lightly, we still must admit that the qualities of the dream life thus far considered, which originate by withdrawing from the outer world, cannot fully explain the strangeness of the dream. For otherwise it would be possible to change back the hallucinations of the dream into presentations and the situations of the dream into thoughts, and thus to perform the task of dream interpretation. Now this is what we do when we reproduce the dream from memory after awakening, and whether we are fully or only partially successful in this back translation, the dream still retains its mysteriousness undiminished. Furthermore, all the authors assume unhesitatingly that still other more far-reaching alterations take place in the presentation material of waking life. One of them, Strumpel, 66:45 expresses himself as follows, p. 17, with the cessation of the objectively active outlook and of the normal consciousness, the psyche loses the foundation in which were rooted the feelings, desires, interests, and actions. Those psychic states, feelings, interests, estimates which cling in the waking state to the memory pictures also succumb to an obscure pressure, in consequence of which their connection with the pictures becomes severed. The perception pictures of things, persons, localities, events, and actions of the waking state are singly very abundantly reproduced, but none of these brings along its psychic value. The latter is removed from them, and hence they float about in the mind dependent upon their own resources. This deprivation the picture suffers of its psychic value, which again goes back to the derivation from the outer world, is according to Strumpel mainly responsible for the impression of strangeness with which the dream is confronted in our memory. We have heard that even falling asleep carries with it the abandonment of one of the psychic activities, namely, the voluntary conduct of the presentation course. Thus the supposition, suggested also by other grounds, obtrudes itself, that the sleeping state may extend its influence also over the psychic functions. One or the other of these functions is perhaps entirely suspended. Whether the remaining ones continue to work undisturbed, whether they can furnish normal work under the circumstances, is the next question. The idea occurs to us that the peculiarities of the dream may be explained through the inferior psychic activity during the sleeping state, but now comes the impression made by the dream upon our waking judgment, which is contrary to such a conception. The dream is disconnected, it unites without hesitation the worst contradictions, it allows impossibilities, it disregards our authoritative knowledge from the day, and evinces ethical and moral dullness. He who would behave in the waking state as the dream does in its situations would be considered insane. He who in the waking state would speak in such manner or report such things as occur in the dream content, would impress us as confused and weak-minded. Thus we believe that we are only finding words for the fact 46 when we place but little value on the psychic activity in the dream, and especially when we declare that the higher intellectual activities are suspended or at least much impaired in the dream. With unusual unanimity, the exceptions will be dealt with elsewhere. The authors have pronounced their judgments on the dream, such judgments as lead immediately to a definite theory or explanation of the dream life. It is time that I should supplement the resume which I have just given with a collection of the utterances of different authors, philosophers and physicians, on the psychological character of the dream. According to Lemoyne, 42, the incoherence of the dream picture is the only essential character of the dream. Maury, 48, agrees with him. He says, p. 163, il n'y a pas de rêve absolument raisonnables et qui ne contiennent quelque incohérence, quelque anachronisme, quelque absurdité. According to Hegel, quoted by Spitter, 64, the dream lacks all objective and comprehensible connection. Dugas, 19, says, le rêve, c'est l'anarchie psychique, affective et mentale, c'est le jeu des fonctions livrées à elle-même et s'exerçant sans contrôle et sans but, dans le rêve l'esprit est un automate spirituel. The relaxation, solution, and confusion of the presentation life which is held together through the logical force of the central ego is conceded even by Vokelt, 72, p. 14, according to whose theory the psychic activity during sleep seems in no way aimless. The absurdity of the presentation connections appearing in the dream can hardly be more strongly condemned than it was by Cicero, De Divin. 2. Nihil tam propostere, tam incondite, tam monstruos cogitari potest, quod non possumus somniar. Fechner, 52, says, p. 522, it is as if the psychological activity were transferred from the brain of a reasonable being into the brain of a fool. Radestock, 35, p. 145, says, it seems indeed impossible to recognize in this absurd action any firm law. Having withdrawn itself from the strict police of the rational while guiding the waking presentation life, and of the attention, the dream whirls everything about kaleidoscopically in mad play. 47 Hildebrandt, 35, p. 45, says, what wonderful jumps the dreamer allows himself, for example, in his chain of reasoning. With what unconcern he sees the most familiar laws of experience turned upside down. What ridiculous contradictions he can tolerate in the orders of nature and society before things go too far, as we say, and the overstraining of the nonsense brings an awakening. We often multiply quite unconcernedly, 3 times 3 make 20, we are not at all surprised when a dog recites poetry for us, when a dead person walks to his grave, and when a rock swims on the water. We go in all earnestness by high command to the Duchy of Bernburg or the Principality of Liechtenstein in order to observe the navy of the country, or we allow ourselves to be recruited as a volunteer by Charles XII. Shortly before the Battle of Poltawa. Binns, 4, p. 33, points to a dream theory resulting from the impressions. Among 10 dreams 9 at least have an absurd content. We unite in them persons or things which do not bear the slightest relation to one another. In the next moment, as in a kaleidoscope, the grouping changes, if possible to one more nonsensical and irrational than before. Thus the changing play of the imperfectly sleeping brain continues until we awaken, and put our hand to our forehead and ask ourselves whether we really still possess the faculty of rational imagination and thought. Maury, 48, p. 50, finds for the relation of the dream picture to the waking thoughts, a comparison most impressive for the physician. La production de ces images que chez l'homme éveillé fait le plus souvent naître la volonté, correspond, pour l'intelligence, à ce que quand pour la modélite certains mouvements que nous offrent la théorie et les affections paralytiques. For the rest, he considers the dream toute une série de dégradation de la faculté pensante raisonnante, p. 27. It is hardly necessary to mention the utterances of the authors which repeat Maury's assertion for the individual higher psychic activities. According to Strumpel, 66, some logical mental operations based on relations and connections disappear in the dream, naturally also at points where the nonsense is not obvious, p. 26. According to Spitter, 64, p. 148, the presentations in the dream are entirely withdrawn from the laws of causality. 48 Radestock, 54, and others emphasize the weakness of judgment and decision in the dream. According to Yodel, 37, p. 123, there is no critique in the dream, and no correcting of a series of perceptions through the content of the sum of consciousness. The same author states that all forms of conscious activity occur in the dream, but they are imperfect, inhibited, and isolated from one another. The contradictions manifested in the dream towards our conscious knowledge are explained by Stricker, 77-78, and many others, on the ground that facts are forgotten in the dream and logical relations between presentations are lost, p. 98, and c. The authors who in general speak thus unfavorably about the psychic capacities in the dream, nevertheless admit that the dream retains a certain remnant of psychic activity. Wundt, 76, whose teaching has influenced so many other workers in the dream problems, positively admits this. One might inquire as to the kind and behavior of the remnants of the psychic life which manifest themselves in the dream. It is now quite universally acknowledged that the reproductive capacity, the memory in the dream, seems to have been least affected. Indeed, it may show a certain superiority over the same function in the waking life, vid. Supra, p. 10, although a part of the absurdities of the dream are to be explained by just this forgetfulness of the dream life. According to Spitter, 64, it is the emotional life of the psyche that is not overtaken by sleep and that then directs the dream. By emotion, Gemeth, we understand the constant comprehension of the feelings as the inmost subjective essence of man, p. 84. Schultz 59, p. 37, sees a psychic activity manifested in the dream in the allegorizing interpretation to which the dream material is subjected. Ziebek 62, verifies also in the dream the supplementary interpretative activity, p. 11, which the mind exerts on all that is perceived and viewed. The judgment of the apparently highest psychic function, the consciousness, presents for the dream a special difficulty. As we can know anything only through consciousness, there can be no doubt as to its retention. Spitter, however, believes that only consciousness is retained in the dream, and not self-consciousness. Delboeuf 16, confesses that he is unable to conceive this differentiation. 49 The laws of association which govern the connection of ideas hold true also for the dream pictures. Indeed, their domination evinces itself in a purer and stronger expression in the dream than elsewhere. Strumpel 62, p. 70, says, the dream follows either the laws of undisguised presentations as it seems exclusively or organic stimuli along with such presentations, that is, without being influenced by reflection and reason, aesthetic sense, and moral judgment. The authors whose views I reproduce here conceive the formation of the dream in about the following manner: the sum of sensation stimuli affecting sleep from the various sources, discussed elsewhere, at first awaken in the mind a sum of presentations which represent themselves as hallucinations. According to Wundt, it is more correct to say as illusions, because of their origin from outer and inner stimuli. These unite with one another according to the known laws of association, and, following the same rules, in turn evoke a new series of presentations, pictures. This entire material is then elaborated as well as possible by the still active remnant of the organizing and thinking mental faculties, cf. Wundt 76, and Weygand 75. But thus far no one has been successful in finding the motive which would decide that the awakening of pictures which do not originate objectively follow this or that law of association. But it has been repeatedly observed that the associations which connect the dream presentations with one another are of a particular kind, and different from those found in the waking mental activity. Thus Vokelt 72, says, in the dream, the ideas chase and hunt each other on the strength of accidental similarities and barely perceptible connections. All dreams are pervaded by such loose and free associations. Mori 48, attaches great value to this characteristic of connection between presentations, which allows him to bring the dream life in closer analogy to certain mental disturbances. He recognizes two main characters of the delira: 1, une action spontanée et comme automatique de l'esprit, 2, une association visceuse et irrégulière des idées, p. 126. Mori gives us two excellent examples from his own dreams, in which the mere similarity of sound forms the connection of the dream presentations. He dreamed once that he undertook a pilgrimage, pèlerinage, to Jerusalem or Mecca. After many 50 adventures he was with the chemist Pelletier. The latter after some talk gave him a zinc shovel, pelle, which became his long battle sword in the dream fragment which followed, p. 137. On another occasion he walked in a dream on the highway and read the kilometers on the milestones. Presently he was with a spice merchant who had large scales with which to weigh Mori. The spice merchant then said to him, "You are not in Paris, but on the island Gilolo." This was followed by many pictures, in which he saw the flower Lobelia, then the General Lopez, of whose demise he had read shortly before. He finally awoke while playing a game of lotto. We are, however, quite prepared to hear that this depreciation of the psychic activities of the dream has not remained without contradiction from the other side. To be sure, contradiction seems difficult here. Nor is it of much significance that one of the depreciators of dream life, Spitter 64, p. 118, assures us that the same psychological laws which govern the waking state rule the dream also, or that another, Dugas 19, states, Le rêve n'est pas de racine ni mémorisation pure, as long as neither of them has made any effort to bring this estimation into harmony with the psychic anarchy and dissolution of all functions in the dream described by them. Upon others, however, the possibility seems to have dawned that the madness of the dream is perhaps not without its method, that it is perhaps only a sham, like that of the Danish prince, to whose madness the intelligent judgment here cited refers. These authors must have refrained from judging by appearances, or the appearance which the dream showed to them was quite different. Without wishing to linger at its apparent absurdity, Havelock Ellis 23 considers the dream as an archaic world of vast emotions and imperfect thoughts, the study of which may make us acquainted with primitive stages of development of the psychic life. A thinker like Delboeuf 16 asserts, to be sure without adducing proof against the contradictory material, and hence indeed unjustly, dans le sommeil, hormis la perception, toutes les facultés de l'esprit, intelligence, imagination, mémoire, volonté, moralité, restent intactes dans leur essence, seulement, elles s'appliquent à des objets imaginaires et mobiles. Le songeur est un acteur qui joue à volonté les 51 fous et les sages, les bourreaux et les victimes, les nains et les gens, les démons et les anges, p. 222. The Marquis of Hervey, who is sharply controverted by Maury, 48, and whose work I could not obtain despite all effort, seems to combat most energetically the underestimation of the psychic capacity in the dream. Maury speaks of him as follows, p. 19, m. Le Marquis Hervey prêtait à l'intelligence, durant le sommeil toute sa liberté d'action et détention et il n'y semble faire consister le sommeil que dans l'occlusion des sens, dans leur fermeture au monde extérieur, en sorte que l'homme qui dort ne se distingue guère, selon sa manière de voir, de l'homme qui laisse vaguer sa pensée en se bouchant les sens, toute la différence qui sépare alors la pensée ordinaire du celle du dormeur c'est que, chez celui-ci, l'idée prend une forme visible, objective et ressemble, à se méprendre, à la sensation déterminée par les objets extérieurs, le souvenir revêt l'apparence du fait présent. Maury adds, however, qu'il y a une différence de plus et capitale à savoir que les facultés intellectuelles de l'homme endormi n'offrent pas l'équilibre qu'elles gardent chez l'homme l'éveillé. The scale of the estimation of the dream as a psychic product has a great range in the literature. It reaches from the lowest underestimation, the expression of which we have come to know, through the idea of a value not yet revealed to the overestimation which places the dream far above the capacities of the waking life. Hildebrandt, 35, who, as we know, sketches the psychological characteristics into three antinomies, sums up in the third of these contradistinctions the extreme points of this series as follows, p. 19, it is between a climax, often an involution which raises itself to virtuosity, and on the other hand a decided diminution and weakening of the psychic life often leading below the human niveau. As for the first, who could not confirm from his own experience that, in the creations and weavings of the genius of the dream, there sometimes comes to light a profundity and sincerity of emotion, a tenderness of feeling, a clearness of view, a fineness of observation, and a readiness of wit, all which we should modestly have to deny that we possess as a constant property during the waking life. The dream has a 52 wonderful poetry, an excellent allegory, an incomparable humor, and a charming irony. It views the world under the guise of a peculiar idealization, and often raises the effect of its manifestations into the most ingenious understanding of the essence lying at its basis. It represents for us earthly beauty and true heavenly radiance, the sublime in the highest majesty, the actually frightful in the most gruesome figure, and the ridiculous in the indescribably drastic comical, and at times we are so full of one of these impressions after awakening that we imagine that such a thing has never been offered to us by the real world. One may ask, is it really the same object that the depreciating remarks and these inspired praises are meant for? Have the latter overlooked the stupid dreams and the former the thoughtful and ingenious dreams? And if both kinds do occur, that is, dreams that merit to be judged in this or that manner, does it not seem idle to seek the psychological character of the dream? Would it not suffice to state that everything is possible in the dream, from the lowest depreciation of the psychic life to a raising of the same which is unusual in the waking state? As convenient as this solution would be, it has this against it, that behind the efforts of all dream investigators, it seems to be presupposed that there is such a definable character of the dream, which is universally valid in its essential features and which must eliminate these contradictions. It is unquestionable that the psychic capacities of the dream have found quicker and warmer recognition in that intellectual period which now lies behind us, when philosophy rather than exact natural science ruled intelligent minds. Utterances like those of Schubert, that the dream frees the mind from the power of outer nature, that it liberates the soul from the chains of the sensual, and similar opinions expressed by the younger Fichte, M., and others, who represent the dream as a soaring up of the psychic life to a higher stage, hardly seem conceivable to us today. They are only repeated at present by mystics and devotees. With the advance of the scientific mode of thinking, a reaction took place in the estimation of the dream. It is really the medical authors who are most prone to underrate the psychic activity in the dream, 53 as being insignificant and invaluable, whereas, philosophers and unprofessional observers, amateur psychologists, whose contributions in this realm can surely not be overlooked, in better agreement with the popular ideas, have mostly adhered to the psychic value of the dream. He who is inclined to underrate the psychic capacity in the dream prefers, as a matter of course, the somatic exciting sources in the etiology of the dream. He who leaves to the dreaming mind the greater part of its capacities, naturally has no reason for not also admitting independent stimuli for dreaming. Among the superior activities which, even on sober comparison, One is tempted to ascribe to the dream life, memory is the most striking. We have fully discussed the frequent experiences which prove this fact. Another superiority of the dream life, frequently extolled by the old authors, viz. that it can regard itself supreme in reference to distance of time and space, can be readily recognized as an illusion. This superiority, as observed by Hildebrandt, 35, is only illusional. The dream takes as much heed of time and space as the waking thought, and this because it is only a form of thinking. The dream is supposed to enjoy still another advantage in reference to time, that is, it is independent in still another sense of the passage of time. Dreams like the guillotine dream of Maury, 48, reported above, seem to show that the dream can crowd together more perception content in a very short space of time than can be controlled by our psychic activity in the waking mind. These conclusions have been controverted, however, by many arguments. The essays of Lorraine 45, and Egger 20, concerning the apparent duration of dreams gave rise to a long and interesting discussion which has probably not said the last word upon this delicate and far-reaching question. That the dream has the ability to take up the intellectual work of the day and bring to a conclusion what has not been settled during the day, that it can solve doubt and problems, and that it may become the source of new inspiration in poets and composers, seems to be indisputable, as is shown by many reports and by the collection compiled by Chebanieks. 11. But even if there be no dispute as to the facts, nevertheless their interpretation is open in principle to a great many doubts. Finally, the asserted divinatory power of the dream forms 54 an object of contention in which hard unsurmountable reflection encounters obstinate and continued faith. It is indeed just that we should refrain from denying all that is based on fact in this subject, as there is a possibility that a number of such cases may perhaps be explained on a natural psychological basis. F. The ethical feelings in the dream. For reasons which will be understood only after cognizance has been taken of my own investigations of the dream, I have separated from the psychology of the dream the partial problem whether and to what extent the moral dispositions and feelings of the waking life extend into the dreams. The same contradictions which we were surprised to observe in the author's descriptions of all the other psychic capacities strike us again here. Some affirm decidedly that the dream knows nothing of moral obligations, others as decidedly that the moral nature of man remains even in his dream life. A reference to our dream experience of every night seems to raise the correctness of the first assertion beyond doubt. Jessen 36, says, p. 553, nor does one become better or more virtuous in the dream, on the contrary, it seems that conscience is silent in the dream, inasmuch as one feels no compassion and can commit the worst crimes, such as theft, murder, and assassination, with perfect indifference and without subsequent remorse. Raidstock 54, p. 146, says, it is to be noticed that in the dream the associations terminate and the ideas unite without being influenced by reflection and reason, aesthetic taste, and moral judgment. The judgment is extremely weak, and ethical indifference reigns supreme. Vokelt 72, p. 23, expresses himself as follows, as everyone knows, the sexual relationship in the dream is especially unbridled. Just as the dreamer himself is shameless in the extreme, and wholly lacking moral feeling and judgment, so also he sees others, even the most honored persons, engaged in actions which even in thought he would blush to associate with them in his waking state. Utterances like those of Schopenhauer, that in the dream every person acts and talks in accordance with his character, form the sharpest contrast to those mentioned above. R. P. 55 Fisher N. maintains that the subjective feelings and desires or effects and passions manifest themselves in the willfulness of the dream life, and that the moral characteristics of a person are mirrored in his dream. Hoffner 32, p. 25, with rare exceptions, a virtuous person will be virtuous also in his dreams, he will resist temptation, and show no sympathy for hatred, envy, anger, and all other vices, while the sinful person will, as a rule, also find in his dreams the pictures which he has before him while awake. Schultz 59, p. 36, in the dream there is truth, despite all masking in pride or humility, we still recognize our own self. The honest man does not commit any dishonorable offense even in the dream, or, if this does occur, he is terrified over it as if over something foreign to his nature. The Roman emperor who ordered one of his subjects to be executed because he dreamed that he cut off the emperor's head, was not wrong in justifying his action on the ground that he who has such dreams must have similar thoughts while awake. About a thing that can have no place in our mind we therefore say significantly, I would never dream of such a thing. Pfaff, O., varying a familiar proverb, says, tell me for a time your dreams, and I will tell you what you are within. The short work of Hildebrandt, 35, from which I have already taken so many quotations, a contribution to the dream problem as complete and as rich in thought as I found in the literature, places the problem of morality in the dream as the central point of its interest. For Hildebrandt, too, it is a strict rule that the purer the life, the purer the dream, the impurer the former, the impurer the latter. The moral nature of man remains even in the dream, but while we are not offended nor made suspicious by an arithmetical error no matter how obvious, by a reversal of science no matter how romantic, or by an anachronism no matter how witty, we nevertheless do not lose sight of the difference between good and evil, right and wrong, virtue and vice. No matter how much of what follows us during the 56th day may vanish in our hours of sleep, Kant's categorical imperative sticks to our heels as an inseparable companion from whom we cannot rid ourselves even in slumber. This can be explained, however, only by the fact that the fundamental in human nature, the moral essence, is too firmly fixed to take part in the activity of the kaleidoscopic shaking up to which fantasy, reason, memory, and other faculties of the same rank succumb in the dream. p. 45, and c. In the further discussion of the subject we find remarkable distortion and inconsequence in both groups of authors. Strictly speaking, interest in immoral dreams would cease for all those who assert that the moral personality of the person crumbles away in the dream. They could just as calmly reject the attempt to hold the dreamer responsible for his dreams, and to draw inferences from the badness of his dreams as to an evil strain in his nature, as they rejected the apparently similar attempt to demonstrate the insignificance of his intellectual life in the waking state from the absurdity of his dreams. The others for whom the categorical imperative extends also into the dream, would have to accept full responsibility for the immoral dreams. It would only be desirable for their own sake that their own objectionable dreams should not lead them to abandon the otherwise firmly held estimation of their own morality. Still it seems that no one knows exactly about himself how good or how bad he is, and that no one can deny the recollection of his own immoral dreams. For besides the opposition already mentioned in the criticism of the morality of the dream, both groups of authors display an effort to explain the origin of the immoral dream, and a new opposition is developed, depending on whether their origin is sought in the functions of the psychic life or in the somatically determined injuries to this life. The urgent force of the facts then permits the representatives of the responsibility, as well as of the irresponsibility of the dream life, to agree in the recognition of a special psychic source for the immorality of dreams. All those who allow the continuance of the morality in the dream nevertheless guard against accepting full responsibility for their dreams. Hofner 32, says, p. 24, we are not 57 responsible for dreams because the basis upon which alone our life has truth and reality is removed from our thoughts. Hence there can be no dream wishing and dream acting, no virtue or sin. Still the person is responsible for the sinful dream in so far as he brings it about indirectly. Just as in the waking state, it is his duty to cleanse his moral mind, particularly so before retiring to sleep. The analysis of this mixture of rejection and recognition of responsibility for the moral content of the dream is followed much further by Hildebrandt. After specifying that the dramatic manner of representation in the dream, the crowding together of the most complicated processes of deliberation in the briefest period of time, and the depreciation and the confusion of the presentation elements in the dream admitted by him must be recognized as unfavorable to the immoral aspect of dreams, he nevertheless confesses that, yielding to the most earnest reflection, he is inclined simply to deny all responsibility for faults and dream sins. p. 49. If we wish to reject very decisively any unjust accusation, especially one that is reference to our intentions and convictions, we naturally make use of the expression, "I should never have dreamed of such a thing." By this we mean to say, of course, that we consider the realm of the dream the last and remotest place in which we are to be held responsible for our thoughts, because there these thoughts are only loosely and incoherently connected with our real being, so that we should hardly still consider them as our own. But as we feel impelled expressly to deny the existence of such thoughts, even in this realm, we thus at the same time indirectly admit that our justification will not be complete if it does not reach to that point. And I believe that, though unconsciously, we here speak the language of truth. p. 52. No dream thought can be imagined whose first motive has not already moved through the mind while awake as some wish, desire, or impulse. Concerning this original impulse we must say that the dream has not discovered it, it has only imitated and extended it, it has only elaborated a bit of historical material which it has found in us, into dramatic form. It enacts the words of the Apostle, "He who hates his brother is a murderer." And whereas, after we 58 awaken and become conscious of our moral strength, we may smile at the boldly executed structure of the depraved dream, the original formative material, nevertheless, has no ridiculous side. One feels responsible for the transgressions of the dreamer, not for the whole sum, but still for a certain percentage. In this sense, which is difficult to impugn, we understand the words of Christ, "Out of the heart come evil thoughts," for we can hardly help being convinced that every sin committed in the dream brings with it at least a vague minimum of guilt. Hildebrandt thus finds the source of the immorality of dreams in the germs and indications of evil impulses which pass through our minds during the day as tempting thoughts, and he sees fit to add these immoral elements to the moral estimation of the personality. It is the same thoughts and the same estimation of these thoughts, which, as we know, have caused devout and holy men of all times to lament that they are evil sinners. There is certainly no reason to doubt the general occurrence of these contrasting presentations, in most men and even also in other than ethical spheres. The judgment of these at times has not been very earnest. In Spitter 64, we find the following relevant expression from A. Zeller, article Era in the Allgemeinen Enzyklopädie der Wissenschaften of Ersch and Gruber, p. 144. The mind is rarely so happily organized as to possess at all times power enough not to be disturbed, not only by unessential but also by perfectly ridiculous ideas running counter to the usual clear trend of thought. Indeed, the greatest thinkers have had cause to complain of this dreamlike disturbing and painful rabble of ideas, as it destroys their profoundest reflection and their most sacred and earnest mental work. A clearer light is thrown on the psychological status of this idea of contrast by another observation of Hildebrandt, that the dream at times allows us to glance into the deep and inmost recesses of our being, which are generally closed to us in our waking state, p. 55. The same knowledge is revealed by Kant in his Anthropology, when he states that the dream exists in order to lay bare for us our hidden dispositions and to reveal to us not what we are, but what we might have been if 59 we had a different education. Radestock 54, p. 84, says that the dream often only reveals to us what we do not wish to admit to ourselves, and that we therefore unjustly condemn it as a liar and deceiver. That the appearance of impulses which are foreign to our consciousness is merely analogous to the already familiar disposition which the dream makes of other material of the presentation, which is either absent or plays only an insignificant part in the waking state, has been called to our attention by observations like those of Benini, 3, who says, Certe nostre inclinazione che si credevano soffocata spente da un pezzo, si ridestano, passioni vecchie e sepult rivivono, così persone a cui non pensiamo mai, si vengono dinanzi, p. 149. Vokelt 72, expresses himself in a similar way, even presentations which have entered into our consciousness almost unnoticed, and have never perhaps been brought out from oblivion, often announce through the dream their presence in the mind, p. 105. Finally, it is not out of place to mention here that, according to Schleiermacher, 61, the state of falling asleep is accompanied by the appearance of undesirable presentations, pictures. We may comprise under undesirable presentations this entire material of presentations, the occurrence of which excites our wonder in immoral as well as in absurd dreams. The only important difference consists in the fact that our undesirable presentations in the moral sphere exhibit an opposition to our other feelings, whereas the others simply appear strange to us. Nothing has been done so far to enable us to remove this difference through a more penetrating knowledge. But what is the significance of the appearance of undesirable presentations in the dream? What inferences may be drawn for the psychology of the waking and dreaming mind from these nocturnal manifestations of contrasting ethical impulses? We may here note a new diversity of opinion, and once more a different grouping of the authors. The stream of thought followed by Hildebrandt, and by others who represent his fundamental view, cannot be continued in any other way than by ascribing to the immoral impulses a certain force even in the waking state, which, to be sure, is inhibited from advancing to action, and asserting 60 that something falls off during sleep, which, having the effect of an inhibition, has kept us from noticing the existence of such an impulse. The dream thus shows the real, if not the entire nature of man, and is a means of making the hidden psychic life accessible to our understanding. It is only on such assumption that Hildebrandt can attribute to the dream the role of monitor who calls our attention to the moral ravages in the soul, just as in the opinion of physicians it can announce a hitherto unobserved physical ailment. Spitter, 64, 2, cannot be guided by any other conception when he refers to the stream of excitement which, for example, flows in upon the psyche during puberty, and consoles the dreamer by saying that he has done everything in his power when he has led a strictly virtuous life during his waking state, when he has made an effort to suppress the sinful thoughts as often as they arise, and has kept them from maturing and becoming actions. According to this conception, we might designate the undesirable presentations as those that are suppressed during the day, and must recognize in their appearance a real psychic phenomenon. If we followed other authors we would have no right to the last inference. For Jessen 36, the undesirable presentations in the dream as in the waking state, in fever and other deliria, merely have the character of a voluntary activity put to rest and a somewhat mechanical process of pictures and presentations produced by inner impulses, p. 360. An immoral dream proves nothing for the psychic life of the dreamer except that he has in some way become cognizant of the ideas in question. It is surely not a psychic impulse of his own. Another author, Mori, 48, makes us question whether he, too, does not attribute to the dream state the capacity for dividing the psychic activity into its components instead of destroying it aimlessly. He speaks as follows about dreams in which one goes beyond the bounds of morality, c'est sans nos pensions qui parlent qui nous font agir, sans que la conscience nous retienne, bien que parfois elle nous avertisse. J'ai mes défauts et mes pensions vicieux, à l'état de veille, j'ai tâche de lutter contre eux, et il m'arrive assez souvent de n'y pas succomber. Mais dans mes songes j'y succombe toujours ou pour mieux dire jaguis, par leur impulsion, sans crainte et sans remords. Évidemment les visions qui se déroulent devant ma pensée et 61 qui constituent le rêve, me sont suggérées par les incitations que j'ai ressens et que ma volonté absente n'y cherche pas à refouler. p. 113. If one believes in the capacity of the dream to reveal an actually existing but repressed or concealed immoral disposition of the dreamer, he could not emphasize his opinion more strongly than with the words of Maury, p. 115. En rêve l'homme se révèle donc tout entier à soi-même dans sa nudité et sa misère natives. Dès qu'il suspend l'exercice de sa volonté, il devient le jouet de toutes les passions contre lesquelles, à l'état de veille, la conscience, le sentiment d'honneur, la crainte nous défendent. In another place he finds the following striking words, p. 462, dans le rêve, c'est surtout l'homme instinctif qui se révèle. L'homme revient pour ainsi dire à l'état de nature quand il rêve, mais moi les idées acquises ont pénétré dans son esprit, plus les pensions en désaccord avec elles conservent encore sur lui de influence dans le rêve. He then mentions as an example that his dreams often show him as a victim of just those superstitions which he most violently combats in his writing. The value of all these ingenious observations for a psychological knowledge of the dream life, however, is marred by Maury through the fact that he refuses to recognize in the phenomena so correctly observed by him any proof of the automatisme psychologique which in his opinion dominates the dream life. He conceives this automatism as a perfect contrast to the psychic activity. A passage in the Studies on Consciousness by Stricker 77, reads, "The dream does not consist of delusions merely. If, for example, one is afraid of robbers in the dream, the robbers are, of course, imaginary, but the fear is real." One's attention is thus called to the fact that the effective development in the dream does not admit of the judgment which one bestows upon the rest of the dream content, and the problem arises what part of the psychic processes in the dream may be real, i.e., what part of them may demand to be enrolled among the psychic processes of the waking state? G. Dream theories and functions of the dream. A statement concerning the dream which as far as possible attempts to explain from one point of view many of its noted characters, and 62 which at the same time determines the relation of the dream to a more comprehensive sphere of manifestations, may be called a theory of dreams. Individual theories of the dream will be distinguished from one another through the fact that they raise to prominence this or that characteristic of the dream, and connect explanations and relations with it. It will not be absolutely necessary to derive from the theory of function, i.e., a use or any such activity of the dream, but our expectation, which is usually adjusted to teleology, will nevertheless welcome those theories which promise an understanding of the function of the dream. We have already become acquainted with many conceptions of the dream which, more or less, merit the name of dream theories in this sense. The belief of the ancients that the dream was sent by the gods in order to guide the actions of man was a complete theory of the dream, giving information concerning everything in the dream worth knowing. Since the dream has become an object of biological investigation, we have a greater number of theories, of which, however, some are very incomplete. If we waive completeness, we may attempt the following loose grouping of dream theories based on their fundamental conception of the degree and mode of the psychic activity in the dream. 1. Theories, like those of Delboeuf, 16, which allow the full psychic activity of the waking state to continue into the dream. Here the mind does not sleep, its apparatus remains intact, and, being placed under the conditions different from the waking state, it must in normal activity furnish results different from those of the waking state. In these theories it is a question whether they are in position to derive the distinctions between dreaming and waking thought altogether from the determinations of the sleeping state. They moreover lack a possible access to a function of the dream. One cannot understand why one dreams, why the complicated mechanism of the psychic apparatus continues to play even when it is placed under conditions for which it is not apparently adapted. There remain only two expedient reactions, to sleep dreamlessly or to awake when approached by disturbing stimuli, instead of the third, that of dreaming. 632. Theories which, on the contrary, assume for the dream a diminution for the psychic activity, a loosening of the connections, and an impoverishment in available material. In accordance with these theories, one must assume for sleep a psychological character entirely different from the one given by Delboeuf. Sleep extends far beyond the mind, it does not consist merely in a shutting off of the mind from the outer world, on the contrary, it penetrates into its mechanism, causing it at times to become useless. If I may draw a comparison from psychiatrical material, I may say that the first theories construct the dream like a paranoia, while the second make it after the model of a dementia or an amencia. The theory that only a fragment of the psychic activity paralyzed by sleep comes to expression is by far the favorite among the medical writers and in the scientific world. As far as one may presuppose a more general interest in dream interpretation, it may well be designated as the ruling theory of the dream. It is to be emphasized with what facility this particular theory escapes the worst rock threatening every dream interpretation, that is to say, being shipwrecked upon one of the contrasts embodied in the dream. As this theory considers the dream the result of a partial waking, or as Herbart's Psychology of the Dream says, a gradual, partial, and at the same time very anomalous waking, it succeeds in covering the entire series of inferior activities in the dream which reveal themselves in its absurdities, up to the full concentration of mental activity, by following a series of states which become more and more awake until they reach full awakening. One who finds the psychological mode of expression indispensable, or who thinks more scientifically, will find this theory of the dream expressed in the discussion of Binns 4, p. 43. This state, of numbness, however, gradually approaches its end in the early morning hours. The accumulated material of fatigue in the albumin of the brain gradually becomes less. It is gradually decomposed or carried away by the constantly flowing circulation. Here and there some masses of cells can be distinguished as awake, while all around everything still remains in a state of torpidity. The isolated work of the individual groups now appears before our clouded 64 consciousness, which lacks the control of other parts of the brain governing the associations. Hence the pictures created, which mostly correspond to the objective impressions of the recent past, fit with each other in a wild and irregular manner. The number of the brain cells set free becomes constantly greater, the irrationality of the dream constantly less. The conception of the dream as an incomplete, partial waking state, or traces of its influence, can surely be found among all modern physiologists and philosophers. It is most completely represented by Maury. 48. It often seems as if this author represented to himself the state of being awake or asleep in anatomical regions. At any rate, it appears to him that an anatomical province is connected with a definite psychic function. I may here merely mention that if the theory of partial waking could be confirmed, there would remain much to be accomplished in its elaboration. Naturally, a function of the dream cannot be found in this conception of the dream life. On the contrary, the criticism of the status and importance of the dream is consistently uttered in this statement of Binns, p. 357. All the facts, as we see, urge us to characterize the dream as a physical process, in all cases useless, in many cases even morbid. The expression physical in reference to the dream, which owes its prominence to this author, points in more than one direction. In the first place, it refers to the etiology of the dream, which was especially clear to Binns, as he studied the experimental production of dreams by the administration of poisons. It is certainly in keeping with this kind of dream theory to ascribe the incitement of the dream exclusively to somatic origin whenever possible. Presented in the most extreme form, it reads as follows: after we have put ourselves to sleep by removing the stimuli, there would be no need and no occasion for dreaming until morning, when the gradual awakening through the incoming stimuli would be reflected in the phenomenon of dreaming. But as a matter of fact, it is not possible to keep sleep free from stimuli. Just as Mephisto complains about the germs of life, so stimuli reach the sleeper from every side, from without, from within, and even from certain bodily regions which never give us any concern during the waking state. Thus sleep is disturbed, the mind is 65 aroused, now by this, now by that little thing, and functionates for a while with the awakened part only to be glad to fall asleep again. The dream is a reaction to the stimulus causing a disturbance of sleep. To be sure, it is a purely superfluous reaction. To designate the dream as a physical process, which for all that remains an activity of the mental organ, has still another sense. It is meant to dispute the dignity of a psychic process for the dream. The application to the dream of the very old comparison of the 10 fingers of a musically ignorant person running over the keyboard of an instrument, perhaps best illustrates in what estimation the dream activity has been held by the representatives of exact science. In this sense it becomes something entirely untranslatable. For how could the 10 fingers of an unmusical player produce any music? The theory of partial wakefulness has not passed without objection even in early times. Thus Burdock, 8, in 1830, says, if we say that the dream is a partial wakefulness, in the first place, we explain thereby neither the waking nor the sleeping state. Secondly, this expresses nothing more than that certain forces of the mind are active in the dream while others are at rest. But such irregularities take place throughout life. p. 483. Among extant dream theories which consider the dream a physical process, there is one very interesting conception of the dream, first propounded by Robert 55, in 1866, which is attractive because it assigns to the dream a function or a useful end. As a basis for this theory, Robert takes from observation two facts which we have already discussed in our consideration of the dream material, cp. 13. These facts are, that one very often dreams about the insignificant impressions of the day, and that one rarely carries over into the dream the absorbing interests of the day. Robert asserts as exclusively correct, that things which have been fully settled never become dream insiders, but only such things as are incomplete in the mind or touch it fleetingly. p. 11. We cannot usually explain our dreams because their causes are to be found in sensory impressions of the preceding day which have not attained sufficient recognition by the dreamer. The conditions allowing an impression to reach the dream are therefore, either that 66 this impression has been disturbed in its elaboration, or that being too insignificant it has no claim to such elaboration. Robert therefore conceives the dream as a physical process of elimination which has reached to cognition in the psychic manifestation of its reaction. Dreams are eliminations of thoughts nipped in the bud. A man deprived of the capacity for dreaming would surely in time become mentally unbalanced, because an immense number of unfinished and unsolved thoughts and superficial impressions would accumulate in his brain, under the pressure of which there would be crushed all that should be incorporated as a finished whole into memory. The dream acts as a safety valve for the overburdened brain. Dreams possess healing and unburdening properties. p. 32. It would be a mistake to ask Robert how representation in the dream can bring about an unburdening of the mind. The author apparently concluded from those two peculiarities of the dream material that during sleep such ejection of worthless impressions is effected as a somatic process, and that dreaming is not a special psychic process but only the knowledge that we receive of such elimination. To be sure, an elimination is not the only thing that takes place in the mind during sleep. Robert himself adds that the incitements of the day are also elaborated, and what cannot be eliminated from the undigested thought material lying in the mind becomes connected by threads of thought borrowed from the fantasy into a finished whole, and thus enrolled in the memory as a harmless fantasy picture. p. 23. But it is in his criticism of the dream sources that Robert appears most bluntly opposed to the ruling theory. Whereas according to the existing theory there would be no dream if the outer and inner sensory stimuli did not repeatedly wake the mind, according to Robert the impulse to dream lies in the mind itself. It lies in the overcharging which demands discharge, and Robert judges with perfect consistency when he maintains that the causes determining the dream which depend on the physical state assume a subordinate rank, and could not incite dreams in a mind containing no material for dream formation taken from waking consciousness. It is admitted, however, that the fantasy pictures originating in 67 the depths of the mind can be influenced by the nervous stimuli. p. 48. Thus, according to Robert, the dream is not quite so dependent on the somatic element. To be sure, it is not a psychic process, and has no place among the psychic processes of the waking state. It is a nocturnal somatic process in the apparatus devoted to mental activity, and has a function to perform, viz. to guard this apparatus against overstraining, or, if the comparison may be changed, to cleanse the mind. Another author, Yves Delage, 15, bases his theory on the same characteristics of the dream, which become clear in the selection of the dream material, and it is instructive to observe how a slight turn in the conception of the same things gives a final result of quite different bearing. Delage, after having lost through death a person very dear to him, found from his own experience that we do not dream of what occupies us intently during the day, or that we begin to dream of it only after it is overshadowed by other interests of the day. His investigations among other persons corroborated the universality of this state of affairs. Delage makes a nice observation of this kind, if it turns out to be generally true, about the dreaming of newly married people. S'ils ont été fortement épris, presque jamais ils n'en rêvent l'un de l'autre avant le mariage ou pendant la lune de miel, et s'ils ont rêve d'amour c'est pour être infidèles avec quelque personne indifferent ou odieuse. But what does one dream of? Delage recognizes that the material occurring in our dreams consists of fragments and remnants of impressions from the days preceding and former times. All that appears in our dreams, what at first we may be inclined to consider creations of the dream life, proves on more thorough investigation to be unrecognized reproductions, souvenir inconscient. But this presentation material shows a common character. It originates from impressions which have probably affected our senses more forcibly than our mind, or from which the attention has been deflected soon after their appearance. The less conscious, and at the same time the stronger the impression, the more prospect it has of playing a part in the next dream. These are essentially the same two categories of impressions, the insignificant and the unadjusted, which were emphasized 68 by Robert, 55, but Delage changes the connection by assuming that these impressions become the subject of dreams, not because they are indifferent, but because they are unadjusted. The insignificant impressions, too, are in a way not fully adjusted. They, too, are from their nature as new impressions autant de ressort tendus, which will be relaxed during sleep. Still more entitled to a role in the dream than the weak and almost unnoticed impression is a strong impression which has been accidentally detained in its elaboration or intentionally repressed. The psychic energy accumulated during the day through inhibition or suppression becomes the mainspring of the dream at night. Unfortunately, Delage stops here in his train of thought. He can ascribe only the smallest part to an independent psychic activity in the dream, and thus in his dream theory reverts to the ruling doctrine of a partial sleep of the brain. Ensemble le rêve et le produit de la pensée errante, sans but at sans direction, se fixant successivement sur les souvenirs, qui ont garde assez d'intensité pour se placer sur ce route et l'erreur au passage, et table sont entré ou en ligne tantôt faible et indécis, tantôt plus fort et plus serré, selon que l'activité actuelle du cerveau est plus ou moins abolie par le sommeil. In a third group we may include those dream theories which ascribe to the dreaming mind the capacity and propensity for a special psychic activity, which in the waking state it can accomplish either not at all or only in an imperfect manner. From the activity of these capacities there usually results a useful function of the dream. The dignity bestowed upon the dream by older psychological authors falls chiefly in this category. I shall content myself, however, with quoting, in their place, the assertions of Bourdock, 8, by virtue of which the dream is the natural activity of the mind, which is not limited by the force of the individuality, not disturbed by self-consciousness and not directed by self-determination, but is the state of life of the sensible central point indulging in free play, p. 486. Bourdock and others apparently consider this reveling in the free use of one's own powers as a state in which the mind refreshes itself and takes on new strength for the day work, something after the manner of a vacation holiday. Bourdock, 69 therefore, cites with approval the admirable words in which the poet Novalis lauds the sway of the dream. The dream is a bulwark against the regularity and commonness of life, a free recreation of the fettered fantasy, in which it mixes together all the pictures of life and interrupts the continued earnestness of grown-up men with a joyous children's play. Without the dream we should surely age earlier, and thus the dream may be considered perhaps not a gift directly from above, but a delightful task, a friendly companion, on our pilgrimage to the grave. The refreshing and curative activity of the dream is even more impressively depicted by Purkinje. 53. The productive dreams in particular would perform these functions. They are easy plays of the imagination, which have no connection with the events of the day. The mind does not wish to continue the tension of the waking life, but to release it and recuperate from it. It produces, in the first place, conditions opposed to those of the waking state. It cures sadness through joy, worry through hope and cheerfully distracting pictures, hatred through love and friendliness, and fear through courage and confidence. It calms doubt through conviction and firm belief, and vain expectations through realization. Many sore spots in the mind, which the day keeps continually open, sleep heals by covering them and guarding against fresh excitement. Upon this the curative effect of time is partially based. We all feel that sleep is beneficial to the psychic life, and the vague surmise of the popular consciousness apparently cannot be robbed of the notion that the dream is one of the ways in which sleep distributes its benefits. The most original and most far-reaching attempt to explain the dream as a special activity of the mind, which can freely display itself only in the sleeping state, was the one undertaken by Skerner 58, in 1861. Skerner's book, written in a heavy and bombastic style, inspired by an almost intoxicated enthusiasm for the subject, which must repel us unless it can carry us away with it, places so many difficulties in the way of an analysis that we gladly resort to the clearer and shorter description in which the philosopher Vocelt 72 presents Skerner's theories. From the mystic conglomerations and from all the gorgeous and magnificent billows there indeed 70 flashes and irradiates an ominous light of sense, but the path of the philosopher does not thereby become clearer. Such is the criticism of Skerner's description from one of his own adherents. Skerner does not belong to those authors who allow the mind to take along its undiminished capacities into the dream life. He indeed explains how in the dream the centrality and the spontaneous energy of the ego are enervated, how cognition, feeling, will, and imagination become changed through this decentralization, and how no true mental character, but only the nature of a mechanism, belongs to the remnants of these psychic forces. But instead, the activity of the mind designated as fantasy, freed from all rational domination and hence completely uncontrolled, rises in the dream to absolute supremacy. To be sure, it takes the last building stones from the memory of the waking state, but it builds with them constructions as different from the structures of the waking state as day and night. It shows itself in the dream not only reproductive, but productive. Its peculiarities give to the dream life its strange character. It shows a preference for the unlimited, exaggerated, and prodigious, but because freed from the impeding thought categories, it gains a greater flexibility and agility and new pleasure. It is extremely sensitive to the delicate emotional stimuli of the mind and to the agitating effects, and it rapidly recasts the inner life into the outer plastic clearness. The dream fantasy lacks the language of ideas. What it wishes to say, it must clearly depict, and as the idea now acts strongly, it depicts it with the richness, force, and immensity of the mode in question. Its language, however simple it may be, thus becomes circumstantial, cumbersome, and heavy. Clearness of language is rendered especially difficult by the fact that it shows a dislike for expressing an object by its own picture, but prefers a strange picture, if the latter can only express that moment of the object which it wishes to describe. This is the symbolizing activity of the fantasy. It is, moreover, of great significance that the dream fantasy copies objects not in detail, but only in outline, and even this in the broadest manner. Its paintings, therefore, appear ingeniously light and graceful. The dream fantasy, however, does not stop at 71 the mere representation of the object, but is impelled from within to mingle with the object more or less of the dream ego, and in this way to produce an action. The visual dream, for example, depicts gold coins in the street. The dreamer picks them up, rejoices, and carries them away. According to Skerner, the material upon which the dream fantasy exerts its artistic activity is preponderantly that of the organic sensory stimuli which are so obscured during the day, comp. p. 29, hence the fantastic theory of Skerner, and the perhaps over-sober theories of Wundt and other physiologists, though otherwise diametrically opposed, agree perfectly in their assumption of the dream sources and dream excitants. But whereas, according to the physiological theory, the psychic reaction to the inner physical stimuli becomes exhausted with the awakening of any ideas suitable to these stimuli, these ideas then by way of association calling to their aid other ideas, and with this stage the chain of psychic processes seeming to terminate. According to Skerner, the physical stimuli only supply the psychic force with a material which it may render subservient to its fantastic intentions. For Skerner, the formation of the dream only commences where in the conception of others it comes to an end. The treatment of the physical stimuli by the dream fantasy surely cannot be considered purposeful. The fantasy plays a tantalizing game with them, and represents the organic source which gives origin to the stimuli in the correspondent dream, in any plastic symbolism. Indeed, Skerner holds the opinion, not shared by Voekelt and others, that the dream fantasy has a certain favorite representation for the entire organism. This representation would be the house. Fortunately, however, it does not seem to limit itself in its presentation to this material. It may also conversely employ a whole series of houses to designate a single organ, for example, very long rows of houses for the intestinal excitation. On other occasions, particular parts of the house actually represent particular parts of the body, as for example, in the headache dream, the ceiling of the room, which the dream sees covered with disgusting reptile-like spiders, represents the head. Quite irrespective of the house symbolism, any other suitable object may be employed for the representation of 72 these parts of the body which excite the dream. Thus the breathing lungs find their symbol in the flaming stove with its gaseous roaring, the heart in hollow boxes and baskets, the bladder in round, bag-shaped, or simply hollowed objects. The male dream of sexual excitement makes the dreamer find in the street the upper portion of a clarinet, next to it the same part of a tobacco pipe, and next to that a piece of fur. The clarinet and tobacco pipe represent the approximate shape of the male sexual organ, while the fur represents the pubic hair. In the female sexual dream, the tightness of the closely approximated thighs may be symbolized by a narrow courtyard surrounded by houses, and the vagina by a very narrow, slippery and soft footpath, leading through the courtyard, upon which the dreamer is obliged to walk, in order perhaps to carry a letter to a gentleman. Voekelt, p. 39. It is particularly noteworthy that at the end of such a physically exciting dream, the fantasy, as it were, unmasks by representing the exciting organ or its function unconcealed. Thus the tooth-exciting dream usually ends with the dreamer taking a tooth out of his mouth. The dream fantasy may, however, not only direct its attention to the shape of the exciting organ, but it may also make the substance contained therein the object of the symbolization. Thus the dream of intestinal excitement, for example, may lead us through muddy streets, the bladder-exciting dream to foaming water. Or the stimulus itself, the manner of its excitation, and the object it covets, are represented symbolically, or the dream ego enters into a concrete combination with the symbolization of its own state, as for example, when, in the case of painful stimuli, we struggle desperately with vicious dogs or raging bulls, or when in the sexual dream the dreamer sees herself pursued by a naked man. Disregarding all the possible prolixity of elaboration, a symbolizing fantastic activity remains as the central force of every dream. Voekelt, 72, in his finely and fervently written book, next attempted to penetrate further into the character of this fantasy and to assign to the psychical activity thus recognized, its position in a system of philosophical ideas, which, however, remains altogether too difficult of comprehension for anyone who is not prepared by previous schooling for the sympathetic comprehension of philosophical modes of thinking. 73 Skerner connects no useful function with the activity of the symbolizing fantasy in dreams. In the dream, the psyche plays with the stimuli at its disposal. One might presume that it plays in an improper manner. One might also ask us whether our thorough study of Skerner's dream theory, the arbitrariness and deviation of which from the rules of all investigation are only too obvious, can lead to any useful results. It would then be proper for us to forestall the rejection of Skerner's theory without examination by saying that this would be too arrogant. This theory is built up on the impression received from his dreams by a man who paid great attention to them, and who would appear to be personally very well fitted to trace obscure psychic occurrences. Furthermore, it treats a subject which, for thousands of years, has appeared mysterious to humanity though rich in its contents and relations, and for the elucidation of which stern science, as it confesses itself, has contributed nothing beyond attempting, in entire opposition to popular sentiment, to deny the substance and significance of the object. Finally, let us frankly admit that apparently we cannot avoid the fantastical in our attempts to elucidate the dream. There are also fantastic ganglia cells, the passage cited on p. 63 from a sober and exact investigator like Binns, 4, which depicts how the aurora of awakening flows along the dormant cell masses of the cerebrum, is not inferior in fancifulness and an improbability to Skerner's attempts at interpretation. I hope to be able to demonstrate that there is something actual underlying the latter, though it has only been indistinctly observed and does not possess the character of universality entitling it to the claim of a dream theory. For the present, Skerner's theory of the dream, in its contrast to the medical theory, may perhaps lead us to realize between what extremes the explanation of dream life is still unsteadily vacillating. H. Relations between the dream and mental diseases. When we speak of the relation of the dream to mental disturbances, we may think of three different things. 1. Etiological and clinical relations, as when a dream represents or initiates a psychotic condition, or when it leaves such a condition behind it. 2. Changes to which the dream life is subjected in mental diseases. 3. Inner relations between the dream and the 74 psychoses, analogies indicating an intimate relationship. These manifold relations between the two series of phenomena have been a favorite theme of medical authors in the earlier periods of medical science, and again in recent times, as we learn from the literature on the subject gathered from Spitter, 64, Radestock, 54, Mori, 48, and Tissy. 68. Santé de Sanctis has lately directed his attention to this relationship. For the purposes of our discussion, it will suffice merely to glance at this important subject. In regard to the clinical and etiological relations between the dream and the psychoses, I will report the following observations as paradigms. Hohenbaum asserts, C. Krauss, p. 39, that the first attack of insanity frequently originates in an anxious and terrifying dream, and that the ruling idea has connection with this dream. Santé de Sanctis adduces similar observations in paranoiacs, and declares the dream to be, in some of them, the vraie cause déterminante de la folie. The psychosis may come to life all of a sudden with the dream causing and containing the explanation for the mental disturbances, or it may slowly develop through further dreams that have yet to struggle against doubt. In one of de Sanctis's cases, the affecting dream was accompanied by light hysterical attacks, which in their turn were followed by an anxious, melancholic state. Fear, cited by Tissy, refers to a dream which caused an hysterical paralysis. Here the dream is offered us as an etiology of mental disturbance, though we equally consider the prevailing conditions when we declare that the mental disturbance shows its first manifestation in dream life, that it has its first outbreak in the dream. In other instances the dream life contained the morbid symptoms, or the psychosis was limited to the dream life. Thus Thomeier 70, calls attention to anxiety dreams which must be conceived as equivalent to epileptic attacks. Allison has described nocturnal insanity, cited by Radestock, in which the subjects are apparently perfectly well in the daytime, while hallucinations, fits of frenzy, and the like regularly appear at night. De Sanctis and Tissy report similar observations, paranoiac dream equivalent in an alcoholic, voices accusing a wife of infidelity. Tissy reports abundant observations from recent times in which actions of a pathological 75 character, based on delusions, obsessive impulses, had their origin in dreams. Guyland describes a case in which sleep was replaced by an intermittent insanity. There is hardly any doubt that along with the psychology of the dream, the physician will one day occupy himself with the psychopathology of the dream. In cases of convalescence from insanity, it is often especially obvious that, while the functions of the day are normal, the dream life may still belong to the psychosis. Gregory is said first to have called attention to such cases, cited by Krauss 39. Macario, reported by Tissy, gives account of a maniac who, a week after his complete recovery, again experienced in dreams the flight of ideas and the passionate impulses of his disease. Concerning the changes to which the dream life is subjected in chronic psychotic persons, very few investigations have so far been made. On the other hand, timely attention has been called to the inner relationship between the dream and mental disturbance, which shows itself in an extensive agreement of the manifestations occurring to both. According to Maury, 47, Cubanus, in his Rapports du physique et du moral, first called attention to this. Following him came Lillet, J. Moreau, and more particularly the philosopher Maine de Biran. To be sure, the comparison is still older. Radestock 54 begins the chapter dealing with this comparison by giving a collection of expressions showing the analogy between the dream and insanity. Kant somewhere says, the lunatic is a dreamer in the waking state. According to Krauss, insanity is a dream with the senses awake. Schopenhauer terms the dream a short insanity, and insanity a long dream. Hagen describes the delirium as dream life which has not been caused by sleep but by disease. Wundt, in the Physiological Psychology, declares, as a matter of fact we may in the dream ourselves live through almost all symptoms which we meet in the insane asylums. The specific agreements, on the basis of which such an identification commends itself to the understanding, are enumerated by Spitter. 64, and indeed, very similarly, by Maury in the following grouping. 1. Suspension or at least retardation, of self-consciousness, consequent ignorance of the 76 condition as such, and hence incapability of astonishment and lack of moral consciousness. 2. Modified perception of the sensory organs, that is, perception is diminished in the dream and generally enhanced in insanity. 3. Combination of ideas with each other exclusively in accordance with the laws of association and of reproduction, hence automatic formation of groups and for this reason disproportion in the relations between ideas, exaggerations, phantasms. And as a result of all this, 4. Changing or transformation of the personality and at times of the peculiarities of character, perversities. Radestock gives some additional features or analogies in the material. Most hallucinations and illusions are found in the sphere of the senses of sight and hearing and general sensation. As in the dream, the smallest number of elements is supplied by the senses of smell and taste. The fever patient, like the dreamer, is assaulted by reminiscences from the remote past. What the waking and healthy man seems to have forgotten is recollected in sleep and in disease. The analogy between the dream and the psychosis receives its full value only when, like a family resemblance, it is extended to the finer mimicry and to the individual peculiarities of facial expression. To him who is tortured by physical and mental sufferings the dream accords what has been denied him by reality, to wit, physical well-being and happiness, so the insane, too, see the bright pictures of happiness, greatness, sublimity, and riches. The supposed possession of estates and the imaginary fulfillment of wishes, the denial or destruction of which have just served as a psychic cause of the insanity, often form the main content of the delirium. The woman who has lost a dearly beloved child, in her delirium experiences maternal joys, the man who has suffered reverses of fortune deems himself immensely wealthy, and the jilted girl pictures herself in the bliss of tender love. The above passage from Radestock, an abstract of a keen discussion of Griesinger 31, p. 111, reveals with the greatest clearness the wish fulfillment as a characteristic of the imagination, common to the dream and the psychosis. My own investigations have taught me that here the key to a 77 psychological theory of the dream and of the psychosis is to be found. Absurd combinations of ideas and weakness of judgment are the main characteristics of the dream and of insanity. The overestimation of one's own mental capacity, which appears absurd to sober judgment, is found alike both in one and the other, and the rapid course of ideas in the dream corresponds to the flight of ideas in the psychosis. Both are devoid of any measure of time. The dissociation of personality in the dream, which, for instance, distributes one's own knowledge between two persons, one of whom, the strange one, corrects in the dream one's own ego, fully corresponds to the well-known splitting of personality and hallucinatory paranoia. The dreamer, too, hears his own thoughts expressed by strange voices. Even the constant delusions find their analogy in the stereotyped recurring pathological dreams, rêve obsedant. After recovering from a delirium, patients not infrequently declare that the disease appeared to them like an uncomfortable dream. Indeed, they inform us that occasionally, even during the course of their sickness, they have felt that they were only dreaming, just as it frequently happens in the sleeping dream. Considering all this, it is not surprising that Radestock condenses his own opinion and that of many others into the following. Insanity, an abnormal phenomenon of disease, is to be regarded as an enhancement of the periodically recurring normal dream states, p. 228. Krauss 39, attempted to base the relationship between the dream and insanity upon the etiology, or rather upon the exciting sources, perhaps making the relationship even more intimate than was possible through the analogy of the phenomena they manifest. According to him, the fundamental element common to both is, as we have learned, the organically determined sensation, the sensation of physical stimuli, The general feeling produced by contributions from all the organs. Cf. Pays, cited by Mori 48, p. 60. The incontestable agreement between the dream and mental disturbance, extending into characteristic details, constitutes one of the strongest supports of the medical theory of dream life, according to which the dream is represented as a 78 useless and disturbing process and as the expression of a reduced psychic activity. One cannot expect, however, to derive the final explanation of the dream from the mental disturbances, as it is generally known in what unsatisfactory state our understanding of the origin of the latter remains. It is very probably, however, that a modified conception of the dream must also influence our views in regard to the inner mechanism of mental disturbances, and hence we may say that we are engaged in the elucidation of the psychosis when we endeavor to clear up the mystery of the dream. I shall have to justify myself for not extending my summary of the literature of the dream problems over the period between the first appearance of this book and its second edition. If this justification may not seem very satisfactory to the reader, I was nevertheless influenced by it. The motives which mainly induced me to summarize the treatment of the dream in the literature have been exhausted with the foregoing introduction. To have continued with this work would have cost me extraordinary effort and would have afforded little advantage or knowledge. For the period of 9 years referred to has yielded nothing new or valuable either for the conception of the dream in actual material or in points of view. In most of the publications that have since appeared, my work has remained unmentioned and unregarded. Naturally, least attention has been bestowed upon it by the so-called investigators of dreams, who have thus afforded a splendid example of the aversion characteristic of scientific men to learning something new. Les savants ne sont pas curieux, said the scoffer Anatole France. If there were such a thing in science as right to revenge, I in turn should be justified in ignoring the literature since the appearance of this book. The few accounts that have appeared in scientific journals are so full of folly and misconception that my only possible answer to my critics would be to request them to read this book over again. Perhaps also the request should be that they read it as a whole. In the works of those physicians who make use of the psychoanalytic method of treatment, Jung, Abraham, Rieklin, Muthman, Steckel, Rank, and others, an abundance of dreams have been reported and interpreted in accordance with my 79 instructions. In so far as these works go beyond the confirmation of my assertions, I have noted their results in the context of my discussion. A supplement to the literary index at the end of this book brings together the most important of these new publications. The voluminous book on the dream by Santé de Sanctis, of which a German translation appeared soon after its publication, has, so to speak, crossed with mine, so that I could take as little notice of him as the Italian author could of me. Unfortunately, I am further obliged to declare that this laborious work is exceedingly poor in ideas, so poor that one could never divine from it the existence of the problems treated by me. I have finally to mention 2 publications which show a near relation to my treatment of the dream problems. A younger philosopher, H. Swoboda, who has undertaken to extend W. Fliess's discovery of biological periodicity, in groups of 23 and 28 days, to the psychic field, has produced an imaginative work, p. in which, among other things, he has used this key to solve the riddle of the dream. The interpretation of dreams would herein have fared badly. The material contained in dreams would be explained through the coincidence of all those memories which during the night complete one of the biological periods for the first or the nth time. A personal statement from the author led me to assume that he himself no longer wished to advocate this theory earnestly. But it seems I was mistaken in this conclusion. I shall report in another place some observations in reference to Swoboda's assertion, concerning the conclusions of which I am, however, not convinced. It gave me far greater pleasure to find accidentally, in an unexpected place, a conception of the dream in essentials fully agreeing with my own. The circumstances of time preclude the possibility that this conception was influenced by a reading of my book. I must therefore greet this as the only demonstrable concurrence in the literature with the essence of my dream theory. The book which contains the passage concerning the dream which I have in mind was published as a second edition in 1900 by Linkus under the title Phantasian eines Realisten. 80. This audiobook, The Interpretation of Dreams, is brought you by Audiobook Anywhere. For more audiobooks like this, please check out our YouTube channel. 2. Method of Dream Interpretation. The Analysis of a Sample Dream. The title which I have given my treatise indicates the tradition which I wish to make the starting point in my discussion of dreams. I have made it my task to show that dreams are capable of interpretation, and contributions to the solution of the dream problems that have just been treated can only be yielded as possible byproducts of the settlement of my own particular problem. With the hypothesis that dreams are interpretable, I at once come into contradiction with the prevailing dream science, in fact with all dream theories except that of Skerner, for to interpret a dream means to declare its meaning, to replace it by something which takes its place in the concatenation of our psychic activities as a link of full importance and value. But, as we have learnt, the scientific theories of the dream leave no room for a problem of dream interpretation, for, in the first place, according to these, the dream is no psychic action, but a somatic process which makes itself known to the psychic apparatus by means of signs. The opinion of the masses has always been quite different. It asserts its privilege of proceeding illogically, and although it admits the dream to be incomprehensible and absurd, it cannot summon the resolution to deny the dream all significance. Led by a dim intuition, it seems rather to assume that the dream has a meaning, albeit a hidden one, that it is intended as a substitute for some other thought process, and that it is only a question of revealing this substitute correctly in order to reach the hidden signification of the dream. The laity has, therefore, always endeavored to interpret the dream, and in doing so has tried two essentially different methods. The first of these procedures regards the dream content as a whole and seeks to replace it by another content 81 which is intelligible and in certain respects analogous. This is symbolic dream interpretation. It naturally goes to pieces at the outset in the case of those dreams which appear not only unintelligible but confused. The construction which the biblical Joseph places upon the dream of Pharaoh furnishes an example of its procedure. The 7 fat kine, after which came 7 lean ones which devour the former, furnish a symbolic substitute for a prediction of 7 years of famine in the land of Egypt, which will consume all the excess which 7 fruitful years have created. Most of the artificial dreams contrived by poets are intended for such symbolic interpretation, for they reproduce the thought conceived by the poet in a disguise found to be in accordance with the characteristics of our dreaming, as we know these from experience. Q. The idea that the dream concerns itself chiefly with future events whose course it surmises in advance, a relic of the prophetic significance with which dreams were once credited, now becomes the motive for transplanting the meaning of the dream, found by means of symbolic interpretation, into the future by means of an it shall. A demonstration of the way in which such symbolic interpretation is arrived at cannot, of course, be given. Success remains a matter of ingenious conjecture, of direct intuition, and for this reason dream interpretation has naturally been elevated to an art, which seems to depend upon extraordinary gifts. R. The other of the two popular methods of dream interpretation entirely abandons such claims. It might be 82 designated as the cipher method, since it treats the dream as a kind of secret code, in which every sign is translated into another sign of known meaning, according to an established key. For example, I have dreamt of a letter, and also of a funeral or the like. I consult a dream book, and find that letter is to be translated by vexation, and funeral by marriage, engagement. It now remains to establish a connection, which I again am to assume pertains to the future, by means of the rigmarole which I have deciphered. An interesting variation of this cipher procedure, a variation by which its character of purely mechanical transference is to a certain extent corrected, is presented in the work on dream interpretation by Artemidoros of Daldis. 2. Here not only the dream content, but also the personality and station in life of the dreamer, are taken into consideration, so that the same dream content has a significance for the rich man, the married man, or the orator, which is different from that for the poor man, the unmarried man, or, say, the merchant. The essential point, then, in this procedure is that the work of interpretation is not directed to the entirety of the dream, but to each portion of the dream content by itself, as though the dream were a conglomeration, in which each fragment demands a particular disposal. Incoherent and confused dreams are certainly the ones responsible for the invention of the cipher method. S83 The worthlessness of both these popular interpretation procedures for the scientific treatment of the subject cannot be questioned for a moment. The symbolic method is limited in its application and is capable of no general demonstration. In the cipher method everything depends upon whether the key, the dream book, is reliable, and for that all guarantees are lacking. One might be tempted to grant the contention of the philosophers and psychiatrists and to dismiss the problem of dream interpretation as a fanciful one. I have come, however, to think differently. I have been forced to admit that here once more we have one of those not infrequent cases where an ancient and stubbornly retained popular belief seems to have come nearer to the truth of the matter than the judgment of the science which prevails today. I must insist that the dream actually has significance, and that a scientific procedure in dream interpretation is possible. I have come upon the knowledge of this procedure in the following manner. For several years I have been occupied with the solution of certain psychopathological structures in hysterical phobias, compulsive ideas, and the like, for therapeutic purposes. I have been so occupied since becoming familiar with an important report of Joseph Breuer to the effect that in those structures, regarded as morbid symptoms, solution and treatment go hand in hand. Where it has been possible to trace such a pathological idea back to the elements in the psychic life of the patient to which it owes its origin, this idea has crumbled away, and the patient has been relieved of it. In view of the failure of our other therapeutic efforts, and in the face of the mysteriousness of these conditions, it seems to me tempting, in spite of all difficulties, to press forward on the path taken by Breuer until the subject has been fully understood. We shall have elsewhere to make a detailed report upon the form which the technique of this procedure has finally assumed, and the results of the efforts which have been made. In the course of these psychoanalytical studies, I happened upon dream interpretation. My patients, after I had obliged them to inform me of all the ideas and thoughts which came to them in connection with the given theme, related their dreams, and 84 thus taught me that a dream may be linked into the psychic concatenation which must be followed backwards into the memory from the pathological idea as a starting point. The next step was to treat the dream as a symptom, and to apply to it the method of interpretation which had been worked out for such symptoms. For this a certain psychic preparation of the patient is necessary. The double effort is made with him, to stimulate his attention for his psychic perceptions and to eliminate the critique with which he is ordinarily in the habit of viewing the thoughts which come to the surface in him. For the purpose of self-observation with concentrated attention, it is advantageous that the patient occupy a restful position and close his eyes. He must be explicitly commanded to resign the critique of the thought formations which he perceives. He must be told further that the success of the psychoanalysis depends upon his noticing and telling everything that passes through his mind, and that he must not allow himself to suppress one idea because it seems to him unimportant or irrelevant to the subject, or another because it seems nonsensical. He must maintain impartiality towards his ideas, for it would be owing to just this critique if he were unsuccessful in finding the desired solution of the dream, the obsession, or the like. I have noticed in the course of my psychoanalytic work that the state of mind of a man in contemplation is entirely different from that of a man who is observing his psychic processes. In contemplation there is a greater play of psychic action than in the most attentive self-observation. This is also shown by the tense attitude and wrinkled brow of contemplation, in contrast with the restful features of self-observation. In both cases, there must be concentration of attention, but, besides this, in contemplation one exercises a critique, in consequence of which he rejects some of the ideas which he has perceived, and cuts short others, so that he does not follow the trains of thought which they would open. Towards still other thoughts he may act in such a manner that they do not become conscious at all, that is to say, they are suppressed before they are perceived. In self-observation, on the other hand, one has only the task of suppressing the 85 critique. If he succeeds in this, an unlimited number of ideas, which otherwise would have been impossible for him to grasp, come to his consciousness. With the aid of this material, newly secured for the purpose of self-observation, the interpretation of pathological ideas, as well as of dream images, can be accomplished. As may be seen, the point is to bring about a psychic state to some extent analogous as regards the apportionment of psychic energy, transferable attention, to the state prior to falling asleep, and indeed also to the hypnotic state. In falling asleep, the undesired ideas come into prominence on account of the slackening of a certain arbitrary, and certainly also critical, action, which we allow to exert an influence upon the trend of our ideas. We are accustomed to assign fatigue as the reason for this slackening. The emerging undesired ideas as the reason are changed into visual and acoustic images. Cf. The remarks of Schleiermacher 61, and others, p. 40, in the condition which is used for the analysis of dreams and pathological ideas, this activity is purposely and arbitrarily dispensed with, and the psychic energy thus saved, or a part of it, is used for the attentive following of the undesired thoughts now coming to the surface, which retain their identity as ideas. This is the difference from the condition of falling asleep. Undesired ideas are thus changed into desired ones. The suspension thus required of the critique for these apparently freely rising ideas, which is here demanded and which is usually exercised on them, is not easy for some persons. The undesired ideas are in the habit of starting the most violent resistance, which seeks to prevent them from coming to the surface. But if we may credit our great poet-philosopher Friedrich Schiller, a very similar tolerance must be the condition of poetic production. At a point in his correspondence with Kerner, for the noting of which we are indebted to Mr. Otto Rank, Schiller answers a friend who complains of his lack of creativeness in the following words: "The reason for your complaint lies, it seems to me, in the constraint which your intelligence imposes upon your imagination. I must here make an observation and illustrate it by an allegory. It does not seem beneficial, and it is harmful for the creative work of the mind, if the intelligence inspects 286 closely the ideas already pouring in, as it were, at the gates. Regarded by itself, an idea may be very trifling and very adventurous, but it perhaps becomes important on account of one which follows it, perhaps in a certain connection with others, which may seem equally absurd. It is capable of forming a very useful construction. The intelligence cannot judge all these things if it does not hold them steadily long enough to see them in connection with the others. In the case of a creative mind, however, the intelligence has withdrawn its watchers from the gates, the ideas rush in pell-mell, and it is only then that the great heap is looked over and critically examined. Messrs. Critics, or whatever else you may call yourselves, you are ashamed or afraid of the momentary and transitory madness which is found in all creators, and whose longer or shorter duration distinguishes the thinking artist from the dreamer. Hence your complaints about barrenness, for you reject too soon and discriminate too severely. Letter of December 1, 1788. And yet, such a withdrawal of the watchers from the gates of intelligence, as Schiller calls it, such a shifting into the condition of uncritical self-observation, is in no way difficult. Most of my patients accomplish it after the first instructions. I myself can do it very perfectly, if I assist the operation by writing down my notions. The amount, in terms of psychic energy, by which the critical activity is in this manner reduced, and by which the intensity of the self-observation may be increased, varies widely according to the subject matter upon which the attention is to be fixed. The first step in the application of this procedure now teaches us that not the dream as a whole, but only the parts of its content separately, may be made the object of our attention. If I ask a patient who is as yet unpracticed, what occurs to you in connection with this dream? As a rule he is unable to fix upon anything in his psychic field of vision. I must present the dream to him piece by piece, then for every fragment he gives me a series of notions, which may be designated as the background thoughts of this part of the dream. In this first and important condition, then, the method of dream interpretation which I employ avoids 87 the popular, traditional method of interpretation by symbolism famous in the legends, and approaches the second, the cipher method. Like this one it is an interpretation in detail, not en masse. Like this it treats the dream from the beginning as something put together, as a conglomeration of psychic images. In the course of my psychoanalysis of neurotics, I have indeed already subjected many thousand dreams to interpretation, but I do not now wish to use this material in the introduction to the technique and theory of dream interpretation. Quite apart from the consideration that I should expose myself to the objection that these are dreams of neuropathic subjects, the conclusions drawn from which would not admit of reapplication to the dreams of healthy persons, another reason forces me to reject them. The theme which is naturally always the subject of these dreams, is the history of the disease which is responsible for the neurosis. For this purpose there would be required a very long introduction and an investigation into the nature and logical conditions of psychoneuroses, things which are in themselves novel and unfamiliar in the highest degree, and which would thus distract attention from the dream problem. My purpose lies much more in the direction of preparing the ground for a solution of difficult problems in the psychology of the neuroses by means of the solution of dreams. But if I eliminate the dreams of neurotics, I must not treat the remainder too discriminatingly. Only those dreams still remain which have been occasionally related to me by healthy persons of my acquaintance, or which I find as examples in the literature of dream life. Unfortunately in all these dreams the analysis is lacking, without which I cannot find the meaning of the dream. My procedure is, of course, not as easy as that of the popular cipher method, which translates the given dream content according to an established key. I am much more prepared to find that the same dream may cover a different meaning in the case of different persons, and in a different connection I must then resort to my own dreams, as an abundant and convenient material, furnished by a person who is about normal, and having reference to many incidents of everyday life. I shall certainly be with doubts as to the trustworthiness of these self-analyses. Arbitrariness is here in no way avoided. In my opinion, conditions are 88 more likely to be favorable in self-observation than in the observation of others. In any case, it is permissible to see how much can be accomplished by means of self-analysis. I must overcome further difficulties arising from inner self. One has a readily understood aversion to exposing so many intimate things from one's own psychic life, and one does not feel safe from the misinterpretation of strangers. But one must be able to put one's self beyond this. Tout psychologist, writes Delboeuf, 26, est obligé de faire l'aveu même de ses faiblesses s'il croit par la jeter du jour sur quelque problème obscur. And I may assume that in the case of the reader, the immediate interest in the indiscretions which I must commit will very soon give way to exclusive engrossment in the psychological problems which are illuminated by them. I shall, therefore, select one of my own dreams and use it to elucidate my method of interpretation. Every such dream necessitates a preliminary statement. I must now beg the reader to make my interests his own for a considerable time, and to become absorbed with me in the most trifling details of my life, for an interest in the hidden significance of dreams imperatively demands such transference. Preliminary statement. In the summer of 1895 I had psychoanalytically treated a young lady who stood in close friendship to me and those near to me. It is to be understood that such a complication of relations may be the source of manifold feelings for the physician, especially for the psychotherapist. The personal interest of the physician is greater, his authority is less. A failure threatens to undermine the friendship with the relatives of the patient. The cure ended with partial success. The patient got rid of her hysterical fear, but not of all her somatic symptoms. I was at that time not yet sure of the criteria marking the final settlement of a hysterical case, and expected her to accept a solution which did not seem acceptable to her. In this disagreement, we cut short the treatment on account of the summer season. One day a younger colleague, one of my best friends, who had visited the patient, Irma, and her family in their country resort, came to see me. I asked him how he found her, and received the answer, "She is better, but not altogether well." I realized that those words of my friend Otto, or the tone of 89 voice in which they were spoken, made me angry. I thought I heard a reproach in the words, perhaps to the effect that I had promised the patient too much, and rightly or wrongly I traced Otto's supposed siding against me to the influence of the relatives of the patient, who, I assume, had never approved of my treatment. Moreover, my disagreeable impression did not become clear to me, nor did I give it expression. The very same evening, I wrote down the history of Irma's case, in order to hand it, as though for my justification, to Dr. M., a mutual friend, who was at that time a leading figure in our circle. During the night following this evening, perhaps rather in the morning, I had the following dream, which was registered immediately after waking. Dream of July 23 to 24, 1895. A great hall, many guests whom we are receiving, among them Irma, whom I immediately take aside, as though to answer her letter, to reproach her for not yet accepting the solution. I say to her, "If you still have pains, it is really only your own fault." She answers, "If you only knew what pains I now have in the neck, stomach, and abdomen, I am drawn together." I am frightened and look at her. She looks pale and bloated. I think that after all I must be overlooking some organic affection. I take her to the window and look into her throat. She shows some resistance to this, like a woman who has a false set of teeth. I think anyway she does not need them. The mouth then really opens without difficulty and I find a large white spot to the right, and at another place I see extended grayish-white scabs attached to curious curling formations, which have obviously been formed like the turbinated bone. I quickly call Dr. M., who repeats the examination and confirms it. Dr. M.'s looks are altogether unusual. He is very pale, limps, and has no beard on his chin. My friend Otto is now also standing next to her, and my friend Leopold percusses her small body and says, "She has some dullness on the left below," and also calls attention to an infiltrated portion of the skin on the left shoulder, something which I feel as he does. In spite of the dress, M says, "No doubt it is an infection, but it does not matter. Dysentery will develop too, and the poison will be excreted." We also have 90 immediate knowledge of the origin of the infection. My friend Otto has recently given her an injection with a propyl preparation when she felt ill, propyls. Propionic acid, trimethylamine, the formula of which I see printed before me in heavy type. Such injections are not made so rashly. Probably also the syringe was not clean. This dream has an advantage over many others. It is at once clear with what events of the preceding day it is connected, and what subject it treats. The preliminary statement gives information on these points. The news about Irma's health which I have received from Otto, the history of the illness upon which I have written until late at night, have occupied my psychic activity even during sleep. In spite of all this, no one, who has read the preliminary report and has knowledge of the content of the dream, has been able to guess what the dream signifies. Nor do I myself know. I wonder about the morbid symptoms, of which Irma complains in the dream, for they are not the same ones for which I have treated her. I smile about the consultation with Dr. M. I smile at the nonsensical idea of an injection with propionic acid, and at the consolation attempted by Dr. M. Towards the end the dream seems more obscure and more terse than at the beginning. In order to learn the significance of all this, I am compelled to undertake a thorough analysis. Analysis. The hall, many guests, whom we are receiving. We were living this summer at the Bellevue, in an isolated house on one of the hills which lie close to the Kallenberg. This house was once intended as a place of amusement, and on this account has unusually high, hall-like rooms. The dream also occurred at the Bellevue, a few days before the birthday of my wife. During the day, my wife had expressed the expectation that several friends, among them Irma, would come to us as guests for her birthday. My dream, then, anticipates this situation. It is the birthday of my wife, and many people, among them Irma, are received by us as guests in the great hall of the Bellevue. I reproach Irma for not having accepted the solution. I say, "If you still have pains, it is your own fault." 91 I might have said this also, or did say it, while awake. At that time I had the opinion, recognized later to be incorrect, that my task was limited to informing patients of the hidden meaning of their symptoms. Whether they then accepted or did not accept the solution upon which success depended, for that I was not responsible. I am thankful to this error, which fortunately has now been overcome, for making life easier for me at a time when, with all my unavoidable ignorance, I was to produce successful cures. But I see in the speech which I make to Irma in the dream, that above all things I do not want to be to blame for the pains which she still feels. If it is Irma's own fault, it cannot be mine. Should the purpose of the dream be looked for in this quarter? Irma's complaints, pains in the neck, abdomen, and stomach, she is drawn together. Pains in the stomach belong to the symptom complex of my patient, but they were not very prominent. She complained rather of sensations of nausea and disgust. Pains in the neck and abdomen and constriction of the throat hardly played a part in her case. I wonder why I decided upon this choice of symptoms, nor can I for the moment find the reason. She looks pale and bloated. My patient was always ruddy. I suspect that another person is here being substituted for her. I am frightened at the thought that I must have overlooked some organic affection. This, as the reader will readily believe, is a constant fear with the specialist, who sees neurotics almost exclusively, and who is accustomed to ascribe so many manifestations, which other physicians treat as organic, to hysteria. On the other hand, I am haunted by a faint doubt, I know not whence it comes, as to whether my fear is altogether honest. If Irma's pains are indeed of organic origin, I am not bound to cure them. My treatment, of course, removes only hysterical pains. It seems to me, in fact, that I wish to find an error in the diagnosis. In that case the reproach of being unsuccessful would be removed. I take her to the window in order to look into her throat. She resists a little, like a woman who has false teeth. I think she does not need them anyway. 92 I had never had occasion to inspect Irma's oral cavity. The incident in the dream reminds me of an examination, made some time before, of a governess who at first gave an impression of youthful beauty, but who upon opening her mouth took certain measures for concealing her teeth. Other memories of medical examinations and of little secrets which are discovered by them, unpleasantly for both examiner and examined, connect themselves with this case. She does not need them anyway, is at first perhaps a compliment for Irma, but I suspect a different meaning. In careful analysis one feels whether or not the background thoughts which are to be expected have been exhausted. The way in which Irma stands at the window suddenly reminds me of another experience. Irma possesses an intimate woman friend, of whom I think very highly. One evening on paying her a visit I found her in the position at the window reproduced in the dream, and her physician, the same Dr. M., declared that she had a diphtheritic membrane. The person of Dr. M. and the membrane return in the course of the dream. Now it occurs to me that during the last few months, I have been given every reason to suppose that this lady is also hysterical. Yes, Irma herself has betrayed this to me. But what do I know about her condition? Only the one thing, that like Irma she suffers from hysterical choking in dreams. Thus in the dream I have replaced my patient by her friend. Now I remember that I have often trifled with the expectation that this lady might likewise engage me to relieve her of her symptoms. But even at the time I thought it improbable, for she is of a very shy nature. She resists, as the dream shows. Another explanation might be that she does not need it. In fact, until now she has shown herself strong enough to master her condition without outside help. Now only a few features remain, which I can assign neither to Irma nor to her friend: pale, bloated, false teeth. The false teeth lead me to the governess. I now feel inclined to be satisfied with bad teeth. Then another person, to whom these features may allude, occurs to me. She is not my patient, and I do not wish her to be my patient, for I have noticed that she is not at her ease with me, and I do not consider her a docile patient. She is generally pale, and once, when she had a particularly 93 good spell, she was bloated. I have thus compared my patient Irma with two others, who would likewise resist treatment. What can it mean that I have exchanged her for her friend in the dream? Perhaps that I wish to exchange her, either the other one arouses in me stronger sympathies or I have a higher opinion of her intelligence. For I consider Irma foolish because she does not accept my solution. The other one would be more sensible, and would thus be more likely to yield. The mouth then really opens without difficulty, she would tell more than Irma. What I see in the throat, a white spot and scabby nostrils. The white spot recalls diphtheria, and thus Irma's friend, but besides this it recalls the grave illness of my eldest daughter 2 years before and all the anxiety of that unfortunate time. The scab on the nostrils reminds me of a concern about my own health. At that time I often used cocaine in order to suppress annoying swellings in the nose, and had heard a few days before that a lady patient who did likewise had contracted an extensive necrosis of the nasal mucous membrane. The recommendation of cocaine, which I had made in 1885, had also brought grave reproaches upon me. A dear friend, already dead in 1895, had hastened his end through the misuse of this remedy. I quickly call Dr. M., who repeats the examination. This would simply correspond to the position which M occupied among us. But the word quickly is striking enough to demand a special explanation. It reminds me of a sad medical experience. By the continued prescription of a remedy, sulfonal, which was still at that time considered harmless, I had once caused the severe intoxication of a woman patient, and I had turned in great haste to an older, 94 more experienced colleague for assistance. The fact that I really had this case in mind is confirmed by an accessory circumstance. The patient, who succumbed to the intoxication, bore the same name as my eldest daughter. I had never thought of this until now. Now it seems to me almost like a retribution of fate, as though I ought to continue the replacement of the persons here in another sense, this Matilda for that Matilda, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. It is as though I were seeking every opportunity to reproach myself with lack of medical conscientiousness. Dr. M. is pale, without a beard on his chin, and he limps. Of this so much is correct, that his unhealthy appearance often awakens the concern of his friends. The other two characteristics must belong to another person. A brother living abroad occurs to me, who wears his chin clean-shaven, and to whom, if I remember aright, M. of the dream on the whole bears some resemblance. About him the news arrived some days before that he was lame on account of an arthritic disease in the hip. There must be a reason why I fused the two persons into one in the dream. I remember that in fact I was on bad terms with both of them for similar reasons. Both of them had rejected a certain proposal which I had recently made to them. My friend Otto is now standing next to the sick woman, and my friend Leopold examines her and calls attention to a dullness on the left below. My friend Leopold is also a physician, a relative of Otto. Since the two practice the same specialty, fate has made them competitors, who are continually being compared with each other. Both of them assisted me for years, while I was still directing a public dispensary for nervous children. Scenes like the one reproduced in the dream have often taken place there. While I was debating with Otto about the diagnosis of a case, Leopold had examined the child anew and had made an unexpected contribution towards the decision. For there was a difference of character between the two similar to that between Inspector Brzig and his friend Charles. The one was distinguished for his brightness, the other was slow, thoughtful, but thorough. If I contrast Otto and the careful Leopold in the dream, I do it, apparently, in order to extol 95 Leopold. It is a comparison similar to the one above between the disobedient patient Irma and her friend who is thought to be more sensible. I now become aware of one of the tracks along which the thought association of the dream progresses, from the sick child to the children's asylum. The dullness to the left, below, recalls a certain case corresponding to it, in every detail in which Leopold astonished me by his thoroughness. Besides this, I have a notion of something like a metastatic affection, but it might rather be a reference to the lady patient whom I should like to have instead of Irma. For this lady, as far as I can gather, resembles a woman suffering from tuberculosis. An infiltrated portion of skin on the left shoulder. I see at once that this is my own rheumatism of the shoulder, which I always feel when I have remained awake until late at night. The turn of phrase in the dream also sounds ambiguous, something which I feel, in spite of the dress. Feel on my own body is intended. Moreover, I am struck with the unusual sound of the term infiltrated portion of skin. An infiltration behind on the upper left is what we are accustomed to. This would refer to the lung, and thus again to tuberculosis patients. In spite of the dress. This, to be sure, is only an interpolation. We, of course, examine the children in the clinic undressed. It is some sort of contradiction to the manner in which grown-up female patients must be examined. The story used to be told of a prominent clinician that he always examined his patients physically only through the clothes. The rest is obscure to me. I have, frankly, no inclination to follow the matter further. Dr. M says, it is an infection, but it does not matter. Dysentery will develop, and the poison will be excreted. This at first seems ridiculous to me, still it must be carefully analyzed like everything else. Observed more closely, it seems, however, to have a kind of meaning. What I had found in the patient was local diphtheritis. I remember the discussion about diphtheritis and diphtheria at the time of my daughter's illness. The latter is the general infection which proceeds from local diphtheritis. Leopold proves the 96 existence of such general infection by means of the dullness, which thus suggests a metastatic lesion. I believe, however, that just this kind of metastasis does not occur in the case of diphtheria. It rather recalls pyemia. It does not matter, is a consolation. I believe it fits in as follows. The last part of the dream has yielded a content to the effect that the pains of the patient are the result of a serious organic affection. I begin to suspect that with this I am only trying to shift the blame from myself. Psychic treatment cannot be held responsible for the continued presence of diphtheritic affection. But now, in turn, I am disturbed at inventing such serious suffering for Irma for the sole purpose of exculpating myself. It seems cruel. I need, accordingly, the assurance that the result will be happy. And it does not seem ill-advised that I should put the words of consolation into the mouth of Dr. M. But here I consider myself superior to the dream, a fact which needs explanation. But why is this consolation so nonsensical? Dysentery. Some sort of far-fetched theoretical notion that pathological material may be removed through the intestines. Am I in this way trying to make fun of Dr. M's great store of far-fetched explanations, his habit of finding curious pathological relationships? Dysentery suggests something else. A few months ago I had in charge a young man suffering from remarkable pains during evacuation of the bowels, a case which colleagues had treated as anemia with malnutrition. I realized that it was a question of hysteria. I was unwilling to use my psychotherapy on him, and sent him off on a sea voyage. Now a few days before I had received a despairing letter from him from Egypt, saying that while there he had suffered a new attack, which the physician had declared to be dysentery. I suspect, indeed, that the diagnosis was only an error of my ignorant colleague, who allows hysteria to make a fool of him, but still I cannot avoid reproaching myself for putting the invalid in a position where he might contract an organic affection of the bowels in addition to his hysteria. Furthermore, dysentery sounds like diphtheria, a word which does not occur in the dream. Indeed it must be that, with the consoling prognosis, 97 dysentery will develop, and see, I am making fun of Dr. M, for I recollect that years ago he once jokingly told a very similar story of another colleague. He had been called to consult with this colleague in the case of a woman who was very seriously ill and had felt obliged to confront the other physician, who seemed very hopeful, with the fact that he found albumin in the patient's urine. The colleague, however, did not let this worry him, but answered calmly, "That does not matter, doctor, the albumin will without doubt be excreted." Thus I can no longer doubt that derision for those colleagues who are ignorant of hysteria is contained in this part of the dream. As though in confirmation, this question now arises in my mind. Does Dr. M know that the symptoms of his patient, of our friend Irma, which give cause for fearing tuberculosis, are also based on hysteria? Has he recognized this hysteria, or has he stupidly ignored it? But what can be my motive in treating this friend so badly? This is very simple. Dr. M agrees with my solution as little as Irma herself. I have thus already in this dream taken revenge on two persons, on Irma in the words, "If you still have pains, it is your own fault," and on Dr. M. in the wording of the nonsensical consolation which has been put into his mouth. We have immediate knowledge of the origin of the infection. This immediate knowledge in the dream is very remarkable. Just before we did not know it, since the infection was first demonstrated by Leopold. My friend Otto has recently given her an injection when she felt ill. Otto had actually related that in the short time of his visit to Irma's family, he had been called to a neighboring hotel in order to give an injection to someone who fell suddenly ill. Injections again recall the unfortunate friend who has poisoned himself with cocaine. I had recommended the remedy to him merely for internal use during the withdrawal of morphine, but he once gave himself injections of cocaine. With a propyl preparation, propyls, propionic acid. How did this ever occur to me? On the same evening on which I had written part of the history of the disease before having the dream, my wife opened a bottle of cordial labeled 98 Ananus, W, which was a present from our friend Otto. For he had a habit of making presents on every possible occasion. I hope he will someday be cured of this by a wife. Such a smell of fusel oil arose from this cordial that I refused to taste it. My wife observed, "We will give this bottle to the servants," and I, still more prudent, forbade it, with the philanthropic remark, "They mustn't be poisoned either." The smell of fusel oil, amyl, has now apparently awakened in my memory the whole series, propyl, methyl, and C, which has furnished the propyl preparation of the dream. In this, it is true, I have employed a substitution. I have dreamt of propyl, after smelling amyl, but substitutions of this kind are perhaps permissible, especially in organic chemistry. Trimethylamine. I see the chemical formula of this substance in the dream, a fact which probably gives evidence of a great effort on the part of my memory, and, moreover, the formula is printed in heavy type, as if to lay special stress upon something of particular importance, as distinguished from the context. To what does this trimethylamine lead, which has been so forcibly called to my attention? It leads to a conversation with another friend who for years has known all my germinating activities, as I have his. At that time he had just informed me of some of his ideas about sexual chemistry, and had mentioned, among others, that he thought he recognized in trimethylamine one of the products of sexual metabolism. This substance thus leads me to sexuality, to that factor which I credit with the greatest significance for the origin of the nervous affections which I attempt to cure. My patient Irma is a young widow. If I am anxious to excuse the failure of her cure, I suppose I shall best do so by referring to this condition, which her admirers would be glad to change. How remarkably, too, such a dream is fashioned. The other woman, whom I take as my patient in the dream instead of Irma, is also a young widow. I suspect why the formula of trimethylamine has made 99 itself so prominent in the dream. So many important things are gathered up in this one word. Trimethylamine is not only an allusion to the overpowering factor of sexuality, but also to a person whose sympathy I remember with satisfaction when I feel myself forsaken in my opinions. Should not this friend, who plays such a large part in my life, occur again in the chain of thoughts of the dream? Of course, he must. He is particularly acquainted with the results which proceed from affections of the nose and its adjacent cavities, and has revealed to science several highly remarkable relations of the turbinated bones to the female sexual organs, the three curly formations in Irma's throat. I have had Irma examined by him to see whether the pains in her stomach might be of nasal origin. But he himself suffers from suppurative rhinitis, which worries him, and to this perhaps there is an allusion in pyemia, which hovers before me in the metastases of the dream. Such injections are not made so rashly. Here the reproach of carelessness is hurled directly at my friend Otto. I am under the impression that I had some thought of this sort in the afternoon, when he seemed to indicate his siding against me by word and look. It was perhaps, how easily he can be influenced, how carelessly he pronounces judgment. Furthermore, the above sentence again points to my deceased friend, who so lightly took refuge in cocaine injections. As I have said, I had not intended injections of the remedy at all. I see that in reproaching Otto the first again touch upon the story of the unfortunate Matilda, from which arises the same reproach against me. Obviously I am here collecting examples of my own conscientiousness, but also of the opposite. Probably also the syringe was not clean. Another reproach directed at Otto, but originating elsewhere. The day before I happened to meet the son of a lady 82 years of age whom I am obliged to give daily 2 injections of morphine. At present she is in the country, and I have heard that she is suffering from an inflammation of the veins. I immediately thought that it was a case of infection due to contamination from the syringe. It is my pride that in 2 years I have not given her a single infection. I am constantly concerned, of course, to see that the syringe is perfectly clean. For I am 100% conscientious. From the inflammation of the veins, I returned to my wife, who had suffered from emboli during a period of pregnancy, and now 3 related situations come to the surface in my memory, involving my wife, Irma, and the deceased Matilda, the identity of which 3 persons plainly justifies my putting them in one another's place. I have now completed the interpretation of the dream. Why, in the course of this interpretation I have taken great pains to get possession of all the notions to which a comparison between the dream content and the dream thoughts hidden behind it must have given rise. Meanwhile, the meaning of the dream has dawned upon me. I have become conscious of a purpose which is realized by means of the dream, and which must have been the motive for dreaming. The dream fulfills several wishes, which have been actuated in me by the events of the preceding evening, Otto's news, and the writing down of the history of the disease. For the result of the dream is that I am not to blame for the suffering which Irma still has, and that Otto is to blame for it. Now Otto has made me angry by his remark about Irma's imperfect cure. The dream avenges me upon him by turning the reproach back upon himself. The dream acquits me of responsibility for Irma's condition by referring it to other causes, which indeed furnish a great number of explanations. The dream represents a certain condition of affairs as I should wish it to be. The content of the dream is thus the fulfillment of a wish, its motive is a wish. This much is apparent at first sight. But many things in the details of the dream become intelligible when regarded from the point of view of wish fulfillment. I take revenge on Otto, not only for hastily taking part against me, in that I accuse him of a careless medical operation, the injection, but I am also avenged on him for the bad cordial which smells like fusel oil. And I find an expression in the dream which unites both reproaches, the injection with a preparation of propyl. Still I am not satisfied, but continue my revenge by comparing him to his more reliable competitor. I seem to say by this, I like him better than you. But Otto is not the only one who must feel the force of my anger. I take revenge on the 101 disobedient patient by exchanging her for a more sensible, more docile one. Nor do I leave the contradiction of Dr. M unnoticed, but express my opinion of him in an obvious allusion, to the effect that his relation to the question is that of an ignoramus, dysentery will develop, and see. It seems to me, indeed, as though I were appealing from him to some one better informed, my friend, who has told me about trimethylamine, just as I have turned from Irma to her friend, I turn from Otto to Leopold. Rid me of these 3 persons, replace them by 3 others of my own choice, and I shall be released from the reproaches which I do not wish to have deserved. The unreasonableness itself of these reproaches is proved to me in the dream in the most elaborate way. Irma's pains are not charged to me, because she herself is to blame for them, in that she refuses to accept my solution. Irma's pains are none of my business, for they are of an organic nature, quite impossible to be healed by a psychic cure. Irma's sufferings are satisfactorily explained by her widowhood, trimethylamine, a fact which, of course, I cannot alter. Irma's illness has been caused by an incautious injection on the part of Otto, with an ill-suited substance, in a way I should never have made an injection. Irma's suffering is the result of an injection made with an unclean syringe, just like the inflammation of the veins in my old lady, while I never do any such mischief with my injections. I am aware, indeed, that these explanations of Irma's illness, which unite in acquitting me, do not agree with one another, they even exclude one another. The whole pleading, "This dream is nothing else," recalls vividly the defensive argument of a man who was accused by his neighbor of having returned a kettle to him in a damaged condition. In the first place, he said, he had returned the kettle undamaged; in the second, it already had holes in it when he borrowed it; and thirdly, he had never borrowed the kettle from his neighbor at all. But so much the better. If even one of these three methods of defense is recognized as valid, the man must be acquitted. Still other subjects mingle in the dream, whose relation to my release from responsibility for Irma's illness is not so transparent: the illness of my daughter and that of a patient of the same name, the harmfulness of cocaine, the illness of 102 my patient traveling in Egypt, concern about the health of my wife, my brother, of Dr. M, my own bodily troubles, and concern about the absent friend who is suffering from suppurative rhinitis. But if I keep all these things in view, they combine into a single train of thought, labeled perhaps, concern for the health of myself and others, professional conscientiousness. I recall an undefined disagreeable sensation as Otto brought me the news of Irma's condition. I should like to note finally the expression of this fleeting sensation, which is part of the train of thought that is mingled into the dream. It is as though Otto had said to me, "You do not take your physician's duties seriously enough, you are not conscientious, do not keep your promises." Thereupon this train of thought placed itself at my service in order that I might exhibit proof of the high degree in which I am conscientious, how intimately I am concerned with the health of my relatives, friends, and patients. Curiously enough, there are also in this thought material some painful memories, which correspond rather to the blame attributed to Otto than to the accusation against me. The material has the appearance of being impartial, but the connection between this broader material, upon which the dream depends, and the more limited theme of the dream which gives rise to the wish to be innocent of Irma's illness, is nevertheless unmistakable. I do not wish to claim that I have revealed the meaning of the dream entirely, or that the interpretation is flawless. I could still spend much time upon it, I could draw further explanations from it, and bring up new problems which it bids us consider. I even know the points from which further thought associations might be traced, but such considerations as are connected with every dream of one's own restrain me from the work of interpretation. Whoever is ready to condemn such reserve, may himself try to be more straightforward than I. I am content with the discovery which has been just made. If the method of dream interpretation here indicated is followed, it will be found that the dream really has meaning, and is by no means the expression of fragmentary brain activity, which the authors would have us believe. When the work of interpretation has been completed, the dream may be recognized as the fulfillment of a wish. 103. This audiobook, The Interpretation of Dreams, is brought you by Audiobook Anywhere. For more audiobooks like this, please check out our YouTube channel. 3. The dream is the fulfillment of a wish. When after passing a defile one has reached an eminence where the ways part and where the view opens out broadly in different directions, it is permissible to stop for a moment and to consider where one is to turn next. Something like this happens to us after we have mastered this first dream interpretation. We find ourselves in the open light of a sudden cognition. The dream is not comparable to the irregular sounds of a musical instrument, which, instead of being touched by the hand of the musician, is struck by some outside force. The dream is not senseless, not absurd, does not presuppose that a part of our store of ideas is dormant while another part begins to awaken. It is a psychic phenomenon of full value, and indeed the fulfillment of a wish. It takes its place in the concatenation of the waking psychic actions which are intelligible to us, and it has been built up by a highly complicated intellectual activity. But at the very moment when we are inclined to rejoice in this discovery, a crowd of questions overwhelms us. If the dream, according to the interpretation, represents a wish fulfilled, what is the cause of the peculiar and unfamiliar manner in which this fulfillment is expressed? What changes have occurred in the dream thoughts before they are transformed into the manifest dream which we remember upon awaking? In what manner has this transformation taken place? Whence comes the material which has been worked over into the dream? What causes the peculiarities which we observe in the dream thoughts, for example, that they may contradict one another? The analogy of the kettle, p. 87. Is the dream capable of teaching us something new about our inner psychic processes, and can its content correct opinions which we have held during the day? I suggest that for the present all these questions be laid aside, and that a single path be pursued. We have found that the dream 104 represents a wish as fulfilled. It will be our next interest to ascertain whether this is a universal characteristic of the dream, or only the accidental content of the dream, of Irma's injection, with which we have begun our analysis, for even if we make up our minds that every dream has a meaning and psychic value, we must nevertheless allow for the possibility that this meaning is not the same in every dream. The first dream we have considered was the fulfillment of a wish, another may turn out to be a realized apprehension, a third may have a reflection as to its content, a fourth may simply reproduce a reminiscence. Are there then other wish dreams, or are there possibly nothing but wish dreams? It is easy to show that the character of wish fulfillment in dreams is often undisguised and recognizable, so that one may wonder why the language of dreams has not long since been understood. There is, for example, a dream which I can cause as often as I like, as it were experimentally. If in the evening I eat anchovies, olives, or other strongly salted foods, I become thirsty at night, whereupon I waken. The awakening, however, is preceded by a dream, which each time has the same content, namely, that I am drinking. I quaff water in long draughts, it tastes as sweet as only a cool drink can taste when one's throat is parched, and then I awake and have an actual desire to drink. The occasion for this dream is thirst, which I perceive when I awake. The wish to drink originates from this sensation, and the dream shows me this wish is fulfilled. It thereby serves a function the nature of which I soon guess. I sleep well, and am not accustomed to be awakened by a bodily need. If I succeed in assuaging my thirst by means of the dream that I am drinking, I need not wake up in order to satisfy it. It is thus a dream of convenience. The dream substitutes itself for action, as elsewhere in life. Unfortunately, the need of water for quenching thirst cannot be satisfied with a dream, like my thirst for revenge upon Otto and Dr. M, but the intention is the same. This same dream recently appeared in modified form. On this occasion I became thirsty before going to bed, and emptied the glass of water which stood on the little chest next to my bed. Several hours later in the night came a new attack of thirst, accompanied by discomfort. In order to obtain water, 1:05 I should have had to get up and fetch the glass which stood on the night chest of my wife. I thus quite appropriately dreamt that my wife was giving me a drink from a vase. This vase was an Etruscan cinerary urn which I had brought home from an Italian journey and had since given away. But the water in it tasted so salty, apparently from the ashes, that I had to wake. It may be seen how conveniently the dream is capable of arranging matters. Since the fulfillment of a wish is its only purpose, it may be perfectly egotistic. Love of comfort is really not compatible with consideration for others. The introduction of the cinerary urn is probably again the fulfillment of a wish. I am sorry that I no longer possess this vase. It, like the glass of water at my wife's side, is inaccessible to me. The cinerary urn is also appropriate to the sensation of a salty taste which has now grown stronger, and which I know will force me to wake up. Such convenience dreams were very frequent with me in the years of my youth. Accustomed as I had always been to work until late at night, early awakening was always a matter of difficulty for me. I used then to dream that I was out of bed and was standing at the washstand. After a while I could not make myself admit that I have not yet got up, but meanwhile I had slept for a time. I am acquainted with the same dream of laziness as dreamt by a young colleague of mine, who seems to share my propensity for sleep. The lodging housekeeper with whom he was living in the neighborhood of the hospital had strict orders to wake him on time every morning, but she certainly had a lot of trouble when she tried to carry out his orders. One morning sleep was particularly sweet. The woman called into the room, "Mr. Joe, get up, you must go to the hospital." Whereupon the 106 sleeper dreamt of a room in the hospital, a bed in which he was lying, and a chart pinned over his head reading, Joe H. Candidate Med. 22 years old, he said to himself in the dream, "If I am already at the hospital, I don't have to go there," turned over and slept on. He had thus frankly admitted to himself his motive for dreaming. Here is another dream, the stimulus for which acts during sleep itself. One of my women patients, who had had to undergo an unsuccessful operation on the jaw, was to wear a cooling apparatus on the affected cheek, according to the orders of the physicians. But she was in the habit of throwing it off as soon as she had got to sleep. One day I was asked to reprove her for doing so, for she had again thrown the apparatus on the floor. The patient defended herself as follows: "This time I really couldn't help it, it was the result of a dream which I had in the night. In the dream, I was in a box at the opera and was taking a lively interest in the performance. But Mr. Karlmeyer was lying in the sanatorium and complaining pitifully on account of pains in his jaw. I said to myself, since I haven't the pains, I don't need the apparatus either, that's why I threw it away." This dream of the poor sufferer is similar to the idea and the expression which comes to our lips when we are in a disagreeable situation: "I know something that's a great deal more fun." The dream presents this great deal more fun. Mr. Karlmeyer, to whom the dreamer attributed her pains, was the most indifferent young man of her acquaintance whom she could recall. It is no more difficult to discover the fulfillment of wishes in several dreams which I have collected from healthy persons. A friend who knew my theory of dreams and had imparted it to his wife, said to me one day, My wife asked me to tell you that she dreamt yesterday that she was having her menses. You will know what that means. Of course I know. If the young wife dreams that she is having her menses, the menses have stopped. I can understand that she would have liked to enjoy her freedom for a time longer before the discomforts of motherhood began. It was a clever way of giving notice of her first pregnancy. Another friend writes that his wife had recently dreamt that she noticed milk stains on the bosom of 107 her waist. This is also an indication of pregnancy, but this time not of the first one. The young mother wishes to have more nourishment for the second child than she had for the first. A young woman, who for weeks had been cut off from company because she was nursing a child that was suffering from an infectious disease, dreams, after its safe termination, of a company of people in which A. Bourget, M. Prévost, and others are present, all of whom are very pleasant to her and entertain her admirably. The different authors in the dream also have the features which their pictures give them. M. Prévost, with whose picture she is not familiar, looks like the disinfecting man who on the previous day had cleaned the sick rooms and had entered them as the first visitor after a long period. Apparently the dream might be perfectly translated thus: it is about time now for something more entertaining than this eternal nursing. Perhaps this selection will suffice to prove that often and under the most complex conditions dreams are found which can be understood only as fulfillments of wishes, and which present their contents without concealment. In most cases these are short and simple dreams, which stand in pleasant contrast to the confused and teeming dream compositions which have mainly attracted the attention of the authors. But it will pay to spend some time upon these simple dreams. The most simple dreams of all, I suppose, are to be expected in the case of children, whose psychic activities are certainly less complicated than those of adults. The psychology of children, in my opinion, is to be called upon for services similar to those which a study of the anatomy and development of the lower animals renders to the investigation of the structure of the highest classes of animals. Until now only a few conscious efforts have been made to take advantage of the psychology of children for such a purpose. The dreams of little children are simple fulfillments of wishes, and as compared, therefore, with the dreams of adults, are not at all interesting. They present no problem to be solved, but are naturally invaluable as affording proof that the dream in its essence signifies the fulfillment of a wish. I have been able to collect several examples of such dreams from the material furnished by my own children. 108 for two dreams, one of my daughters, at that time 8.5 years old, the other of a boy 5.25 years of age. I am indebted to an excursion to the beautiful Hallstatt in the summer of 1896. I must make the preliminary statement that during this summer we were living on a hill near Aussee, from which, when the weather was good, we enjoyed a splendid view of the Dockstein from the roof of our house. The simony hut could easily be recognized with a telescope. The little ones often tried to see it through the telescope, I do not know with what success. Before the excursion I had told the children that Hallstatt lay at the foot of the Dockstein. They looked forward to the day with great joy. From Hallstatt we entered the valley of Eskern, which highly pleased the children with its varying aspects. One of them, however, the boy of 5, gradually became discontented. As often as a mountain came in view, he would ask, "Is that the Dockstein?" Whereupon I would have to answer, "No, only a foothill." After this question had been repeated several times, he became altogether silent, and he was quite unwilling to come along on the flight of steps to the waterfall. I thought he was tired out. But the next morning, he approached me radiant with joy, and said, "Last night I dreamt that we were at Simony Hut." I understood him now. He had expected, as I was speaking of the Dockstein, that on the excursion to Hallstatt, he would ascend the mountain and would come face to face with the hut, about which there had been so much discussion at the telescope. When he learned that he was expected to be regaled with foothills and a waterfall, he was disappointed and became discontented. The dream compensated him for this. I tried to learn some details of the dream. They were scanty. Steps must be climbed for 6 hours, as he had heard. On this excursion wishes, destined to be satisfied only in dreams, had arisen also in the mind of the girl of 8.5 years. We had taken with us to Hallstatt the 12-year-old boy of our neighbor, an accomplished cavalier, who, it seems to me, already enjoyed the full sympathy of the little woman. The next morning, then, she related the following dream: "Just think, I dreamt that Emile was one of us, that he said Papa and Mama to you, and slept at our house 109 inches the big room like our boys. Then Mama came into the room and threw a large handful of chocolate bars under our beds." The brothers of the girl, who evidently had not inherited a familiarity with dream interpretation, declared just like the authors, that dream is nonsense. The girl defended at least a part of the dream, and it is worthwhile, from the point of view of the theory of neuroses, to know which part, that about Emile belonging to us, is nonsense, but that about the bars of chocolate is not. It was just this latter part that was obscure to me. For this Mama furnished me the explanation. On the way home from the railway station the children had stopped in front of a slot machine, and had desired exactly such chocolate bars wrapped in paper with a metallic luster, as the machine, according to their experience, had for sale. But the mother had rightly thought that the day had brought enough wish fulfillment, and had left this wish to be satisfied in dreams. This little scene had escaped me. I at once understood that portion of the dream which had been condemned by my daughter. I had myself heard the well-behaved guest enjoining the children to wait until Papa or Mama had come up. For the little one, the dream made a lasting adoption based on this temporary relation of the boy to us. Her tender nature was as yet unacquainted with any form of being together except those mentioned in the dream, which are taken from her brothers. Why the chocolate bars were thrown under the bed could not, of course, be explained without questioning the child. From a friend I have learned of a dream very similar to that of my boy. It concerned an 8-year-old girl. The father had undertaken a walk to Dornbach with the children, intending to visit the Rohr Hütte, but turned back because it had grown too late, and promised the children to make up for their disappointment some other time. On the way back, they passed a sign which showed the way to the IMO. The children now asked to be taken to that place also, but had to be content, for the same reason, with a postponement to another day. The next morning, the 8-year-old girl came to the father, satisfied, saying, "Papa, I dreamt last night that you were with us at the Rohr Hütte and on the IMO." Her impatience had thus in the dream anticipated the fulfillment of the promise made by her father. 110 Another dream, which the picturesque beauty of the Aussie inspired in my daughter, at that time 3¼ years old, is equally straightforward. The little one had crossed the lake for the first time, and the trip had passed too quickly for her. She did not want to leave the boat at the landing, and cried bitterly. The next morning she told us, "Last night I was sailing on the lake." Let us hope that the duration of this dream ride was more satisfactory to her. My eldest boy, at that time 8 years of age, was already dreaming of the realization of his fancies. He had been riding in a chariot with Achilles, with Diomed as charioteer. He had, of course, on the previous day shown a lively interest in the myths of Greece, which had been given to his elder sister. If it be granted that the talking of children in sleep likewise belongs to the category of dreaming, I may report the following as one of the most recent dreams in my collection. My youngest girl, at that time 19 months old, had vomited one morning, and had therefore been kept without food throughout the day. During the night which followed upon this day of hunger, she was heard to call excitedly in her sleep, "Anna Feud, strawberry, huckleberry, omelette, pap." She used her name in this way in order to express her idea of property. The menu must have included about everything which would seem to her a desirable meal. The fact that berries appeared in it twice was a demonstration against the domestic sanitary regulations, and was based on the circumstance, by no means overlooked by her, that the nurse ascribed her indisposition to an over-plentiful consumption of strawberries. She thus in the dream took revenge for this opinion which was distasteful to her. If we call childhood happy because it does not yet know sexual desire, we must not forget how abundant a source of disappointment and self-denial, and thus of dream stimulation, 111 the other of the great life impulses may become for it. Here is a second example showing this. My nephew of 22 months had been given the task of congratulating me upon my birthday, and of handing me, as a present, a little basket of cherries, which at that time of the year were not yet in season. It seemed difficult for him, for he repeated again and again, "Cherries in it," and could not be induced to let the little basket go out of his hands. But he knew how to secure his compensation. He had, until now, been in the habit of telling his mother every morning that he had dreamt of the white soldier, an officer of the guard in a white cloak, whom he had once admired on the street. On the day after the birthday, he awakened joyfully with the information which could have had its origin only in a dream: "He our man eat up all the cherries." AC 112 What animals dream of I do not know. A proverb for which I am indebted to one of my readers claims to know, for it raises the question, what does the goose dream of? The answer being, of maize. The whole theory that the dream is the fulfillment of a wish is contained in these sentences. We now perceive that we should have reached our theory of the hidden meaning of the dream by the shortest road if we had merely consulted colloquial usage. The wisdom of Proverbs, it is true, sometimes speaks contemptuously enough of the dream. It apparently tries to justify science in expressing the opinion that dreams are mere bubbles, but still for colloquial usage the dream is the gracious fulfiller of wishes. "I should never have fancied that in the wildest dream," exclaims one who finds his expectations surpassed in reality. 113. This audiobook The Interpretation of Dreams is brought you by Audiobook Anywhere. For more audiobooks like this, please check out our YouTube channel. 4. Distortion in dreams. If I make the assertion that wish fulfillment is the meaning of every dream, that, accordingly, there can be no dreams except wish dreams, I am sure at the outset to meet with the most emphatic contradiction. Objections will be made to this effect. The fact that there are dreams which must be understood as fulfillments of wishes is not new, but, on the contrary, has long since been recognized by the authors. Cf. Radestock 54, pages 137 to 138, Vocelt 72, pages 110 to 111, Tissy 68, p. 70, M. Simon 63, p. 42, On the Hunger Dreams of the Imprisoned Baron Trenck, and the passage in Griesinger 31, p. 11. The assumption that there can be nothing but dreams of wish fulfillment, however, is another of those unjustified generalizations by which you have been pleased to distinguish yourself of late. Indeed, dreams which exhibit the most painful content, but not a trace of wish fulfillment, occur plentifully enough. The pessimistic philosopher, Edward von Hartmann, perhaps stands furthest from the theory of wish fulfillment. He expresses himself in his Philosophy of the Unconscious, Part 2. Stereotyped edition, p. 34, to the following effect. As regards the dream, all the troubles of waking life are transferred by it to the sleeping state, only the one thing, which can in some measure reconcile a cultured person to life's scientific and artistic enjoyment, is not transferred. But even less discontented observers have laid emphasis on the fact that in dreams pain and disgust are more frequent than pleasure, so Schultz 59, p. 39, Vocelt 72, p. 80, and others. Indeed, two ladies, Sarah Weed and Florence Hallam, 33, have found from the elaboration of their dreams a mathematical expression for the preponderance of displeasure in dreams. They designate 58% of the dreams as disagreeable, and only 28.6% as positively pleasant. Besides those dreams which continue the painful sensations of life 114 during sleep, there are also dreams of fear, in which this most terrible of all disagreeable sensations tortures us until we awake, and it is with just these dreams of fear that children are so often persecuted. Cf. Debacker, 17, concerning the pavor nocturnus, though it is in the case of children that you have found dreams of wishing undisguised. Indeed, it is the anxiety dreams which seem to prevent a generalization of the thesis that the dream is a wish fulfillment, which we have established by means of the examples in the last section. They seem even to brand this thesis as an absurdity. It is not difficult, however, to escape these apparently conclusive objections. Please observe that our doctrine does not rest upon an acceptance of the manifest dream content, but as reference to the thought content which is found to lie behind the dream by the process of interpretation. Let us contrast the manifest and the latent dream content. It is true that there are dreams whose content is of the most painful nature. But has anyone ever tried to interpret these dreams, to disclose their latent thought content? If not, the two objections are no longer valid against us. There always remains the possibility that even painful and fearful dreams may be discovered to be wish fulfillments upon interpretation. In scientific work it is often advantageous, when the solution of one problem presents difficulties, to take up a second problem, just as it is easier to crack two nuts together instead of separately. Accordingly, we are confronted not merely with the problem, how can painful and fearful dreams be the fulfillments of wishes? But we may also, from our discussion so far, raise the question, why do not the dreams which show an indifferent content, but turn out to be wish fulfillments, show this meaning undisguised? Take the fully reported dream of Irma's injection. It is in no way painful in its nature, and can be recognized, upon interpretation, as a striking wish fulfillment. Why, in the first place, is an interpretation necessary? Why does not the dream say directly what it means? As a matter of fact, even the dream of Irma's injection 115 does not at first impress us as representing a wish of the dreamer as fulfilled. The reader will not have received this impression, and even I myself did not know it until I had undertaken the analysis. If we call this peculiarity of the dream of needing an explanation the fact of the distortion of dreams, then a second question arises: what is the origin of this disfigurement of dreams? If one's first impressions on this subject were consulted, one might happen upon several possible solutions. For example, that there is an inability during sleep to find an adequate expression for the dream thoughts. The analysis of certain dreams, however, compels us to give the disfigurement of dreams another explanation. I shall show this by employing a second dream of my own, which again involves numerous indiscretions, but which compensates for this personal sacrifice by affording a thorough elucidation of the problem. Preliminary statement. In the spring of 1897 I learnt that two professors of our university had proposed me for appointment as Professor Extraord. Assistant Professor. This news reached me unexpectedly and pleased me considerably as an expression of appreciation on the part of two eminent men which could not be explained by personal interest. But, I immediately thought, I must not permit myself to attach any expectation to this event. The university government had during the last few years left proposals of this kind unconsidered, and several colleagues, who were ahead of me in years, and who were at least my equals in merit, had been waiting in vain during this time for their appointment. I had no reason to suppose I should fare better. I resolved then to comfort myself. I am not, so far as I know, ambitious, and I engage in medical practice with satisfying results even without the recommendation of a title. Moreover, it was not a question whether I considered the grapes sweet or sour, for they undoubtedly hung much too high for me. One evening I was visited by a friend of mine, one of those colleagues whose fate I had taken as a warning for myself. As he had long been a candidate for promotion to the position of professor, which in our society raises the physician to a demigod among his patients, and as he was less resigned than I, he was in the habit of making representations from time to 1/16 time, at the offices of the university government, for the purpose of advancing his interests. He came to me from a visit of that kind. He said that this time he had driven the exalted gentleman into a corner, and had asked him directly whether considerations of creed were not really responsible for the deferment of his appointment. The answer had been that, to be sure, in the present state of public opinion, His Excellency was not in a position, and see. Now I at least know what I am at, said my friend in closing his narrative, which told me nothing new, but which was calculated to confirm me in my resignation. For the same considerations of creed applied to my own case. On the morning after this visit, I had the following dream, which was notable on account of its form. It consisted of 2 thoughts and 2 images, so that a thought and an image alternated. But I here record only the first half of the dream, because the other half has nothing to do with the purpose which the citation of the dream should serve. My friend R. is my uncle, I feel great affection for him. 2. I see before me his face somewhat altered. It seems to be elongated, a yellow beard, which surrounds it, is emphasized with peculiar distinctness. Then follow the other 2 portions, again a thought and an image, which I omit. The interpretation of this dream was accomplished in the following manner. As the dream occurred to me in the course of the forenoon, I laughed outright and said, "The dream is nonsense." But I could not get it out of my mind, and the whole day it pursued me, until, at last, in the evening I reproached myself with the words, "If in the course of dream interpretation one of your patients had nothing better to say than that is nonsense, you would reprove him, and would suspect that behind the dream there was hidden some disagreeable affair, the exposure of which he wanted to spare himself." Apply the same thing in your own case. Your opinion that the dream is nonsense probably signifies merely an inner resistance to its interpretation. Do not let yourself be deterred. I then proceeded to the interpretation. R. is my uncle. What does that mean? I have had only one uncle, my Uncle Joseph. A.F., his story, to be sure, was a sad one. He had yielded to the temptation, more than 30 years before, of engaging in dealings which the law punishes severely, and which on that occasion also it had visited with punishment. My father, who thereupon became grey from grief in a few days, always used to say that Uncle Joseph was never a wicked man, but that he was indeed a simpleton, so he expressed himself. If, then, friend R. is my Uncle Joseph, that is equivalent to saying, R. is a simpleton. Hardly credible and very unpleasant. But there is that face which I see in the dream, with its long features and its yellow beard. My uncle actually had such a face, long and surrounded by a handsome blonde beard. My friend R. was quite dark, but when dark-haired persons begin to grow grey, they pay for the glory of their youthful years. Their black beard undergoes an unpleasant change of color, each hair separately. First it becomes reddish-brown, then yellowish-brown, and then at last definitely grey. The beard of my friend R. is now in this stage, as is my own moreover, a fact which I notice with regret. The face which I see in the dream is at once that of my friend R. and that of my uncle. It is like a composite photograph of Galton, who, in order to emphasize family resemblances, had several faces photographed on the same plate. No doubt is thus possible. I am really of the opinion that my friend R. is a simpleton, like my Uncle Joseph. I have still no idea for what purpose I have constructed this relationship, to which I must unconditionally object. But it is not a very far-reaching one, for my uncle was a criminal, my friend R. is innocent, perhaps with the exception of having been punished for knocking down an apprentice with his bicycle. Could I mean this offense? That would be making ridiculous comparisons. Here I recollect another conversation which I had with another colleague, N., and indeed upon the same subject. I met N. on the street. He likewise has been nominated for a professorship, and having won 18 heard of my being honored, congratulated me upon it. I declined emphatically, saying, "You are the last man to make a joke like this, because you have experienced what the nomination is worth in your own case." Thereupon he said, though probably not in earnest, "You cannot be sure about that. Against me there is a very particular objection. Don't you know that a woman once entered a legal complaint against me? I need not assure you that an inquiry was made, it was a mean attempt at blackmail, and it was all I could do to save the plaintiff herself from punishment. But perhaps the affair will be pressed against me at the office in order that I may not be appointed. You, however, are above reproach. Here I have come upon a criminal, and at the same time upon the interpretation and trend of the dream. My uncle Joseph represents for me both colleagues who have not been appointed to the professorship, the one as a simpleton, the other as a criminal. I also know now for what purpose I need this representation. If considerations of creed are a determining factor in the postponement of the appointment of my friends, then my own appointment is also put in question. But if I can refer the rejection of the two friends to other causes, which do not apply to my case, my hope remains undisturbed. This is the procedure of my dream. It makes the one, R, a simpleton, the other, N, a criminal. Since, however, I am neither the one nor the other, our community of interest is destroyed. I have a right to enjoy the expectation of being appointed a professor, and have escaped the painful application to my own case of the information which the high official has given to R. I must occupy myself still further with the interpretation of this dream. For my feelings it is not yet sufficiently cleared up. I am still disquieted by the ease with which I degrade two respected colleagues for the purpose of clearing the way to the professorship for myself. My dissatisfaction with my procedure has indeed diminished since I have learnt to evaluate statements made in dreams. I would argue against anyone who urged that I really consider R. a simpleton, and that I do not credit N's account of the blackmail affair. I do not believe either that Irma has been made seriously ill by an injection given her by Otto with a preparation of propyl. 119 Here, as before, it is only the wish that the case may be as the dream expresses it. The statement in which my wish is realized sounds less absurd in the second dream than in the first. It is made here with a more skillful utilization of facts as points of attachment, something like a well-constructed slander, where there is something in it. For my friend R had at that time the vote of a professor from the department against him, and my friend N had himself unsuspectingly furnished me with the material for slander. Nevertheless, I repeat, the dream seems to me to require further elucidation. I remember now that the dream contains still another portion which so far our interpretation has not taken into account. After it occurs to me that my friend R is my uncle, I feel great affection for him. To whom does this feeling belong? For my uncle Joseph, of course, I have never had any feelings of affection. For years my friend R has been beloved and dear to me, but if I were to go to him and express my feelings for him in terms which came anywhere near corresponding to the degree of affection in the dream, he would doubtless be surprised. My affection for him seems untrue and exaggerated, something like my opinion of his psychic qualities, which I express by fusing his personality with that of my uncle, but it is exaggerated in an opposite sense. But now a new state of affairs becomes evident to me. The affection in the dream does not belong to the hidden content, to the thoughts behind the dream. It stands in opposition to this content. It is calculated to hide the information which interpretation may bring. Probably this is its very purpose. I recall with what resistance I applied myself to the work of interpretation, how long I tried to postpone it, and how I declared the dream to be sheer nonsense. I know from my psychoanalytical treatments how such condemnation is to be interpreted. It has no value as affording information, but only as the registration of an affect. If my little daughter does not like an apple which is offered her, she asserts that the apple has a bitter taste, without even having tasted it. If my patients act like the little girl, I know that it is a question of a notion which they want to suppress. The same applies to my dream. I do not want to interpret it because it contains something to which I object. After the 120 interpretation of the dream has been completed, I find out what it was I objected to. It was the assertion that R is a simpleton. I may refer the affection which I feel for R not to the hidden dream thoughts, but rather to this unwillingness of mine. If my dream as compared with its hidden content is disfigured at this point, and is disfigured, moreover, into something opposite, then the apparent affection in the dream serves the purpose of disfigurement, or, in other words, the disfigurement is here shown to be intended. It is a means of dissimulation. My dream thoughts contain an unfavorable reference to R, in order that I may not become aware of it. Its opposite, a feeling of affection for him, makes its way into the dream. The fact here recognized might be of universal applicability. As the examples in section 3 have shown, there are dreams which are undisguised wish fulfillments. Wherever a wish fulfillment is unrecognizable and concealed, there must be present a feeling of repulsion towards this wish, and in consequence of this repulsion the wish is unable to gain expression except in a disfigured state. I shall try to find a case in social life which is parallel to this occurrence in the inner psychic life. Where in social life can a similar disfigurement of a psychic act be found? Only where two persons are in question, one of whom possesses a certain power, while the other must have a certain consideration for this power. This second person will then disfigure his psychic actions, or, as we may say, he will dissimulate. The politeness which I practice every day is largely dissimulation of this kind. If I interpret my dreams for the benefit of the reader, I am forced to make such distortions. The poet also complains about such disfigurement. You may not tell the best that you know to the youngsters. The political writer who has unpleasant truths to tell to the government finds himself in the same position. If he tells them without reserve, the government will suppress them, subsequently in case of a verbal expression of opinion, preventatively, if they are to be published in print. The writer must fear censure, he therefore modifies and disfigures the expression of his opinion. He finds himself compelled, 121 according to the sensitiveness of this censure, either to restrain himself from certain particular forms of attack or to speak in allusion instead of direct designations. Or he must disguise his objectionable statement in a garb that seems harmless. He may, for instance, tell of an occurrence between two mandarins in the Orient, while he has the officials of his own country in view. The stricter the domination of the censor, the more extensive becomes the disguise, and often the more humorous the means employed to put the reader back on the track of the real meaning. The correspondence between the phenomena of the censor and those of dream distortion, which may be traced in detail, justifies us in assuming similar conditions for both. We should then assume in each human being, as the primary cause of dream formation, two psychic forces, streams, systems, of which one constitutes the wish expressed by the dream, while the other acts as a censor upon this dream wish, and by means of this censoring forces a distortion of its expression. The only question is as to the basis of the authority of this second instance AG, by virtue of which it may exercise its censorship. If we remember that the hidden dream thoughts are not conscious before analysis, but that the apparent dream content is remembered as conscious, we easily reach the assumption that admittance to consciousness is the privilege of the second instance. Nothing can reach consciousness from the first system which has not first passed the second instance, and the second instance lets nothing pass without exercising its rights and forcing such alterations upon the candidate for admission to consciousness as are pleasant to itself. We are here forming a very definite conception of the essence of consciousness. For us the state of becoming conscious is a particular psychic act, different from and independent of becoming fixed or of being conceived, and consciousness appears to us as an organ of sense, which perceives a content presented from another source. It may be shown that psychopathology cannot possibly dispense with these fundamental assumptions. We may reserve a more thorough examination of these for a later time. 122 If I keep in mind the idea of the two psychic instances and their relations to consciousness, I find in the sphere of politics a very exact analogy for the extraordinary affection which I feel for my friend R, who suffers such degradation in the course of the dream interpretation. I turn my attention to a political state in which a ruler, jealous of his rights, and a live public opinion are in conflict with each other. The people are indignant against an official whom they hate, and demand his dismissal, and in order not to show that he is compelled to respect the public wish, the autocrat will expressly confer upon the official some great honor, for which there would otherwise have been no occasion. Thus the second instance referred to, which controls access to consciousness, honors my friend R with a profusion of extraordinary tenderness, because the wish activities of the first system, in accordance with a particular interest which they happen to be pursuing, are inclined to put him down as a simpleton. Perhaps we shall now begin to suspect that dream interpretation is capable of giving us hints about the structure of our psychic apparatus which we have thus far expected in vain from philosophy. We shall not, however, follow this track, but return to our original problem as soon as we have cleared up the subject of dream disfigurement. The question has arisen how dreams with disagreeable content can be analyzed as the fulfillments of wishes. We see now that this is possible in case dream disfigurement has taken place, in case the disagreeable content serves only as a disguise for what is wished. Keeping in mind our assumptions in regard to the two psychic instances, we may now proceed to say, disagreeable dreams, as a matter of fact, contain something 123 which is disagreeable to the second instance, but which at the same time fulfills a wish of the first instance. They are wish dreams in the sense that every dream originates in the first instance, while the second instance acts towards the dream only in a repelling, not in a creative manner. If we limit ourselves to a consideration of what the second instance contributes to the dream, we can never understand the dream. If we do so, all the riddles which the authors have found in the dream remain unsolved. That the dream actually has a secret meaning, which turns out to be the fulfillment of a wish, must be proved afresh for every case by means of an analysis. I therefore select several dreams which have painful contents and attempt an analysis of them. They are partly dreams of hysterical subjects, which require long preliminary statements, and now and then also an examination of the psychic processes which occur in hysteria. I cannot, however, avoid this added difficulty in the exposition. When I give a psychoneurotic patient analytical treatment, dreams are always, as I have said, the subject of our discussion. It must, therefore, give him all the psychological explanations through whose aid I myself have come to an understanding of his symptoms, and here I undergo an unsparing criticism, which is perhaps not less keen than that I must expect from my colleagues. Contradiction of the thesis that all dreams are the fulfillments of wishes is raised by my patients with perfect regularity. Here are several examples of the dream material which is offered me to refute this position. You always tell me that the dream is a wish fulfilled, begins a clever lady patient. Now I shall tell you a dream in which the content is quite the opposite, in which a wish of mine is not fulfilled. How do you reconcile that with your theory? The dream is as follows. I want to give a supper, but having nothing at hand except some smoked salmon, I think of going marketing, but I remember that it is Sunday afternoon, when all the shops are closed. I next try to telephone to some caterers, but the telephone is out of order. Thus I must resign my wish to give a supper. I answer, of course, that only the analysis can decide the meaning of this dream, although I admit that at first sight 124 it seems sensible and coherent, and looks like the opposite of a wish fulfillment. But what occurrence has given rise to this dream? I ask. You know that the stimulus for a dream always lies among the experiences of the preceding day. Analysis. The husband of the patient, an upright and conscientious wholesale butcher, had told her the day before that he is growing too fat, and that he must, therefore, begin treatment for obesity. He was going to get up early, take exercise, keep to a strict diet, and above all accept no more invitations to suppers. She proceeds laughingly to relate how her husband at an inn table had made the acquaintance of an artist, who insisted upon painting his portrait because he, the painter, had never found such an expressive head. But her husband had answered in his rough way, that he was very thankful for the honor, but that he was quite convinced that a portion of the backside of a pretty young girl would please the artist better than his whole face. She said that she was at the time very much in love with her husband, and teased him a good deal. She had also asked him not to send her any caviar. What does that mean? As a matter of fact, she had wanted for a long time to eat a caviar sandwich every forenoon, but had grudged herself the expense. Of course, she would at once get the caviar from her husband, as soon as she asked him for it. But she had begged him, on the contrary, not to send her the caviar, in order that she might tease him about it longer. This explanation seems far-fetched to me. Unadmitted motives are in the habit of hiding behind such unsatisfactory explanations. We are reminded of subjects hypnotized by Bernheim, who carried out a post-hypnotic order, and who, upon being asked for their motives, instead of answering, "I do not know why I did that," had to invent a reason that was obviously inadequate. Something similar is probably the case with the caviar of my patient. I see that she is compelled to create an unfulfilled wish in life. Her dream also shows the reproduction of the wish as accomplished. But why does she need an unfulfilled wish? 125 The ideas so far produced are insufficient for the interpretation of the dream. I beg for more. After a short pause, which corresponds to the overcoming of a resistance, she reports further that the day before she had made a visit to a friend, of whom she is really jealous, because her husband is always praising this woman so much. Fortunately, this friend is very lean and thin, and her husband likes well-rounded figures. Now of what did this lean friend speak? Naturally of her wish to become somewhat stouter. She also asked my patient, "When are you going to invite us again? You always have such a good table." Now the meaning of the dream is clear. I may say to the patient, "It is just as though you had thought at the time of the request, of course, I'll invite you, so you can eat yourself fat at my house and become still more pleasing to my husband. I would rather give no more suppers." The dream then tells you that you cannot give a supper, thereby fulfilling your wish not to contribute anything to the rounding out of your friend's figure. The resolution of your husband to refuse invitations to supper for the sake of getting thin teaches you that one grows fat on the things served in company. Now only some conversation is necessary to confirm the solution. The smoked salmon in the dream has not yet been traced. How did the salmon mentioned in the dream occur to you? "Smoked salmon is the favorite dish of this friend," she answered. I happen to know the lady, and may corroborate this by saying that she grudges herself the salmon just as much as my patient grudges herself the caviar. The dream admits of still another and more exact interpretation, which is necessitated only by a subordinate circumstance. The two interpretations do not contradict one another, but rather cover each other and furnish a neat example of the usual ambiguity of dreams as well as of all other psychopathological formations. We have seen that at the same time that she dreams of the denial of the wish, the patient is in reality occupied in securing an unfulfilled wish, the caviar sandwiches. Her friend, too, had expressed a wish, namely, to get fatter, and it would not surprise us if Our Lady had dreamt that the wish of the friend was not being fulfilled. For it is her own wish that a wish of her friend's, for 126 increase in weight, should not be fulfilled. Instead of this, however, she dreams that one of her own wishes is not fulfilled. The dream becomes capable of a new interpretation, if in the dream she does not intend herself, but her friend, if she has put herself in the place of her friend, or, as we may say, has identified herself with her friend. I think she has actually done this, and as a sign of this identification she has created an unfulfilled wish in reality. But what is the meaning of this hysterical identification? To clear this up, a thorough exposition is necessary. Identification is a highly important factor in the mechanism of hysterical symptoms. By this means, patients are enabled in their symptoms to represent not merely their own experiences, but the experiences of a great number of other persons, and can suffer, as it were, for a whole mass of people, and fill all the parts of a drama by means of their own personalities alone. It will here be objected that this is well-known hysterical imitation, the ability of hysteric subjects to copy all the symptoms which impress them when they occur in others, as though their pity were stimulated to the point of reproduction. But this only indicates the way in which the psychic process is discharged in hysterical imitation. The way in which a psychic act proceeds and the act itself are two different things. The latter is slightly more complicated than one is apt to imagine the imitation of hysterical subjects to be. It corresponds to an unconscious concluded process, as an example will show. The physician who has a female patient with a particular kind of twitching, lodged in the company of other patients in the same room of the hospital, is not surprised when some morning he learns that this peculiar hysterical attack has found imitations. He simply says to himself, "The others have seen her and have done likewise, that is psychic infection." Yes, but psychic infection proceeds in somewhat the following manner. As a rule, patients know more about one another than the physician knows about each of them, and they are concerned about each other when the visit of the doctor is over. Some of them have an attack today, soon it is known among the rest that a letter from home, a return of love sickness or the like, is the cause of it. Their sympathy is aroused, and the following syllogism, which does not reach consciousness, 127 is completed in them. If it is possible to have this kind of an attack from such causes, I too may have this kind of an attack, for I have the same reasons. If this were a cycle capable of becoming conscious, it would perhaps express itself in fear of getting the same attack, but it takes place in another psychic sphere, and, therefore, ends in the realization of the dreaded symptom. Identification is therefore not a simple imitation, but a sympathy based upon the same etiological claim. It expresses an as though, and refers to some common quality which has remained in the unconscious. Identification is most often used in hysteria to express sexual community. An hysterical woman identifies herself most readily, although not exclusively, with persons with whom she has had sexual relations, or who have sexual intercourse with the same persons as herself. Language takes such a conception into consideration. Two lovers are one. In the hysterical fantasy, as well as in the dream, it is sufficient for the identification if one thinks of sexual relations, whether or not they become real. The patient, then, only follows the rules of the hysterical thought processes when she gives expression to her jealousy of her friend, which, moreover, she herself admits to be unjustified, in that she puts herself in her place and identifies herself with her by creating a symptom, the denied wish. I might further clarify the process specifically as follows. She puts herself in the place of her friend in the dream, because her friend has taken her own place in relation to her husband, and because she would like to take her friend's place in the esteem of her husband. The contradiction to my theory of dreams in the case of another female patient, the most witty among all my dreamers, was solved in a simpler manner, although according to the scheme that the non-fulfillment of one wish signifies the fulfillment of another. I had one day explained to her that the dream is a wish fulfillment. The next day she brought me a dream to the effect that she was traveling with her mother-in-law 128 to their common summer resort. Now I knew that she had struggled violently against spending the summer in the neighborhood of her mother-in-law. I also knew that she had luckily avoided her mother-in-law by renting an estate in a far distant country resort. Now the dream reversed this wished-for solution. Was not this in the flattest contradiction to my theory of wish fulfillment in the dream? Certainly, it was only necessary to draw the inferences from this dream in order to get at its interpretation. According to this dream, I was in the wrong. It was thus her wish that I should be in the wrong, and this wish the dream showed her as fulfilled. But the wish that I should be in the wrong, which was fulfilled in the theme of the country home, referred to a more serious matter. At that time I had made up my mind, from the material furnished by her analysis, that something of significance for her illness must have occurred at a certain time in her life. She had denied it because it was not present in her memory. We soon came to see that I was in the right. Her wish that I should be in the wrong, which is transformed into the dream, thus corresponded to the justifiable wish that those things, which at the time had only been suspected, had never occurred at all. Without an analysis, and merely by means of an assumption, I took the liberty of interpreting a little occurrence in the case of a friend, who had been my colleague through the 8 classes of the gymnasium. He once heard a lecture of mine delivered to a small assemblage, on the novel subject of the dream as the fulfillment of a wish. He went home, dreamt that he had lost all his suits, he was a lawyer, and then complained to me about it. I took refuge in the evasion. One can't win all one's suits, but I thought to myself, if for 8 years I sat as primus on the first bench, while he moved around somewhere in the middle of the class, may he not naturally have had a wish from his boyhood days that I, too, might for once completely disgrace myself? In the same way, another dream of a more gloomy character was offered me by a female patient as a contradiction to my theory of the wish dream. The patient, a young girl, began as follows: "You remember that my sister has now only one boy, Charles. She lost the elder one, Otto, while I was still at her house. Otto was my favorite, it was I who really 129 brought him up. I liked the other little fellow, too, but of course not nearly as much as the dead one. Now I dreamt last night that I saw Charles lying dead before me. He was lying in his little coffin, his hands folded, there were candles all about, and, in short, it was just like the time of little Otto's death, which shocked me so profoundly. Now tell me, what does this mean? You know me, am I really bad enough to wish my sister to lose the only child she has left? Or does the dream mean that I wish Charles to be dead rather than Otto, whom I like so much better?" I assured her that this interpretation was impossible. After some reflection, I was able to give her the interpretation of the dream, which I subsequently made her confirm. Having become an orphan at an early age, the girl had been brought up in the house of a much older sister, and had met among the friends and visitors who came to the house, a man who made a lasting impression upon her heart. It looked for a time as though these barely expressed relations were to end in marriage, but this happy culmination was frustrated by the sister, whose motives have never found a complete explanation. After the break, the man who was loved by our patient avoided the house. She herself became independent some time after little Otto's death, to whom her affection had now turned. But she did not succeed in freeing herself from the inclination for her sister's friend in which she had become involved. Her pride commanded her to avoid him, but it was impossible for her to transfer her love to the other suitors who presented themselves in order. Whenever the man whom she loved, who was a member of the literary profession, announced a lecture anywhere, she was sure to be found in the audience. She also seized every other opportunity to see him from a distance unobserved by him. I remembered that on the day before she had told me that the professor was going to a certain concert, and that she was also going there, in order to enjoy the sight of him. This was on the day of the dream, and the concert was to take place on the day on which she told me the dream. I could now easily see the correct interpretation, and I asked her whether she could think of any event which had happened after the death of little Otto. She answered immediately, 130 certainly. At that time the professor returned after a long absence, and I saw him once more beside the coffin of little Otto. It was exactly as I had expected. I interpreted the dream in the following manner: if now the other boy were to die, the same thing would be repeated. You would spend the day with your sister, the professor would surely come in order to offer condolence, and you would see him again under the same circumstances as at that time. The dream signifies nothing but this wish of yours to see him again, against which you are fighting inwardly. I know that you are carrying the ticket for today's concert in your bag. Your dream is a dream of impatience. It has anticipated the meeting which is to take place today by several hours. In order to disguise her wish, she had obviously selected a situation in which wishes of that sort are commonly suppressed, a situation which is so filled with sorrow that love is not thought of. And yet, it is very easily probable that even in the actual situation at the bier of the second, more dearly loved boy, which the dream copied faithfully, she had not been able to suppress her feelings of affection for the visitor whom she had missed for so long a time. A different explanation was found in the case of a similar dream of another female patient, who was distinguished in her earlier years by her quick wit and her cheerful demeanor, and who still showed these qualities at least in the notions which occurred to her in the course of treatment. In connection with a longer dream, it seemed to this lady that she saw her 15-year-old daughter lying dead before her in a box. She was strongly inclined to convert this dream image into an objection to the theory of wish fulfillment, but herself suspected that the detail of the box must lead to a different conception of the dream. A.K. In the course of the analysis it occurred to her that on the evening before, the conversation of the company had turned upon the English word box, and upon the numerous translations of it into German, such as box, theater box, chest, box on the ear, and c. From other components of the same dream it is now possible to add that the lady had guessed the relationship between the English word box and the German Buchse, and had then been 131 haunted by the memory that Buchse, as well as box, is used in vulgar speech to designate the female genital organ. It was therefore possible, making a certain allowance for her notions on the subject of topographical anatomy, to assume that the child in the box signified a child in the womb of the mother. At this stage of the explanation she no longer denied that the picture of the dream really corresponded to one of her wishes. Like so many other young women, she was by no means happy when she became pregnant, and admitted to me more than once the wish that her child might die before its birth. In a fit of anger following a violent scene with her husband she had even struck her abdomen with her fists in order to hit the child within. The dead child was, therefore, really the fulfillment of a wish, but a wish which had been put aside for 15 years, and it is not surprising that the fulfillment of the wish was no longer recognized after so long an interval. For there had been many changes meanwhile. The group of dreams to which the two last mentioned belong, having as content the death of beloved relatives, will be considered again under the head of typical dreams. I shall there be able to show by new examples that in spite of their undesirable content, all these dreams must be interpreted as wish fulfillments. For the following dream, which again was told me in order to deter me from a hasty generalization of the theory of wishing in dreams, I am indebted, not to a patient, but to an intelligent jurist of my acquaintance. I dream, my informant tells me, that I am walking in front of my house with a lady on my arm. Here a closed wagon is waiting, a gentleman steps up to me, gives his authority as an agent of the police, and demands that I should follow him. I only ask for time in which to arrange my affairs. Can you possibly suppose this is a wish of mine to be arrested? Of course not, I must admit. Do you happen to know upon what charge you were arrested? Yes, I believe for infanticide. Infanticide? But you know that only a mother can commit this crime upon her newly born child? That is true. Al, and under what circumstances did you 132 dream? What happened on the evening before? I would rather not tell you that, it is a delicate matter. But I must have it, otherwise we must forego the interpretation of the dream. Well, then, I will tell you. I spent the night, not at home, but at the house of a lady who means very much to me. When we awoke in the morning, something again passed between us. Then I went to sleep again, and dreamt what I have told you. The woman is married? Yes. And you do not wish her to conceive a child? No, that might betray us. Then you do not practice normal coitus? I take the precaution to withdraw before ejaculation. Am I permitted to assume that you did this trick several times during the night, and that in the morning you were not quite sure whether you had succeeded? That might be the case. Then your dream is the fulfillment of a wish. By means of it you secure the assurance that you have not begotten a child, or, what amounts to the same thing, that you have killed a child. I can easily demonstrate the connecting links. Do you remember, a few days ago we were talking about the distress of matrimony, Gehennet, and about the inconsistency of permitting the practice of coitus as long as no impregnation takes place, while every delinquency after the ovum and the semen meet and a fetus is formed is punished as a crime? In connection with this, we also recalled the medieval controversy about the moment of time at which the soul is really lodged in the fetus, since the concept of murder becomes admissible only from that point on. Doubtless you also know the gruesome poem by Lenau, which puts infanticide and the prevention of children on the same plane. Strangely enough, I had happened to think of Lenau during the afternoon. Another echo of your dream. And now I shall demonstrate to you another subordinate wish fulfillment in your dream. You walk in front of your house with the lady on your arm. So you take her home, instead of spending the night at her house, as you do in actuality. The fact that the wish fulfillment, which is the essence of the dream, disguises itself in such an unpleasant form, has perhaps more than one reason. From my essay on the etiology of anxiety neuroses, you will see that I note interrupted coitus as one of the factors which cause the development of neurotic fear. It would be 133 consistent with this that if after repeated cohabitation of the kind mentioned you should be left in an uncomfortable mood, which now becomes an element in the composition of your dream. You also make use of this unpleasant state of mind to conceal the wish fulfillment. Furthermore, the mention of infanticide has not yet been explained. Why does this crime, which is peculiar to females, occur to you? I shall confess to you that I was involved in such an affair years ago. Through my fault a girl tried to protect herself from the consequences of a liaison with me by securing an abortion. I had nothing to do with carrying out the plan, but I was naturally for a long time worried lest the affair might be discovered. I understand, this recollection furnished a second reason why the supposition that you had done your trick badly must have been painful to you. A young physician, who had heard this dream of my colleague when it was told, must have felt implicated by it, for he hastened to imitate it in a dream of his own, applying its mode of thinking to another subject. The day before he had handed in a declaration of his income, which was perfectly honest, because he had little to declare. He dreamt that an acquaintance of his came from a meeting of the tax commission and informed him that all the other declarations of income had passed uncontested, but that his own had awakened general suspicion, and that he would be punished with a heavy fine. The dream is a poorly concealed fulfillment of the wish to be known as a physician with a large income. It likewise recalls the story of the young girl who was advised against accepting her suitor because he was a man of quick temper who would surely treat her to blows after they were married. The answer of the girl was, "I wish he would strike me." Her wish to be married is so strong that she takes into the bargain the discomfort which is said to be connected with matrimony, and which is predicted for her, and even raises it to a wish. If I group the very frequently occurring dreams of this sort, which seem flatly to contradict my theory, in that they contain the denial of a wish or some occurrence decidedly unwished for. Under the head of counter-wish dreams, I observe that they may all be referred to two principles, of 134 which one has not yet been mentioned, although it plays a large part in the dreams of human beings. One of the motives inspiring these dreams is the wish that I should appear in the wrong. These dreams regularly occur in the course of my treatment if the patient shows a resistance against me, and I can count with a large degree of certainty upon causing such a dream after I have once explained to the patient my theory that the dream is a wish fulfillment. I may even expect this to be the case in a dream merely in order to fulfill the wish that I may appear in the wrong. The last dream which I shall tell from those occurring in the course of treatment again shows this very thing. A young girl who has struggled hard to continue my treatment, against the will of her relatives and the authorities whom she has consulted, dreams as follows: she is forbidden at home to come to me anymore. She then reminds me of the promise I made her to treat her for nothing if necessary, and I say to her, I can show no consideration in money matters. It is not at all easy in this case to demonstrate the fulfillment of a wish, but in all cases of this kind there is a second problem, the solution of which helps also to solve the first. Where does she get the words which she puts into my mouth? Of course I have never told her anything like that, but one of her brothers, the very one who has the greatest influence over her, has been kind enough to make this remark about me. It is then the purpose of the dream that this brother should remain in the right, and she does not try to justify this brother merely in the dream. It is her purpose in life and the motive for her being ill. The other motive for counter-wish dreams is so clear that there is danger of overlooking it, as for some time happened in my own case. In the sexual makeup of many people there is a masochistic component, which has arisen through the conversion of the aggressive, sadistic component into its opposite. Such people are called ideal masochists, if they seek pleasure not in the bodily pain which may be inflicted upon them, but in humiliation and in chastisement of the soul. 135 It is obvious that such persons can have counter-wish dreams and disagreeable dreams, which, however, for them are nothing but wish fulfillments, affording satisfaction for their masochistic inclinations. Here is such a dream. A young man, who has in earlier years tormented his elder brother, towards whom he was homosexually inclined, but who has undergone a complete change of character, has the following dream, which consists of 3 parts. 1. He is insulted by his brother. 2. Two adults are caressing each other with homosexual intentions. 3. His brother has sold the enterprise whose management the young man reserved for his own future. He awakens from the last mentioned dream with the most unpleasant feelings, and yet it is a masochistic wish dream, which might be translated, it would serve me quite right if my brother were to make that sale against my interest, as a punishment for all the torments which he has suffered at my hands. I hope that the above discussion and examples will suffice, until further objection can be raised, to make it seem credible that even dreams with a painful content are to be analyzed as the fulfillments of wishes. Nor will it seem a matter of chance that in the course of interpretation one always happens upon subjects of which one does not like to speak or think. The disagreeable sensation which such dreams arouse is simply identical with the antipathy which endeavors, usually with success, to restrain us from the treatment or discussion of such subjects, and which must be overcome by all of us, if, in spite of its unpleasantness, we find it necessary to take the matter in hand. But this disagreeable sensation, which occurs also in dreams, does not preclude the existence of a wish. Everyone has wishes which he would not like to tell to others, which he does not want to admit even to himself. We are, on other grounds, justified in connecting the disagreeable character of all these dreams with the fact of dream disfigurement, and in concluding that these dreams are distorted, and that the wish fulfillment in them is disguised until recognition is impossible for no other reason than that a repugnance, a will to suppress, exists in relation to the subject matter of the dream or in relation to the wish which the dream creates. Dream disfigurement, then, turns out in reality to be an act of the censor. We shall take into consideration everything 136 which the analysis of disagreeable dreams has brought to light if we reword our formula as follows. The dream is the disguised fulfillment of a suppressed, repressed wish. And now there still remain as a particular species of dreams with painful content, dreams of anxiety, the inclusion of which under dreams of wishing will find least acceptance with the uninitiated. But I can settle the problem of anxiety dreams in very short order, for what they may reveal is not a new aspect of the dream problem. It is a question in their case of understanding neurotic anxiety in general. The fear which we experience in the dream is only seemingly explained by the dream content. If we subject the content of the dream to analysis, we become aware that the dream fear is no more justified by the dream content than the fear in a phobia is justified by the idea upon which the phobia depends. For example, it is true that it is possible to fall out of a window, and that some care must be exercised when one is near a window, but it is inexplicable why the anxiety in the corresponding phobia is so great, and why it follows its victims to an extent so much greater than is warranted by its origin. The same explanation, then, which applies to the phobia applies also to the dream of anxiety. In both cases, the anxiety is only superficially attached to the idea which accompanies it and comes from another source. On account of the intimate relation of dream fear to neurotic fear, discussion of the former obliges me to refer to the latter. In a little essay on the anxiety neurosis, I maintain that neurotic fear has its origin in the sexual life, and corresponds to a libido which has been turned away from its object and has not succeeded in being applied. From this formula, which has since proved its validity more and more clearly, we may deduce the conclusion that the content of anxiety dreams is of a sexual nature, the libido belonging to which 137 content has been transformed into fear. Later on I shall have opportunity to support this assertion by the analysis of several dreams of neurotics. I shall have occasion to revert to the determinations in anxiety dreams and their compatibility with the theory of wish fulfillment when I again attempt to approach the theory of dreams. 138. This audiobook, The Interpretation of Dreams, is brought you by Audiobook Anywhere. For more audiobooks like this, please check out our YouTube channel, The Material and Sources of Dreams. After coming to realize from the analysis of the dream of Irma's injection that the dream is the fulfillment of a wish, our interest was next directed to ascertaining whether we had thus discovered a universal characteristic of the dream, and for the time being we put aside every other question which may have been aroused in the course of that interpretation. Now that we have reached the goal upon one of these paths, we may turn back and select a new starting point for our excursions among the problems of the dream, even though we may lose sight for a time of the theme of wish fulfillment, which has been as yet by no means exhaustively treated. Now that we are able, by applying our process of interpretation, to discover a latent dream content which far surpasses the manifest dream content in point of significance, we are impelled to take up the individual dream problems afresh, in order to see whether the riddles and contradictions which seemed, when we had only the manifest content, beyond our reach may not be solved for us satisfactorily. The statements of the authors concerning the relation of the dream to waking life, as well as concerning the source of the dream material, have been given at length in the introductory chapter. We may recall that there are three peculiarities of recollection in the dreams, which have been often remarked but never explained. 1. That the dream distinctly prefers impressions of the few days preceding. Robert, 55, Strumpel, 66, Hildebrandt, 35, also Wiedhallam, 33. 2. That it makes its selection according to principles other than those of our waking memory, in that it recalls not what is essential and important, but what is subordinate and disregarded, cf. p. 13. 1393. That it has at its disposal the earliest impressions of our childhood, and brings to light details from this period of life which again seem trivial to us, and which in waking life were considered long ago forgotten. These peculiarities in the selection of the dream material have of course been observed by the authors in connection with the manifest dream content. Recent and indifferent impressions in the dream. If I now consult my own experience concerning the source of the elements which appear in the dream, I must at once express the opinion that some reference to the experiences of the day which has most recently passed is to be found in every dream. Whatever dream I take up, whether my own or another's, this experience is always reaffirmed. Knowing this fact, I can usually begin the work of interpretation by trying to learn the experience of the previous day which has stimulated the dream. For many cases, indeed, this is the quickest way. In the case of the two dreams which I have subjected to close analysis in the preceding chapter, of Irma's injection, and of my uncle with the yellow beard, the reference to the previous day is so obvious that it needs no further elucidation. But in order to show that this reference may be regularly demonstrated, I shall examine a portion of my own dream chronicle. I shall report the dreams only so far as is necessary for the discovery of the dream stimulus in question. 1. I make a visit at a house where I am admitted only with difficulty, and meanwhile I keep a woman waiting for me. Source: a conversation in the evening with a female relative to the effect that she would have to wait for some aid which she demanded until, and c. 2. I have written a monograph about a certain, obscure, species of plant. Source: I have seen in the show window of a bookstore a monograph upon the genus cyclamen. 1403. I see two women on the street, mother and daughter, the latter of whom is my patient. Source: a female patient who is under treatment has told me what difficulties her mother puts in the way of her continuing the treatment. 4. At the bookstore of S&R. I subscribe to a periodical which costs 20 florins annually. Source: during the day my wife has reminded me that I still owe her 20 florins of her weekly allowance. 5. I receive a communication, in which I am treated as a member, from the Social Democratic Committee. Source: I have received communications simultaneously from the Liberal Committee on Elections and from the President of the Humanitarian Society, of which I am really a member. 6. A man on a steep rock in the middle of the ocean, after the manner of Bokelin. Source: Dreyfus on Devil's Island, at the same time news from my relatives in England, and c. The question might be raised, whether the dream is invariably connected with the events of the previous day, or whether the reference may be extended to impressions from a longer space of time in the immediate past. Probably this matter cannot claim primary importance, but I should like to decide in favor of the exclusive priority of the day before the dream day. As often as I thought I had found a case where an impression of 2 or 3 days before had been the source of the dream, I could convince myself, after careful investigation, that this impression had been remembered the day before, that a demonstrable reproduction had been interpolated between the day of the event and the time of the dream, and, furthermore, I was able to point out the recent occasion upon which the recollection of the old impression might have occurred. On the other hand, I was unable to convince myself that a regular interval, H. Swoboda calls the first one of this kind 18 hours, of biological significance occurs between the stimulating impression of the day and its repetition in the dream. Ac 141. I am, therefore, of the opinion that the stimulus for every dream is to be found among those experiences upon which one has not yet slept for a night. Thus the impressions of the immediate past, with the exception of the day before the night of the dream, stand in no different relation to the dream content from those of times which are as far removed in the past as you please. The dream may select its material from all times of life, provided only, 142, that a chain of thought starting from one of the experiences of the day of the dream, one of the recent impressions, reaches back to these earlier ones. But why this preference for recent impressions? We shall reach some conjectures on this point if we subject one of the dreams already mentioned to a more exact analysis. I select the dream about the monograph. Content of the dream. I have written a monograph upon a 143 certain plant. The book lies before me, I am just turning over a folded colored plate. A dried specimen of the plant is bound with every copy, as though from a herbarium. Analysis. In the forenoon I saw in the show window of a bookstore a book entitled, The Genus Cyclamen, apparently a monograph on this plant. The cyclamen is the favorite flower of my wife. I reproach myself for so seldom thinking to bring her flowers, as she wishes. In connection with the theme bringing flowers, I am reminded of a story which I recently told in a circle of friends to prove my assertion that forgetting is very often the purpose of the unconscious, and that in any case it warrants a conclusion as to the secret disposition of the person who forgets. A young woman who is accustomed to receive a bunch of flowers from her husband on her birthday, misses this token of affection on a festive occasion of this sort, and thereupon bursts into tears. The husband comes up, and is unable to account for her tears until she tells him, "Today is my birthday." He strikes his forehead and cries, "Why, I had completely forgotten it," and wants to go out to get her some flowers. But she is not to be consoled, for she sees in the forgetfulness of her husband a proof that she does not play the same part in his thoughts as formerly. This Mrs. L met my wife 2 days before, and told her that she was feeling well, and asked about me. She was under my treatment years ago. Supplementary facts: I once actually wrote something like a monograph on a plant, namely, an essay on the coca plant, which drew the attention of K. Collar to the anesthetic properties of cocaine. I had hinted at this use of the alkaloid in my publication, but I was not sufficiently thorough to pursue the matter further. This suggests that on the forenoon of the day after the dream, for the interpretation of which I did not find time until the evening, I had thought of cocaine in a kind of day fantasy. In case I should ever be afflicted with glaucoma, I was going to go to Berlin, and there have myself operated upon, incognito, at the house of my Berlin friend, by a physician whom he would recommend to me. The surgeon, who would not know upon whom he was operating, would boast as usual how easy these operations had become. 144 Since the introduction of cocaine, I would not betray by a single sign that I had had a share in making this discovery. With this fantasy were connected thoughts of how difficult it really is for a doctor to claim the medical services of a colleague for his own person. I should be able to pay the Berlin eye specialist, who did not know me, like anyone else. Only after recalling this daydream do I realize that the recollection of a definite experience is concealed behind it. Shortly after Collar's discovery, my father had, in fact, become ill with glaucoma. He was operated upon by my friend, the eye specialist, Dr. Königstein. Dr. Collar attended to the cocaine anesthetization, and thereupon made the remark that all 3 of the persons who had shared in the introduction of cocaine had been brought together on one case. I now proceed to think of the time when I was last reminded of this affair about the cocaine. This was a few days before, when I received a Festschrift, with whose publication grateful scholars had commemorated the anniversary of their teacher and laboratory director. Among the honors ascribed to persons connected with the laboratory, I found a notice to the effect that the discovery of the anesthetic properties of cocaine had been made there by K. Collar. Now I suddenly become aware that the dream is connected with an experience of the previous evening. I had just accompanied Dr. Königstein to his home, and had spoken to him about a matter which strongly arouses my interest whenever it is mentioned. While I was talking with him in the vestibule, Professor Gärtner and his young wife came up. I could not refrain from congratulating them both upon their healthy appearance. Now Professor Gärtner is one of the authors of the Festschrift of which I have just spoken, and may well have recalled it to me. Likewise Mrs. L., whose birthday disappointment I have referred to, had been mentioned, in another connection, to be sure, in the conversation with Dr. Königstein. I shall now try to explain the other determinations of the dream content. A dried specimen of the plant accompanies the monograph as though it were a herbarium. A recollection of the gymnasium, school, is connected with the herbarium. The director of our gymnasium once called the scholars of the 145 higher classes together in order to have them inspect and clean the herbarium. Small worms had been found, bookworms. The director did not seem to have much confidence in my help, for he left only a few leaves for me. I noted this day that there were crucifers on them. My interest in botany was never very great. At my preliminary examination in botany, I was required to identify a crucifer, and did not recognize it. I would have fared badly if my theoretical knowledge had not helped me out. Crucifers suggest composites. The artichoke is really a composite, and the one which I might call my favorite flower. My wife, who is more thoughtful than I, often brings this favorite flower of mine home from the market. I see the monograph which I have written lying before me. This, too, is not without its reference. The friend whom I pictured wrote to me yesterday from Berlin, "I think a great deal about your dream book." I see it lying before me finished, and am turning over its leaves. How I envied him this prophetic power. If I could only see it lying already finished before me. The folded colored plate. While I was a student of medicine, I suffered much from a fondness for studying in monographs exclusively. In spite of my limited means, I subscribed to a number of the medical archives, in which the colored plates gave me much delight. I was proud of this inclination for thoroughness. So, when I began to publish on my own account, I had to draw the plates for my own treatises, and I remember one of them turned out so badly that a kindly disposed colleague ridiculed me for it. This suggests, I don't know exactly how, a very early memory from my youth. My father once thought it would be a joke to hand over a book with colored plates, description of a journey in Persia, to me and my eldest sister for destruction. This was hardly to be justified from an educational point of view. I was at the time 5 years old, and my sister 3, and the picture of our blissfully tearing this book to pieces, like an artichoke, I must add, leaf by leaf, is almost the only one from this time of life which has remained fresh in my memory. When I afterwards became a student, I developed a distinct fondness for collecting and possessing books, an analogy to the inclination for studying from monographs, 146 a hobby which occurs in the dream thoughts with reference to cyclamen and artichoke. I became a bookworm, cf. Herbarium. I have always referred this first passion of my life, since I am engaging in retrospect, to this childhood impression, or rather I have recognized in this childish scene a concealing recollection for my subsequent love of books. Of course I also learned at an early age that our passions are often our sorrows. When I was 17 years old I had a very respectable bill at the bookstore, and no means with which to pay it, and my father would hardly accept the excuse that my inclination had not been fixed on something worse. But the mention of this later youthful experience immediately brings me back to my conversation that evening with my friend Dr. Königstein. For the talk on the evening of the dream day brought up the same old reproach that I am too fond of my hobbies. For reasons which do not belong here, I shall not continue the interpretation of this dream, but shall simply indicate the path which leads to it. In the course of the interpretation, I was reminded of my conversation with Dr. Königstein, and indeed of more than one portion of it. If I consider the subjects touched upon in this conversation, the meaning of the dream becomes clear to me. All the thought associations which have been started, about the hobbies of my wife and of myself, about the cocaine, about the difficulty of securing medical treatment from one's colleagues, my preference for monographic studies, and my neglect of certain subjects such as botany, all this continues and connects with some branch of this widely ramified conversation. The dream again takes on the character of a justification, of a pleading for my rights, like the first analyzed dream of Irma's injection. It even continues the theme which that dream started, and discusses it with the new subject matter which has accrued in the interval between the two dreams. Even the apparently indifferent manner of expression of the dream receives new importance. The meaning is now, I am indeed the man who has written that valuable and successful treatise, on cocaine, just as at that time I asserted for my justification, I am a thorough 147 and industrious student. In both cases, then, I can afford to do that. But I may dispense with the further interpretation of the dream, because my only purpose in reporting it was to examine the relation of the dream content to the experience of the previous day which arouses it. As long as I know only the manifest content of this dream, but one relation to a day impression becomes obvious. After I have made the interpretation, a second source of the dream becomes evident in another experience of the same day. The first of these impressions to which the dream refers is an indifferent one, a subordinate circumstance. I see a book in a shop window whose title holds me for a moment, and whose contents could hardly interest me. The second experience has great psychic value. I have talked earnestly with my friend, the eye specialist, for about an hour. I have made allusions in this conversation which must have touched both of us closely, and which awakened memories revealing the most diverse feelings of my inner self. Furthermore, this conversation was broken off unfinished because some friends joined us. What, now, is the relation of these two impressions of the day to each other and to the dream which followed during the next night? I find in the manifest content merely an allusion to the indifferent impression, and may thus reaffirm that the dream preferably takes up into its content non-essential experiences. In the dream interpretation, on the contrary, everything converges upon an important event which is justified in demanding attention. If I judge the dream in the only correct way, according to the latent content which is brought to light in the analysis, I have unawares come upon a new and important fact. I see the notion that the dream deals only with the worthless fragments of daily experience shattered. I am compelled also to contradict the assertion that our waking psychic life is not continued in the dream, and that the dream instead wastes psychic activity upon a trifling subject matter. The opposite is true. What has occupied our minds during the day also dominates our dream thoughts, and we take pains to dream only of such matters as have given us food for thought during the day. Perhaps the most obvious explanation for the fact that I dream about some indifferent impression of the day, while 148 the impression which is justifiably stirring furnishes the occasion for dreaming, is that this again is a phenomenon of the dream disfigurement, which we have above traced to a psychic power acting as a censor. The recollection of the monograph on the genus cyclamen is employed as though it were an allusion to the conversation with my friend, very much as mention of the friend in the dream of the deferred supper is represented by the allusion smoked salmon. The only question is, by what intermediate steps does the impression of the monograph come to assume the relation of an allusion to the conversation with the eye specialist, since such a relation is not immediately evident. In the example of the deferred supper, the relation is set forth at the outset. Smoked salmon, as the favorite dish of the friend, belongs at once to the series of associations which the person of the friend would call up in the lady who is dreaming. In our new example we have two separated impressions, which seem at first glance to have nothing in common except that they occur on the same day. The monograph catches my attention in the forenoon. I take part in the conversation in the evening. The answer supplied by the analysis is as follows. Such relations between the two impressions do not at first exist, but are established subsequently between the presentation content of the one impression and the presentation content of the other. I have recently emphasized the components in this relation in the course of recording the analysis. With the notion of the monograph on cyclamen I should probably associate the idea that cyclamen is my wife's favorite flower only under some outside influence, and this is perhaps the further recollection of the bunch of flowers missed by Mrs. L. I do not believe that these underlying thoughts would have been sufficient to call forth a dream. There needs no ghost, my lord, come from the grave, to tell us this. As we read in Hamlet. But behold, I am reminded in the analysis that the name of the man who interrupted our conversation was Gardner, and that I found his wife in blooming health, as, I even remember now that one of 149 my female patients, who bears the pretty name of Flora, was for a time the main subject of our conversation. It must have happened that I completed the connection between the two events of the day, the indifferent and the exciting one, by means of these links from the series of associations belonging to the idea of botany. Other relations are then established, that of cocaine, which can with perfect correctness form a go-between connecting the person of Dr. Königstein with the botanical monograph which I have written, and strengthen the fusion of the two series of associations into one, so that now a portion of the first experience may be used as an allusion to the second. I am prepared to find this explanation attacked as arbitrary or artificial. What would have happened if Professor Gärtner and his blooming wife had not come up, and if the patient who was talked about had been called, not Flora, but Anna? The answer is easy, however. If these thought relations had not been present, others would probably have been selected. It is so easy to establish relations of this sort, as the joking questions and conundrums with which we amuse ourselves daily suffice to show. The range of wit is unlimited. To go a step further, if it had been impossible to establish interrelations of sufficient abundance between the two impressions of the day, the dream would simply have resulted differently. Another of the indifferent impressions of the day, such as come to us in multitudes and are forgotten, would have taken the place of the monograph in the dream, would have secured a connection with the content of the talk, and would have represented it in the dream. Since it was the impression of the monograph and no other that had this fate, this impression was probably the most suitable for the establishment of the connection. One need not be astonished, like Lessing's Henchen Schlau, because it is the rich people of the world who possess the most money. Still, the psychological process by which, according to our conception, the indifferent experience is substituted for the psychologically important one, seems odd to us and open to question. In a later chapter we shall undertake the task of making this seemingly incorrect operation more intelligible. We are here concerned only with consequences of this procedure, 150 whose assumption we have been forced to make by the regularly recurring experiences of dream analysis. But the process seems to be that, in the course of those intermediate steps, a displacement, let us say of the psychic accent, has taken place, until ideas that are at first weakly charged with intensity, by taking over the charge from ideas which have a stronger initial intensity, reach a degree of strength, which enables them to force their way into consciousness. Such displacements do not at all surprise us when it is a question of the bestowal of effects or of the motor actions in general. The fact that the woman who has remained single transfers her affection to animals, that the bachelor becomes a passionate collector, that the soldier defends a scrap of colored cloth, his flag, with his lifeblood, that in a love affair a momentary clasping of hands brings bliss, or that in Othello a lost handkerchief causes a burst of rage, all these are examples of psychic displacement which seem unquestionable to us. But if, in the same manner and according to the same fundamental principles, a decision is made as to what is to reach our consciousness and what is to be withheld from it, that is to say, what we are to think, this produces an impression of morbidity, and we call it an error of thought if it occurs in waking life. We may here anticipate the result of a discussion which will be undertaken later, namely, to the effect that the psychic process which we have recognized as dream displacement proves to be not a process morbidly disturbed, but a process differing from the normal merely in being of a more primitive nature. We thus find in the fact that the dream content takes up remnants of trivial experiences a manifestation of dream disfigurement, by means of displacement, and we may recall that we have recognized this dream disfigurement as the work of a censor which controls the passage between two psychic instances. We accordingly expect that dream analysis will regularly reveal to us the genuine, significant source of the dream in the life of the day, the recollection of which has transferred its accent to some indifferent recollection. This conception brings us into complete opposition to Robert's 55 theory, which thus becomes valueless for us. The fact which Robert was trying to explain simply doesn't exist. Its assumption 151 is based upon a misunderstanding, upon the failure to substitute the real meaning of the dream for its apparent content. Further objection may be made to Robert's doctrine. If it were really the duty of the dream, by means of a special psychic activity, to rid our memory of the slag of the recollections of the day, our sleep would have to be more troubled and employed in a more strained effort than we may suppose it to be from our waking life. For the number of indifferent impressions received during the day, against which we should have to protect our memory, is obviously infinitely large. The night would not be long enough to accomplish the task. It is very much more probable that the forgetting of indifferent impressions takes place without any active interference on the part of our psychic powers. Still, something cautions us against taking leave of Robert's idea without further consideration. We have left unexplained the fact that one of the indifferent day impressions, one from the previous day indeed, regularly furnished a contribution to the dream content. Relations between this impression and the real source of the dream do not always exist from the beginning, as we have seen, they are established only subsequently, in the course of the dream work, as though in order to serve the purpose of the intended displacement. There must, therefore, be some necessity to form connections in this particular direction, of the recent, although indifferent impression. The latter must have special fitness for this purpose because of some property. Otherwise it would be just as easy for the dream thoughts to transfer their accent to some inessential member of their own series of associations. The following experiences will lead us to an explanation. If a day has brought two or more experiences which are fitted to stimulate a dream, then the dream fuses the mention of both into a single whole. It obeys an impulse to fashion a whole out of them. For instance, one summer afternoon I entered a railroad compartment, in which I met two friends who were unknown to each other. One of them was an influential colleague, the other a member of a distinguished family, whose physician I was. I made the two gentlemen acquainted with each other, but during the long ride I was the go-between 152 inches the conversation, so that I had to treat a subject of conversation now with the one, now with the other. I asked my colleague to recommend a common friend who had just begun his medical practice. He answered that he was convinced of the young man's thoroughness, but that his plain appearance would make his entrance into households of rank difficult. I answered, that is just why he needs recommendation. Soon afterwards I asked the other fellow traveler about the health of his aunt, the mother of one of my patients, who was at the time prostrated by a serious illness. During the night after this journey I dreamt that the young friend, for whom I had asked assistance, was in a splendid salon, and was making a funeral oration to a select company with the air of a man of the world, the oration being upon the old lady, now dead for the purposes of the dream, who was the aunt of the second fellow traveler. I confess frankly that I had not been on good terms with this lady, my dream had thus found connections between the two impressions of the day, and by means of them composed a unified situation. In view of many similar experiences, I am driven to conclude that a kind of compulsion exists for the dream function, forcing it to bring together in the dream all the available sources of dream stimulation into a unified whole. In a subsequent chapter, on the dream function, we shall become acquainted with this impulse for putting together as a part of condensation another primary psychic process. I shall now discuss the question whether the source from which the dream originates, and to which our analysis leads, must always be a recent and significant event, or whether a subjective experience, that is to say, the recollection of a psychologically valuable experience, a chain of thought, can take the part of a dream stimulus. The answer, which results most unequivocally from numerous analyses, is to the following effect. The stimulus for the dream may be a subjective occurrence, which has been made recent, as it were, by the 153 mental activity during the day. It will probably not be out of place here to give a synopsis of various conditions which may be recognized as sources of dreams. The source of a dream may be a recent and psychologically significant experience which is directly represented in the dream. B. Several recent, significant experiences, which are united by the dream into a whole. C. One or more recent and significant experiences, which are represented in the dream by the mention of a contemporary but indifferent experience. D. A subjective significant experience, a recollection, train of thought, which is regularly represented in the dream by the mention of a recent but indifferent impression. As may be seen, in dream interpretation the condition is firmly adhered to throughout that each component of the dream repeats a recent impression of the day. The element which is destined to representation in the dream may either belong to the presentations surrounding the actual dream stimulus itself, and, furthermore, either as an essential or an inessential element of the same, or it may originate in the neighborhood of an indifferent impression, which, through associations more or less rich, has been brought into relation with the thoughts surrounding the dream stimulus. The apparent multiplicity of the conditions here is produced by the alternative according to whether displacement has or has not taken place, and we may note that this alternative serves to explain the contrasts of the dream just as readily as the ascending series from partially awake to fully awake brain cells in the medical theory of the dream, cf. p. 64. Concerning this series, it is further notable that the element which is psychologically valuable, but not recent, a train of thought, a recollection, may be replaced, for the purposes of dream formation, by a recent, but psychologically indifferent, element, if only these two conditions be observed. 1. That the dream shall contain a reference to something which has 154 been recently experienced. 2. That the dream stimulus shall remain a psychologically valuable train of thought. In a single case, both conditions are fulfilled by the same impression. If it be added that the same indifferent impressions which are used for the dream, as long as they are recent, lose this availability as soon as they become a day, or at most several days, older, the assumption must be made that the very freshness of an impression gives it a certain psychological value for dream formation, which is somewhat equivalent to the value of emotionally accentuated memories or trains of thought. We shall be able to see the basis of this value of recent impressions for dream formation only with the help of certain psychological considerations which will appear later. Incidentally, our attention is called to the fact that important changes in the material comprised by our ideas and our memory may be brought about unconsciously and at night. The injunction that one should sleep for a night upon any affair before making a final decision about it is obviously fully justified. But we see that at this point we have proceeded from the psychology of dreaming to that of sleep, a step for which there will often be occasion. Now there arises an objection threatening to invalidate the conclusions we have just reached. If indifferent impressions can get into the dream only in case they are recent, how does it happen that we find also in the dream content elements from earlier periods in our lives, which at the time when they were recent possessed, as Strumpel expresses it, no psychic value, which, therefore, ought to have been forgotten long ago, and which, therefore, are neither fresh nor psychologically significant? This objection can be fully met if we rely upon the results furnished by psychoanalysis of neurotics. The solution is as follows: the process of displacement which substitutes indifferent material for that having psychic significance, for dreaming as well as for thinking, has already taken place in those earlier periods of life, and has since become fixed in the memory. Those elements which were originally indifferent are in fact no longer so, since they have acquired the value of 155 psychologically significant material. That which has actually remained indifferent can never be reproduced in the dream. It will be correct to suppose from the foregoing discussion that I maintain that there are no indifferent dream stimuli, and that, accordingly, there are no harmless dreams. This I believe to be the case, thoroughly and exclusively, allowance being made for the dreams of children and perhaps for short dream reactions to nocturnal sensations. Whatever one may dream, it is either manifestly recognizable as psychically significant or it is disfigured, and can be judged correctly only after a complete interpretation, when, as before, it may be recognized as possessing psychic significance. The dream never concerns itself with trifles. We do not allow ourselves to be disturbed in our sleep by matters of slight importance. Dreams which are apparently harmless turn out to be sinister if one takes pains to interpret them. If I may be permitted the expression, they all have the mark of the beast. As this is another point on which I may expect opposition, and as I am glad of an opportunity to show dream disfigurement at work, I shall here subject a number of dreams from my collection to analysis. 1. An intelligent and refined young lady, who, however, in conduct, belongs to the class we call reserved, to the still waters, relates the following dream. Her husband asks, "Should not the piano be tuned?" She answers, "It won't pay, the hammers would have to be newly buffed too." This repeats an actual event of the previous day. Her husband had asked such a question, and she had answered something similar. But what is the significance of her dreaming it? She tells of the piano, indeed, that it is a disgusting old box which has a bad tone. It is one of the things which her husband had before they were married, Oz, and C, but the key to the true solution lies in the phrase, "It won't pay." This originated in a visit made the day before to a lady friend. Here she was asked to take off her coat, but she declined, saying, "It won't pay. I must go in a moment." At this point, I recall that during yesterday's analysis she suddenly took hold of her coat, a button of which had opened. It is 156 therefore, as if she had said, "Please don't look in this direction, it won't pay." Thus box develops into chest, or breast box, bust, and the interpretation of the dream leads directly to a time in her bodily development when she was dissatisfied with her shape. It also leads to earlier periods, if we take into consideration disgusting and bad tone, and remember how often in illusions and in dreams the two small hemispheres of the feminine body take the place, as a substitute and as an antithesis, of the large ones. 2. I may interrupt this dream to insert a brief harmless dream of a young man. He dreamt that he was putting on his winter overcoat again, which was terrible. The occasion for this dream is apparently the cold weather, which has recently set in again. On more careful examination we note that the two short portions of the dream do not fit together well, for what is there terrible about wearing a heavy or thick coat in the cold? Unfortunately for the harmlessness of this dream, the first idea adduced in analysis is the recollection that on the previous day a lady had secretly admitted to him that her last child owed its existence to the bursting of a condom. He now reconstructs his thoughts in accordance with this suggestion. A thin condom is dangerous, a thick one is bad. The condom is an overcoat, Überzieher, for it is put over something. Überzieher is also the name given in German to a thin overcoat. An experience like the one related by the lady would indeed be terrible for an unmarried man. We may now return to our other harmless dreamer. 3. She puts a candle into a candlestick, but the candle is broken, so that it does not stand straight. The girls at school say she is clumsy. The young lady replies that it is not her fault. Here, too, there is an actual occasion for the dream. The day before she had actually put a candle into a candlestick, but this one was not broken. A transparent symbolism has been employed here. The candle is an object which excites the feminine genitals. Its being broken, so that it does not stand straight, signifies impotence on the man's part. It is not her fault. But does this young woman, carefully brought up, and a stranger to all obscenity, know of this application of the candle? She happens to be able to tell how she came by this information. While riding in a boat on the 157 Rhine, another boat passes containing students who are singing or rather yelling, with great delight, when the Queen of Sweden with closed shutters and the candles of Apollo. She does not hear or understand the last word. Her husband is asked to give her the required explanation. These verses are then replaced in the dream content by the harmless recollection of a command which she once executed clumsily at a girls' boarding school, this occurring by means of the common features closed shutters. The connection between the theme of onanism and that of impotence is clear enough. Apollo in the latent dream content connects this dream with an earlier one in which the Virgin Pallas figured. All this is obviously not harmless. 4. Lest it may seem too easy a matter to draw conclusions from dreams concerning the dreamer's real circumstances, I add another dream coming from the same person which likewise appears harmless. I dreamt of doing something, she relates, which I actually did during the day, that is to say, I filled a little trunk so full of hooks that I had difficulty in closing it. My dream was just like the actual occurrence. Here the person relating the dream herself attaches chief importance to the correspondence between the dream and reality. All such criticisms upon the dream and remarks about it, although they have secured a place in waking thought, regularly belong to the latent dream content, as later examples will further demonstrate. We are told, then, that what the dream relates has actually taken place during the day. It would take us too far afield to tell how we reached the idea of using the English language to help us in the interpretation of this dream. Suffice it to say that it is again a question of a little box, cf. p. 130, the dream of the dead child in the box, which has been filled so full that nothing more can go into it. Nothing in the least sinister this time. In all these harmless dreams, the sexual factor as a motive for the exercise of the censor receives striking prominence. But this is a matter of primary importance, which we must postpone. b. Infantile experiences as the source of dreams. As the third of the peculiarities of the dream content, we 158 have cited from all the authors, except Robert, the fact that impressions from the earliest times of our lives, which seem not to be at the disposal of the waking memory, may appear in the dream. It is, of course, difficult to judge how often or how seldom this occurs, because the respective elements of the dream are not recognized according to their origin after waking. The proof that we are dealing with childhood impressions must thus be reached objectively, and the conditions necessary for this happen to coincide only in rare instances. The story is told by A. Mori, 48, as being particularly conclusive, of a man who decided to visit his birthplace after 20 years' absence. During the night before his departure, he dreams that he is in an altogether strange district, and that he there meets a strange man with whom he has a conversation. Having afterward returned to his home, he was able to convince himself that this strange district really existed in the neighborhood of his hometown, and the strange man in the dream turned out to be a friend of his dead father who lived there. Doubtless, a conclusive proof that he had seen both the man and the district in his childhood. The dream, moreover, is to be interpreted as a dream of impatience, like that of the girl who carries her ticket for the concert of the evening in her pocket, p. 110, of the child whose father had promised him an excursion to the MO, and the like. The motives explaining why just this impression of childhood is reproduced for the dreamer cannot, of course, be discovered without an analysis. One of the attendants at my lectures, who boasted that his dreams were very rarely subject to disfigurement, told me that he had some time before in a dream seen his former tutor in bed with his nurse, who had been in the household until he was 11 years old. The location of this scene does not occur to him in the dream. As he was much interested, he told the dream to his elder brother, who laughingly confirmed its reality. The brother said he remembered the affair very well, for he was at the time 6 years old. The lovers were in the habit of making him, the elder boy, drunk with beer, whenever circumstances were favorable for nocturnal relations. The smaller child, at that time 3 years old, our dreamer, who slept in the same room as the nurse, was not considered an obstacle. 159 inches. Still another case, it may be definitely ascertained, without the aid of dream interpretation, that the dream contains elements from childhood, that is, if it be a so-called perennial dream, which being first dreamt in childhood, later appears again and again after adult age has been reached. I may add a few examples of this sort to those already familiar, although I have never made the acquaintance of such a perennial dream in my own case. A physician in the 30s tells me that a yellow lion, about which he can give the most detailed information, has often appeared in his dream life from the earliest period of his childhood to the present day. This lion, known to him from his dreams, was one day discovered in nature as a long-forgotten object made of porcelain, and on that occasion the young man learned from his mother that this object had been his favorite toy in early childhood, a fact which he himself could no longer remember. If we now turn from the manifest dream content to the dream thoughts which are revealed only upon analysis, the cooperation of childhood experiences may be found to exist even in dreams whose content would not have led us to suspect anything of the sort. I owe a particularly delightful and instructive example of such a dream to my honored colleague of the Yellow Lion. After reading Nansen's account of his polar expedition, he dreamt that he was giving the bold explorer electrical treatment in an ice field for an ischemia of which the latter complained. In the analysis of this dream, he remembered a story of his childhood, without which the dream remains entirely unintelligible. When he was a child, 3 or 4 years old, he was listening attentively to a conversation of older people about trips of exploration, and presently asked Papa whether exploration was a severe illness. He had apparently confused trips with rips, and the ridicule of his brothers and sisters prevented his ever forgetting the humiliating experience. The case is quite similar when, in the analysis of the dream of the monograph on the genus cyclamen, I happen upon the recollection, retained from childhood, that my father allowed me to destroy a book embellished with colored plates when I was a little boy 5 years old. It will perhaps be doubted whether this recollection actually took part in the composition 160 of the dream content, and it will be intimated that the process of analysis has subsequently established the connection. But the abundance and intricacy of the ties of association vouch for the truth of my explanation. Cyclamen, favorite flower, favorite dish, artichoke, to pick to pieces like an artichoke, leaf by leaf, a phrase which at that time rang in our ears a propos of the dividing up of the Chinese Empire, herbarium bookworm, whose favorite dish is books. I may state further that the final meaning of the dream, which I have not given here, has the most intimate connection with the content of the childhood scene. In another series of dreams we learn from analysis that the wish itself, which has given rise to the dream, and whose fulfillment the dream turns out to be, has originated in childhood, until one is astonished to find that the child with all its impulses lives on in the dream. I shall now continue the interpretation of a dream which has already proved instructive. I refer to the dream in which friend R. is my uncle, p. 116. We have carried its interpretation far enough for the wish motive, of being appointed professor, to assert itself tangibly, and we have explained the affection displayed in the dream for friend R. as a fiction of opposition and spite against the aspersion of the two colleagues, who appear in the dream thoughts. The dream was my own. I may, therefore, continue the analysis by stating that my feelings were not quite satisfied by the solution reached. I know that my opinion of these colleagues who are so badly treated in the dream thoughts would have been expressed in quite different terms in waking life. The potency of the wish not to share their fate in the matter of appointment seemed to me too slight to account for the discrepancy between my estimate in the dream and that of waking. If my desire to be addressed by a new title proves so strong, it gives proof of a morbid ambition, which I did not know to exist in me, and which I believe is far from my thoughts. I do not know how others, who think they know me, would judge me, for perhaps I have really been ambitious, but if this be true, my ambition has long since transferred itself to other objects than the title and rank of assistant professor. Whence, then, the ambition which the dream has ascribed 161 to me. Here I remember a story which I heard often in my childhood, that at my birth an old peasant's wife had prophesied to my happy mother, I was her firstborn, that she had given to the world a great man. Such prophecies must occur very frequently. There are so many mothers happy in expectation, and so many old peasant wives whose influence on earth has waned, and who have therefore turned their eyes towards the future. The prophetess was not likely to suffer for it either. Might my hunger for greatness have originated from this source? But here I recollect an impression from the later years of my childhood, which would serve still better as an explanation. It was of an evening at an inn on the Prater, BA, where my parents were accustomed to take me when I was 11 or 12 years old. We noticed a man who went from table to table and improvised verses upon any subject that was given to him. I was sent to bring the poet to our table, and he showed himself thankful for the message. Before asking for his subject, he threw off a few rhymes about me, and declared it probable, if he could trust his inspiration, that I would one day become a minister. I can still distinctly remember the impression made by this second prophecy. It was at the time of the election for the municipal ministry. My father had recently brought home pictures of those elected to the ministry, Herbst, Giskra, Unger, Berger, and others, and we had illuminated them in honor of these gentlemen. There were even some Jews among them. Every industrious Jewish schoolboy therefore had the making of a minister in him. Even the fact that until shortly before my enrollment in the university I wanted to study jurisprudence, and changed my plans only at the last moment, must be connected with the impressions of that time. A minister's career is under no circumstances open to a medical man. And now for my dream. I begin to see that it transplants me from the somber present to the hopeful time of the municipal election, and fulfills my wish of that time to the fullest extent. In treating my two estimable and learned colleagues so badly, because they are Jews, the one as a simpleton and the other as a criminal, in doing this I act as though I were the Minister of Education. I put myself in his place. What thorough revenge 162 I take upon His Excellency. He refuses to appoint me Professor Extraordinarius, and in return I put myself in his place in the dream. Another case establishes the fact that although the wish which actuates the dream is a present one, it nevertheless draws great intensification from childhood memories. I refer to a series of dreams which are based upon the longing to go to Rome. I suppose I shall still have to satisfy this longing by means of dreams for a long time to come, because, at the time of year which is at my disposal for traveling, a stay at Rome is to be avoided on account of considerations of health. B.B. Thus I once dreamt of seeing the Tiber and the bridge of St. Angelo from the window of a railroad compartment. Then the train starts, and it occurs to me that I have never entered the city at all. The view which I saw in the dream was modeled after an engraving which I had noticed in passing the day before in the parlor of one of my patients. On another occasion someone is leading me upon a hill and showing me Rome half enveloped in mist, and so far in the distance that I am astonished at the distinctness of the view. The content of this dream is too rich to be fully reported here. The motive, to see the promised land from afar, is easily recognizable in it. The city is Lübeck, which I first saw in the mist. The original of the hill is the Glacienberg. In a third dream, I am at last in Rome, as the dream tells me. To my disappointment, the scenery which I see is anything but urban. A little river with black water, on one side of which are black rocks, on the other large white flowers. I notice a certain Mr. Zucker, with whom I am superficially acquainted, and make up my mind to ask him to show me the way into the city. It is apparent that I am trying in vain to see a city in the dream which I have never seen in waking life. If I resolve the landscape into its elements, the white flowers indicate Ravenna, which is known to me, and which, for a time at least, deprived Rome of its leading place as capital of Italy. In the swamps around Ravenna we had seen the most beautiful water lilies in the middle of black pools of water. The dream makes them grow on meadows, like the narcissi of our own Aussie, because at 163 Ravenna it was such tedious work to fetch them out of the water. The black rock, so close to the water, vividly recalls the valley of the Teple at Carlsbad. Carlsbad now enables me to account for the peculiar circumstance that I asked Mr. Zucker the way. In the material of which the dream is composed appear also two of those amusing Jewish anecdotes, which conceal so much profound and often bitter worldly wisdom, and which we are so fond of quoting in our conversation and letters. One is the story of the Constitution, and tells how a poor Jew sneaks into the express train for Carlsbad without a ticket, how he is caught and is treated more and more unkindly at each call for tickets by the conductor, and how he tells a friend, whom he meets at one of the stations during his miserable journey, and who asks him where he is traveling, to Carlsbad, if my Constitution will stand it. Associated with this in memory is another story about a Jew who is ignorant of French, and who has express instructions to ask in Paris for the way to the Rue Richelieu. Paris was for many years the object of my own longing, and I took the great satisfaction with which I first set foot on the pavement in Paris as a warrant that I should also attain the fulfillment of other wishes. Asking for the way is again a direct allusion to Rome, for of course all roads lead to Rome. Moreover, the name Zucker, English, sugar, again points to Carlsbad, whither we send all persons afflicted with the constitutional disease, diabetes, Zuckerkrankheit, sugar disease. The occasion for this dream was the proposal of my Berlin friend that we should meet in Prague at Easter. A further allusion to sugar and diabetes was to be found in the matters which I had to talk over with him. A fourth dream, occurring shortly after the last one mentioned, brings me back to Rome. I see a street corner before me and am astonished to see so many German placards posted there. On the day before I had written my friend with prophetic vision that Prague would probably not be a comfortable resort for German travelers. The dream, therefore, simultaneously expressed the wish to meet him at Rome instead of at the Bohemian city, and a desire, which probably originated during my student days, that the German language might be accorded more tolerance in Prague. Besides, I must 164 have understood the Czech language in the first 3 years of my childhood, because I was born in a small village of Moravia, inhabited by Slavs. A Czech nursery rhyme, which I heard in my 17th year, became, without effort on my part, so imprinted upon my memory that I can repeat it to this day, although I have no idea of its meaning. There is then no lack in these dreams also of manifold relations to impressions from the first years of my life. It was during my last journey to Italy, which, among other places, took me past Lake Trasimenus, that I at last found what reinforcement my longing for the eternal city had received from the impressions of my youth. This was after I had seen the Tiber, and had turned back with painful emotions when I was within 80 kilometers of Rome. I was just broaching the plan of traveling to Naples via Rome the next year, when this sentence, which I must have read in one of our classical authors, occurred to me. It is a question which of the two paced up and down in his room the more impatiently after he had made the plan to go to Rome, Assistant Headmaster Winckelmann or the great General Hannibal. I myself had walked in Hannibal's footsteps. Like him I was destined never to see Rome, and he too had gone to Campania after the whole world had expected him in Rome. Hannibal, with whom I had reached this point of similarity, had been my favorite hero during my years at the gymnasium. Like so many boys of my age, I bestowed my sympathies during the Punic War, not on the Romans, but on the Carthaginians. Then, when I came finally to understand the consequences of belonging to an alien race, and was forced by the anti-Semitic sentiment among my classmates to assume a definite attitude, the figure of the Semitic commander assumed still greater proportions in my eyes. Hannibal and Rome symbolized for me as a youth the antithesis between the tenaciousness of the Jews and the organization of the Catholic Church. The significance for our emotional life which the anti-Semitic movement has since assumed helped to fix the thoughts and impressions of that earlier time. Thus the wish to get to Rome has become the cover and symbol in my dream life for several warmly cherished wishes, for the realization of which one might work with the perseverance and single-mindedness of the Punic 165 general, and whose fulfillment sometimes seems as little favored by fortune as the wish of Hannibal's life to enter Rome. And now for the first time I happen upon the youthful experience which, even today, still manifests its power in all these emotions and dreams. I may have been 10 or 12 years old when my father began to take me with him on his walks, and to reveal to me his views about the things of this world in his conversation. In this way he once told me, in order to show into how much better times I had been born than he, the following: while I was a young man, I was walking one Saturday on a street in the village where you were born, I was handsomely dressed and wore a new fur cap. Along comes a Christian, who knocks my cap into the mud with one blow and shouts, "Jew, get off the sidewalk." "And what did you do?" "I went into the street and picked up the cap," was the calm answer. That did not seem heroic on the part of the big strong man, who was leading me, a little fellow, by the hand. I contrasted this situation, which did not please me, with another more in harmony with my feelings, the scene in which Hannibal's father, Hamilcar BC, Barca made his boy swear at the domestic altar to take vengeance on the Romans. Since that time Hannibal has had a place in my fantasies. I think I can follow my enthusiasm for the Carthaginian general still further back into my childhood, so that possibly we have here the transference of an already formed emotional relation to a new vehicle. One of the first books which fell into my childish hands, after I learned to read, was Tier Konsulat und Kaiserreich, Consulship and Empire. I remember I pasted on the flat backs of my wooden soldiers little labels with the names of the imperial marshals, and that at that time Massena, as a Juminace, was already my avowed favorite. Napoleon himself follows Hannibal in crossing the Alps. And perhaps the development of this martial ideal can be traced still further back into my childhood, to the wish which the now friendly, now hostile, intercourse during my 166 first 3 years with a boy a year older than myself must have actuated in the weaker of the two playmates. The deeper one goes in the analysis of dreams, the more often one is put on the track of childish experiences which play the part of dream sources in the latent dream content. We have learned, p. 16, that the dream very rarely reproduces experiences in such a manner that they constitute the sole manifest dream content, unabridged and unchanged. Still, some authentic examples showing this process have been reported, and I can add some new ones which again refer to infantile scenes. In the case of one of my patients, a dream once gave a barely disfigured reproduction of a sexual occurrence, which was immediately recognized as an accurate recollection. The memory of it indeed had never been lost in waking life, but it had been greatly obscured, and its revivification was a result of the preceding work of analysis. The dreamer had at the age of 12 visited a bedridden schoolmate, who had exposed himself by a movement in bed, probably only by chance. At the sight of the genitals, he was seized by a kind of compulsion, exposed himself and took hold of the member belonging to the other boy, who, however, looked at him with surprise and indignation, whereupon he became embarrassed and let go. A dream repeated this scene 23 years later, with all the details of the emotions occurring in it, changing it, however, in this respect, that the dreamer took the passive part instead of the active one, while the person of the schoolmate was replaced by one belonging to the present. As a rule, of course, a childhood scene is represented in the manifest dream content only by an illusion, and must be extricated from the dream by means of interpretation. The citation of examples of this kind cannot have a very convincing effect, because every guarantee that they are experiences of childhood is lacking. If they belong to an earlier time of life, they are no longer recognized by our memory. Justification for the conclusion that such childish experiences generally exist in dreams is based upon a great number of factors which become apparent in psychoanalytical work, and which seem reliable enough when regarded as a whole. But 167 when, for the purposes of dream interpretation, such references of dreams to childish experiences are torn from their context, they will perhaps not make much impression, especially since I never give all the material upon which the interpretation depends. However, I shall not let this prevent me from giving some examples. The following dream is from another female patient. She is in a large room, in which there are all kinds of machines, perhaps, as she imagines, an orthopedic institute. She hears that I have no time, and that she must take the treatment along with 5 others. But she resists, and is unwilling to lie down on the bed, or whatever it is, which is intended for her. She stands in a corner and waits for me to say it is not true. The others, meanwhile, laugh at her, saying it is all foolishness on her part. At the same time it is as if she were called upon to make many small squares. The first part of the content of this dream is an allusion to the treatment and a transference on me. The second contains an allusion to a childhood scene. The two portions are connected by the mention of the bed. The Orthopedic Institute refers to one of my talks in which I compared the treatment as to its duration and nature with an orthopedic treatment. At the beginning of the treatment I had to tell her that for the present I had little time for her, but that later on I would devote a whole hour to her daily. This aroused in her the old sensitiveness, which is the chief characteristic of children who are to be hysterical. Their desire for love is insatiable. My patient was the youngest of 6 brothers and sisters, hence, with 5 others, and as such the favorite of her father, but in spite of that she seems to have found that her beloved father devoted too little time and attention to her. The detail of her waiting for me to say it is not true, has the following explanation. A tailor's apprentice had brought her a dress, and she had given him the money for it. Then she asked her husband whether she would have to pay the money again if the boy were to lose it. To tease her, her husband answered yes, the teasing in the dream, and she asked again and again, and waited for him to say it is not true. The thought of the latent dream content may now be construed as follows: will she have to pay me the double amount if I devote twice 1/68 the time to her? A thought which is stingy or filthy. The uncleanliness of childhood is often replaced in the dream by greediness for money. The word filthy here supplies the bridge, if all that about waiting until I should say, and see, serves as a dream circumlocution for the word filthy, the standing in a corner and not lying down on the bed are in keeping, for these two features are component parts of a scene of childhood, in which she had soiled her bed, and for punishment was put into a corner, with the warning that Papa would not love her any more, and her brothers and sisters laughed at her, and see. The little squares refer to her young niece, who has shown her the arithmetical trick of writing figures in 9 squares, I believe it is, in such a way that upon being added together in any direction they make 15. 2. Here is the dream of a man. He sees 2 boys tussling with each other, and they are Cooper's boys, as he concludes from the implements which are lying about. One of the boys has thrown the other down, the prostrate one wears earrings with blue stones. He hurries after the wrongdoer with lifted cane, in order to chastise him. The latter takes refuge with a woman who is standing against a wooden fence, as though it were his mother. She is the wife of a day laborer, and she turns her back to the man who is dreaming. At last she faces about and stares at him with a horrible look, so that he runs away in fright. In her eyes the red flesh of the lower lid seems to stand out. The dream has made abundant use of trivial occurrences of the previous day. The day before he actually saw 2 boys on the street, one of whom threw the other one down. When he hurried up to them in order to settle the quarrel, both of them took flight. Cooper's boys, this is explained only by a subsequent dream, in the analysis of which he used the expression, to knock the bottom out of the barrel. Earrings with blue stones, according to his observation, are chiefly worn by prostitutes. Furthermore, a familiar doggerel rhyme about 2 boys comes up. The other boy, his name was Mary, that is, he was a girl. The woman standing up, after the scene with the 2 boys, he took a walk on the bank of the Danube, and took advantage of being alone to urinate against a wooden fence. A little later during 169 his walk, a decently dressed elderly lady smiled at him very pleasantly, and wanted to hand him her card with her address. Since in the dream the woman stood as he had while urinating, it is a question of a woman urinating, and this explains the horrible look, and the prominence of the red flesh, which can only refer to the genitals which gap in squatting. He had seen genitals in his childhood, and they had appeared in later recollection as proud flesh in his wound. The dream unites 2 occasions upon which, as a young boy, the dreamer had had opportunity to see the genitals of little girls, in throwing one down, and while another was urinating, and, as is shown by another association, he had kept in memory a punishment or threat of his father's, called forth by the sexual curiosity which the boy manifested on these occasions. 3. A great mass of childish memories, which have been hastily united in a fantasy, is to be found behind the following dream of a young lady. She goes out in trepidation, in order to do some shopping. On the Graben BD, she sinks to her knees as though broken down. Many people collect around her, especially the hackney coach drivers, but no one helps her to get up. She makes many unavailing attempts. Finally she must have succeeded, for she is put into a hackney coach which is to take her home. A large, heavily laden basket, something like a market basket, is thrown after her through the window. This is the same woman who is always harassed in her dreams as she was harassed when a child. The first situation of the dream is apparently taken from seeing a horse that had fallen, just as broken down points to horse racing. She was a rider in her early years, still earlier she was probably also a horse. Her first childish memory of the 17-year-old son of the porter, who, being seized on the street by an epileptic fit, was brought home in a coach, is connected with the idea of falling down. Of this, of course, she has only heard, but the idea of epileptic fits and of falling down has obtained great power over her fantasies, and has later influenced the form of her own hysterical attacks. When a 170 person of the female sex dreams of falling, this almost regularly has a sexual significance. She becomes a fallen woman, and for the purpose of the dream under consideration this interpretation is probably the least doubtful, for she falls on the Graben, the place in Vienna which is known as the concourse of prostitutes. The market basket admits of more than one interpretation, in the sense of refusal, German, Korb equals basket, snub, refusal. She remembers the many snubs which she first gave her suitors, and which she later, as she thinks, received herself. Here belongs also the detail that no one will help her up, which she herself interprets as being disdained. Furthermore, the market basket recalls fantasies that have already appeared in the course of analysis, in which she imagines she is married far beneath her station, and now goes marketing herself. But lastly, the market basket might be interpreted as the mark of a servant. This suggests further childhood memories, of a cook who was sent away because she stole. She, 2. Sank to her knees and begged for mercy. The dreamer was at that time 12 years old. Then there is a recollection of a chambermaid, who was dismissed because she had an affair with the coachman of the household, who, incidentally, married her afterwards. This recollection, therefore, gives us a clue to the coachman in the dream, who do not, in contrast with what is actually the case, take the part of the fallen woman. But there still remains to be explained the throwing of the basket, and the throwing of it through the window. This takes her to the transference of baggage on the railroad, to the Fenstern, b. in the country, and to minor impressions received at a country resort, of a gentleman throwing some blue plums to a lady through her window, and of the dreamer's little sister being frightened because a cretin who was passing looked in at the window. And now from behind this there emerges an obscure recollection, from her 10th year, of a nurse who made love at the country resort with a servant of the household, of which 171 the child had opportunity to see something, and who was fired, thrown out, in the dream the opposite, thrown into, a story which we had also approached by several other paths. The baggage, moreover, or the trunk of a servant, is disparagingly referred to in Vienna as 7 plums. Pack up your 7 plums and get out. My collection, of course, contains an abundant supply of such patient's dreams, whose analysis leads to childish impressions that are remembered obscurely or not at all, and that often date back to the first 3 years of life. But it is a mistake to draw conclusions from them which are to apply to the dream in general. We are in every case dealing with neurotic, particularly with hysterical persons, and the part played by childhood scenes in these dreams might be conditioned by the nature of the neurosis, and not by that of the dream. However, I am struck quite as often in the course of interpreting my own dreams, which I do not do on account of obvious symptoms of disease, by the fact that I unsuspectingly come upon a scene of childhood in the latent dream content, and that a whole series of dreams suddenly falls into line with conclusions drawn from childish experiences. I have already given examples of this, and shall give still more upon various occasions. Perhaps I cannot close the whole chapter more fittingly than by citing several of my own dreams, in which recent happenings and long-forgotten experiences of childhood appear together as sources of dreams. After I have been traveling and have gone to bed hungry and tired, the great necessities of life begin to assert their claims in sleep, and I dream as follows. I go into a kitchen to order some pastry. Here 3 women are standing, one of whom is the hostess, and is turning something in her hand as though she were making dumplings. She answers that I must wait until she has finished, not distinctly as a speech. I become impatient and go away insulted. I put on an overcoat, but the first one which I try is too long. I take it off, and am somewhat astonished to find that it has fur trimming. A second one has sewn into it a long strip of cloth with Turkish drawings. A stranger with a long face and a short pointed beard comes up and prevents me from putting it on, declaring that it belongs to him. I now show him that it is embroidered all over in Turkish 172 fashion. He asks, "What business are the Turkish drawings, strips of cloth, of yours?" But we then become quite friendly with each other. In the analysis of this dream there occurs to me quite unexpectedly the novel which I read, that is to say, which I began with the end of the first volume, when I was perhaps 13 years old. I have never known the name of the novel or of its author, but the conclusion remains vividly in my memory. The hero succumbs to insanity, and continually calls the names of the 3 women that have signified the greatest good and ill fortune for him during life. Pelagi is one of these names. I still do not know what to make of this name in the analysis. A propos of the 3 women, there now come to the surface the 3 parts who spin the fate of man, and I know that one of the 3 women, the hostess in the dream, is the mother who gives life, and who, moreover, as in my case, gives the first nourishment to the living creature. Love and hunger meet at the mother's breast. A young man, so runs an anecdote, who became a great admirer of womanly beauty, once when the conversation turned upon a beautiful wet nurse who had nourished him as a child, expressed himself to the effect that he was sorry that he had not taken better advantage of his opportunity at the time. I am in the habit of using the anecdote to illustrate the factor of subsequence in the mechanism of psychoneuroses. One of the parts, then, is rubbing the palms of her hands together as though she were making dumplings. A strange occupation for one of the fates, which is urgently in need of an explanation. This is now found in another and earlier childhood memory. When I was 6 years old, and was receiving my first instructions from my mother, I was asked to believe that we are made of earth, and that therefore we must return to earth. But this did not suit me, and I doubted her teaching. Thereupon my mother rubbed the palms of her hands together, just as in making dumplings, except that there was no dough between them, and showed me the blackish scales of epidermis which were thus rubbed off as a proof that it is earth of which we are made. My astonishment at this demonstration ad oculos was without limit, and I acquiesced in the idea which I was later to hear expressed in words, "Thou owest nature a 173 death." Bf. Thus the women are really pars whom I visit in the kitchen, as I have done so often in my childhood years when I was hungry, and when my mother used to order me to wait until lunch was ready. And now for the dumplings. At least one of my teachers at the university, the very one to whom I am indebted for my histological knowledge, epidermis, might be reminded by the name Knottel, German, Knödel equals dumplings, of a person whom he had to prosecute for committing a plagiarism of his writings. To commit plagiarism, to appropriate anything one can get, even though it belongs to another, obviously leads to the second part of the dream, in which I am treated like a certain overcoat thief, who for a time plied his trade in the auditoria. I wrote down the expression plagiarism, without any reason, because it presented itself to me, and now I perceive that it must belong to the latent dream content, because it will serve as a bridge between different parts of the manifest dream content. The chain of associations, pelagy, plagiarism, plagiostomy bg, sharks, fish bladder, connects the old novel with the affair of Notlin with the overcoats, German, Überzieher equals thing drawn over, overcoat or condom, which obviously refer to an object belonging to the technique of sexual life. This, it is true, is a very forced and irrational connection, but it is nevertheless one which I could not establish in waking life if it had not been already established by the activity of the dream. Indeed, as though nothing were sacred for this impulse to force connections, the beloved name, Brücke, bridge of words, see above, now serves to remind me of the institution in which I spent my happiest hours as a student, quite without any cares, so you will ever find more pleasure at the breasts of knowledge without measure, in the most complete contrast to the urgent desires which vex me while I dream. And finally there comes to the surface the recollection of another dear teacher, whose name again sounds like 174 something to eat, Fleischl, German, Fleisch equals meat, like Knottel, and of a pathetic scene, in which the scales of epidermis play a part, mother, hostess, and insanity, the novel, and a remedy from the Latin kitchen which numbs the sensation of hunger, to wit, cocaine. In this manner I could follow the intricate trains of thought still further, and could fully explain the part of the dream which is missing in the analysis, but I must refrain, because the personal sacrifices which it would require are too great. I shall merely take up one of the threads, which will serve to lead us directly to the dream thoughts that lie at the bottom of the confusion. The stranger, with the long face and pointed beard, who wants to prevent me from putting on the overcoat, has the features of a tradesman at Spalato, of whom my wife made ample purchases of Turkish cloths. His name was Popovich, a suspicious name, which, by the way, has given the humorist Stettenheim a chance to make a significant remark. He told me his name, and blushingly shook my hand. Moreover, there is the same abuse of names as above with Pelagie, Knottel, Brücke, Fleischl. That such playing with names as childish nonsense can be asserted without fear of contradiction. If I indulge in it, this indulgence amounts to an act of retribution, for my own name has numberless times fallen a victim to such weak-minded attempts at humor. Goethe once remarked how sensitive a man is about his name, with which, as with his skin, he feels that he has grown up, whereupon Herder composed the following on his name. Thou who art born of gods, of Goths, or of cot, mud. Thy godlike images, too, are dust. I perceive that this digression about the abuse of names was only intended to prepare for this complaint. But let us stop here. The purchase at Spalato reminds me of another one at Cattaro, where I was too cautious, and missed an opportunity for making some desirable acquisitions. Missing an opportunity at the breast of the nurse, see above, another dream thought, occasioned in the dreamer by the sensation of hunger, is as follows: one should let nothing 175 which one can have escape, even if a little wrong is done, no opportunity should be missed, life is so short, death inevitable. Owing to the fact that this also has a sexual significance, and that desire is unwilling to stop at a wrong, this philosophy of carpe diem must fear the censor and must hide behind a dream. This now makes articulate counter-thoughts of all kinds, recollections of a time when spiritual food alone was sufficient for the dreamer. It suggests repressions of every kind, and even threats of disgusting sexual punishments. 2. A second dream requires a longer preliminary statement. I have taken a car to the West Station in order to begin a vacation journey to the Aussie, and I reach the station in time for the train to Ischl, which leaves earlier. Here I see Count Thun, who is again going to see the Emperor at Ischl. In spite of the rain, he has come in an open carriage, has passed out at once through the door for local trains, and has motioned back the gatekeeper, who does not know him and who wants to take his ticket, with a little wave of his hand. After the train to Ischl has left, I am told to leave the platform and go back into the hot waiting room, but with difficulty I secure permission to remain. I pass the time in watching the people who make use of bribes to secure a compartment. I make up my mind to insist on my rights, that is, to demand the same privilege. Meanwhile I sing something to myself, which I afterwards recognize to be the aria from Figaro's Wedding. If my Lord Count wishes to try a dance. Try a dance. Let him but say so. I'll play him a tune. Possibly another person would not have recognized the song. During the whole afternoon I have been in an insolent, combative mood. I have spoken roughly to the waiter and the cabman, I hope without hurting their feelings. Now all kinds of bold and revolutionary thoughts come into my head, of a kind suited to the words of Figaro and the comedy of Beaumarchais, which I had seen at the Comédie Française. 176 The speech about great men who had taken the trouble to be born, the aristocratic prerogative, which Count Almaviva wants to apply in the case of Susan, the jokes which our malicious journalists of the opposition make upon the name of Count Thun, German, Thun equals doing, by calling him Count Do Nothing. I really do not envy him. He has now a difficult mission with the Emperor, and I am the real Count Do Nothing, for I am taking a vacation. With this, all kinds of cheerful plans for the vacation. A gentleman now arrives who is known to me as a representative of the government at the medical examinations, and who has won the flattering nickname of governmental bedfellow by his activities in this capacity. By insisting on his official station he secures half of a first-class compartment, and I hear one guard say to the other, "Where are we going to put the gentleman with the first-class half compartment?" A pretty favoritism, I am paying for a whole first-class compartment. Now I get a whole compartment for myself, but not an A-through coach, so that there is no toilet at my disposal during the night. My complaints to the guard are without result. I get even by proposing that at least there be a hole made in the floor of this compartment for the possible needs of the travelers. I really awake at 2:45 in the morning with a desire to urinate, having had the following dream. Crowd of people, meeting of students. A certain Count, Thun or Toff, is making a speech. Upon being asked to say something about the Germans, he declares with contemptuous mien that their favorite flower is colt's foot, and then puts something like a torn leaf, really the crumpled skeleton of a leaf, into his buttonhole. I make a start then, BJ, but I am surprised at this idea of mine. Then more indistinctly, it seems as though it were the vestibule, Allah, the exits are jammed, as though it were necessary to flee. I make my way through a suite of handsomely furnished rooms, apparently governmental chambers, with furniture of a color which is between brown and violet, and at last I come to a passage where a housekeeper, an elderly, fat woman, Frauenzimmer, is seated. I try to avoid 177 talking to her, but apparently she thinks I have a right to pass because she asks whether she shall accompany me with the lamp. I signify to her to tell her that she is to remain standing on the stairs, and in this I appear to myself very clever, for avoiding being watched at last. I am downstairs now, and I find a narrow, steep way along which I go. Again indistinctly. It is as if my second task were to get away out of the city, as my earlier was to get out of the house. I am riding in a one-horse carriage, and tell the driver to take me to a railway station. I cannot ride with you on the tracks, I say, after he has made the objection that I have tired him out. Here it seems as though I had already driven with him along a course which is ordinarily traversed on the railroad. The stations are crowded. I consider whether I shall go to Krems or to Znaim, but I think that the court will be there, and I decide in favor of Graz or something of the sort. Now I am seated in the coach, which is something like a streetcar, and I have in my buttonhole a long braided thing, on which are violet-brown violets of stiff material, which attracts the attention of many people. Here the scene breaks off. I am again in front of the railroad station, but I am with elderly gentlemen. I invent a scheme for remaining unrecognized, but I also see this plan already carried out. Thinking and experiencing are here, as it were, the same thing. He pretends to be blind, at least in one eye, and I hold a male urinal in front of him, which we have had to buy in the city or did buy. I am thus a sick attendant, and have to give him the urinal because he is blind. If the conductor sees us in this position, he must pass us by without drawing attention. At the same time the attitude of the person mentioned is visually observed. Then I awake with a desire to urinate. The whole dream seems a sort of fantasy, which takes the dreamer back to the revolutionary year 1848, the memory of which had been renewed by the anniversary year 1898, as well as by a little excursion to Wachau, where I had become acquainted with Emmersdorf, a town which I wrongly supposed to be the resting place of the student leader Fischoff, to whom several features of the dream content might refer. The thought associations then lead me to England, to the house of my brother, who was accustomed jokingly to tell his wife of 50 years ago, according to the title of a poem by Lord Tennyson, whereupon the children were in the habit of 178 correcting, 15 years ago. This fantasy, however, which subtly attaches itself to the thoughts which the sight of the Count Thun has given rise to, is only like the facade of Italian churches which is superimposed without being organically connected with the building behind it. Unlike these facades, however, the fantasy is filled with gaps and confused, and the parts from within break through at many places. The first situation of the dream is concocted from several scenes, into which I am able to separate it. The arrogant attitude of the Count in the dream is copied from a scene at the gymnasium which took place in my 15th year. We had contrived a conspiracy against an unpopular and ignorant teacher, the leading spirit in which was a schoolmate who seems to have taken Henry VIII of England as his model. It fell to me to carry out the coup d'état, and a discussion of the importance of the Danube, German Donau, for Austria, Wachau, was the occasion upon which matters came to open indignation. A fellow conspirator was the only aristocratic schoolmate whom we had. He was called the Giraffe on account of his conspicuous longitudinal development, and he stood just like the Count in the dream, while he was being reprimanded by the tyrant of the school, the professor of the German language. The explanation of the favorite flower and the putting into the buttonhole of something which again must have been a flower, which recalls the orchids, which I had brought to a lady friend on the same day, and besides that the Rose of Jericho, prominently recalls the scene in Shakespeare's historical plays which opens the civil wars of the Red and the White Roses, the mention of Henry VIII has opened the way to this reminiscence. It is not very far now from roses to red and white carnations. Meanwhile, two little rhymes, the one German, the other Spanish, insinuate themselves into the analysis. Roses, tulips, carnations, all flowers fade, and Isabelita, no llores que se marketan las flores. The Spanish is taken from Figaro. Here in Vienna, white carnations have become the insignia of the anti-Semites, the red ones of the Social Democrats. Behind this is the recollection of an anti-Semitic challenge during a railway trip in beautiful Saxony, Anglo-Saxon. The third scene contributing to the formation of the first situation in the dream takes 179 place in my early student life. There was a discussion in the German Students' Club about the relation of philosophy to the general sciences. A green youth, full of the materialistic doctrine, I thrust myself forward and defended a very one-sided view. Thereupon a sagacious older schoolfellow, who has since shown his capacity for leading men and organizing the masses, and who, moreover, bears a name belonging to the animal kingdom, arose and called us down thoroughly. He too, he said, had herded swine in his youth, and had come back repentant to the house of his father. I started up, as in the dream, became very uncivil, and answered that since I knew he had herded swine, I was not surprised at the tone of his discourse. In the dream I am surprised at my national German sentiment. There was great commotion, and the demand came from all sides that I take back what I had said, but I remained steadfast. The man who had been insulted was too sensible to take the advice, which was given him, to send a challenge, and let the matter drop. The remaining elements of this scene of the dream are of more remote origin. What is the meaning of the Count's proclaiming the colt's foot? Here I must consult my train of associations. Colt's foot, German, Huflatic, lattice, lettuce, salad dog, the dog that grudges others what he cannot eat himself. Here plenty of opprobrious epithets may be discerned: giraffe, German Affe equals monkey, ape, pig, so, dog. I might even find means to arrive at donkey, on a detour by way of a name, and thus again at contempt for an academic teacher. Furthermore, I translate colt's foot, Huflatic, I do not know how correctly, by Pissa and Let. I got this idea from Zola's Germinal, in which children are ordered to bring salad of this kind. The dog, Chen, has a name sounding like the major function, Xie, as Pisser stands for the minor one. Now we shall soon have before us the indecent in all three of its categories, for in the same Germinal, which has a lot to do with the future revolution, there is described a very peculiar contest, depending upon the production of gaseous excretions, called flatus. BK, and now I must remark 180 how the weight of this flatus has been for a long while preparing, beginning with the flowers, and proceeding to the Spanish rhyme of Isabelita to Ferdinand and Isabella, and, by way of Henry VIII, to English history at the time of the expedition of the Armada against England, after the victorious termination of which the English struck a medal with the inscription, Afflavit et dissipati sunt, for the storm had scattered the Spanish fleet. I had thought of taking this phrase for the title of a chapter on therapeutics, to be meant half jokingly, if I should ever have occasion to give a detailed account of my conception and treatment of hysteria. I cannot give such a detailed solution of the second scene of the dream, out of regard for the censor. For at this point I put myself in the place of a certain eminent gentleman of that revolutionary period, who also had an adventure with an eagle, who is said to have suffered from incontinence of the bowels, and the like, and I believe I should not be justified at this point in passing the censor, although it was an Aulic counselor, Aula, Conciliarius Aulicus, who told me the greater part of these stories. The allusion to the suite of rooms in the dream relates to the private car of His Excellency, into which I had opportunity to look for a moment, but it signifies, as so often in dreams, a woman, Frauenzimmer, German Zimmer, room is appended to Frauen, woman, in order to imply a slight amount of contempt. BL, in the person of the housekeeper I give scant recognition to an intelligent elderly lady for the entertainment and the many good stories which I have enjoyed at her house. The feature of the lamp goes back to Grillparzer, who notes a charming experience of a similar nature, which he afterwards made use of in Hero and Leander, the billows of the ocean and of love, the Armada and the Storm. I must also forego detailed analysis of the two remaining portions of the dream. I shall select only those elements 181 which lead to two childhood scenes, for the sake of which alone I have taken up the dream. The reader will guess that it is sexual matter which forces me to this suppression, but he need not be content with this explanation. Many things which must be treated as secrets in the presence of others are not treated as such with one's self, and here it is not a question of considerations inducing me to hide the solution, but of motives of the inner censor concealing the real content of the dream from myself. I may say, then, that the analysis shows these three portions of the dream to be impertinent boasting, the exuberance of an absurd grandiose idea which has long since been suppressed in my waking life, which, however, dares show itself in the manifest dream content by one or two projections. I seem clever to myself, and which makes the arrogant mood of the evening before the dream perfectly intelligible. It is boasting, indeed, in all departments. Thus the mention of grots refers to the phrase, "What is the price of grots?" which we are fond of using when we feel oversupplied with money. Whoever will recall Master Rabelais' unexcelled description of the life and deeds of Gargantua and his son Pantagruel, will be able to supply the boastful content intimated in the first portion of the dream. The following belongs to the two childhood scenes which have been promised. I had bought a new trunk for this journey, whose color, a brownish violet, appears in the dream several times. Violet-brown violets made of stiff material, next to a thing which is called girl catcher, the furniture in the governmental chambers. That something new attracts people's attention is a well-known belief of children. Now I have been told the following story of my childhood. I remember hearing the story rather than the occurrence itself. I am told that at the age of 2 I still occasionally wetted my bed, that I was often reproached on this subject, and that I consoled my father by promising to buy him a beautiful new red bed in N, the nearest large city. Hence the detail inserted in the dream that we bought the urinal in the city or had to buy it. One must keep one's promises. Attention is further called to the identity of the male urinal and the feminine trunk, box. All the megalomania of the child is contained in this promise. The significance of the dream of difficulty in urinating in the case of the 182 child has been already considered in the interpretation of an earlier dream, cf. The dream on p. 145. Now there was another domestic occurrence, when I was 7 or 8 years old, which I remember very well. One evening, before going to bed, I had disregarded the dictates of discretion not to satisfy my wants in the bedroom of my parents and in their presence, and in his reprimand for this delinquency my father made the remark, "That boy will never amount to anything." It must have terribly mortified my ambition, for allusions to this scene return again and again in my dreams, and are regularly coupled with enumerations of my accomplishments and successes, as though I wanted to say, "You see, I have amounted to something after all." Now this childhood scene furnishes the elements for the last image of the dream, in which of course, the roles are interchanged for the sake of revenge. The elderly man, obviously my father, for the blindness in one eye signifies his glaucoma bn, on one side is now urinating before me as I once urinated before him. In glaucoma I refer to cocaine, which stood my father in good stead in his operation, as though I had thereby fulfilled my promises. Besides that I make sport of him, since he is blind I must hold the urinal in front of him, and I gloat over allusions to my discoveries in the theory of hysteria, of which I am so proud. BO 183. If the two childhood scenes of urinating are otherwise closely connected with the desire for greatness, their rehabilitation on the trip to the Aussie was further favored by the accidental circumstance that my compartment had no water closet, and that I had to expect embarrassment on the ride as actually happened in the morning. I awoke with the sensation of a bodily need. I suppose one might be inclined to credit these sensations with being the actual stimulus of the dream. I should, however, prefer a different conception, namely, that it was the dream thoughts which gave rise to the desire to urinate. It is quite unusual for me to be disturbed in sleep by any need, at least at the time of this awakening, 3:45 in the morning. I may forestall further objection by remarking that I have hardly ever felt a desire to urinate after awakening early on other journeys made under more comfortable circumstances. Moreover, I can leave this point undecided without hurting my argument. Since I have learned, further, from experience in dream analysis that there always remain important trains of thought proceeding from dreams whose interpretation at first seems complete, because the sources of the dream and the actuation of the wish are easily demonstrable, trains of thought reaching back into earliest childhood, I have been forced to ask myself whether this feature does not constitute an essential condition of dreaming. If I were to generalize this thesis, a connection with what has been recently experienced would form a part 184 of the manifest content of every dream, and a connection with what has been most remotely experienced, of its latent content, and I can actually show in the analysis of hysteria that in a true sense these remote experiences have remained recent up to the present time. But this conjecture seems still very difficult to prove. I shall probably have to return to the part played by the earliest childhood experiences, in another connection, Chapter 7 of the 3 Peculiarities of Dream Memory considered at the beginning. 1. The preference for the unimportant in the dream content has been satisfactorily explained by tracing it back to dream disfigurement. We have been able to establish the existence of the other two, the selection of recent and of infantile material, but we have found it impossible to explain them by the motive of dream. Let us keep in mind these two characteristics, which still remain to be explained or evaluated. A place for them will have to be found elsewhere, either in the psychology of the sleeping state, or in the discussion of the structure of the psychic apparatus, which we shall undertake later, after we have learned that the inner nature of the apparatus may be observed through dream interpretation as though through a window. Just here I may emphasize another result of the last few dream analyses. The dream often appears ambiguous. Not only may several wish fulfillments, as the examples show, be united in it, but one meaning or one wish fulfillment may also conceal another, until at the bottom one comes upon the fulfillment of a wish from the earliest period of childhood, and here too, it may be questioned whether often in this sentence may not more correctly be replaced by regularly. C. Somatic sources of dreams. If the attempt be made to interest the cultured layman in the problems of dreaming, and if, with this end in view, he be asked the question from what source dreams originate according to his opinion, it is generally found that the person thus interrogated thinks himself in assured possession of a part of the solution. He immediately thinks of the influence which a disturbed or impeded digestion, dreams come from the 185 stomach, accidental bodily position, and little occurrences during sleep, exercise upon the formation of dreams, and he seems not to suspect that even after the consideration of all these factors there still remains something unexplained. We have explained at length in the introductory chapter, p. 16, what a role in the formation of dreams the scientific literature credits to the account of somatic exciting sources, so that we need here only recall the results of this investigation. We have seen that 3 kinds of somatic exciting sources are distinguished: objective sensory stimuli which proceed from external objects, the inner states of excitation of the sensory organs having only a subjective basis, and the bodily stimuli which originate internally. And we have noticed the inclination on the part of the authors to force the psychic sources of the dream into the background or to disregard them altogether in favor of these somatic sources of stimulation. p. 32. In testing the claims which are made on behalf of these classes of somatic sources of stimulation, we have discovered that the significance of the objective stimuli of the sensory organs, whether accidental stimuli during sleep or those stimuli which cannot be excluded from our dormant psychic life, has been definitely established by numerous observations and is confirmed by experiments. p. 18. We have seen that the part played by subjective sensory stimuli appears to be demonstrated by the return of hypnagogic sensory images in dreams, and that although the referring of these dream images and ideas, in the broadest sense, to internal bodily stimulation is not demonstrable in every detail, it can be supported by the well-known influence which an exciting state of the digestive, urinary, and sexual organs exercise upon the contents of our dreams. Nerve stimulus and bodily stimulus, then, would be the somatic sources of the dream, that is, the only sources whatever of the dream, according to several authors. But we have already found a number of doubts, which seem to attack not so much the correctness of the somatic theory of stimulation as its adequacy. However certain all the representatives of this theory may have felt about the actual facts on which it is based, especially 186 inches case of the accidental and external nerve stimuli, which may be recognized in the content of the dream without any trouble, nevertheless none of them has been able to avoid the admission that the abundant ideal content of dreams does not admit of explanation by external nerve stimuli alone. Miss Mary Whiddon Culkins 12, has tested her own dreams and those of another person for a period of 6 weeks with this idea in mind, and has found only from 13.2% to 6.7%, in which the element of external sensory perception was demonstrable. Only 2 cases in the collection could be referred to organic sensations. Statistics here confirm what a hasty glance at our own experience might have led us to suspect. The decision has been made repeatedly to distinguish the dream of nerve stimulus from the other forms of the dream as a well-established subspecies. Spitter 64, divided dreams into dreams of nerve stimulus and association dreams. But the solution clearly remained unsatisfactory as long as the link between the somatic sources of dreams and their ideal content could not be demonstrated. Besides the first objection, of the inadequate frequency of external exciting sources, there arises as a second objection the inadequate explanation of dreams offered by the introduction of this sort of dream sources. The representatives of the theory accordingly must explain 2 things. In the first place, why the external stimulus in the dream is never recognized according to its real nature, but is regularly mistaken for something else, cf. the alarm clock dreams, p. 22, and secondly, why the reaction of the receiving mind to this misrecognized stimulus should result so indeterminately and changefully. As an answer to these questions, we have heard from Strumpel 66, that the mind, as a result of its being turned away from the outer world during sleep, is not capable of giving correct interpretation to the objective sensory stimulus, but is forced to form illusions on the basis of the indefinite incitements from many directions. As expressed in his own words, p. 108. As soon as a sensation, a sensational complex, a feeling, or a psychic process in general, arises in the mind during sleep from an outer or inner nerve stimulus, and is perceived by the mind, this process calls up sensory images, that is to say, 187 earlier perceptions, either unembellished or with the psychic values belonging to them, from the range of waking experiences, of which the mind has remained in possession. It seems to collect about itself, as it were, a greater or less number of such images, from which the impression which originates from the nerve stimulus receives its psychic value. It is usually said here, as the idiom does of waking thought, that the mind interprets impressions of nerve stimuli in sleep. The result of this interpretation is the so-called nerve stimulus dream, that is to say, a dream whose composition is conditioned by the fact that a nerve stimulus brings about its effect in psychic life according to the laws of reproduction. The opinion of Wundt 76 agrees in all essentials with this theory. He says that the ideas in the dream are probably the result, for the most part, of sensory stimuli, especially of those of general sensation, and are therefore mostly fantastic illusions, probably memory presentations which are only partly pure, and which have been raised to hallucinations. Strumpel has found an excellent simile, p. 84. It is as if the 10 fingers of a person ignorant of music should stray over the keyboard of an instrument to illustrate the relation between dream content and dream stimuli, which follows from this theory. The implication is that the dream does not appear as a psychic phenomenon, originating from psychic motives, but as the result of a physiological stimulus, which is expressed in psychic symptomology, because the apparatus which is affected by the stimulus is not capable of any other expression. Upon a similar assumption is based, for example, the explanation of compulsive ideas which Maynard tried to give by means of the famous simile of the dial on which individual figures are prominent because they are in more marked relief. However popular this theory of somatic dream stimuli may have become, and however seductive it may seem, it is nevertheless easy to show the weak point in it. Every somatic dream stimulus which provokes the psychic apparatus to interpretation through the formation of illusions, is capable of giving rise to an incalculable number of such attempts at interpretation. It can thus attain representation in the dream content by means of an extraordinary number of 188 different ideas. But the theory of Strumpel and Wundt is incapable of instancing any motive which has control over the relation between the external stimulus and the dream idea which has been selected to interpret it, and therefore of explaining the peculiar choice which the stimuli often enough make in the course of their reproductive activity. Lips, Grundsachen des Seelenlebens, p. 170. Other objections may be directed against the fundamental assumption of the whole theory of illusions, the assumption that during sleep the mind is not in a condition to recognize the real nature of the objective sensory stimuli. The old physiologist Burdock 8 proves to us that the mind is quite capable even during sleep of interpreting correctly the sensory impressions which reach it, and of reacting in accordance with the correct interpretation. He establishes this by showing that it is possible to exempt certain impressions which seem important to the individuals, from the neglect of sleeping, nurse and child, and that one is more surely awakened by one's own name than by an indifferent auditory impression, all of which presupposes, of course, that the mind distinguishes among sensations, even in sleep. Chapter 1, p. 41. Burdock infers from these observations that it is not an incapability of interpreting sensory stimuli in the sleeping state which must be assumed, but a lack of interest in them. The same arguments which Burdock used in 1830, later reappear unchanged in the works of Lips in the year 1883, where they are employed for the purpose of attacking the theory of somatic stimuli. According to this, the mind seems to be like the sleeper in the anecdote, who, upon being asked, "Are you asleep?" answers no, and upon being again addressed with the words, "Then lend me 10 florins, takes refuge in the excuse, "I am asleep." The inadequacy of the theory of somatic dream stimuli may also be demonstrated in another manner. Observations show that I am not urged to dream by external stimulations, even if these stimulations appear in the dream as soon as, and in case that, I dream. In response to the tactile or pressure stimulus which I get while sleeping, various reactions are at my disposal. I can overlook it and discover only upon awakening that my leg has been uncovered or my arm under pressure. Pathology shows the most numerous examples where powerfully 189 acting sensory and motor stimuli of different sorts remain without effect during sleep. I can perceive a sensation during sleep through and through sleep, as it were, which happens as a rule with painful stimuli, but without weaving the pain into the texture of the dream. Thirdly, I can awaken on account of the stimulus in order to obviate it. Only as a fourth possible reaction, I may be impelled to dream by a nerve stimulus, but the other possibilities are realized at least as often as that of dream formation. This could not be the case if the motive for dreaming did not lie outside of the somatic sources of dreams. Taking proper account of the defect in the explanation of dreams by somatic stimuli which has just been shown, other authors, Skerner, 58, who was joined by the philosopher Vokelt 72, have tried to determine more exactly the psychic activities which cause the variegated dream images to arise from the somatic stimuli, and have thus transferred the essential nature of dreams back to the province of the mind, and to that of psychic activity. Skerner not only gave a poetically appreciative, glowing and vivid description of the psychic peculiarities which develop in the course of dream formation, he also thought he had guessed the principle according to which the mind proceeds with the stimuli that are at its disposal. The dream activity, according to Skerner, after fantasy has been freed from the shackles imposed upon it during the day, and has been given free rein, strives to represent symbolically the nature of the organ from which the stimulus proceeds. Thus we have a kind of dream book as a guide for the interpretation of dreams, by means of which bodily sensations, the conditions of the organs and of the stimuli may be inferred from dream images. Thus the image of a cat expresses an angry discontented mood, the image of a light-colored bit of smooth pastry the nudity of the body. The human body as a whole is pictured as a house by the fantasy of the dream, and each individual organ of the body as a part of the house. In toothache dreams a high vaulted vestibule corresponds to the mouth and a stair to the descent of the gullet to the alimentary canal. In the headache dream the ceiling of a room which is covered with disgusting reptile-like spiders is chosen to denote the 190 upper part of the head. Vokelt, p. 39. Several different symbols are used by the dream for the same organ, thus the breathing lungs find their symbol in an oven filled with flames and with a roaring draught, the heart in hollow chests and baskets, and the bladder in round, bag-shaped objects or anything else hollow. It is especially important that at the end of a dream the stimulating organ or its function be represented undisguised and usually on the dreamer's own body. Thus the toothache dream usually ends by the dreamer drawing a tooth from his own mouth. p. 35. It cannot be said that this theory has found much favor with the authors. Above all, it seems extravagant. There has been no inclination even to discover the small amount of justification to which it may, in my opinion, lay claim. As may be seen, it leads to a revival of the dream interpretation by means of symbolism, which the ancients used, except that the source from which the interpretation is to be taken is limited to the human body. The lack of a technique of interpretation which is scientifically comprehensible must seriously limit the applicability of Skerner's theory. Arbitrariness in dream interpretation seems in no wise excluded, especially since a stimulus may be expressed by several representations in the content of the dream. Thus Skerner's associate, Vokelt, has already found it impossible to confirm the representation of the body as a house. Another objection is that here again dream activity is attributed to the mind as a useless and aimless activity, since according to the theory in question the mind is content with forming fantasies about the stimulus with which it is concerned, without even remotely contemplating anything like a discharge of the stimulus. But Skerner's theory of the symbolization of bodily stimuli by the dream receives a heavy blow from another objection. These bodily stimuli are present at all times, and according to general assumption the mind is more accessible to them during sleep than in waking. It is thus incomprehensible why the mind does not dream continually throughout the night, and why it does not dream every night and about all the organs. If one attempts to avoid this objection by making the condition that a special stimuli must proceed from the eye, the ear, the teeth, the intestines in order to arouse dream activity, one is 191 confronted by the difficulty of proving that this increase of stimulation is objective, which is possible only in a small number of cases. If the dream of flying is a symbolization of the upward and downward motion of the pulmonary lobes, either this dream, as has already been remarked by Strumpel, would be dreamt much oftener, or an accentuation of the function of breathing during the dream would have to be demonstrable. Still another case is possible, the most probable of all, that now and then special motives directing attention to the visceral sensations which are universally present are active, but this case takes us beyond the range of Skerner's theory. The value of Skerner's and Vokelt's discussions lies in the fact that they call attention to a number of characteristics of the dream content which are in need of explanation, and which seem to promise new knowledge. It is quite true that symbolizations of organs of the body and of their functions are contained in dreams, that water in a dream often signifies a desire to urinate, that the male genital may often be represented by a staff standing erect or by a pillar, and c. In dreams which show a very animated field of vision and brilliant colors, in contrast to the dimness of other dreams, the interpretation may hardly be dismissed that they are dreams of visual stimulation, any more than it may be disputed that there is a contribution of illusory formations in dreams which contain noise and confusion of voices. A dream like that of Skerner, of two rows of fair handsome boys standing opposite to each other on a bridge, attacking each other and then taking their places again, until finally the dreamer himself sits down on the bridge and pulls a long tooth out of his jaw, or a similar one of Vogelt's, in which two rows of drawers play a part, and which again ends in the extraction of a tooth. Dream formations of this sort, which are related in great numbers by the authors, prevent our discarding Skerner's theory as an idle fabrication without seeking to find its kernel of truth. We are now confronted by the task of giving the supposed symbolization of the dental stimulus an explanation of a different kind. Throughout our consideration of the theory of the somatic sources of dreams, I have refrained from urging the argument 192 which is inferred from our dream analyses. If we have succeeded in proving, by a procedure which other authors have not applied in their investigation of dreams, that the dream as a psychic action possesses value peculiar to itself, that a wish supplies the motive for its formation, and that the experiences of the previous day furnish the immediate material for its content, any other theory of dreams neglecting such an important method of investigation, and accordingly causing the dream to appear a useless and problematic psychic reaction to somatic stimuli, is dismissible without any particular comment. Otherwise there must be, which is highly improbable, two entirely different kinds of dreams, of which only one has come under our observation, while only the other has been observed by the earlier connoisseurs of the dream. It still remains to provide a place for the facts which are used to support the prevailing theory of somatic dream stimuli, within our own theory of dreams. We have already taken the first step in this direction in setting up the thesis that the dream activity is under a compulsion to elaborate all the dream stimuli which are simultaneously present into a unified whole, p. 151. We have seen that when two or more experiences capable of making an impression have been left over from the previous day, the wishes which result from them are united into one dream. Similarly, that an impression possessing psychic value and the indifferent experiences of the previous day are united in the dream material, provided there are available connecting ideas between the two. Thus the dream appears to be a reaction to everything which is simultaneously present as actual in the sleeping mind. As far as we have hitherto analyzed the dream material, we have discovered it to be a collection of psychic remnants and memory traces, which we were obliged to credit, on account of the preference shown for recent and infantile material, with a character of actuality, though the nature of this was not at the time determinable. Now it will not be difficult to foretell what will happen when new material in the form of sensations is added to these actualities of memory. These stimuli likewise derive importance for the dream because they are actual. They are united with the other psychic actualities in order to make up the material for 193 dream formation. To express it differently, the stimuli which appear during sleep are worked over into the fulfillment of a wish, the other component parts of which are the remnants of daily experience with which we are familiar. This union, however, is not inevitable. We have heard that more than one sort of attitude towards bodily stimuli is possible during sleep. Wherever this union has been brought about, it has simply been possible to find for the dream content that kind of presentation material which will give representation to both classes of dream sources, the somatic as well as the psychic. The essential nature of the dream is not changed by this addition of somatic material to the psychic sources of the dream. It remains the fulfillment of a wish without reference to the way in which its expression is determined by the actual material. I shall gladly find room here for a number of peculiarities, which serve to put a different face on the significance of external stimuli for the dream. I imagine that a cooperation of individual, physiological, and accidental factors, conditioned by momentary circumstances, determines how one will act in each particular case of intensive objective stimulation during sleep. The degree of the profoundness of sleep, whether habitual or accidental in connection with the intensity of the stimulus, will in one case make it possible to suppress the stimulus, so that it will not disturb sleep. In another case they will force an awakening or will support the attempt to overcome the stimulus by weaving it into the texture of the dream. In correspondence with the multiplicity of these combinations, external objective stimuli will receive expression more frequently in the case of one person than in that of another. In the case of myself, who am an excellent sleeper, and who stubbornly resists any kind of disturbance in sleep, this intermixture of external causes of irritation into my dreams is very rare, while psychic motives apparently cause me to dream very easily. I have indeed noted only a single dream in which an objective, painful source of stimulation is demonstrable, and it will be highly instructive to see what effect the external stimulus had in this very dream. I am riding on a gray horse, at first timidly and awkwardly, as though I were only leaning against something. I meet a 194 colleague P, who is mounted on a horse and is wearing a heavy woolen suit. He calls my attention to something, probably to the fact that my riding position is bad. Now I become more and more expert on the horse, which is most intelligent. I sit comfortably, and I notice that I am already quite at home in the saddle. For a saddle I have a kind of padding, which completely fills the space between the neck and the rump of the horse. In this manner I ride with difficulty between two lumber wagons. After having ridden up the street for some distance, I turn around and want to dismount, at first in front of a little open chapel, which is situated close to the street. Then I actually dismount in front of a chapel which stands near the first. The hotel is in the same street. I could let the horse go there by itself, but I prefer to lead it there. It seems as if I should be ashamed to arrive there on horseback. In front of the hotel is standing a hall boy who shows me a card of mine which has been found, and who ridicules me on account of it. On the card is written, doubly underlined, eat nothing, and then a second sentence, indistinct, something like do not work, at the same time a hazy idea that I am in a strange city, in which I do no work. It will not be apparent at once that this dream originated under the influence, or rather under the compulsion, of a stimulus of pain. The day before I had suffered from furuncles, which made every movement a torture, and at last a furuncle had grown to the size of an apple at the root of the scrotum, and had caused me the most intolerable pains that accompanied every step, a feverish lassitude, lack of appetite, and the hard work to which I had nevertheless kept myself during the day, had conspired with the pain to make me lose my temper. I was not altogether in a condition to discharge my duties as a physician, but in view of the nature and the location of the malady, one might have expected some performance other than riding, for which I was very especially unfitted. It is this very activity, of riding into which I am plunged by the dream, it is the most energetic denial of the suffering which is capable of being conceived. In the first place, I do not know how to ride, I do not usually dream of it, and I never sat on a horse but once, without a saddle, and then I did not feel comfortable. But in this dream I ride as though I had no furuncle on the perineum, and why? Just because I 195 don't want any. According to the description, my saddle is the poultice which has made it possible for me to go to sleep. Probably I did not feel anything of my pain, as I was thus taken care of, during the first few hours of sleeping. Then the painful sensations announced themselves and tried to wake me up, whereupon the dream came and said soothingly, keep on sleeping, you won't wake up anyway. You have no furuncle at all, for you are riding on a horse, and with a furuncle where you have it riding is impossible. And the dream was successful, the pain was stifled, and I went on sleeping. But the dream was not satisfied with suggesting away the furuncle by means of tenaciously adhering to an idea incompatible with that of the malady, in doing which it behaved like the hallucinatory insanity of the mother who has lost her child, or like the merchant who has been deprived of his fortune by losses. BP. In addition, the details of the denied sensation and of the image which is used to displace it are employed by the dream as a means to connect the material ordinarily actually present in the mind with the dream situation, and to give this material representation. I am riding on a gray horse. The color of the horse corresponds exactly to the pepper and salt costume in which I last met my colleague P. in the country. I have been warned that highly seasoned food is the cause of furunculosis, but in any case it is preferable as an etiological explanation to sugar, which ordinarily suggests furunculosis. My friend P has been pleased to ride the high horse with regard to me, ever since he superseded me in the treatment of a female patient, with whom I had performed great feats. In the dream I first sit on the horse side saddle fashion, like a circus rider, but who really led me wherever she wished, like the horse in the anecdote about the Sunday equestrian. Thus the horse came to be a symbolic representation of a lady patient. In the dream it is most intelligent. I feel quite at home up here, refers to the position which I occupied in the patient's household until I was replaced by my colleague P. I thought you were securely seated in the 196 saddle, one of my few well-wishers among the great physicians of this city recently said to me with reference to the same household. And it was a feat to practice psychotherapy for 10 hours a day with such pains, but I know that I cannot continue my particularly difficult work for any length of time without complete physical health, and the dream is full of gloomy allusions to the situation which must in that case result, the cards such as neurasthenics have and present to doctors, no work and no food. With further interpretation I see that the dream activity has succeeded in finding the way from the wish situation of riding to very early infantile scenes of quarreling, which must have taken place between me and my nephew, who is now living in England, and who, moreover, is a year older than I. Besides, it has taken up elements from my journeys to Italy. The street in the dream is composed of impressions of Verona and Siena. Still more exhaustive interpretation leads to sexual dream thoughts, and I recall what significance dream allusions to that beautiful country had in the case of a female patient who had never been in Italy. Itle, German gen Italien, gain Italian, genitals. At the same time there are references to the house in which I was physician before my friend P, and to the place where the furuncle is located. Among the dreams mentioned in the previous chapter there are several which might serve as examples for the elaboration of so-called nerve stimuli. The dream about drinking in full draughts is one of this sort. The somatic excitement in it seems to be the only source of the dream, and the wish resulting from the sensation, thirst, the only motive for dreaming. Something similar is true of the other simple dreams, if the somatic excitement alone is capable of forming a wish. The dream of the sick woman who throws the cooling apparatus from her cheek at night is an instance of a peculiar way of reacting to painful excitements with a wish fulfillment. It seems as though the patient had temporarily succeeded in making herself analgesic by ascribing her pains to a stranger. My dream about the three parts is obviously a dream of hunger, but it has found means to refer the need for food back to the longing of the child for its mother's breast, and to make the harmless desire a cloak for a more serious one, which is 197 not permitted to express itself so openly. In the dream about Count Thun we have seen how an accidental bodily desire is brought into connection with the strongest, and likewise the most strongly suppressed emotions of the psychic life. And when the first consul incorporates the sound of an exploding bomb into a dream of battle before it causes him to wake, as in the case reported by Garnier, the purpose for which psychic activity generally concerns itself with sensations occurring during sleep is revealed with extraordinary clearness. A young lawyer, who has been deeply preoccupied with his first great bankruptcy proceeding, and who goes to sleep during the afternoon following, acts just like the great Napoleon. He dreams about a certain G. Reich in Husiaden, German Houston, Tokov, whom he knows in connection with the bankruptcy proceeding, but Husiaden forces itself upon his attention still further, with the result that he is obliged to awaken, and hears his wife, who is suffering from bronchial catarrh, coughing violently. Let us compare the dream of Napoleon I, who, incidentally, was an excellent sleeper, with that of the sleepy student, who is awakened by his landlady with the admonition that he must go to the hospital, who thereupon dreams himself into a bed in the hospital, and then sleeps on, with the following account of his motives: "If I am already in the hospital, I shan't have to get up in order to go there." The latter is obviously a dream of convenience. The sleeper frankly admits to himself the motive for his dreaming, but he thereby reveals one of the secrets of dreaming in general. In a certain sense all dreams are dreams of convenience. They serve the purpose of continuing sleep instead of awakening. The dream is the guardian of sleep, not the disturber of it. We shall justify this conception with respect to the psychic factors of awakening elsewhere. It is possible, however, at this point to prove its applicability to the influence exerted by objective external excitements. Either the mind does not concern itself at all with the causes of sensations, if it is able to do this in spite of their intensity and of their significance, which is well understood by it, or it employs the dream to deny these stimuli, or thirdly, if it is forced to recognize the stimulus, it seeks to find that interpretation of the stimulus which shall represent the 198 actual sensation as a component part of a situation which is desired and which is compatible with sleep. The actual sensation is woven into the dream in order to deprive it of its reality. Napoleon is permitted to go on sleeping. It is only a dream recollection of the thunder of the cannon at Arcole which is trying to disturb him. BQ the wish to sleep, by which the conscious ego has been suspended and which along with the dream censor contributes its share to the dream, must thus always be taken into account as a motive for the formation of dreams, and every successful dream is a fulfillment of this wish. The relation of this general, regularly present, and invariable sleep wish to the other wishes, of which now the one, now the other is fulfilled, will be the subject of a further explanation. In the wish to sleep we have discovered a factor capable of supplying the deficiency in the theory of Strumpel and Wundt, and of explaining the perversity and capriciousness in the interpretation of the outer stimulus. The correct interpretation, of which the sleeping mind is quite capable, would imply an active interest and would require that sleep be terminated. Hence, of those interpretations which are possible at all, only those are admitted which are agreeable to the absolute censorship of the somatic wish. It is something like this: it's the nightingale and not the lark. For if it's the lark, love's night is at an end. From among the interpretations of the excitement which are at the moment possible, that one is selected which can secure the best connection with the wish possibilities that are lying in wait in the mind. Thus everything is definitely determined, and nothing is left to caprice. The misinterpretation is not an illusion, but, if you will, an excuse. Here again, however, there is admitted an action which is a modification of the normal psychic procedure, as in the case where substitution by means of displacement is effected for the purposes of the dream censor. If the outer nerve stimuli and inner bodily stimuli are sufficiently intense to compel psychic attention, they represent, that is, in case they result in dreaming and not in awakening, a definite point in the formation of dreams, a nucleus in the 199 dream material, for which an appropriate wish fulfillment is sought, in a way similar, see above, to the search for connecting ideas between two dream stimuli. To this extent it is true for a number of dreams that the somatic determines what their content is to be. In this extreme case a wish which is not exactly actual is aroused for the purpose of dream formation. But the dream can do nothing but represent a wish in a situation as fulfilled. It is, as it were, confronted by the task of seeking what wish may be represented and fulfilled by means of the situation which is now actual. Even if this actual material is of a painful or disagreeable character, still it is not useless for the purposes of dream formation. The psychic life has control even over wishes, the fulfillment of which brings forth pleasure, a statement which seems contradictory, but which becomes intelligible if one takes into account the presence of two psychic instances and the censor existing between them. There are in the psychic life, as we have heard, repressed wishes which belong to the first system, and to whose fulfillment the second system is opposed. There are wishes of this kind, and we do not mean this in an historic sense, that there have been such wishes and that these have then been destroyed, but the theory of repression, which is essential to the study of psychoneurosis, asserts that such repressed wishes still exist, contemporaneously with an inhibition weighing them down. Language has hit upon the truth when it speaks of the suppression of such impulses. The psychic contrivance for bringing such wishes to realization remains preserved and in a condition to be used. But if it happens that such a suppressed wish is fulfilled, the vanquished inhibition of the second system, which is capable of becoming conscious, is then expressed as a painful feeling. To close this discussion, if sensations of a disagreeable character which originate from somatic sources are presented during sleep, this constellation is taken advantage of by the dream activity to represent the fulfillment, with more or less retention of the censor, of an otherwise suppressed wish. This condition of affairs makes possible a number of anxiety dreams, while another series of the dream formations which are unfavorable to the wish theory exhibits a different 200 mechanism. For anxiety in dreams may be of a psychoneurotic nature, or it may originate in psychosexual excitements, in which case the anxiety corresponds to a repressed libido. Then this anxiety as well as the whole anxiety dream has the significance of a neurotic symptom, and we are at the dividing line where the wish-fulfilling tendency of dreams disappears. But in other anxiety dreams the feeling of anxiety comes from somatic sources, for instance in the case of persons suffering from pulmonary or heart trouble, where there is occasional difficulty in getting breath, and then it is used to aid those energetically suppressed wishes in attaining fulfillment in the form of a dream, the dreaming of which from psychic motives would have resulted in the same release of fear. It is not difficult to unite these two apparently discrepant cases. Of two psychic formations, an emotional inclination and an ideal content, which are intimately connected, the one, which is presented as actual, supports the other in the dream. Now anxiety of somatic origin supports the suppressed presentation content, now the ideal content, which is freed from suppression, and which proceeds with the impetus given by sexual emotion, assists the discharge of anxiety. Of the one case it may be said that an emotion of somatic origin is psychically interpreted, in the other case everything is of psychic origin but the content which has been suppressed is easily replaced by a somatic interpretation which is suited to anxiety. The difficulties which lie in the way of understanding all this have little to do with the dream, they are due to the fact that in discussing these points we are touching upon the problems of the development of anxiety and of repression. Undoubtedly the aggregate of bodily feelings is to be included among the commanding dream stimuli which originate internally. Not that it is able to furnish the dream content, but it forces the dream thoughts to make a choice from the material destined to serve the purpose of representation in the dream content. It does this by putting within easy reach that part of the material which is suited to its own character, while withholding the other. Moreover, this general feeling, which is left over from the day, is probably connected with the psychic remnants which are significant for the dream. 201 If somatic sources of excitement occurring during sleep, that is, the sensations of sleep, are not of unusual intensity, they play a part in the formation of dreams similar, in my judgment, to that of the impressions of the day which have remained recent but indifferent. I mean that they are drawn into the dream formation, if they are qualified for being united with the presentation content of the psychic dream source, but in no other case. They are treated as a cheap ever-ready material, which is utilized as often as it is needed, instead of prescribing, as a precious material does, the manner in which it is to be utilized. The case is similar to that where a patron of art brings to an artist a rare stone, a fragment of onyx, in order that a work of art may be made of it. The size of the stone, its color, and its marking help to decide what bust or what scene shall be represented in it, while in the case where there is a uniform and abundant supply of marble or sandstone the artist follows only the idea which takes shape in his mind. Only in this manner, it seems to me, is the fact explicable that the dream content resulting from bodily excitements that have not been accentuated to a usual degree, does not appear in all dreams and during every night. Perhaps an example, which takes us back to the interpretation of dreams, will best illustrate my meaning. One day I was trying to understand the meaning of the sensations of being impeded, of not being able to move from the spot, of not being able to get finished, and see, which are dreamt about so often, and which are so closely allied to anxiety. That night I had the following dream: I am very incompletely dressed, and I go from a dwelling on the ground floor up a flight of stairs to an upper story. In doing this I jump over 3 steps at a time, and I am glad to find I can mount the steps so quickly. Suddenly I see that a servant girl is coming down the stairs, that is, towards me. I am ashamed and try to hurry away, and now there appears that sensation of being impeded. I am glued to the steps and cannot move from the spot. Analysis: the situation of the dream is taken from everyday reality. In a house in Vienna I have 2 apartments, which are connected only by a flight of stairs outside. My consultation rooms and my study are on an elevated portion of the ground floor, and 1 story higher are my living rooms. 2:02 When I have finished my work downstairs late at night, I go up the steps into my bedroom. On the evening before the dream I had actually gone this short distance in a somewhat disorderly attire, that is to say, I had taken off my collar, cravat, and cuffs, but in the dream this has changed into a somewhat more advanced degree of undress, which as usual is indefinite. Jumping over the steps is my usual method of mounting stairs. Moreover, it is the fulfillment of a wish that has been recognized in the dream, for I have reassured myself about the condition of my heart action by the ease of this accomplishment. Moreover, the manner in which I climb the stairs is an effective contrast to the sensation of being impeded which occurs in the second half of the dream. It shows me, something which needed no proof, that the dream has no difficulty in representing motor actions as carried out fully and completely. Think of flying in dreams. But the stairs which I go up are not those of my house. At first I do not recognize them, only the person coming toward me reveals to me the location which they are intended to signify. This woman is the maid of the old lady whom I visit twice daily to give hypodermic injections. The stairs, too, are quite similar to those which I must mount there twice daily. How do this flight of stairs and this woman get into my dream? Being ashamed because one is not fully dressed, is undoubtedly of a sexual character. The servant of whom I dream is older than I, sulky, and not in the least attractive. These questions call up exactly the following occurrences. When I make my morning visit at this house I am usually seized with a desire to clear my throat. The product of the expectoration falls upon the steps. For there is no spittoon on either of these floors, and I take the view that the stairs should not be kept clean at my expense, but by the provision of a spittoon. The housekeeper, likewise an elderly and sulky person, with instincts for cleanliness, takes another view of the matter. She lies in wait for me to see whether I take the liberty referred to, and when she has made sure of it, I hear her growl distinctly. For days thereafter she refuses to show me her customary regard when we meet. On the day before the dream the position of the housekeeper had been 203 strengthened by the servant girl. I had just finished my usual hurried visit to the patient when the servant confronted me in the anteroom and observed, "You might as well have wiped your shoes today, doctor, before you came into the room. The red carpet is all dirty again from your feet." This is the whole claim which the flight of stairs and the servant girl can make for appearing in my dream. An intimate connection exists between my flying over the stairs and my spitting on the stairs. Pharyngitis and diseases of the heart are both said to be punishments for the vice of smoking, on account of which vice, of course, I do not enjoy a reputation for great neatness with my housekeeper in the one house any more than in the other, both of which the dream fuses into a single image. I must postpone the further interpretation of this dream until I can give an account of the origin of the typical dream of incomplete dress. I only note as a preliminary result from the dream which has just been cited that the dream sensation of inhibited action is always aroused at a point where a certain connection requires it. A peculiar condition of my motility during sleep cannot be the cause of this dream content, for a moment before I saw myself hurrying over the steps with ease, as though in confirmation of this fact. D. Typical dreams. In general, we are not in a position to interpret the dream of another person if he is unwilling to furnish us with the unconscious thoughts which lie behind the dream content, and for this reason the practical applicability of our method of dream interpretation is seriously curtailed. But there are a certain number of dreams, in contrast with the usual freedom displayed by the individual in fashioning his dream world with characteristic peculiarity, and thereby making it unintelligible, which almost every one has dreamed in the same manner, and of which we are accustomed to assume that they have the same significance in the case of every dreamer. A peculiar 204 interest belongs to these typical dreams for the reason that they probably all come from the same sources with every person, that they are thus particularly suited to give us information upon the sources of dreams. Typical dreams are worthy of the most exhaustive investigation. I shall, however, only give a somewhat detailed consideration to examples of this species, and for this purpose I shall first select the so-called embarrassment dream of nakedness, and the dream of the death of dear relatives. The dream of being naked or scantily clad in the presence of strangers occurs with the further addition that one is not at all ashamed of it, and c. But the dream of nakedness is worthy of our interest only when shame and embarrassment are felt in it, when one wishes to flee or to hide, and when one feels the strange inhibition that it is impossible to move from the spot and that one is incapable of altering the disagreeable situation. It is only in this connection that the dream is typical. The nucleus of its content may otherwise be brought into all kinds of relations or may be replaced by individual amplifications. It is essentially a question of a disagreeable sensation of the nature of shame, the wish to be able to hide one's nakedness, chiefly by means of locomotion, without being able to accomplish this. I believe that the great majority of my readers will at some time have found themselves in this situation in a dream. Usually the nature and manner of the experience is indistinct. It is usually reported, "I was in my shirt, but this is rarely a clear image. In most cases, the lack of clothing is so indeterminate that it is designated in the report of the dream by a set of alternatives: I was in my chemise or in my petticoat. As a rule, the deficiency in the toilet is not serious enough to justify the feeling of shame attached to it. For a person who has served in the army, nakedness is often replaced by a mode of adjustment that is contrary to regulations. I am on the street without my saber and I see officers coming, or I am without my necktie, or I am wearing checkered civilian's trousers, and see. The persons before whom one is ashamed are almost always strangers with faces that have been left undetermined. It never occurs in the typical dream that one is reproved or even 205 noticed on account of the dress which causes the embarrassment to oneself. Quite on the contrary, the people have an air of indifference, or, as I had opportunity to observe in a particularly clear dream, they look stiffly solemn. This is worth thinking about. The shamed embarrassment of the dreamer and the indifference of the spectators form a contradiction which often occurs in the dream. It would better accord with the feelings of the dreamer if the strangers looked at him in astonishment and laughed at him, or if they grew indignant. I think, however, that the latter unpleasant feature has been obviated by the tendency to wish fulfillment, while the embarrassment, being retained on some account or other, has been left standing, and thus the two parts fail to agree. We have interesting evidence to show that the dream, whose appearance has been partially disfigured by the tendency to wish fulfillment, has not been properly understood. For it has become the basis of a fairy tale familiar to us all in Andersen's version, B.S., and it has recently received poetic treatment by L. Fulda in The Talisman. In Andersen's fairy tale we are told of two impostors who weave a costly garment for the emperor, which, however, shall be visible only to the good and true. The emperor goes forth clad in this invisible garment, and, the fabric serving as a sort of touchstone, all the people are frightened into acting as though they did not notice the nakedness of the emperor. But such is the situation in our dream. It does not require great boldness to assume that the unintelligible dream content has suggested the invention of a state of undress in which the situation that is being remembered becomes significant. This situation has then been deprived of its original meaning, and placed at the service of other purposes. But we shall see that such misunderstanding of the dream content often occurs on account of the conscious activity of the second psychic system, and is to be recognized as a factor in the ultimate formation of the dream. Furthermore, that in the development of the obsessions and phobias similar misunderstandings, likewise within the same psychic personality, play a leading part. The source from which in our dream the material for this transformation is taken can also be explained. The 206 impostor is the dream, the emperor is the dreamer himself, and the moralizing tendency betrays a hazy knowledge of the fact that the latent dream content is occupied with forbidden wishes which have become the victims of repression. The connection in which such dreams appear during my analysis of neurotics leaves no room for doubting that the dream is based upon a recollection from earliest childhood. Only in our childhood was there a time when we were seen by our relatives as well as by strange nurses, servant girls, and visitors, in scanty clothing, and at that time we were not ashamed of our nakedness. It may be observed in the case of children who are a little older that being undressed has a kind of intoxicating effect upon them, instead of making them ashamed. They laugh, jump about, and strike their bodies. The mother, or whoever is present, forbids them to do this, and says, "Fie, that is shameful, you mustn't do that." Children often show exhibitional cravings. It is hardly possible to go through a village in our part of the country without meeting a 2 or 3-year-old tot who lifts up his or her shirt before the traveler, perhaps in his honor. One of my patients has reserved in his conscious memory a scene from the 8th year of his life in which he had just undressed previous to going to bed, and was about to dance into the room of his little sister in his undershirt when the servant prevented his doing it. In the childhood history of neurotics, denudation in the presence of children of the opposite sex plays a great part. In paranoia, the desire to be observed while dressing and undressing may be directly traced to these experiences. Among those remaining perverted there is a class which has accentuated the childish impulse to a compulsion. They are the exhibitionists. This age of childhood in which the sense of shame is lacking seems to our later recollections a paradise, and paradise itself is nothing but a composite fantasy from the childhood of the individual. It is for this reason, too, that in paradise human beings are naked and are not ashamed until the moment arrives when the sense of shame and of fear are aroused. Expulsion 207 follows, and sexual life and cultural development begin. Into this paradise the dream can take us back every night. We have already ventured the conjecture that the impressions from earliest childhood, from the prehistoric period until about the end of the 4th year, in themselves, and independently of everything else, crave reproduction, perhaps without further reference to their content, and that the repetition of them is the fulfillment of a wish. Dreams of nakedness, then, are exhibition dreams. Be one's own person, which is seen not as that of a child, but as belonging to the present, and the idea of scanty clothing, which became buried beneath so many later negligee recollections or because of the censor, turns out to be obscure. These two things constitute the nucleus of the exhibition dream. Next come the persons before whom one is ashamed. I know of no example where the actual spectators at those infantile exhibitions reappear in the dream. For the dream is hardly ever a simple recollection. Strangely enough, those persons who are the objects of our sexual interest during childhood are omitted from all the reproductions of the dream, of hysteria, and of the compulsion neurosis. Paranoia alone puts the spectators back into their places, and is fanatically convinced of their presence, although they remain invisible. What the dream substitutes for these, the many strange people, who take no notice of the spectacle which is presented, is exactly the wish opposite of that single, intimate person for whom the exposure was intended. Many strange people, moreover, are often found in the dream in any other favorable connection. As a wish opposite they always signify a secret. BV, it may be seen how the restoration of the old condition of affairs, as it occurs in paranoia, is subject to this antithesis. One is no longer alone. One is certainly being watched, but the spectators are many strange, curiously indeterminate people. Furthermore, repression has a place in the exhibition 208 dream. For the disagreeable sensation of the dream is the reaction of the second psychic instance to the fact that the exhibition scene which has been rejected by it has in spite of this succeeded in securing representation. The only way to avoid this sensation would be not to revive the scene. Later on we shall again deal with the sensation of being inhibited. It serves the dream excellently in representing the conflict of the will, the negation. According to our unconscious purpose, exhibition is to be continued; according to the demands of the censor, it is to be stopped. The relation of our typical dreams to fairy tales and to other poetic material is neither a sporadic nor an accidental one. Occasionally the keen insight of a poet has analytically recognized the transforming process, of which the poet is usually the tool, and has followed it backwards, that is to say, traced it to the dream. A friend has called my attention to the following passage in G. Keller's Der Grüne Heinrich: I do not wish, dear Lee, that you should ever come to realize from experience the peculiar piquant truth contained in the situation of Odysseus, when he appears before Nausicaa and her playmates, naked and covered with mud. Would you like to know what it means? Let us consider the incident closely. If you are ever separated from your home, and from everything that is dear to you, and wander about in a strange country, when you have seen and experienced much, when you have cares and sorrows, and are, perhaps, even miserable and forlorn, you will some night inevitably dream that you are approaching your home. You will see it shining and beaming in the most beautiful colors. Charming, delicate and lovely figures will come to meet you, and you will suddenly discover that you are going about in rags, naked and covered with dust. A nameless feeling of shame and fear seizes you, you try to cover yourself and to hide, and you awaken bathed in sweat. As long as men exist, this will be the dream of the care-laden, fortune-battered man, and thus Homer has taken his situation from the profoundest depths of the eternal character of humanity. This profound and eternal character of humanity, upon the touching of which in his listeners the poet usually calculates, 209, is made up of the stirrings of the spirit which are rooted in childhood, in the period which later becomes prehistoric. Suppressed and forbidden wishes of childhood break forth under cover of those wishes of the homeless man which are unobjectionable and capable of becoming conscious, and for that reason the dream which is made objective in the legend of Nausicaa regularly assumes the form of a dream of anxiety. My own dream, mentioned on p. 201, of hurrying up the stairs, which is soon afterward changed into that of being glued to the steps, is likewise an exhibition dream, because it shows the essential components of such a dream. It must thus permit of being referred to childish experiences, and the possession of these ought to tell us how far the behavior of the servant girl towards me, her reproach that I had soiled the carpet, helped her to secure the position which she occupies in the dream. I am now able to furnish the desired explanation. One learns in psychoanalysis to interpret temporal proximity by objective connection. Two thoughts, apparently without connection, which immediately follow one another, belong to a unity which can be inferred, just as an A and a T, which I write down together, should be pronounced as one syllable, at. The same is true of the relation of dreams to one another. The dream just cited, of the stairs, has been taken from a series of dreams, whose other members I am familiar with on account of having interpreted them. The dream which is included in this series must belong to the same connection. Now the other dreams of the series are based upon the recollection of a nurse to whom I was entrusted from some time in the period when I was suckling to the age of 2.5 years, and of whom a hazy recollection has remained in my consciousness. According to information which I have recently obtained from my mother, she was old and ugly, but very intelligent and thorough. According to inferences which I may draw from my dreams, she did not always give me the kindest treatment, and said hard words to me when I showed insufficient aptitude for education and cleanliness. Thus by attempting to continue this educational work the servant girl develops a claim to be treated by me, in the dream, as an incarnation of the prehistoric old woman. It is to be assumed 210 that the child bestowed his love upon this governess in spite of her bad treatment of him. BW Another series of dreams which might be called typical are those which have the content that a dear relative, parent, brother, or sister, child or the like, has died. Two classes of these dreams must immediately be distinguished: those in which the dreamer remains unaffected by sorrow while dreaming, and those in which he feels profound grief on account of the death, in which he even expresses this grief during sleep by fervid tears. We may ignore the dreams of the first group; they have no claim to be reckoned as typical. If they are analyzed, it is found that they signify something else than what they contain, that they are intended to cover up some other wish. Thus it is with the dream of the aunt who sees the only son of her sister lying on a bier before her, p. 129. This does not signify that she wishes the death of her little nephew; it only conceals, as we have learned, a wish to see a beloved person once more after long separation, the same person whom she had seen again after a similar long intermission at the funeral of another nephew. This wish, which is the real content of the dream, gives no cause for sorrow, and for that reason no sorrow is felt in the dream. It may be seen in this case that the emotion which is contained in the dream does not belong to the manifest content of the dream, but to the latent one, and that the emotional content has remained free from the disfigurement which has befallen the presentation content. It is a different story with the dreams in which the death of a beloved relative is imagined and where sorrowful emotion is felt. These signify, as their content says, the wish that the person in question may die, and as I may here expect that the feelings of all readers and of all persons who have dreamt anything similar will object to my interpretation, I must strive to present my proof on the broadest possible basis. We have already had one example to show that the wishes 211 represented in the dream as fulfilled are not always actual wishes. They may also be dead, discarded, covered, and repressed wishes, which we must nevertheless credit with a sort of continuous existence on account of their reappearance in the dream. They are not dead like persons who have died in our sense, but they resemble the shades in the Odyssey which awaken a certain kind of life as soon as they have drunk blood. In the dream of the dead child in the box, p. 130, we were concerned with a wish that had been actual 15 years before, and which had been frankly admitted from that time. It is, perhaps, not unimportant from the point of view of dream theory if I add that a recollection from earliest childhood is at the basis even of this dream. While the dreamer was a little child, it cannot be definitely determined at what time, she had heard that during pregnancy of which she was the fruit her mother had fallen into a profound depression of spirits and had passionately wished for the death of her child before birth. Having grown up herself and become pregnant, she now follows the example of her mother. If some one dreams with expressions of grief that his father or mother, his brother or sister, has died, I shall not use the dream as a proof that he wishes them dead now. The theory of the dreams does not require so much; it is satisfied with concluding that the dreamer has wished them dead, at some one time in childhood. I fear, however, that this limitation will not contribute much to quiet the objectors. They might just as energetically contest the possibility that they have ever had such thoughts as they are sure that they do not cherish such wishes at present. I must, therefore, reconstruct a part of the submerged infantile psychology on the basis of the testimony which the present still furnishes. Bx Let us at first consider the relation of children to their brothers and sisters. I do not know why we presuppose that it must be a loving one, since examples of brotherly and sisterly enmity among adults force themselves upon every one's experience, and since we so often know that this estrangement originated even during childhood or has always existed. But 212 Many grown-up people, who today are tenderly attached to their brothers and sisters and stand by them, have lived with them during childhood in almost uninterrupted hostility. The older child has ill-treated the younger, slandered it, and deprived it of its toys. The younger has been consumed by helpless fury against the elder, has envied it and feared it, or its first impulse toward liberty and first feelings of injustice have been directed against the oppressor. The parents say that the children do not agree, and cannot find the reason for it. It is not difficult to see that the character even of a well-behaved child is not what we wish to find in a grown-up person. The child is absolutely egotistical; it feels its wants acutely and strives remorselessly to satisfy them, especially with its competitors, other children, and in the first instance with its brothers and sisters. For doing this we do not call the child wicked, we call it naughty. It is not responsible for its evil deeds either in our judgment or in the eyes of the penal law. And this is justifiably so, for we may expect that within this very period of life which we call childhood, altruistic impulses and morality will come to life in the little egotist, and that, in the words of Maynard, a secondary ego will overlay and restrain the primary one. It is true that morality does not develop simultaneously in all departments, and furthermore, the duration of the unmoral period of childhood is of different length in different individuals. In cases where the development of this morality fails to appear, we are pleased to talk about degeneration. They are obviously cases of arrested development. Where the primary character has already been covered up by later development, it may be at least partially uncovered again by an attack of hysteria. The correspondence between the so-called hysterical character and that of a naughty child is strikingly evident. A compulsion neurosis, on the other hand, corresponds to a supermorality, imposed upon the primary character that is again asserting itself, as an increased check. Many persons, then, who love their brothers and sisters, and who would feel bereaved by their decease, have evil wishes towards them from earlier times in their unconscious wishes, which are capable of being realized in the dream. It is particularly interesting to observe little children up to 3 to 13 years old in their attitude towards their brothers and sisters. So far the child has been the only one. He is now informed that the stork has brought a new child. The younger surveys the arrival, and then expresses his opinion decidedly: the stork had better take it back again. I subscribe in all seriousness to the opinion that the child knows enough to calculate the disadvantage it has to expect on account of the newcomer. I know in the case of a lady of my acquaintance who agrees very well with a sister 4 years younger than herself, that she responded to the news of her younger sister's arrival with the following words: "But I shan't give her my red cap, anyway." If the child comes to this realization only at a later time, its enmity will be aroused at that point. I know of a case where a girl, not yet 3 years old, tried to strangle a suckling in the cradle, because its continued presence, she suspected, boded her no good. Children are capable of envy at this time of life in all its intensity and distinctness. Again, perhaps, the little brother or sister has really soon disappeared, the child has again drawn the entire affection of the household to itself, and then a new child is sent by the stork. Is it then unnatural for the favorite to wish that the new competitor may have the same fate as the earlier one, in order that he may be treated as well as he was before during the interval? Of course, this attitude of the child towards the younger infant is under normal circumstances a simple function of the difference of age. After a certain time the maternal instincts of the girl will be excited towards the helpless newborn child. Feelings of enmity towards brothers and sisters must occur far more frequently during the age of childhood than is noted by the dull observation of adults. In case of my own children, who followed one another rapidly, I missed the opportunity to make such observations. I am now retrieving it through my little nephew, whose complete domination was disturbed after 15 months by the 214 arrival of a female competitor. I hear, it is true, that the young man acts very chivalrously towards his little sister, that he kisses her hand and pets her, but in spite of this I have convinced myself that even before the completion of his second year he is using his new facility and language to criticize this person who seems superfluous to him. Whenever the conversation turns upon her, he chimes in and cries angrily, "Too, a little, too, a little." During the last few months, since the child has outgrown this unfavorable criticism, owing to its splendid development, he has found another way of justifying his insistence that she does not deserve so much attention. On all suitable occasions he reminds us, she hasn't any teeth. BZ, we have all preserved the recollection of the eldest daughter of another sister of mine, how the child which was at that time 6 years old sought assurance from one aunt after another for an hour and a half with the question, "Lucy can't understand that yet, can she?" Lucy was the competitor, 2.5 years younger. I have never failed in any of my female patients to find this dream of the death of brothers and sisters denoting exaggerated hostility. I have met with only one exception, which could easily be reinterpreted into a confirmation of the rule. Once in the course of a sitting while I was explaining this condition of affairs to a lady, as it seemed to have a bearing upon the symptoms under consideration, she answered, to my astonishment, that she had never had such dreams. However, she thought of another dream which supposedly had nothing to do with the matter, a dream which she had first dreamed at the age of 4, when she was the youngest child, and had since dreamed repeatedly. A great number of children, all of them the dreamer's brothers and sisters, and male and female cousins, were romping about in a meadow. Suddenly they all got wings, flew up, and were gone. She had no idea of the significance of the dream, but it will not be difficult for us to recognize it as a dream of the death of all the brothers and sisters, in its original form, and little influenced by the censor. I venture to insert the following interpretation: at the death of one out of a large number of 215 children, in this case the children of 2 brothers were brought up in common as brothers and sisters, is it not probable that our dreamer, at that time not yet 4 years old, asked a wise, grown-up person, what becomes of children when they are dead? The answer probably was, they get wings and become angels. According to this explanation all the brothers and sisters and cousins in the dream now have wings like angels and, this is the important thing, they fly away. Our little angel maker remains alone, think of it, the only one after such a multitude. The feature that the children are romping about on a meadow points with little ambiguity to butterflies, as though the child had been led by the same association which induced the ancients to conceive Psyche as having the wings of a butterfly. Perhaps someone will now object that, although the inimical impulses of children towards their brothers and sisters may well enough be admitted, how does the childish disposition arrive at such a height of wickedness as to wish death to a competitor or stronger playmate, as though all transgressions could be atoned for only by the death punishment? Whoever talks in this manner forgets that the childish idea of being dead has little else but the words in common with our own. The child knows nothing of the horrors of decay, of shivering in the cold grave, of the terror of the infinite nothing, which the grown-up person, as all the myths concerning the great beyond testify, finds it so hard to bear in his conception. Fear of death is strange to the child, therefore it plays with the horrible word and threatens another child. If you do that again you will die, as Francis died, whereat the poor mother shudders, for perhaps she cannot forget that the great majority of mortals do not succeed in living beyond the years of childhood. It is still possible, even for a child 8 years old, on returning from a museum of natural history, to say to its mother, "Mama, I love you so, if you ever die, I am going to have you stuffed and set you up here in the room so I can always see you." So little does the childish conception of being dead resemble our own. Ca 2:16 Being dead means for the child, which has been spared the scenes of suffering previous to dying, the same as being gone, not disturbing the survivors anymore. The child does not distinguish the manner and means by which this absence is brought about, whether by traveling, estrangement, or death. If, during the prehistoric years of a child, a nurse has been sent away and its mother has died a short while after, the two experiences, as is revealed by analysis, overlap in his memory. The fact that the child does not miss very intensely those who are absent has been realized by many a mother to her sorrow, after she has returned home after a summer journey of several weeks, and has been told upon inquiry, the children have not asked for their mother a single time. But if she really goes to that undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns, the children seem at first to have forgotten her, and begin only subsequently to remember the dead mother. If, then, the child has motives for wishing the absence of another child, every restraint is lacking which would prevent it from clothing this wish in the form that the child may die, and the psychic reaction to the dream of wishing death proves that, in spite of all the differences in content, the wish in the case of the child is somehow or other the same as it is with adults. If now the death wish of the child towards its brothers and sisters has been explained by the childish egotism, which causes the child to regard its brothers and sisters as competitors, how may we account for the same wish towards parents, who bestow love on the child and satisfy its wants, and whose preservation it ought to desire from these very egotistical motives? In the solution of this difficulty we are aided by the experience that dreams of the death of parents predominantly refer to that member of the parental couple which shares the sex of the dreamer, so that the man mostly dreams of the death of his father, the woman of the death of her mother. I cannot claim that this happens regularly, but the predominating occurrence of this dream in the manner indicated is so evident that it must be explained through some factor that is universally operative. To express the matter boldly, it is as though a sexual preference becomes active at an early period, 2:17 as though the boy regards his father as a rival in love, and as though the girl takes the same attitude toward her mother, a rival by getting rid of whom he or she cannot but profit. Before rejecting this idea as monstrous, let the reader consider the actual relations between parents and children. What the requirements of culture and piety demand of this relation must be distinguished from what daily observation shows us to be the fact. More than one cause for hostile feeling is concealed within the relations between parents and children. The conditions necessary for the actuation of wishes which cannot exist in the presence of the censor are most abundantly provided. Let us dwell at first upon the relation between father and son. I believe that the sanctity which we have ascribed to the injunction of the Decalogue dulls our perception of reality. Perhaps we hardly dare to notice that the greater part of humanity neglects to obey the fifth commandment. In the lowest as well as in the highest strata of human society, piety towards parents is in the habit of receding before other interests. The obscure reports which have come to us in mythology and legend from the primeval ages of human society give us an unpleasant idea of the power of the father and the ruthlessness with which it was used. Kronos devours his children, as the wild boar devours the brood of the sow. Zeus emasculates his father Cb, and takes his place as a ruler. The more despotically the father ruled in the ancient family, the more must the son have taken the position of an enemy, and the greater must have been his impatience, as designated successor, to obtain the mastery himself after his father's death. Even in our own middle-class family the father is accustomed to aid the development of the germ of hatred which naturally belongs to the paternal relation by refusing the son the disposal of his own destiny, or the means necessary for this. A physician often has occasion to notice that the son's grief at the loss of his father cannot suppress his satisfaction at the liberty which he has at last obtained. Every father frantically holds on to whatever of the sadly antiquated potestas 218 patris still remains in the society of today, and every poet who, like Ibsen, puts the ancient strife between father and son in the foreground of his fiction is sure of his effect. The causes of conflict between mother and daughter arise when the daughter grows up and finds a guardian in her mother, while she desires sexual freedom, and when, on the other hand, the mother has been warned by the budding beauty of her daughter that the time has come for her to renounce sexual claims. All these conditions are notorious and open to everyone's inspection. But they do not serve to explain dreams of the death of parents found in the case of persons to whom piety towards their parents has long since come to be inviolable. We are furthermore prepared by the preceding discussion to find that the death wish towards parents is to be explained by reference to earliest childhood. This conjecture is reaffirmed with a certainty that makes doubt impossible in its application to psychoneurotics through the analyses that have been undertaken with them. It is here found that the sexual wishes of the child, in so far as they deserve this designation in their embryonic state, awaken at a very early period, and that the first inclinations of the girl are directed towards the father, and the first childish cravings of the boy towards the mother. The father thus becomes an annoying competitor for the boy, as the mother does for the girl, and we have already shown in the case of brothers and sisters how little it takes for this feeling to lead the child to the death wish. Sexual selection, as a rule, early becomes evident in the parents. It is a natural tendency for the father to indulge the little daughter, and for the mother to take the part of the sons, while both work earnestly for the education of the little ones when the magic of sex does not prejudice their judgment. The child is very well aware of any partiality, and resists that member of the parental couple who discourages it. To find love in a grown-up person is for the child not only the satisfaction of a particular craving, but also means that the child's will is to be yielded to in other respects. Thus the child obeys its own sexual impulse, and at the same time reinforces the feeling which proceeds from the parents, if it makes a selection among the parents that corresponds to theirs. 219 Most of the signs of these infantile inclinations are usually overlooked. Some of them may be observed even after the first years of childhood. An 8-year-old girl of my acquaintance, when her mother is called from the table, takes advantage of the opportunity to proclaim herself her successor. "Now I shall be Mama, Charles, do you want some more vegetables? Have some, I beg you, and see." A particularly gifted and vivacious girl, not yet 4 years old, with whom this bit of child psychology is unusually transparent, says outright, "Now mother can go away, then father must marry me and I shall be his wife." Nor does this wish by any means exclude from child life the possibility that the child may love his mother affectionately. If the little boy is allowed to sleep at his mother's side whenever his father goes on a journey, and if after his father's return he must go back to the nursery to a person whom he likes far less, the wish may be easily actuated that his father may always be absent, in order that he may keep his place next to his dear, beautiful mama, and the father's death is obviously a means for the attainment of this wish, for the child's experience has taught him that dead folks, like grandpa, for example, are always absent, they never return. Although observations upon little children lend themselves, without being forced, to the proposed interpretation, they do not carry the full conviction which psychoanalyses of adult neurotics obtrude upon the physician. The dreams in question are here cited with introductions of such a nature that their interpretation as wish dreams becomes unavoidable. One day I find a lady sad and weeping. She says, "I do not want to see my relatives any more, they must shudder at me." Thereupon, almost without any transition, she tells that she remembers a dream, whose significance, of course, she does not know. She dreamed it 4 years before, and it is as follows: a fox or a lynx is taking a walk on the roof, then something falls down, or she falls down, and after that her mother is carried out of the house dead, whereat the dreamer cries bitterly. No sooner had I informed her that this dream must signify a wish from her childhood to see her mother dead, and that it is because of this dream that she thinks that her relatives must shudder at her, than she furnished some material for explaining 220 the dream. Lynx eye is an opprobrious epithet which a street boy once bestowed on her when she was a very small child. When she was 3 years old, a brick had fallen on her mother's head so that she bled severely. I once had opportunity to make a thorough study of a young girl who underwent several psychic states. In the state of frenzied excitement with which the illness started, the patient showed a very strong aversion to her mother. She struck and scolded her as soon as she approached the bed, while at the same time she remained loving and obedient to a much older sister. Then there followed a clear but somewhat apathetic state with very much disturbed sleep. It was in this phase that I began to treat her and to analyze her dreams. An enormous number of these dealt in a more or less abstruse manner with the death of the mother. Now she was present at the funeral of an old woman, now she saw her sisters sitting at the table dressed in mourning. The meaning of the dreams could not be doubted. During the further progress of the convalescence, hysterical phobias appeared. The most torturing of these was the idea that something happened to her mother. She was always having to hurry home from wherever she happened to be in order to convince herself that her mother was still alive. Now this case, in view of my other experiences, was very instructive. It showed in polyglot translations, as it were, the different ways in which the psychic apparatus reacts to the same exciting idea. In the state of excitement which I conceive as the overpowering of the second psychic instance, the unconscious enmity towards the mother became potent as a motor impulse. Then, after calmness set in, following the suppression of the tumult, and after the domination of the censor had been restored, this feeling of enmity had access only to the province of dreams in order to realize the wish that the mother might die, and after the normal condition had been still further strengthened, it created the excessive concern for the mother as a hysterical counter-reaction and manifestation of defense. In the light of these considerations, it is no longer inexplicable why hysterical girls are so often extravagantly attached to their mothers. On another occasion I had opportunity to get a profound insight into the unconscious psychic life of a young man for 221 whom a compulsion neurosis made life almost unendurable, so that he could not go on the street, because he was harassed by the obsession that he would kill everyone he met. He spent his days in arranging evidence for an alibi in case he should be charged with any murder that might have occurred in the city. It is superfluous to remark that this man was as moral as he was highly cultured. The analysis, which, moreover, led to a cure, discovered murderous impulses toward the young man's somewhat over-strict father as the basis of these disagreeable ideas of compulsion, impulses which, to his great surprise, had received conscious expression when he was 7 years old, but which, of course, had originated in much earlier years of childhood. After the painful illness and death of the father, the obsessive reproach transferred to strangers in the form of the aforementioned phobia, appeared when the young man was 31 years old. Anyone capable of wishing to push his own father from a mountaintop into an abyss is certainly not to be trusted to spare the lives of those who are not so closely bound to him. He does well to lock himself into his room. According to my experience, which is now large, parents play a leading part in the infantile psychology of all later neurotics, and falling in love with one member of the parental couple and hatred of the other help to make up that fateful sum of material furnished by the psychic impulses, which has been formed during the infantile period, and which is of such great importance for the symptoms appearing in the later neurosis. But I do not think that psychoneurotics are here sharply distinguished from normal human beings, in that they are capable of creating something absolutely new and peculiar to themselves. It is far more probable, as is shown also by occasional observation upon normal children, that in their loving or hostile wishes towards their parents psychoneurotics only show in exaggerated form feelings which are present less distinctly and less intensely in the minds of most children. Antiquity has furnished us with legendary material to confirm this fact, and the deep and universal effectiveness of these legends can only be explained by granting a similar universal applicability to the above-mentioned assumption in infantile psychology. 222 I refer to the legend of King Oedipus and the drama of the same name by Sophocles. Oedipus, the son of Laius, king of Thebes, and of Jocasta, is exposed while a suckling, because an oracle has informed the father that his son, who is still unborn, will be his murderer. He is rescued, and grows up as the king's son at a foreign court, until, being uncertain about his origin, he also consults the oracle, and is advised to avoid his native place, for he is destined to become the murderer of his father and the husband of his mother. On the road leading away from his supposed home he meets King Laius and strikes him dead in a sudden quarrel. Then he comes to the gates of Thebes, where he solves the riddle of the Sphinx who is barring the way, and he is elected king by the Thebans in gratitude, and is presented with the hand of Jocasta. He reigns in peace and honor for a long time, and begets 2 sons and 2 daughters upon his unknown mother, until at last a plague breaks out which causes the Thebans to consult the oracle anew. Here Sophocles' tragedy begins. The messengers bring the advice that the plague will stop as soon as the murderer of Laius is driven from the country. But where is he hidden? Where are they to be found? How shall we trace the perpetrators of so old a crime where no conjecture leads to discovery? C. The action of the play now consists merely in a revelation, which is gradually completed and artfully delayed, resembling the work of a psychoanalysis, of the fact that Oedipus himself is the murderer of Laius, and the son of the dead man and of Jocasta. Oedipus, profoundly shocked at the monstrosities which he has unknowingly committed, blinds himself and leaves his native place. The oracle has been fulfilled. The Oedipus Tyrannus is a so-called tragedy of fate. Its tragic effect is said to be found in the opposition between the powerful will of the gods and the vain resistance of the human beings who are threatened with destruction. Resignation to the will of God and confession of one's own helplessness is the lesson which the deeply moved spectator is to learn from the tragedy. Consequently, modern authors have tried to obtain a similar tragic effect by embodying the same opposition in a 223 story of their own invention. But spectators have sat unmoved while a curse or an oracular sentence has been fulfilled on blameless human beings in spite of all their struggles. Later tragedies of fate have all remained without effect. If the Oedipus Tyrannus is capable of moving modern men no less than it moved the contemporary Greeks, the explanation of this fact cannot lie merely in the assumption that the effect of the Greek tragedy is based upon the opposition between fate and human will, but is to be sought in the peculiar nature of the material by which the opposition is shown. There must be a voice within us which is prepared to recognize the compelling power of fate in Oedipus, while we justly condemn the situations occurring in Die Jungfrau or in other tragedies of later date as arbitrary inventions. And there must be a factor corresponding to this inner voice in the story of King Oedipus. His fate moves us only for the reason that it might have been ours, for the oracle has put the same curse upon us before our birth as upon him. Perhaps we are all destined to direct our first sexual impulses towards our mothers, and our first hatred and violent washes towards our fathers. Our dreams convince us of it. King Oedipus, who has struck his father Laius dead and has married his mother Jocasta, is nothing but the realized wish of our childhood. But more fortunate than he, we have since succeeded, unless we have become psychoneurotics, in withdrawing our sexual impulses from our mothers and in forgetting our jealousy of our fathers. We recoil from the person for whom this primitive wish has been fulfilled with all the force of the repression which these wishes have suffered within us. By his analysis, showing us the guilt of Oedipus, the poet urges us to recognize our own inner self, in which these impulses, even if suppressed, are still present. The comparison with which the chorus leaves us. Behold! This Oedipus, who unraveled the famous riddle and who was a man of eminent virtue, a man who trusted neither to popularity nor to the fortune of his citizens, see how great a storm of adversity hath at last overtaken him. Act 5. Sc. 4. This warning applies to ourselves and to our pride, to us, who have grown so wise and so powerful in our own estimation 224 since the years of our childhood. Like Oedipus, we live in ignorance of the wishes that offend morality, wishes which nature has forced upon us, and after the revelation of which we want to avert every glance from the scenes of our childhood. In the very text of Sophocles' tragedy there is an unmistakable reference to the fact that the Oedipus legend originates in an extremely old dream material, which consists of the painful disturbance of the relation towards one's parents by means of the first impulses of sexuality. Jocasta comforts Oedipus, who is not yet enlightened, but who has become worried on account of the oracle, by mentioning to him the dream which is dreamt by so many people, though she attaches no significance to it. For it hath already been the lot of many men in dreams to think themselves partners of their mother's bed. But he passes most easily through life to whom these circumstances are trifles. Act 4. Sc. 3. The dream of having sexual intercourse with one's mother occurred at that time, as it does today, to many people, who tell it with indignation and astonishment. As may be understood, it is the key to the tragedy and the complement to the dream of the death of the father. The story of Oedipus is the reaction of the imagination to these two typical dreams, and just as the dream when occurring to an adult is experienced with feelings of resistance, so the legend must contain terror and self-chastisement. The appearance which it further assumes is the result of an uncomprehending secondary elaboration which tries to make it serve theological purposes, cf. The Dream Material of Exhibitionism, p. 206. The attempt to reconcile divine omnipotence with human responsibility must, of course, fail with this material as with every other. CD 225. I must not leave the typical dream of the death of dear relatives without somewhat further elucidating the subject 226 of their significance for the theory of the dream in general. These dreams show us a realization of the very unusual case where the dream thought, which has been created by the repressed wish, completely escapes the censor, and is transferred to the dream without alteration. There must be present peculiar conditions making possible such an outcome. I find circumstances favorable to these dreams in the two following factors. First, there is no wish which we believe further from us. We believe such a wish would never occur to us in a dream. The dream censor is therefore not prepared for this monstrosity, just as the legislation of Solon was incapable of establishing a punishment for patricide. Secondly, the repressed and unsuspected wish is in just this case particularly often met by a fragment of the day's experience in the shape of a concern about the life of the beloved person. This concern cannot be registered in the dream by any other means than by taking advantage of the wish that has the same content, but it is possible for the wish to mask itself behind the concern which has been awakened during the day. If one is inclined to think all this a more simple process, and that one merely continues during the night and in dreams what one has been concerned with during the day, the dream of the death of beloved persons is removed from all connection with dream explanation, and an easily reducible problem is uselessly retained. It is also instructive to trace the relation of these dreams to anxiety dreams. In the dream of the death of dear persons, the repressed wish has found a way of avoiding the censor, and the distortion which it causes. In this case, the inevitable concomitant manifestation is that disagreeable sensations are felt in the dream. Thus, the dream of fear is brought about only when the censor is entirely or partially overpowered, and, on the other hand, the overpowering of the censor is made easier when fear has already been furnished by somatic sources. Thus, it becomes obvious for what purpose the censor performs its office and practices dream distortion. It does this in order to prevent the development of fear or other forms of disagreeable emotion. I have spoken above of the egotism of the infantile mind, and I may now resume this subject in order to suggest that 227 dreams preserve this characteristic, thus showing their connection with infantile life. Every dream is absolutely egotistical. In every dream the beloved ego appears, even though it may be in a disguised form. The wishes that are realized in dreams are regularly the wishes of this ego. It is only a deceptive appearance if interest in another person is thought to have caused the dream. I shall subject to analysis several examples which appear to contradict this assertion. A boy not yet 4 years old relates the following. He saw a large dish garnished, and upon it a large piece of roast meat, and the meat was all of a sudden, not cut to pieces, but eaten up. He did not see the person who ate it. C.E. Who may this strange person be of whose luxurious repast this little fellow dreams? The experiences of the day must give us the explanation of this. For a few days the boy had been living on a diet of milk according to the doctor's prescription, but on the evening of the day before the dream he had been naughty, and as a punishment he had been deprived of his evening meal. He had already undergone one such hunger cure, and had acted very bravely. He knew that he would get nothing to eat, but he did not dare to indicate by a word that he was hungry. Education was beginning to have its influence upon him. This is expressed even in the dream, which shows the beginnings of dream disfigurement. There is no doubt that he himself is the person whose wishes are directed toward this abundant meal, and a meal of roast meat at that. But since he knows that this is forbidden him, he does not dare, as children do in the dream, cf. The dream about strawberries of my little Anna, p. 110, to sit down to the meal himself. The person remains anonymous. 2. Once I dreamed that I see on the show table of a bookstore a new number in the book lovers collection, the collection which I am in the habit of buying, art monographs on the history of the world, famous art centers, and c. 228. The new collection is called Famous Orders, or Orations, and the first number bears the name of Dr. Lecher. In the course of analysis it appears improbable that the fame of Dr. Lecher, the long-winded order of the German opposition, should occupy my thoughts while I'm dreaming. The fact is that, a few days before, I undertook the psychic cure of some new patients, and was now forced to talk for from 10 to 12 hours a day. Thus I myself am the long-winded order. 3. Upon another occasion I dreamed that a teacher of my acquaintance at the university says, "My son, the myopic." Then there follows a dialogue consisting of short speeches and replies. A third portion of the dream follows in which I and my sons appear, and as far as the latent dream content is concerned, father, son, and Professor M are alike only lay figures to represent me and my eldest son. I shall consider this dream again further on because of another peculiarity. 4. The following dream gives an example of really base egotistical feelings, which are concealed behind affectionate concern. My friend Otto looks ill, his face is brown and his eyes bulge. Otto is my family physician, to whom I owe a debt greater than I can ever hope to repay, since he has guarded the health of my children for years. He has treated them successfully when they were taken sick, and besides that he has given them presents on all occasions which gave him any excuse for doing so. He came for a visit on the day of the dream, and my wife noticed that he looked tired and exhausted. Then comes my dream at night, and attributes to him a few of the symptoms of Basedows disease. Anyone disregarding my rules for dream interpretation would understand this dream to mean that I am concerned about the health of my friend, and that this concern is realized in the dream. It would thus be a contradiction not only of the assertion that the dream is a wish fulfillment, but also of the assertion that it is accessible only to egotistic impulses. But let the person who interprets the dream in this manner explain to me why I fear that Otto has Basedows disease, for which diagnosis his appearance does not give the slightest justification. As opposed to this, my analysis furnishes the following material, taken from an 229 occurrence which happened 6 years ago. A small party of us, including Professor R, were driving in profound darkness through the forest of N, which is several hours distant from our country home. The coachman, who was not quite sober, threw us and the wagon down a bank, and it was only by a lucky accident that we all escaped unhurt. But we were forced to spend the night at the nearest inn, where the news of our accident awakened great sympathy. A gentleman, who showed unmistakable signs of the morbus Basedowi, nothing but a brownish color of the skin of the face and bulging eyes, no goiter, placed himself entirely at our disposal and asked what he could do for us. Professor R answered in his decided way, "Nothing but lend me a nightshirt." Whereupon our generous friend replied, "I am sorry but I cannot do that," and went away. In continuing the analysis, it occurs to me that Basedow is the name not only of a physician, but also of a famous educator. Now that I am awake I do not feel quite sure of this fact. My friend Otto is the person whom I have asked to take charge of the physical education of my children, especially during the age of puberty, hence the nightshirt, in case anything should happen to me. By seeing Otto in the dream with the morbid symptoms of our above-mentioned generous benefactor, I apparently mean to say, if anything happens to me, Just as little is to be expected for my children from him as was to be expected then from Baron L., in spite of his well-meaning offers. The egotistical turn of this dream ought now to be clear. Cf. But where is the wish fulfillment to be found? It is not in the vengeance secured upon my friend Otto, whose fate it seems to be to receive ill treatment in my dreams, but in the following circumstances. In representing Otto in the dream as Baron L., I have at the same time identified myself with someone else, that is to say, with Professor R, for I have asked something of Otto, just as R asked something of Baron L. 2:30 at the time of the occurrence which has been mentioned. And that is the point. For Professor R has pursued his way independently outside the schools, somewhat as I have done, and has only in later years received the title which he earned long ago. I am therefore again wishing to be a professor. The very phrase in later years is the fulfillment of wish, for it signifies that I shall live long enough to pilot my boy through the age of puberty myself. I gave only a brief account of the other forms of typical dreams in the first edition of this book, because an insufficient amount of good material was at my disposal. My experience, which has since been increased, now makes it possible for me to divide these dreams into two broad classes: first, those which really have the same meaning every time, and secondly, those which must be subjected to the most widely different interpretations in spite of their identical or similar content. Among the typical dreams of the first sort I shall closely consider the examination dream and the so-called dream of dental irritation. Everyone who has received his degree after having passed the final college examination complains of the ruthlessness with which he is pursued by the anxiety dream that he will fail, that he must repeat his work, and see. For the holder of the university degree, this typical dream is replaced by another, which represents to him that he has to pass the examination for the doctor's degree, and against which he vainly raises the objection in his sleep that he has already been practicing for years, that he is already a university instructor or the head of a law firm. These are the ineradicable memories of the punishments which we suffered when we were children for misdeeds which we had committed, memories which were revived in us on that dies irae, dies illa of the severe examination at the two critical junctures in our studies. The examination phobia of neurotics is also strengthened by this childish fear. After we have ceased to be schoolboys, it is no longer our parents and guardians as at first, or our teachers as later on, who see to our punishment. The inexorable chain of causes and effects in life has taken over our further education. Now we dream of examinations for graduation 231 or for the doctor's degree, and who has not been faint-hearted in these tests, even though he belonged to the righteous. Whenever we fear that an outcome will punish us because we have not done something, or because we have not accomplished something as we should, in short, whenever we feel the weight of responsibility. I owe the actual explanation of examination dreams to a remark made by a well-informed colleague, who once asserted in a scientific discussion that in his experience the examination dream occurs only to persons who have passed the examination, never to those who have gone to pieces on it. The anxiety dream of the examination, which occurs, as is being more and more corroborated, when the dreamer is looking forward to a responsible action on his part the next day and the possibility of disgrace, has therefore probably selected an occasion in the past where the great anxiety has shown itself to have been without justification and has been contradicted by the result. This would be a very striking example of a misconception of the dream content on the part of the waking instance. The objection to the dream, which is conceived as the indignant protest, "But I am already a doctor, and see," would be in reality a consolation which the dreams offer, and which would therefore be to the following effect: do not be afraid of the morrow, think of the fear which you had before the final examination, and yet nothing came of it. You are a doctor this minute, and see. The fear, however, which we attribute to the dream, originates in the remnants of daily experience. The tests of this explanation which I was able to make in my own case and in that of others, although they were not sufficiently numerous, have been altogether successful. I failed, for example, in the examination for the doctor's degree in legal medicine. Never once have I been concerned about this matter in my dreams, while I have often enough been examined in botany, zoology, or chemistry, in which subjects I took the examinations with well-founded anxiety, but escaped punishment through the clemency of fortune or of the examiner. In my dreams of college examination, I am regularly examined in history, a subject which I passed brilliantly at the time, but only, I must admit, because my 232 good-natured professor, my one-eyed benefactor in another dream, cf. p. 12 did not overlook the fact that on the list of questions I had crossed out the second of 3 questions as an indication that he should not insist on it. One of my patients, who withdrew before the final college examinations and made them up later, but who failed in the officer's examination and did not become an officer, tells me that he dreams about the former examination often enough, but never about the latter. The above-mentioned colleague, Dr. Steckel of Vienna, calls attention to the double meaning of the word matura, examination for college degree, mature, ripe, and claims that he has observed that examination dreams occur very frequently when a sexual test is set for the following day, in which, Therefore, the disgrace which is feared might consist in the manifestation of slight potency. A German colleague takes exception to this, as it appears, justly, on the ground that this examination is denominated in Germany the obiturium and hence lacks this double meaning. On account of their similar affective impression, dreams of missing a train deserve to be placed next to examination dreams. Their explanation also justifies this relationship. They are consolation dreams directed against another feeling of fear perceived in the dream, the fear of dying. To depart is one of the most frequent and one of the most easily reached symbols of death. The dream thus says consolingly, "Compose yourself, you are not going to die," to depart, just as the examination dream calms us by saying, "Fear not, nothing will happen to you even this time." The difficulty in understanding both kinds of dreams is due to the fact that the feeling of anxiety is directly connected with the expression of consolation. Steckel treats fully the symbolisms of death in his recently published book Die Sprache des Traumas. The meaning of the dreams of dental irritation, which I have had to analyze often enough with my patients, escaped me for a long time, because, much to my astonishment, resistances that were altogether too great obstructed their interpretation. At last overwhelming evidence convinced me that, in the case of men, nothing else than cravings for masturbation from 233 the time of puberty furnishes the motive power for these dreams. I shall analyze two such dreams, one of which is likewise a dream of flight. The two dreams are of the same person, a young man with a strong homosexuality, which, however, has been repressed in life. He is witnessing a performance of Fidelio from the parquet of the opera house. He is sitting next to L, whose personality is congenial to him, and whose friendship he would like to have. He suddenly flies diagonally clear across the parquet. He then puts his hand in his mouth and draws out two of his teeth. He himself describes the flight by saying it was as if he were thrown into the air. As it was a performance of Fidelio, he recalls the poet's words. He who a charming wife acquired. But even the acquisition of a charming wife is not among the wishes of the dreamer. Two other verses would be more appropriate. He who succeeds in the lucky, big, throw. A friend of a friend to be. The dream thus contains the lucky, big, throw, which is not, however, a wish fulfillment only. It also conceals the painful reflection that in his striving after friendship he has often had the misfortune to be thrown down, and the fear lest this fate may be repeated in the case of the young man next whom he has enjoyed the performance of Fidelio. This is now followed by a confession which quite puts this refined dreamer to shame, to the effect that once, after such a rejection on the part of a friend, out of burning desire he merged into sexual excitement and masturbated twice in succession. The other dream is as follows: two professors of the university who are known to him are treating him in my stead. One of them does something with his penis, he fears an operation. The other one thrusts an iron bar at his mouth so that he loses two teeth. He is bound with 4 silken cloths. The sexual significance of this dream can hardly be doubted. The silken cloths are equivalent to an identification with a 234 homosexual of his acquaintance. The dreamer, who has never achieved coition, but who has never actually sought sexual intercourse with men, conceives sexual intercourse after the model of the masturbation which he was once taught during the time of puberty. I believe that the frequent modifications of the typical dream of dental irritation, that, for example, of another person drawing the tooth from the dreamer's mouth, are made intelligible by means of the same explanation. It may, however, be difficult to see how dental irritation can come to have this significance. I may then call attention to a transference from below to above which occurs very frequently. This transference is at the service of sexual repression, and by means of it all kinds of sensations and intentions occurring in hysteria which ought to be enacted in the genitals can be realized upon less objectionable parts of the body. It is also a case of such transference when the genitals are replaced by the face and the symbolism of unconscious thought. This is assisted by the fact that the buttocks resemble the cheeks, and also by the usage of language which calls the nymph lips, as resembling those that enclose the opening of the mouth. The nose is compared to the penis in numerous allusions, and in one place as in the other the presence of hair completes the resemblance. Only one part of the anatomy, the teeth, are beyond all possibility of being compared with anything, and it is just this coincidence of agreement and disagreement which makes the teeth suitable for representation under pressure of sexual repression. I do not wish to claim that the interpretation of the dream of dental irritation as a dream of masturbation, the justification of which I cannot doubt, has been freed of all obscurity. C.g., I carry the explanation as far as I am able, and must leave the rest unsolved. But I must also refer to another connection revealed by an idiomatic expression. In our country there is in use an indelicate designation for the act of masturbation, namely, to pull one out, or to pull one down. I am unable to say whence these colloquialisms originate, and on what 235 symbolisms they are based, but the teeth would well fit in with the first of the two. See dreams in which one is flying or hovering, falling, swimming, or the like, belong to the second group of typical dreams. What do these dreams signify? A general statement on this point cannot be made. They signify something different in each case. 236 as we shall hear, only the sensational material which they contain always comes from the same source. It is necessary to conclude, from the material obtained in psychoanalysis, that these dreams repeat impressions from childhood, that is, that they refer to the movement games which have such extraordinary attractions for the child. What 237 uncle has never made a child fly by running across the room with it with arms outstretched, or has never played falling with it by rocking it on his knee and then suddenly stretching out his leg, or by lifting it up high and then pretending to withdraw support? At this the children shout with joy, and demand more untiringly, especially if there is a little fright 238 and dizziness attached to it. In after years they create a repetition of this in the dream, but in the dream they omit the hands which have held them, so that they now freely float and fall. The fondness of all small children for games like rocking and seesawing is well known, and if they see gymnastic tricks at the circus their recollection of this rocking is refreshed. With some boys the hysterical attack consists simply in the reproduction of such tricks, which they accomplish with great skill. Not infrequently sexual sensations are excited by these movement games, harmless as they are in themselves. CJ, to express the idea by a word which is current among us, and which covers all of these matters, it is the wild playing, Hetson, of childhood which dreams about flying, falling, vertigo, and the like repeat, and the voluptuous feelings of which have now been turned into fear. But as every mother knows, the wild playing of children has often enough culminated in quarreling and tears. I therefore have good reason for rejecting the explanation that the condition of our dermal sensations during sleep, the sensations caused by the movements of the lungs, and the like, give rise to dreams of flying and falling. I see that these very sensations have been reproduced from the memory with which the dream is concerned, that they are, therefore, a part of the dream content and not of the dream sources. This material, similar in its character and origin consisting of sensations of motion, is now used for the representation of the most manifold dream thoughts. Dreams of flying, for the most part characterized by delight, require the most widely different interpretations, altogether special interpretations in the case of some persons, and even interpretations of a typical nature in that of others. One of my patients was in the habit of dreaming very often that she was suspended above the 239 street at a certain height, without touching the ground. She had grown only to a very small stature, and shunned every kind of contamination which accompanies intercourse with human beings. Her dream of suspension fulfilled both of her wishes, by raising her feet from the ground and by allowing her head to tower in the upper regions. In the case of other female dreamers the dream of flying had the significance of a longing. If I were a little bird, others thus become angels at night because they have missed being called that by day. The intimate connection between flying and the idea of a bird makes it comprehensible that the dream of flying in the case of men usually has a significance of coarse sensuality. CK, we shall also not be surprised to hear that this or that dreamer is always very proud of his ability to fly. Dr. Paul Federn, Vienna, has propounded the fascinating theory that a great many flying dreams are erection dreams, since the remarkable phenomena of erection which so constantly occupy the human fantasy must strongly impress upon it a notion of the suspension of gravity, cf. The winged folly of the ancients. Dreams of falling are most frequently characterized by fear. Their interpretation, when they occur in women, is subject to no difficulty because women always accept the symbolic sense of falling, which is a circumlocution for the indulgence of an erotic temptation. We have not yet exhausted the infantile sources of the dream of falling. Nearly all children have fallen occasionally, and then been picked up and fondled. If they fell out of bed at night, they were picked up by their nurse and taken into her bed. People who dream often of swimming, of cleaving the waves, with great enjoyment, and have usually been persons who wetted their beds, and they now repeat in the dream a pleasure which they have long since learned to forego. We shall soon learn from one example or another to what representation the dreams of swimming easily lend themselves. The interpretation of dreams about fire justifies a prohibition of the nursery which forbids children to burn matches in order that they may not wet the bed at night. They too are 240 based on the reminiscence of enuresis nocturnus of childhood. In the Bruchstück einer Hysterieanalyse, 1905, cl., I have given the complete analysis and synthesis of such a fire dream in connection with the infantile history of the dreamer, and have shown to the representation of what emotions this infantile material has been utilized in maturer years. It would be possible to cite a considerable number of other typical dreams, if these are understood to refer to the frequent recurrence of the same manifest dream content in the case of different dreamers, as, for example, dreams of passing through narrow alleys, of walking through a whole suite of rooms, dreams of the nocturnal burglar against whom nervous people direct precautionary measures before going to sleep, dreams of being chased by wild animals, bulls, horses, or of being threatened with knives, daggers, and lances. The last two are characteristic as the manifest dream content of persons suffering from anxiety, and c. An investigation dealing especially with this material would be well worthwhile. In lieu of this, I have two remarks to offer, which, however, do not apply exclusively to typical dreams. The more one is occupied with the solution of dreams, the more willing one must become to acknowledge that the majority of the dreams of adults treat of sexual material and give expression to erotic wishes. Only one who really analyzes dreams, that is to say, who pushes forward from their manifest content to the latent dream thoughts, can form an opinion on this subject, never the person who is satisfied with registering the manifest content, as, for example, Knack in his works on sexual dreams. Let us recognize at once that this fact is not to be wondered at, but that it is in complete harmony with the fundamental assumptions of dream explanation. No other impulse has had to undergo so much suppression from the time of childhood as the sex impulse in its numerous components. Cm. From no other impulse have survived so many and such intense unconscious wishes, which now act in the sleeping state in such a manner as to produce dreams. In dream interpretation, this significance of sexual complexes must never 241 be forgotten, nor must they, of course, be exaggerated to the point of being considered exclusive. Of many dreams it can be ascertained by a careful interpretation that they are even to be taken bisexually, inasmuch as they result in an irrefutable secondary interpretation in which they realize homosexual feelings, that is, feelings that are common to the normal sexual activity of the dreaming person. But that all dreams are to be interpreted bisexually, as maintained by W. Steckel, C.N., and Alf. Adler, C.O., seems to me to be a generalization as indemonstrable as it is improbable, which I should not like to support. Above all, I should not know how to dispose of the apparent fact that there are many dreams satisfying other than, in the widest sense, erotic needs, as dreams of hunger, thirst, convenience, and c. Likewise the similar assertions that behind every dream one finds the death sentence, Steckel, and that every dream shows a continuation from the feminine to the masculine line, Adler, seem to me to proceed far beyond what is admissible in the interpretation of dreams. We have already asserted elsewhere that dreams which are conspicuously innocent invariably embody coarse erotic wishes, and we might confirm this by means of numerous fresh examples. But many dreams which appear indifferent, and which would never be suspected of any particular significance, can be traced back, after analysis, to unmistakably sexual wish feelings, which are often of an unexpected nature. For example, who would suspect a sexual wish in the following dream until the interpretation had been worked out? The dreamer relates, between two stately palaces stands a little house, receding somewhat, whose doors are closed. My wife leads me a little way along the street up to the little house, and pushes in the door, and then I slip quickly and easily into the interior of a courtyard that slants obliquely upwards. Anyone who has had experience in the translating of dreams will, of course, immediately perceive that penetrating into narrow spaces, and opening locked doors, belong to the 242 commonest sexual symbolism, and will easily find in this dream a representation of attempted coition from behind, between the two stately buttocks of the female body. The narrow slanting passage is of course the vagina. The assistance attributed to the wife of the dreamer requires the interpretation that in reality it is only consideration for the wife which is responsible for the detention from such an attempt. Moreover, inquiry shows that on the previous day a young girl had entered the household of the dreamer who had pleased him, and who had given him the impression that she would not be altogether opposed to an approach of this sort. The little house between the two palaces is taken from a reminiscence of the Ridzin in Prague, and thus points again to the girl who is a native of that city. If with my patients I emphasize the frequency of the Oedipus dream, of having sexual intercourse with one's mother, I get the answer, I cannot remember such a dream. Immediately afterwards, however, there arises the recollection of another disguised and indifferent dream, which has been dreamed repeatedly by the patient, and the analysis shows it to be a dream of this same content, that is, another Oedipus dream. I can assure the reader that veiled dreams of sexual intercourse with the mother are a great deal more frequent than open ones to the same effect. CP There are dreams about landscapes and localities in which emphasis is always laid upon the assurance, I have been there before. In this case the locality is always the genital organ of the mother. It can indeed be asserted with such 243 certainty of no other locality that one has been there before. A large number of dreams, often full of fear, which are concerned with passing through narrow spaces or with staying in the water, are based upon fancies about the embryonic life, about the sojourn in the mother's womb, and about the act of birth. The following is the dream of a young man who in his fancy has already while in embryo taken advantage of his opportunity to spy upon an act of coition between his parents. He is in a deep shaft, in which there is a window, as in the Semmering tunnel. At first he sees an empty landscape through this window, and then he composes a picture into it, which is immediately at hand and which fills out the empty space. The picture represents a field which is being thoroughly harrowed by an implement, and the delightful air, the accompanying idea of hard work, and the bluish-black clods of earth make a pleasant impression. He then goes on and sees a primary school opened, and he is surprised that so much attention is devoted in it to the sexual feelings of the child, which makes him think of me. Here is a pretty water dream of a female patient, which was turned to extraordinary account in the course of treatment. At her summer resort at the lake, she hurls herself into the dark water at a place where the pale moon is reflected in the water. Dreams of this sort are parturition dreams. Their interpretation is accomplished by reversing the fact reported in the manifest dream content. Thus, instead of throwing oneself into the water, read coming out of the water, that is, being born. The place from which one is born is recognized if one thinks of the bad sense of the French la lune. The pale moon thus becomes the white bottom, popo, which the child soon recognizes as the place from which it came. Now what can be the meaning of the patient's wishing to be born at her summer resort? I asked the dreamer this, and she answered without hesitation, "Hasn't the treatment made me as though I were born again?" Thus the dream becomes an invitation to continue the cure at this summer resort, that is, to visit her there. Perhaps it also contains 244, a very bashful allusion to the wish to become a mother herself. CQ Another dream of parturition, with its interpretation, I take from the work of E. Jones. 95. She stood at the seashore watching a small boy, who seemed to be hers, wading into the water. This he did till the water covered him, and she could only see his head bobbing up and down near the surface. The scene then changed to the crowded hall of a hotel. Her husband left her, and she entered into conversation with a stranger. The second half of the dream was discovered in the analysis to represent a flight from her husband, and the entering into intimate relations with a third person, behind whom was plainly indicated Mr. X's brother mentioned in a former dream. The first part of the dream was a fairly evident birth fantasy. In dreams as in mythology, the delivery of a child from the uterine waters is commonly presented by distortion as the entry of the child into water. Among many others, the births of Adonis, Osiris, Moses, and Bacchus are well-known illustrations of this. The bobbing up and down of the head in the water at once recalled to the patient the sensation of quickening she had experienced in her only pregnancy. Thinking of the boy going into the water induced a reverie in which she saw herself taking him out of the water, carrying him into the nursery, washing him and dressing him, and installing him in her household. The second half of the dream, therefore, represents thoughts concerning the elopement, which belong to the first half of the underlying latent content. The first half of the dream corresponded with the second half of the latent content, the birth fantasy. Besides this inversion in order, further inversions took place in each half of the dream. In the first half the child entered the water, and then his head bobbed. In the underlying dream thoughts first the quickening occurred, and then the child left the water, a double inversion. In the second half her husband left her. In the dream thoughts she left her husband. 245 Another parturition dream is related by Abraham 79, of a young woman looking forward to her first confinement. p. 22. From a place in the floor of the house a subterranean canal leads directly into the water, parturition path, amniotic liquor. She lifts up a trap in the floor, and there immediately appears a creature dressed in a brownish fur, which almost resembles a seal. This creature changes into the younger brother of the dreamer, to whom she has always stood in maternal relationship. Dreams of saving are connected with parturition dreams. To save, especially to save from the water, is equivalent to giving birth when dreamed by a woman. This sense is, however, modified when the dreamer is a man. Cr. robbers, burglars at night, and ghosts, of which we are afraid before going to bed, and which occasionally even disturb our sleep, originate in one and the same childish reminiscence. They are the nightly visitors who have awakened the child to set it on the chamber so that it may not wet the bed, or have lifted the cover in order to see clearly how the child is holding its hands while sleeping. I have been able to induce an exact recollection of the nocturnal visitor in the analysis of some of these anxiety dreams. The robbers were always the father, the ghosts more probably corresponded to feminine persons with white nightgowns. 2. When one has become familiar with the abundant use of symbolism for the representation of sexual material in dreams, one naturally raises the question whether there are not many of these symbols which appear once and for all with a firmly established significance like the signs in stenography, and one is tempted to compile a new dream book according to the cipher method. In this connection it may be remarked that this symbolism does not belong peculiarly to the dream, but rather to unconscious thinking, particularly that of the masses, and it is to be found in greater perfection in the folklore, in the myths, legends, and manners of speech, in the 246 proverbial sayings, and in the current witticisms of a nation than in its dreams. C.S. The dream takes advantage of this symbolism in order to give a disguised representation to its latent thoughts. Among the symbols which are used in this manner there are of course many which regularly, or almost regularly, mean the same thing. Only it is necessary to keep in mind the curious plasticity of psychic material. Now and then a symbol in the dream content may have to be interpreted not symbolically, but according to its real meaning. At another time the dreamer, owing to a peculiar set of recollections, may create for himself the right to use anything whatever as a sexual symbol, though it is not ordinarily used in that way. Nor are the most frequently used sexual symbols unambiguous every time. After these limitations and reservations I may call attention to the following. Emperor and Empress, King and Queen, in most cases really represent the parents of the dreamer. CT, the dreamer himself or herself is the prince or princess. All elongated objects, sticks, tree trunks, and umbrellas, on account of the stretching up which might be compared to an erection, all elongated and sharp weapons, knives, daggers, and pikes, are intended to represent the male member. A frequent, not very intelligible, symbol for the same is a nail file, on account of the rubbing and scraping. Little cases, boxes, caskets, closets, and stoves correspond to the female part. The symbolism of lock and key has been very gracefully employed by Uhland in his song about the Grafen Eberstein, to make a common smutty joke. The dream of walking through a row of rooms is a brothel or harem dream. Staircases, ladders, and flights of stairs, or climbing on these, either upwards or downwards, are symbolic representations of the sexual act. Cu, smooth 247 walls over which one is climbing, facades of houses upon which one is letting oneself down, frequently under great anxiety, correspond to the erect human body, and probably repeat in the dream reminiscences of the upward climbing of little children on their parents or foster parents. Smooth walls are men. Often in a dream of anxiety one is holding on firmly to some projection from a house. Tables, set tables, and boards are women, perhaps on account of the opposition which does away with the bodily contours. Since bed and board, mensa et thoris, constitute marriage, the former are often put for the latter in the dream, and as far as practicable the sexual presentation complex is transposed to the eating complex. Of articles of dress the woman's hat may frequently be definitely interpreted as the male genital. In dreams of men one often finds the cravat as a symbol for the penis. This indeed is not only because cravats hang down long, and are characteristic of the man, but also because one can select them at pleasure, a freedom which is prohibited by nature in the original of the symbol. Persons who make use of this symbol in the dream are very extravagant with cravats, and possess regular collections of them. CV, all complicated machines and apparatus in dream are very probably genitals, in the description of which dream symbolism shows itself to be as tireless as the activity of wit. Likewise many landscapes in dreams, especially with bridges or with wooded mountains, can be readily recognized as descriptions of the genitals. Finally, where one finds incomprehensible neologisms one may think of combinations made up of components having a sexual 248 significance. Children also in the dream often signify the genitals, as men and women are in the habit of fondly referring to their genital organ as their little one. As a very recent symbol of the male genital may be mentioned the flying machine, utilization of which is justified by its relation to flying as well as occasionally by its form. To play with a little child or to beat a little one is often the dream's representation of onanism. A number of other symbols, in part not sufficiently verified, are given by Steckel, 114, who illustrates them with examples. Right and left, according to him, are to be conceived in the dream in an ethical sense. The right way always signifies the road to righteousness, the left the one to crime. Thus the left may signify homosexuality, incest, and perversion, while the right signifies marriage, relations with a prostitute, and c. The meaning is always determined by the individual moral viewpoint of the dreamer, LC, p. 466. Relatives in the dream generally play the role of genitals, p. 473. Not to be able to catch up with a wagon is interpreted by Steckel as regret not to be able to come up to a difference in age, p. 479. Baggage with which one travels is the burden of sin by which one is oppressed, Ibid. Also numbers, which frequently occur in the dream, are assigned by Steckel a fixed symbolical meaning, but these interpretations seem neither sufficiently verified nor of general validity, although the interpretation in individual cases can generally be recognized as probable. In a recently published book by W. Steckel, Die Sprache des Traumas, which I was unable to utilize, there is a list, p. 72, of the most common sexual symbols, the object of which is to prove that all sexual symbols can be bisexually used. He states, is there a symbol which, if in any way permitted by the fantasy, may not be used simultaneously in the masculine and the feminine sense? To be sure the clause in parentheses takes away much of the absoluteness of this assertion, for this is not at all permitted by the fantasy. I do not, however, think it superfluous to state that in my experience Steckel's general statement has to give way to the recognition of a greater manifoldness. Besides those symbols, which are just as frequent for the male as for the female genitals. There are others which preponderantly, or almost exclusively, designate one of the sexes, and there are still others of which only the 249 male or only the female signification is known. To use long, firm objects and weapons as symbols of the female genitals, or hollow objects, chests, boxes, pouches, and as symbols of the male genitals, is indeed not allowed by the fancy. It is true that the tendency of the dream and the unconscious fancy to utilize the sexual symbol bisexually betrays an archaic trend, for in childhood a difference in the genitals is unknown, and the same genitals are attributed to both sexes. These very incomplete suggestions may suffice to stimulate others to make a more careful collection. I shall now add a few examples of the application of such symbolisms in dreams, which will serve to show how impossible it becomes to interpret a dream without taking into account the symbolism of dreams, and how imperatively it obtrudes itself in many cases. 1. The hat is a symbol of the man, of the male genital, cx, a fragment from the dream of a young woman who suffered from agoraphobia on account of a fear of temptation. I am walking in the street in summer, I wear a straw hat of peculiar shape, the middle piece of which is bent upwards and the side pieces of which hang downwards. The description became here obstructed, and in such a fashion that one is lower than the other. I am cheerful and in a confidential mood, and as I pass a troop of young officers I think to myself, none of you can have any designs upon me. As she could produce no associations to the hat, I said to her, the hat is really a male genital, with its raised middle piece and the two downward hanging side pieces. I intentionally refrained from interpreting those details concerning the unequal downward hanging of the two side pieces, although just such individualities in the determinations lead the way to the interpretation. I continued by saying that if she only had a man with such a virile genital she would not have to fear the 250 officers, that is, she would have nothing to wish from them, for she is mainly kept from going without protection and company by her fancies of temptation. This last explanation of her fear I had already been able to give her repeatedly on the basis of other material. It is quite remarkable how the dreamer behaved after this interpretation. She withdrew her description of the hat, and claimed not to have said that the two side pieces were hanging downwards. I was, however, too sure of what I had heard to allow myself to be misled, and I persisted in it. She was quiet for a while, and then found the courage to ask why it was that one of her husband's testicles was lower than the other, and whether it was the same in all men. With this the peculiar detail of the hat was explained, and the whole interpretation was accepted by her. The hat symbol was familiar to me long before the patient related this dream. From other but less transparent cases I believe that the hat may also be taken as a female genital. 2. The little one is the genital, to be run over as a symbol of sexual intercourse, another dream of the same agoraphobic patient. Her mother sends away her little daughter so that she must go alone. She rides with her mother to the railroad and sees her little one walking directly upon the tracks, so that she cannot avoid being run over. She hears the bones crackle. From this she experiences a feeling of discomfort but no real horror. She then looks out through the car window to see whether the parts cannot be seen behind. She then reproaches her mother for allowing the little one to go out alone. Analysis. It is not an easy matter to give here a complete interpretation of the dream. It forms part of a cycle of dreams, and can be fully understood only in connection with the others. For it is not easy to get the necessary material sufficiently isolated to prove the symbolism. The patient at first finds that the railroad journey is to be interpreted historically as an allusion to a departure from a sanatorium for nervous diseases, with the superintendent of which she naturally was in love. Her mother took her away from this place, and the physician came to the railroad station and handed her a bouquet of flowers on leaving. She felt uncomfortable because her mother 251 witnessed this homage. Here the mother, therefore, appears as a disturber of her love affairs, which is the role actually played by this strict woman during her daughter's girlhood. The next thought referred to the sentence, she then looks to see whether the parts can be seen behind. In the dream facade one would naturally be compelled to think of the parts of the little daughter run over and ground up. The thought, however, turns in quite a different direction. She recalls that she once saw her father in the bathroom naked from behind. She then begins to talk about the sex differentiation, and asserts that in the man the genitals can be seen from behind, but in the woman they cannot. In this connection she now herself offers the interpretation that the little one is the genital, her little one. She has a 4-year-old daughter, her own genital. She reproaches her mother for wanting her to live as though she had no genital, and recognizes this reproach in the introductory sentence of the dream. The mother sends away her little one so that she must go alone. In her fantasy, going alone on the street signifies to have no man and no sexual relations. Chorea equals to go together, and this she does not like. According to all her statements, she really suffered as a girl on account of the jealousy of her mother, because she showed a preference for her father. The little one has been noted as a symbol for the male or the female genitals by Steckel, who can refer in this connection to a very widespread usage of language. The deeper interpretation of this dream depends upon another dream of the same night in which the dreamer identifies herself with her brother. She was a tomboy, and was always being told that she should have been born a boy. This identification with the brother shows with special clearness that the little one signifies the genital. The mother threatened him, her, with castration, which could only be understood as a punishment for playing with the parts, and the identification, therefore, shows that she herself had masturbated as a child, though this fact she now retained only 252 inches a memory concerning her brother. An early knowledge of the male genital which she later lost she must have acquired at that time according to the assertions of this second dream. Moreover, the second dream points to the infantile sexual theory that girls originate from boys through castration. After I had told her of this childish belief, she at once confirmed it with an anecdote in which the boy asks the girl, "Was it cut off?" To which the girl replied, "No, it's always been so." The sending away of the little one, of the genital, in the first dream therefore also refers to the threatened castration. Finally, she blames her mother for not having been born a boy. That being run over symbolizes sexual intercourse would not be evident from this dream if we were not sure of it from many other sources. 3. Representation of the genital by structures, stairways, and shafts. Dream of a young man inhibited by a father complex. He is taking a walk with his father in a place which is surely the Prater, for the rotunda may be seen in front of which there is a small front structure to which is attached a captive balloon. The balloon, however, seems quite collapsed. His father asks him what this is all for. He is surprised at it, but he explains it to his father. They come into a court in which lies a large sheet of tin. His father wants to pull off a big piece of this, but first looks around to see if anyone is watching. He tells his father that all he needs to do is to speak to the watchman, and then he can take without any further difficulty as much as he wants to. From this court a stairway leads down into a shaft, the walls of which are softly upholstered something like a leather pocketbook. At the end of this shaft there is a longer platform, and then a new shaft begins. Analysis. This dream belongs to a type of patient which is not favorable from a therapeutic point of view. They follow in the analysis without offering any resistances whatever up to a certain point, but from that point on they remain almost inaccessible. This dream he almost analyzed himself. The rotunda, he said, is my genital, the captive balloon in front is my penis, about the weakness of which I have worried. We must, however, interpret in greater detail. The rotunda is the buttock which is regularly associated by the 253 child with the genital, the smaller front structure is the scrotum. In the dream his father asks him what this is all for, that is, he asks him about the purpose and arrangement of the genitals. It is quite evident that this state of affairs should be turned around, and that he should be the questioner. As such a questioning on the side of the father has never taken place in reality, we must conceive the dream thought as a wish, or take it conditionally, as follows: if I had only asked my father for sexual enlightenment. The continuation of this thought we shall soon find in another place. The cord in which the tin sheet is spread out is not to be conceived symbolically in the first instance, but originates from his father's place of business. For discretionary reasons I have inserted the tin for another material in which the father deals, without, however, changing anything in the verbal expression of the dream. The dreamer had entered his father's business, and had taken a terrible dislike to the questionable practices upon which profit mainly depends. Hence the continuation of the above dream thought, if I had only asked him, would be, he would have deceived me just as he does his customers. For the pulling off, which serves to represent commercial dishonesty, the dreamer himself gives a second explanation, namely, onanism. This is not only entirely familiar to us, see above, p. 234, but agrees very well with the fact that the secrecy of onanism is expressed by its opposite, why one can do it quite openly. It, moreover, agrees entirely with our expectations that the onanistic activity is again put off on the father, just as was the questioning in the first scene of the dream. The shaft he at once interprets as the vagina by referring to the soft upholstering of the walls. That the act of coition in the vagina is described as a going down instead of in the usual way as a going up, I have also found true in other instances. CZ the details that at the end of the first shaft there is a longer platform and then a new shaft, he himself explains biographically. He had for some time consorted with women sexually, but had then given it up because of inhibitions and now hopes to be able to take it up again with the aid of the treatment. The dream, however, becomes indistinct toward 254 the end, and to the experienced interpreter it becomes evident that in the second scene of the dream the influence of another subject has begun to assert itself. In this his father's business and his dishonest practices signify the first vagina represented as a shaft so that one might think of a reference to the mother. 4. The male genital symbolized by persons and the female by a landscape. Dream of a woman of the lower class, whose husband is a policeman, reported by B. Datner. Then someone broke into the house and anxiously called for a policeman. But he went with two tramps by mutual consent into a church, DA, to which led a great many stairs, DB, behind the church there was a mountain, DC, on top of which a dense forest. DD, the policeman was furnished with a helmet, a gorget, and a cloak. The two vagrants, who went along with the policeman quite peaceably, had tied to their loins sack-like aprons. DF, a road led from the church to the mountain. This road was overgrown on each side with grass and brushwood, which became thicker and thicker as it reached the height of the mountain, where it spread out into quite a forest. 5. A Stairway Dream. Reported and interpreted by Otto Rank. For the following transparent pollution dream, I am indebted to the same colleague who furnished us with the dental irritation dream reported on p. 235. I am running down the stairway in the stair house after a little girl, whom I wish to punish because she has done something to me. At the bottom of the stairs someone held a child for me. A grown-up woman? I grasp it, but do not know whether I have hit it, for I suddenly find myself in the middle of the stairway where I practice coitus with the child, in the air as it were. It is really no coitus, I only rub my genital on her external genital, and in doing this I see it very distinctly as I see her head which is lying 255 sideways. During the sexual act I see hanging to the left and above me, also as if in the air, two small pictures, landscapes, representing a house on a green. On the smaller one my surname stood in the place where the painter's signature should be, it seemed to be intended for my birthday present. A small sign hung in front of the pictures to the effect that cheaper pictures could also be obtained. I then see myself very indistinctly lying in bed, just as I had seen myself at the foot of the stairs, and I am awakened by a feeling of dampness which came from the pollution. Interpretation. The dreamer had been in a bookstore on the evening of the day of the dream, where, while he was waiting, he examined some pictures which were exhibited, which represented motives similar to the dream pictures. He stepped nearer to a small picture which particularly took his fancy in order to see the name of the artist, which, however, was quite unknown to him. Later in the same evening, in company, he heard about a Bohemian servant girl who boasted that her illegitimate child was made on the stairs. The dreamer inquired about the details of this unusual occurrence, and learned that the servant girl went with her lover to the home of her parents, where there was no opportunity for sexual relations, and that the excited man performed the act on the stairs. In witty allusion to the mischievous expression used about wine adulterers, the dreamer remarked, "The child really grew on the cellar steps." These experiences of the day, which are quite prominent in the dream content, were readily reproduced by the dreamer. But he just as readily reproduced an old fragment of infantile recollection which was also utilized by the dream. The stair house was the house in which he had spent the greatest part of his childhood, and in which he had first become acquainted with sexual problems. In this house he used, among other things, to slide down the banister astride which caused him to become sexually excited. In the dream he also comes down the stairs very rapidly, so rapidly that, according to his own distinct assertions, he hardly touched the individual stairs, but rather flew or slid down, as we used to say. Upon reference to this infantile experience, the beginning of the 256 dream seems to represent the factor of sexual excitement. In the same house and in the adjacent residence the dreamer used to play pugnacious games with the neighboring children, in which he satisfied himself just as he did in the dream. If one recalls from Freud's investigation of sexual symbolism d.g., that in the dream stairs or climbing stairs almost regularly symbolizes coitus, the dream becomes clear. Its motive power as well as its effect, as is shown by the pollution, is of a purely libidinous nature. Sexual excitement became aroused during the sleeping state. In the dream this is represented by the rapid running or sliding down the stairs, and the sadistic threat in this is, on the basis of the pugnacious playing, indicated in the pursuing and overcoming of the child. The libidinous excitement becomes enhanced and urges to sexual action, represented in the dream by the grasping of the child and the conveyance of it to the middle of the stairway. Up to this point the dream would be one of pure sexual symbolism, and obscure for the unpracticed dream interpreter. But this symbolic gratification, which would have ensured undisturbed sleep, was not sufficient for the powerful libidinous excitement. The excitement leads to an orgasm, and thus the whole stairway symbolism is unmasked as a substitute for coitus. Freud lays stress on the rhythmical character of both actions as one of the reasons for the sexual utilization of the stairway symbolism, and this dream especially seems to corroborate this, for, according to the express assertion of the dreamer, the rhythm of a sexual act was the most pronounced feature in the whole dream. Still another remark concerning the two pictures, which, aside from their real significance, also have the value of Weibsbilder, literally woman pictures, but idiomatically women. This is at once shown by the fact that the dream deals with a big and a little picture, just as the dream content presents a big, grown-up, and a little girl. That cheap pictures could also be obtained points to the prostitution complex, just as the dreamer's surname on the little picture and the thought that it was intended for his birthday point to the parent complex, to be born on the stairway, to be conceived in coitus. 257 The indistinct final scene, in which the dreamer sees himself on the staircase landing lying in bed and feeling wet, seems to go back into childhood even beyond the infantile onanism, and manifestly has its prototype in similarly pleasurable scenes of bedwetting. 6. A modified stair dream. To one of my very nervous patients, who was an abstainer, whose fancy was fixed on his mother, and who repeatedly dreamed of climbing stairs accompanied by his mother, I once remarked that moderate masturbation would be less harmful to him than enforced abstinence. This influence provoked the following dream. His piano teacher reproaches him for neglecting his piano playing, and for not practicing the etudes of Moscheles and Clementi's Gradus ad Parnassum. In relation to this he remarked that the Gradus is only a stairway, and that the piano itself is only a stairway as it has a scale. It is correct to say that there is no series of associations which cannot be adapted to the representation of sexual facts. I conclude with the dream of a chemist, a young man, who has been trying to give up his habit of masturbation by replacing it with intercourse with women. Preliminary statement. On the day before the dream he had given a student instruction concerning Grignard's reaction, in which magnesium is to be dissolved in absolutely pure ether under the catalytic influence of iodine. 2 days before, there had been an explosion in the course of the same reaction, in which the investigator had burned his hand. Dream I. He is to make phenyl magnesium bromide. He sees the apparatus with particular clearness, but he has substituted himself for the magnesium. He is now in a curious swaying attitude. He keeps repeating to himself, "This is the right thing, it is working, my feet are beginning to dissolve and my knees are getting soft." Then he reaches down and feels for his feet, and meanwhile, he does not know how, he takes his legs out of the crucible, and then again he says to himself, "That cannot be. Yes, it must be so, it has been done correctly." Then he partially awakens, and repeats the dream to himself, because he wants to tell it to me. He is distinctly afraid of the analysis 258 of the dream. He is much excited during this semi-sleeping state, and repeats continually, "Phenyl, phenyl." 2. He is ing with his whole family, at 11:30. He is to be at the Schottenthur for a rendezvous with a certain lady, but he does not wake up until 11:30. He says to himself, "It is too late now, when you get there it will be 12:30. The next instant he sees the whole family gathered about the table, his mother and the servant girl with the soup tureen with particular clearness. Then he says to himself, "Well, if we are eating already, I certainly can't get away." Analysis. He feels sure that even the first dream contains a reference to the lady whom he is to meet at the rendezvous. The dream was dreamed during the night before the expected meeting. The student to whom he gave the instruction is a particularly unpleasant fellow. He had said to the chemist, "That isn't right," because the magnesium was still unaffected, and the latter answered as though he did not care anything about it, "It certainly isn't right." He himself must be this student. He is as indifferent towards his analysis as the student is towards his synthesis. The he in the dream, however, who accomplishes the operation, is myself. How unpleasant he must seem to me with his indifference towards the success achieved. Moreover, he is the material with which the analysis, synthesis, is made. For it is a question of the success of the treatment. The legs in the dream recall an impression of the previous evening. He met a lady at a dancing lesson whom he wished to conquer. He pressed her to him so closely that she once cried out. After he had stopped pressing against her legs, he felt her firm responding pressure against his lower thighs as far as just above his knees, at the place mentioned in the dream. In this situation, then, the woman is the magnesium in the retort, which is at last working. He is feminine towards me, as he is masculine towards the woman. If it will work with the woman, the treatment will also work. Feeling and becoming aware of himself in the region of his knees refers to masturbation, and corresponds to his fatigue of the previous day. The rendezvous had actually been set for 11:30. His wish to oversleep and to remain 2:59 with his usual sexual objects, that is, with masturbation, corresponds with his resistance. In relation to the repetition of the name phenyl, he gives the following thoughts: all these radicals ending in -al have always been pleasing to him, they are very convenient to use, benzyl, acetyl, and C. That, however, explained nothing. But when I proposed the radical schlemiel dh, he laughed heartily, and related that during the summer he had read a book by Prévost which contained a chapter, Les Exclus de l'amour, the description in which made him think of the schlemiels, and he added, "That is my case." He would have again acted the schlemiel if he had missed the rendezvous. 260.